Anyone who has ever been a beast tamer knows any beast pet can evolve to the divine level. For example, a turtle you keep at home can evolve into the divine beast black tortoise. A mutt that digs holes can become the 9-nether hellhound. Even a swamp eel can evolve into a black dragon. And me? I can upgrade my beast pet in just 1 second. All because I am bound to a divine evolution system that can upgrade any beast pet with 1 click. Even beast pet eggs can hatch with 1 click. I transmigrated into a world where everyone is a beast tamer. At the age of 18, every person can form a contract with a beast pet and begin fighting in this vast world. The grade of beast pets ranges from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star, overlord, king, and finally, divine. At this time, all students in the square please line up, and come forward one by one to receive your beast pet egg. Thousands of final year students from Guangning city had already gathered in the arena. Most faces were filled with anxiety. Some people even clasped their hands together and prayed in a low voice, "Beast taming god, please bless me. I don't ask for much. Just give me a bronze beast pet egg, please, please, don't let it be black iron." The potential of a beast tamer is closely tied to the starting grade of their beast pet. A high starting grade means smooth progress in the future, otherwise, every step is hard. For example, beast tamers with a black iron beast pet can barely fight even the weakest monsters outside. If they're not careful, they can die. The strong beast tamers' children were those from beast taming families, of course, have beast pets with high potential, carefully prepared by their clans. But ordinary people are not so lucky. Even a silver beast pet egg costs hundreds of thousands, and average families can't afford it. Luckily, the government provides basic support. All senior students can get a beast pet egg for free. Although the pet eggs from the breeding center are mostly low-grade, there have been students in past years who contracted gold-grade pets and were instantly invited by top guilds and soared to the sky. I'm a bit excited too. Isn't this all about luck? In my previous life, I had god-tier luck, so I'm totally calm in a moment like this. The contracting process was fast. Most students only contracted black iron pets. Bronze ones were already rare. When it was my turn, I got slightly nervous. In front of me, there were more than 10,000 beast pet eggs piled into a small mountain. The staff said, "Use your heart to sense. The beast pet willing to contract with you will respond. You have 5 minutes. If time runs out and no successful choice is made, this chance will be wasted." I nodded. The school had taught us the meditation method to sense beast pets. You can't just pick a pet egg randomly. If the affinity isn't enough, the contract will fail, and the egg will be taken back. I walked around the egg mountain. Some eggs had a faint response, others didn't move at all. I stayed patient. When less than a minute remained, finally one egg had a strong reaction, the whole egg even trembled slightly. I looked at the egg covered in black patterns. The staff nodded and took it to the detector. Bronze grade beast pet, mystic flame snake. Bronze grade, not bad. At least it's not the useless black iron. Though it's not a jackpot, a bronze beast can level up outside. There's still a chance to improve its grade later. Next came the contract step. I placed both hands on the eggshell. Soon, a strange connection was formed. I could feel a heartbeat and a sense of closeness from inside the egg. That was the sign of a successful contract. Host's first contract detected. Divine beast taming system unlocked. All hosts' beast pets can be upgraded with 1 click. Beast pet eggs can hatch with 1 click. Current pet, mystic flame snake, bronze. Upgrade grade? 1 click upgrade. First 1 click upgrade triggers a billion-fold critical hit. Mystic flame snake, bronze, upgraded to world-burning black dragon, divine. What? I almost cried out in shock. Do you know what a divine beast pet means? In the entire Xia country, you can count them on one hand. Their beast tamers are the strongest people on the Blue Star, people you only see on the news. Even the governor of Guangning city, also the city's #1 beast tamer, his strongest beast pet is only star grade. I once saw it from afar. The power was overwhelming. Now I've been given a divine beast pet right from the start? Isn't this invincible? World-burning black dragon, divine, hatching time, 100 years. 1 click hatching available. Warning, divine pet hatching causes big movement. Suggested to find a suitable location. Damn, 100 years to hatch a divine beast pet? Good thing I can 1 click hatch. In that case, let's head to the wild. I left the breeding center, got on an intercity train, and arrived at the trial field outside Guangning city. Beyond that was the dangerous wild area. Hey bro, are you a new student who just contracted a pet? Want a leveling service? 1 day, 10,000 yuan. Comes with hatching speed-up potion. Pets below bronze can hatch in 1 day. No need for you to fight, we'll level your pet to level 10 in 3 days, level 15 in a week. Prepay a week, get a 10% discount. There were lots of leveling groups here pulling customers. I ignored them all and walked straight into the wilderness. What the hell, that guy hasn't even hatched his pet, and he's going into the wild holding the egg? Does he want to die? Maybe he got a black iron pet and lost all hope. That happens a lot. I looked at the open land ahead, found my direction, and walked northwest. My theory classes were good, and I remembered the area around Guangning city well. This place was called Gentle Wind Plains. Monsters here weren't strong or too many. As long as I avoided certain spots, it wouldn't be dangerous. Soon I reached a valley. It was quiet and peaceful inside. This'll do. System, one-click hatch. The beast pet egg suddenly burst out with bright light, instantly covering the entire valley. An overwhelming pressure spread from the egg in all directions for hundreds of miles. Countless monsters fell to the ground in terror, discovering they couldn't move at all. The fear buried in the bloodline was instinctively awakened. Quite a few monsters couldn't withstand this pressure, bursting into blood mist on the spot. Roar! Accompanied by a earth-shattering roar, the whole earth began to shake, and a black shadow shot up into the sky from the light, circling in midair. Sharp and domineering scales, majestic and noble pale golden pupils, fully indicated its extraordinary lineage. Dragon Clan. The little black dragon circled around and landed in front of Zhang Xian, affectionately rubbing its head against his thigh. Immediately afterwards, its attribute panel appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. Chapter 2 Burning World Black Dragon. Burning World Black Dragon, God Level. Stage, Juvenile. Level, 0, 0 out of 100. Loyalty, 100, fixed. Fatigue, 1 out of 10. Attributes, Health 200,000/200,000, Magic Power 100,000/100,000. Physical Attack, 10,000. Magical Attack, 10,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Magical Defense, 100,000, 100,000 *10. Skills. Passive Skill Dragon Clan Bloodline Royal. 1. The Burning World Black Dragon has the most noble royal bloodline among dragons, capable of producing a strong deterrent effect on most monsters' dragon might. The specific effect depends on the opponent's level and rank. 2. Dragon Clan beings have extremely strong resistance to magic. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the resistance, permanent tenfold increase in magical defense, immune or greatly reduce effects from control-type skills. 3. The royal bloodline will create affinity with other dragons, with a certain probability of making other dragons submit, but may also attract hostility from other dragon factions. Active Skill 1 Dragon Flame. Breathes out burning dragon flames, causing massive magical damage over a large area, with no cooldown. Duration depends on magic power. Active Skill 2 Dragon Roar. Condenses dragon might and releases it with a roar, causing deterrence, confusion, fear, and other negative effects to all enemies in a large area, causing real damage. Cooldown time, 1 day. Holy crap! What an outrageous attribute! Zhang Xian was stunned. During high school, every student had a copy of Beginner's Pet Beast Guide, which recorded a large number of pet beasts from black iron to golden level, where generally, black iron pets had an initial health of only 100 and attack power wouldn't exceed 10. While golden level pets had an initial health generally above 500, with attack power reaching 30-50. Starting with a golden pet beast, as long as one is careful, it is enough to solo small monsters in the gentle wind plains, but one shouldn't go too deep. But the Burning World Black Dragon started with a staggering health of 200,000, with 10,000 in physical and magical attack, and defenses so high they were astonishing. Who could fight against that? And it had 3 skills, each effect more exaggerated than the last. Tenfold magical defense and powerful control immunity effects, a nightmare for all magical units. Loyalty starts out at maximum value? What's going on? Zhang Xian was puzzled. Generally, newly contracted pet beasts have low loyalty, requiring resources and time to gradually improve. The system quickly responded, all pet beasts contracted by the host have their loyalty permanently fixed at maximum value. So that's how it is. That sure saves a lot of trouble. He had heard many tales of beast tamers who faced the threat of being devoured by their beasts due to low loyalty. By the way, I haven't named you yet. Zhang Xian thought for a moment. The dragon race is the top existence among beasts, and the Burning World Black Dragon possesses the noblest bloodline of the dragon race. Then I shall call you Black King. Roar! The little black dragon let out a low growl, seemingly very pleased with this new name. Zhang Xian left the valley with Black King, searching for a leveling area. Starting off with a god-level pet beast, this area was far too trivial for him. The monster farming efficiency was too low. As he ventured deeper into the gentle wind plain, some lower-level monsters fled in fear under the dragon's might. Meanwhile, many senior students who had just contracted their pet beasts were teaming up to battle monsters and, seeing the creatures run away, mistakenly thought they scared them off, each shouting and chasing after them. Finally, before dusk, Zhang Xian crossed the gentle wind plain and arrived at the outskirts of the dark dense forest. This was no longer an area accessible to novices. Pet beasts generally needed to be level 30 to challenge the monsters here. Zhang Xian stood on a hillside, stopping his pace, afraid that Black King's dragon might would scare away the monsters in this area as well. Looking out, he could see many fierce figures deep in the forest, and their numbers were quite dense. This will do, Black King, aim for that forest, let me see your dragon roar. Black King spread its wings, soared into the sky, and with its light golden dragon eyes watching below, although still small, the dragon's majesty was undeniable. Hearing its master's command, Black King opened its mouth. A heavy pressure brewed for several seconds, then an earth-shattering roar erupted from the hillside center, reverberating outward. Roar! The air visibly compressed, forming waves of gas that surged outward like tidal waves. The ground began to tremble, trees splintered, and even the clouds were disrupted. The immensely powerful sound wave rolled over the dark dense forest, pressing toward the gentle wind plain, then rushed toward Guangning city. Outside the Beastmaster camp, rows of buildings crumbled like paper. Everyone hurriedly fled, covering their ears while looking in shock toward the direction of the dragon roar. The tall walls of Guangning city began to shake violently. Several guarding Beastmasters had never witnessed such a situation, frozen in place until a tall figure appeared, and as the few reacted, they quickly saluted. "Thank you, Governor." The person was none other than the governor of Guangning city, Xia Zhengdao, the foremost figure of Guangning city, a powerful 6th-tier Beastmaster. Xia Zhengdao ignored the few people, his pupils contracted, his expression unable to maintain calm. "This, no doubt, this is the dragon roar. Within the range of Guangning city, a dragon race has appeared?" His body trembled slightly. Years ago, when he was on the Abyss battlefield, he had witnessed the terror of the dragon race. He was far from the center of that battle, yet just the residual waves had crippled 3 of his pet beasts and left him severely injured, creating a significant psychological scar. The roar of the demon dragon was something Xia Zhengdao often dreamed about, and although the roar from the dark dense forest was somewhat weaker, the sense of intimidation and the fear that arose from the heart was unmistakable. From now on, activate level 1 alert in the city, mobilize all guarding forces, and closely monitor the situation outside the city. Xia Zhengdao quickly issued orders and then took out his communicator, dialing a number. The suspected appearance of a dragon race was a monumental event anywhere in the Summer Kingdom, definitely beyond his own control, and it had to be reported to the Beast God Hall. At this moment, the instigator Zhang Xian was still unaware that his command had caused such a huge commotion. He slightly parted his lips, looking at the dark dense forest before him. Originally, this forest was incredibly lush, spanning dozens of kilometers, but now it looked as if a giant hand had come down from the sky and crushed it. The violent shockwave had smashed all the strong trees in an outer circle. Everywhere in sight were the bodies of monsters, all in pieces, some even shattered. The ground was plowed over, and the soil beneath churned up. Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Xian couldn't help but curse. "Damn, this is too much." Immediately, the system prompt echoed in his ears like a bombardment. "Your pet beast Black King, Flame World Black Dragon, killed a LV.30 monster Shadow Wolf, gaining 500 experience. Your pet beast Black King, Flame World Black Dragon, killed a LV.27 monster Gale Falcon, gaining 410 experience. Your, killed a LV.32 monster Shadow Leopard, gaining 600 experience. Your, times 999. A massive accumulation of announcements was suddenly released, almost stunning Zhang Xian. With a roar, the Black King unleashed a blast that directly killed thousands of monsters, plowing through the dark forest, and Zhang Xian even heard reports of numerous lower-level monsters from the Wind Peace Plains. After standing in place for 5 minutes, the announcements were still ongoing, so Zhang Xian had to choose to turn off the kill notifications for ordinary monsters. And the experience notifications. Zhang Xian opened the panel, and a massive amount of experience caused Black King's level to soar. Your pet beast Black King has leveled up to LV1. Your pet beast Black King has leveled up to LV10. Your pet beast Black King has leveled up to LV37. Awesome! This wave shot straight from level 0 to 37, and when Zhang Xian looked at Black King's attributes, every level gained a boost of 1,000 health points, now totaling 237,000 health points. Attack and defense increased by 100 points for each level, a total increase of 3,700 points, especially magical defense, bolstered by the dragon bloodline, which was nearing 14,000. This leveling speed, even if I called the best training team in Guangning City, their efficiency wouldn't even reach 1/10 of mine. In this world, every person could only contract a pet beast when they turned 18. Based on previous year's information, being able to level up their main battle pet to LV.30 during the nationwide Beast Tamer exam period was already enough to enter a first-rate Beast Tamer Academy. This standard was still based on silver-grade pets. Yet, here I am, with a 37-level divine pet beast, achieving it all with just one skill. Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something crucial. He had never heard of a human beast tamer taming a dragon. On the contrary, in the information available to him, dragons had always been the deadly enemies of beast tamers. Though they appeared infrequently in the records, each time they caused a huge stir. Now, an ordinary beast tamer had actually contracted a divine dragon pet beast. The news could lead to unpredictable reactions from the outside world. Even if others can't think of the existence of a lucky charm, they would definitely know that he harbors a great secret. At that time, he would certainly attract the attention of many people, but at the same time, many forces would want to take him down. Like beast tamers from other nations, or those enemies standing against human beast tamers. Zhang Xian pondered, since he had a cheat, his development speed would definitely not face any problems. Until he had enough strength for self-preservation, the existence of the Black King must not be exposed. To achieve this, he needed other pet beasts as cover, and those pet beasts could not be too weak either. Fortunately, with the ability to enhance rankings and hatch pets at the push of a button, if necessary, he could find a few more pet beasts. As a first-tier beast tamer, the beast space could accommodate 3 pet beasts. Later, when he went to the beast god branch to complete leveling tasks, the limit on the number of beasts could also be increased. No need to think about these things for now. First, let's collect the loot. With one skill sweeping the entire dark forest clean, countless items dropped. Although the drop rate for monsters in the wild is not high, the sheer numbers here. Zhang Xian walked down the hillside, crossing over the fallen trees. In the Beastmaster continent, as long as the monster was killed by himself and his pet, the loot would automatically be picked up, as long as he got close enough. As Zhang Xian continued to move forward, notification sounds kept ringing out. You picked up Wolfskin *500, material. You picked up Wolf Tooth *270, material. You picked up Leopard Claw *160, material. You picked up Swift Falcon Feather *700, material. You picked up. Hearing these notifications, Zhang Xian shrugged. To be honest, these things were not worth more experience for the Black King. Materials couldn't be directly used by ordinary Beastmasters, but on the Beastmaster continent, there were many races coexisting alongside humans, many of which had good relations and frequent exchanges with humans. For example, the dwarves and goblins, who were skilled in smelting and forging. If materials were given to them, they could create various items, weapons, and equipment. For example, equipment for pets, and after reaching Tier 3, Beastmasters would also unlock an equipment system. However, this wasn't very meaningful to Zhang Xian. The attributes of the Black King were strong enough to crush everything. These materials would be sold directly on the platform later, used to buy some beast food for the Black King. The actions of pets would increase their fatigue. If fatigue exceeded 5, their attributes would gradually decrease. If it reached the max of 10, they would be forcibly recalled to the beast space for slow recovery. Beast food could reduce some fatigue and improve the pet's endurance. Zhang Xian continued to delve deeper into the dense forest. The dark forest was not like the gentle, windy plains that were novice areas. Logically, the harvest should not be just this little. He slowly arrived at the deeper part, where the trees, although not as devastated as those on the outskirts, still had many broken branches. The originally dark and damp area was now illuminated by sunlight. Soon, a giant tree caught Zhang Xian's eye. This tree was very tall, with exceptionally dense foliage, and its trunk looked very dark. As he approached, the surrounding light seemed repelled. Could this be the dark ancient tree? Zhang Xian recalled the descriptions in books about the dark forest. Generally speaking, under the influence of the world's will, many wild areas had some kind of primitive object. As long as they existed, even if the area was destroyed, it could recover after a certain amount of time. Moreover, these primitive objects might involve deeper secrets that even some powerful beastmasters could not touch. Chapter 4 Investigation. The primitive object of the dark forest was said to be an ancient tree. Because of its existence, this jungle remained dark and sunless all year round. However, many beastmasters wanted to find this ancient tree but would get lost in the dense forest. Now, because of the Black King's dragon roar, it was directly exposed in front of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian approached the giant tree, and indeed a line of text appeared before him. Dark Ancient Tree Special. Description: the primitive object of the dark forest, related to the origin of this jungle. It is hard for ordinary people to see it. Now, due to some existence, it has fallen into fear, and its guardian may have locked onto you. Fallen into fear? Zhang Xian reached out, pressing against the surface of the ancient tree, and indeed felt a slight tremor from the trunk. It was likely that the Black King's status was too high, and the dragon roar had directly terrified the dark ancient tree. TSK, and this was just the juvenile form of the burning world black dragon. If it were in its complete form, one could hardly imagine. And what did this guardian mean? Could it be? At this moment, a broadcast suddenly rang out. Your presence has alarmed the existence deep within the dark forest. Boss Dark Ruler feels strong anger towards you. In 1 minute, it will open the Dark Grey Realm. If you do not have exceptional strength, please leave promptly. Immediately after, the broadcast rang out twice more, reminding of the impending danger. Dark Ruler? I haven't heard of such a creature in the dark forest. It seems we've triggered a hidden boss. Zhang Xian was not only unafraid but became excited. A hidden boss would surely drop rewards much more significant than some useless materials. Strong enough? Does a dragon count? Confident, Zhang Xian waited calmly in place. Soon, a minute passed, and a dim light suddenly flickered in the air. Then, a strong pulling sensation washed over him, and Zhang Xian vanished. After several breaths, there was a ripple in the forest, and 3 figures appeared. One of them was Xie Zhengdao, and the other was Wong Hua, the head of the Beast God Temple branch in Guangning. The two were the rulers of Guangning city and the official representatives of beast masters, representing the highest authority in Guangning, yet they stood on either side, looking cautiously at the elderly man in the middle. The old man wore a black gold robe, with the image of a ferocious and imposing beast tattooed on his chest. This person was the vice leader and chief elder of the Beast God Temple in Nanxiang Province, a presence that reached the 8th tier of beast masters, a big character among the whole of Xia country's beast masters. Feeling the possible appearance of a dragon race, Xia Zhengdao immediately contacted the Nanxiang Beast God Temple, but he didn't expect that this figure would descend, secretly shocked, thinking how sensitive the upper echelons were to the news about the dragon race. Moreover, this elderly did not come using a beast for flying but directly activated the costly intercity teleportation array to reach Guangning, then used a precious teleportation scroll to bring the two here to the dark forest. "Elder, how is the situation?" Wong Hua whispered. Elderly stayed silent, and suddenly, a snake-like beast popped out of his sleeve, with a single horn on its head. It raised its head, glancing around with its purple vertical pupils, and then showed a look of fear, quickly diving back into the old man's sleeve. Elder Li's expression grew serious as he slowly nodded. "Indeed, something that can make my purple patterned flood dragon feel bloodline fear must be a pure blood dragon." This. Xia Zhengdao felt a chill run down his spine, his previous hopes completely shattered. The appearance of the dragon race so close to Guangning city made him think of many things. Then Elder Li approached the dark ancient tree, gently stroking it, frowning as he said, "But why would a dragon appear in such a low-level dangerous area? The nearest abyss is hundreds of thousands of miles away, and there are monitoring stations and towers along the way. How could they not notice at all? It's as if it appeared out of thin air." His mumbling sounded shocking to Xia Zhengdao and his companion. Elder Li turned and asked, "You should be familiar with this area. Has anything unusual happened before?" Xia Zhengdao tried to recall but ultimately shook his head. "As far as I know, the dark forest is only a bit more dangerous than the gentle wind plains. There's not much that's particularly special. The yearly death rate of beast masters doesn't exceed 3%, and the deceased are mostly those with low strength but too much pride. However," he looked toward the dark ancient tree, "this primitive object, I am seeing for the first time, it probably hasn't been discovered before." Elder Li furrowed his brow. Primitive objects of this level weren't too rare, logically, they shouldn't be connected with dragons. Moreover, the dragon clearly attacked this place, what could possibly attract it here? Even with his extensive experience, having visited the Abyss battlefield countless times, he found himself unable to understand the present situation. At this moment, Wong Hua, who had been pondering nearby, raised his hand. "Elderly, today is the day for novice beast masters in Guangning city to uniformly receive their pet eggs. Could it be?" Before he could finish, he realized, quickly closing his mouth. Elderly glanced at him, lightly saying, "You are also one of us in the Beast God Temple. Is it possible for a pure-blood dragon to hatch from a pet egg in a breeding center? Moreover, the dragon's rank is at least king level. Even with various treasures to accelerate hatching, it wouldn't emerge in less than a year or a year and a half." Wang Hua chuckled awkwardly, silently cursing himself for having such a bizarre idea. Elderly glanced again at the dark ancient trees and said, "Looking at the situation here, it is likely that a dragon triggered the Grey Realm. Although the landing point of the Grey Realm is uncertain, it may still appear here. Let's wait here for a while. You two need to prepare yourselves mentally. If we do encounter a dragon, I might not be able to escape either." Xia Zhengdao and Wang Hua's expressions grew serious. "Protecting Guangning city is our duty." The strong pulling sensation lasted only a few breaths. Zhang Xian felt his senses plunge into chaos, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely strange place. "You have entered the Grey Realm, darkness. There may be many unknown existences hidden here. Please be cautious." Before him was a gloomy scene, the sky felt oppressive, lower than the outside world, and everything appeared grey and unclear. Zhang Xian had read about the Grey Realm in some beast master books. They were formed from shattered fragments of worlds stranded on the continent, some possibly from the main space, others from chaos. Some spaces are vast, while others are quite small. In short, the Grey Realm is very complex, time and space are chaotic, and the danger varies greatly. Generally speaking, the more dangerous the Grey Realm, the greater its impact on the main world, making the formed areas equally perilous. Chapter 5, Dark Grey Realm. The monster levels in the Dark Forest are generally around LV.30. The Grey Realm should not be too dangerous, but still, full of unknowns, caution is necessary. Black King, keep a close watch on the surroundings. The vision of the burning world Black Dragon is certainly clearer than his own, able to notice abnormal conditions faster. Roar. The little black dragon let out a soft roar to show understanding, then flapped its wings and flew to a spot 10 meters above Zhang Xian, maintaining a watchful distance. Zhang Xian moved forward cautiously as various things slowly came into view. There were vines from trees, huge skeletons, and the bones of beasts, some quite horrifying to look at. Yet all these were filled with the marks of time, as if they had been abandoned here for thousands of years, already decayed and rotten. Zhang Xian tried to kick the skeleton of an unknown creature, but to his surprise, there was no resistance, and it turned into a pile of dust. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian decided to continue deeper, and soon he heard some commotion. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy thumping sound echoed through this space, a tall figure gradually coming into view. Coming towards him was a monster with a wolf's head in a human form, standing over 2 meters tall, clad in leather armor, and wielding a massive stone axe with a damaged blade stained with dried blood. The wolf-headed monster grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellowed fangs, saliva and blood dripping from its mouth, as a wave of putrid smell approached. Its savage eyes swept over Zhang Xian before it howled at the sky, looking extremely excited, as if it had finally found fresh prey. Is this the boss? Zhang Xian glanced at its information. Dark Commander LV-40 boss. Health. Physical attack. Magic attack. Skills, Savage Bite, Blood Slash, Dark Form. Zhang Xian frowned, he couldn't see the specific attributes, probably due to the special rules of the Grey Realm. The skill seemed manageable, but a level 40 boss template monster is a terrifying existence for any first-tier beast master, even for resource-rich young masters from noble families. But for him. Black King, show me your dragon fire. Roar. The little black dragon roared in response, opening its mouth as incredible heat shimmered in its mouth. Suddenly, scarlet flames surged forth like a jet. Although the attack from the pet would not hurt him, the terrifying heat still made Zhang Xian's heart race. The thick pillar of fire, as dense as magma, spewed onto the surface of the wolf-headed monster, and its originally ferocious expression instantly turned into extreme pain. Before it could let out a scream, the flames completely enveloped its body. The health of the Dark Leader has dropped to 10%, forced into dark form, please be cautious. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, was he going to trigger the boss's second form? Before the previous message could finish, a new alert appeared. Your pet has killed the Dark Leader boss, gained 50,000 experience points. On the bleak ground, there was nothing left of the wolf-headed monster's flesh, a whiff of burnt smell wafted through, and all that remained was a 2-meter-tall skeleton. Whoosh! Under the high temperature, the skeleton instantly turned to dust, falling to the ground, leaving nothing behind. This. Zhang Xian was a bit dumbfounded. It seemed the Black King's damage was too high, directly forcing the boss's health to 0, turning it to ashes before it could even release its second form. He gave the Black King a thumbs up, good boy, way to go. The Black King shook its head, as if saying it was nothing special. Your pet Black King, Burning World Black Dragon, has leveled up to LV-42. You have obtained Grey Realm Key *1. You have obtained Dark Treasure Chest *1. You have killed the current Grey Realm Guardian, activated Grey Realm coordinates. It exploded, it exploded. Zhang Xian excitedly watched several orbs of light appear before him. Treasure chests always appeared after killing a boss, and there were no rank differences, every chest had its unique rewards. As for the Grey Realm Key and Grey Realm coordinates, he didn't know what they were. Zhang Xian clicked on the newly appeared information on his panel. Grey Realm coordinates, you have currently activated a Grey Realm coordinate. Holding the key to this Grey Realm allows you to teleport in one direction from any location, with some special areas excluded, and you cannot be disturbed during the teleportation. Teleport? To this Grey Realm? Interesting, Zhang Xian rubbed his chin. This could be considered another means, as a beast master's body was indeed relatively weak, having a safe house was great. He then looked at the Grey Key. Grey Realm Key Dark. Description: Key to the 7th Dark Grey Realm, can illuminate the map of this Grey Realm, and while holding it, you can sense other Grey Realms of the same nature within a certain range. The 7th Dark Grey Realm, Grey Realms of the same nature? Zhang Xian pondered, this had not been seen in the book. It seemed the Grey Realm might have once been a complete interface, later shattered and divided into what it is now. Then the Dark Grey Realm at least has 6 others remaining. At this moment, a map floated into Zhang Xian's vision, showing his current position and the condition of the entire Grey Realm. He noticed that this area was not large, surrounded by emptiness, and heading northeast, there was a building marker in the center. Since the Dark Leader had been defeated, there shouldn't be any other dangers here. Let's go take a look. With the Black King, Zhang Xian headed toward the central location. After about 10 minutes, the ruined building appeared before him. It was a palace, existing for who knows how long, with mottled marks everywhere. Its original color had been weathered to the point of being unrecognizable, leaving only a bleak gray. Zhang Xian stepped inside. Fortunately, the material of this palace was still sturdy, not immediately turning to powder like what he had seen before. He arrived in front of a bronze door and pushed it open with force. The interior was simply arranged, with a carving directly in front, also heavily eroded, barely showing some humanoid figures conducting some kind of ritual. On both sides of the carving stood 2 warrior statues, holding long spears, wearing armor, resembling the previous wolf-headed monster. Zhang Xian approached, ready to reach out to touch the spear in the statue's hand. Creak! The statues suddenly moved. They all turned their heads at the same time, looking at Zhang Xian, spitting out a few meaningless syllables, but from the tone, they seemed to be expressing hostility. Damn, the statues came to life? Two warriors raised their spears, ready to stab. Zhang Xian was very close to them. The Black King let out a roar, but did not breathe dragon flame. It dived straight from the air and smashed one of the warriors to pieces on the spot. The other warrior froze in place. The Black King was about to do the same, but Zhang Xian raised his hand to stop it. The warrior immediately knelt on one knee. At this moment, a prompt sound rang out. Shadow Guard LV.35 requests to surrender and serve you, do you accept? Chapter 6, Absolute Shadow General. Surrender? Zhang Xian looked at the warrior whose body seemed to be trembling slightly, then at the fierce little Black King beside him, and smiled lightly. He didn't expect this statue to know how to act wisely. But, does this thing count as a pet beast? Zhang Xian felt a little unsure. The system quickly gave an answer, God-level beast taming system, all targets can be included in the contract. Oh? It can do that too? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and all kinds of possibilities flashed through his mind. He emptied his head for now and nodded. Accept. A product of the Grey Realm, he was also curious what was special about it. The Shadow Guard placed his right hand on his chest and saluted him, then stood up. Zhang Xian opened its panel. Shadow Guard, Gold Rank. Level, LV.35. Loyalty, 100, fixed. Fatigue, 1 out of 10. Stats, HP 8500/8500, MP 2750/2750. Physical attack, 550. Magic attack, 300. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 150. Skills, sweep, charged heavy strike, round shield guard. These stats were pretty good for a gold rank, but in front of the Black King, it was still like an ant. If he wanted to use it for battle, it felt kind of shabby. Right, since it could be contracted, it should also be possible to upgrade its rank with one click. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and sure enough, he saw the prompt below. Upgrade for me. Ding. One-click upgrade, current pet Shadow Guard, gold rank, has been upgraded to Absolute Shadow General, Overlord rank. A mass of gray light wrapped around the statue of the guard. A few seconds later, the sound of iron hooves echoed from the void. Then, with a loud rumble, a warhorse charged out, carrying a tall war general in heavy armor and holding a long spear. His whole body was covered in armor, even his face was unseen, but he gave off a fierce and powerful aura. Then the Absolute Shadow General knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Master." He looked quite impressive, but why didn't it upgrade to God level this time? Zhang Xian asked his question. One-click upgrade rank is based on the origin limit of the contracted unit. The Flame Serpent has extremely thin dragon bloodline, after full refinement it can be raised to Supreme Dragon type, but the Shadow Guard's limit is lower. So that's how it is. He didn't expect a bronze rank Flame Serpent to have such a background. But only he could do that. If it were anyone else, no matter how many resources they poured in, they couldn't awaken the dragon blood in the Flame Serpent. He stopped overthinking and looked at the panel of the new unit. Absolute Shadow General, Overlord rank. Level, LV.35. Stats, HP 85,000, MP 45,000. Physical attack, 4,500. Magic attack, 3,000. Physical defense, 3,500. Magic defense, 2,500. Skills. Passive skill, charge/hard battle. Description: this unit has the mount, Absolute Shadow, and can switch between two states. In charge state, speed is tripled, and 50% of damage received is shared by the mount. Mount HP is half of the main body. In hard battle state, dismounts to fight, and damage received is reduced by 30%. Active skill 1, sweep through thousands, uses long spear to sweep a wide area, dealing massive physical damage and applying armor break effect, reducing target's physical defense by 40%. Active skill 2, rage combo, uses long spear to attack a straight line area multiple times, dealing massive physical damage. Targets hit repeatedly take 50% more damage. This skill can only be used in hard battle state. Active skill 3, Absolute Shadow Rampage, rides Mount Absolute Shadow, repeatedly charging through an area. The process cannot be interrupted, causing multiple, physical plus magical, damages. This skill can only be used in the state of Shadow Phantom. Zhang Xian's eyes brightened, not bad. Although the attributes of this Shadow Phantom General can't compare with the Black King, the skills are quite powerful. All three active skills are AoE damage, making monster hunting efficiency absolutely high. He suddenly realized that the system had raised his expectations too high. In fact, a ruler-level pet was already a top existence, at least there was not one to be found in the whole Guangning city. With a second pet, in the future, no matter who kills the monsters, the experience will be shared a bit. As the number of pets increases, to keep their levels rising quickly, a massive amount of experience will be needed to support it. The only places that can provide this are certain dungeons in secret realms that constantly produce large numbers of monsters. Therefore, those beast taming families, large guilds, and forces all control private large dungeons. Since his pet's strength is so fierce, he must start considering this aspect. Zhang Xian looked at the Shadow Phantom General and gave him a name, Shadow Killer. This palace was not large. He wandered around the remaining areas with no extra gains. Zhang Xian remembered that he had received a treasure chest from killing the Dark Lord before, so he opened it first. A burst of light flashed, and several items popped out. You have obtained 1,000 beginner crystals. You have obtained 1 dark rune. You have obtained dark set, ring. You have obtained 10 night stones. Immediately after, 2 notifications sounded. You have unlocked the pet rune system. You have unlocked the personal equipment system. This time, he received runes and equipment, and the world will unlock 2 new functions for him. Runes are specifically used for pets, and after merging runes, they can bring various wonderful effects, similar to skills. There are many types of runes. If the attributes are compatible with the pet, the effect will be much stronger. If there is a conflict, it might weaken the pet's strength instead. Equipment can be used for both pets and the beast tamer's main body. Zhang Xian started counting them one by one. Crystals are a type of universal currency that beast tamers generally cannot use directly but can exchange with various races. To this day, various trading places basically use crystals as currency. 1,000 beginner crystals are enough for him to use for a while. Nightstones seem to be a specialty of the dark gray realm. Nightstone, or description: a stone containing pure dark attribute energy, which can be used as equipment material and may have some special uses. Special uses: looks like he still needs to spend time to explore the properties of this thing slowly. Looking at the equipment again. Dark set, ring. Description: one of the 5 pieces of the dark set, wearing it increases the beast tamer's space limit by +1 and comes with skill, Dark Realm. Dark Realm, active skill: after use, the main body hides in the Dark Realm, cannot be targeted, can move freely, and lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 day. This is powerful. Zhang Xian's expression brightened. Increasing the beast taming space limit mainly happens through upgrading the beast tamer's rank, with very few other methods. Others may only focus on nurturing one pet in the early stages, but for him, each additional pet significantly boosts his combat strength. Moreover, the skill provided is also very powerful, equivalent to 10 seconds of invincibility for his main body. Chapter 7, Dark Rune. Although having the Black King, most dangers are not feared, there is no guarantee of encountering some strange methods. With this skill, there is an extra layer of protection. Zhang Xian directly put it on, and suddenly a layer of dark light flowed around his body, adding a touch of mysterious aura to his already handsome appearance. Looking at the last item. Dark Rune. Description: Dark Attribute Rune. After merging, damage from dark attribute units is reduced by 20%, and damage from other attribute units is reduced by 5%. With each normal attack, 1 layer of dark effect can be stacked, increasing damage to the current target by 10%. Non-dark attribute units fusing this rune will have all effects reduced by 30%. Looking at this description, Zhang Xian pondered. The effect of this rune seems acceptable, mainly having a strong restraining effect on dark attribute units. All monsters, including pets, naturally come with attribute tags. For example, the Black King belongs to the Flame plus Dragon attributes. Monsters in the Dark Forest basically have the Dark attribute. However, this basic attack with damage increase effect can raise damage by 30%, which is quite powerful. So, who should this rune be fused with? Zhang Xian thought for a moment and decided to fuse it with Shadow Kill. Because each pet has a limit on rune slots, Black Iron level pets can only fuse 1 rune, with higher ranks allowing for more. Dominant level pets can fuse 7 runes, and Divine level pets can fuse 9 runes. At the same time, if the fused rune needs to be dismantled, it requires a hefty cost to find sorcerers from other races, like druids or elves, or pets with such special abilities to dissolve the rune. After the rune is dissolved, it will completely disappear, and cannot be used on other pets again. So, when fusing runes, it's best to give it to the pet that is most suitable for this rune. The Black King's attributes are explosive enough, only a very powerful and fitting rune can bring it a noticeable boost, and this rune will weaken its effect on non-dark attribute units. So, it's more suitable to fuse it with Shadow Kill. Zhang Xian immediately fused the dark rune, and soon, a complicated pattern appeared on Shadow Kill's armor, indicating successful fusion. Shadow Kill's figure also became a bit darker, and it knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Master, I can feel my strength has greatly increased." Zhang Xian nodded. This exploration of the Grey Realm was complete, and it was time to leave. With a thought. Please note, the Grey Realm spatial channel is unstable, the arrival location may be at a certain distance from the main world area where you entered. Would you like to leave now? Leave. With another intense feeling of being torn apart, when Zhang Xian opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a pile of rubble, no longer in the dark forest. Where is this taking me? Zhang Xian looked around. The terrain was very uneven, with steep and rugged mountains, and the trees were thick and gnarled. Soon he recognized this as the Panlong Mountain range to the northeast of the Hefeng Plains, at least 100 kilometers away from the dark forest. The Panlong Mountain range stretches for a long distance, almost spanning the entire southern river province, a famous wilderness area in the Xiagu Kingdom, with varying levels of danger. The edge of the mountain range has a similar level of danger to the dark forest, but as one delves deeper into the mountains, there are many high-level monsters. Even a 6th-rank beast master cannot walk into the core area. The name Panlong does not imply the existence of dragons here, but rather the vast span and complex terrain that, when looked at from the sky, resembles a coiled dragon. The area he was in now should be on the outskirts, not yet deep into the forest. Zhang Xian thought for a moment. He did not bring much food supply on this trip, and there was no prior arrangement with his family. If he stayed outside too long, they would definitely worry. Moreover, this place was quite a distance from Guangning city, so it was better to head back first. Let's go home. He currently had no flying ability, and the Black King was still in its juvenile form and could not carry him to fly, so he could only return on foot. Fortunately, the 1% attribute feedback significantly enhanced his physical condition, allowing him to move quickly. After navigating around some woods, he arrived at a valley, and soon, the figure of a monster appeared before him. He saw a large tree that had actually grown legs, its trunk opened and closed like a large mouth and eyes resembling an old man. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, it shrieked and moved towards him. Treant LV.40. Attributes: Health 8000/8000, Physical Attack 400, Magic. Physical Defense 200, Magic Defense 500. Skills: Old Tree Embrace, Root Extraction, Vine Whipping. This Treant moves slowly, and beside Zhang Xian, Black King and Shadow Kill are on high alert. After a few moments, 5 or 6 more Treants emerge from the valley. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Truly worthy of the Panlong Mountain range, even the monsters at the edges are this densely packed. The little black dragon flapped its wings, eager to try. Zhang Xian said, "Black King, you watch this time, let Shadow Kill show off." Roar! The little black dragon growled in dissatisfaction but still obediently perched on his shoulder. Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Your strength is too great. When we encounter more formidable monsters, there will be plenty of chances for you to shine." Shadow Kill remained silent, raising the spear in his hand. With a push of his feet, Zhuang let out a whistle and dashed out like a black arrow. So fast. Having a mount makes a difference. In the charging state, with 3 times the speed, it was as fast as the wind. Shadow Kill brandished the heavy spear, the spear tip reflecting a cold light, and in an instant reached the Treant, piercing straight towards its trunk. Ah! The Trent's vines swung like whips, several striking out towards Shadow Kill. Swish! The spear struck first, piercing into the Treant, and with a splatter, thick green blood sprayed out. Minus 4,300. This Treant clearly leaned towards being a magical unit, having low physical defense. This strike took away more than half of its health. The old face on the tree showed signs of pain, and after stabbing with this shot, Shadow Kill quickly evaded the incoming vines by twisting its body. Miss! Shadow Kill turned its mount around and charged again, this time with another precise shot hitting the Treant. Minus 4,300. The Trent's health was completely depleted. Your pet Shadow Kill, General Zhuang, has killed Treant LV.40. Your pets gained 20,000 experience. You received Resilient Vines *10. The killing experience was shared between Shadow Kill and Black King, but distribution depended on damage ratio. Shadow Kill contributed all the damage, so naturally received more experience, though still a bit away from leveling up. Resilient Vines. Description: Very resilient vines, a versatile material, also good for binding people. Zhang Xian glanced at it, paused for a second on the last sentence, then directly tossed it into the system backpack. Chapter 8: Yin Family. Shortly after, Shadow Kill actively charged at the remaining Treants. In the charging state, he moved like the wind, and the heavy, slow Treants couldn't even launch an attack before suffering 2 heavy normal attacks, howling as they fell. In less than a minute, he darted back and forth among several Treants, killing them all. So cool. Zhang Xian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Although not as instantaneously lethal as Black King, Shadow Kill's fighting style was undeniably suave and graceful. Your pet Shadow Kill, General Zhuang, has leveled up to LV.37. Not bad. After killing this batch of Treants, Shadow Kill leveled up twice. After collecting a few resilient vines dropped by the Treants, Zhang Xian determined the direction and walked towards Guangning city. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the valley. The ground rumbled, shaking as if it were an earthquake. Zhang Xian turned to look and saw a group of people rushing out on the small path in the valley, appearing anxious and looking quite disheveled. Each of these people had pets accompanying them, and Zhang Xian noticed they were all around level 50, with a strikingly beautiful girl in the center of the crowd, seemingly leading them. This is a training team? Not quite, it looked more like a team from some beast master family out here to gain experience. Zhang Xian took a closer look at the girl's face, feeling it looked familiar, as if he had seen her at school, but couldn't recall her identity. Miss, hurry, we need to run, the Traiants are coming. Damn it, these creatures move much faster than regular Traiants, we underestimated them. The girl gasped for breath and said, I'm sorry everyone, it's my recklessness for the spirit of the plants that has caused you trouble. The middle-aged man leading the group said, it's our lack of strength, you and I will hold the rear, the others escort the young lady away. No, that's not right. The girl was shocked and said, it's my mess after all, how can I let you stay behind? If we leave together. Lu Shi, the middle-aged man, felt anxious. This time he was leading a team to escort the young lady to level up and considered that too high a level of Beastmaster training would bring penalties. At that time, the young lady's pet would gain too little experience. Therefore, including himself, everyone in this group was only a second-tier Beastmaster. They originally planned to eliminate some Traiants on the outskirts of the Panlong Mountains, monsters they were very familiar with. Although they had thick health, they moved slowly and clumsily. As long as they coordinated with each other and let their long-range attack pets kite, it would be easy to handle. Who knew that by crossing the preset safety line, they would indeed alert an elite monster? The tree spirit's speed was several times faster than that of a Traiant, making it impossible to kite. If there had only been one, it would have been manageable, they could have surrounded it, but now two had locked onto them. The two tree spirits cooperated with each other, controlling the battlefield and dealing area damage. To hold them back directly, at least one would need to have a pet of level 55 or higher, of golden quality. But his main battle pet, the Gale Leopard, was a silver quality pet, only level 50. When faced with the same level tree spirit, it was hit by a skill in one encounter, severely injured, and now could only return to the beast space to recover. The situation for the other people's pets wasn't any better. Yan Jiaojiao had a self-blaming expression. Her main battle pet was a wood attribute Sin butterfly. If it had the nourishment of the spirit of the plants, it could quickly grow past its juvenile form and awaken even more powerful skills. And the Traiant monsters had a certain probability to drop the spirit of the plants while also being able to level up. Previously, they had spent a lot of effort killing a batch of Traiants and dropped a few spirits of the plants, but Yan Jiaojiao still wanted to drop more. In a moment of impulsiveness, she ended up in a dangerous situation. This time, she thought there wouldn't be any danger, so she didn't bring the communication tools used by her family. Who would have expected such bad luck? The ground stirred, as the roots of the tree spirits moved deep into the earth. Compared to the movement speed of the Traiants, it was more than twice as fast. Within moments, two thick trees with terrifying human faces appeared in front of them, blocking their path on both sides. Seeing they could not escape, the several beast masters from the Yin family had no choice but to stop and prepare for a desperate fight. At this moment, the middle-aged man at the front suddenly noticed an unusual scene. Ha! Why are there so many corpses of Traiants here? Soon, they noticed Zhang Xian's figure, along with that of the intimidating shadow killer riding beside him. Although the leading middle-aged man was only a second-tier beast master, he had been in the Yin family for many years and had some eyesight. These Traiant corpses were definitely the work of the young man in front of them. Could it be the genius beast masters from a few other families in Guangning City? Although it was tough to deal with the tree spirits, being able to easily kill a batch of Traiants meant their combat strength was probably a bit stronger than his. Seeing the tree spirits closing in, the middle-aged man quickly shouted, "Young brother over there, please lend a hand and help us deal with the tree spirits. There will be rewards afterward." In this situation, no matter what the other party's strength was, they could only reach out for the straw. The others also looked hopeful. However, Zhang Xian glanced at the two tree spirits as if he hadn't heard the middle-aged man shout and turned to leave directly. Hey, wait. The middle-aged man was a bit dumbfounded. Weren't young people always eager to help? And his young lady was so beautiful, didn't this young man want to show off at all? Wait, please escort my young lady out. There will be generous rewards afterward. His tone was extremely anxious. Zhang Xian's footsteps did not slow down in the slightest. Yan Jiaojiao saw the tree spirit's vines whip towards them, her expression changed, and she couldn't help but shout, "Classmate, help us, you can choose any 3 items from Yan *****. Zhang Xian's figure stopped, shadow kill, go. Hiss. Clang. As soon as Zhang Xian gave the command, Zhuiying charged out like a bolt of black light. Elite Tree Spirit LV.50. Attributes, Health 20,000/20,000. Physical Attack 800, Magic Attack 1300. Physical Defense 500, Magic Defense 750. Skills, Vine Net, Root Absorption, Frenzied Whip. These attributes are basically comparable to a diamond-level pet of the same rank, no wonder these people couldn't handle it. The pets they had were generally only of silver rank. Seeing Shadowkill rush over, the nearest tree spirit immediately unleashed a frenzied whip, and hundreds of thick vines shot into the air, whipping towards him. While another tree spirit released a vine net, and vines on the ground formed a large net binding towards him. These two tree spirits had considerable intelligence and used a combo attack right off the bat. But Shadowkill showed no hesitation, relying on superior speed. He rushed to one tree spirit's front, swinging his large gun in a broad arc with great force. Swiping across the armies. Minus 12,500. Armor breaking effect triggered, minus 40% defense. The tree spirit's health plunged, but at the same time, the net was also closing in on Shadowkill. Chapter 9, Juyink's Rampage. This vine net was a control skill of the tree spirit. Once cast, all units within the net area would be bound and unable to move, needing to cut through the thick vines to escape. Unless their magic defense was particularly high, they could shorten the control time. The Yin family's training team had just fallen victim to this attack, which directly resulted in 3 pets being heavily injured and losing their combat power. In the Beastmaster world, when a pet's health is fully depleted, it is forced back to the Beastmaster space. If it is forced to fight again in this state, if its health is emptied a second time, it will truly die. Also, if the Beastmaster themselves dies, all their pets will die as well. Most of the pets belonging to the middle-aged leaders of the Yin family had already been sent back to the Beastmaster space once, so they virtually had no remaining combat power now. At this moment, facing the incoming binding net, the cold face of Shadowkill beneath the helmet showed no emotion. He lifted his spear, the corner of his mouth curling into a chilling smile, his warhorse slightly bending, ready to pounce. Third skill, Juyink's Rampage. Swish, swish, swish. A chaotic howling sound stirred in the air. A black light formed by man and horse darted back and forth at a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, as if whipping up a shadow storm. The storm crashed into the 2 tree spirits, rendering them frozen in place, completely unavoidable, a result of a powerful skill's staggering effect. Then, terrifying damage numbers exploded out one after another. Dust swirled, the fierce wind almost prevented the Yin family from lifting their heads. They retreated while staring in shock at this scene. The vine net became ineffective. In this state, Shadowkill could not be selected, immune to control. Minus 15,400. Minus 14,800. 14800*6. Under the armor-breaking effect of swiping across the armies, the first tree spirit collapsed in the first wave of rampage, and then Juyink's Rampage turned this area into a chaotic zone of iron hooves and rampant sweeping within a second. By the time the second wave of damage appeared, the other tree spirit's health was also emptied in an instant. Your pet Shadowkill, Juying General, has killed Elite Tree Spirit LV.50*2. Your pets gain 120,000 experience. Shadowkill, Juying General, leveled up to LV.45. Black King, Burning World Black Dragon, leveled up to LV.43. Received Spirit of Grass and Wood *15. Received Spirit of Grass and Wood *20. Received Crying Tree, Pendant. 2 level 50 elite monsters gave a total of 120,000 experience, not bad. Shadowkill directly leveled up by 8 levels, and Black King also received some experience and leveled up by 1. Zhang Xian glanced at the dropped items. Spirit of Grass and Wood. Description: a spiritual object, containing pure wood attribute energy. For wood attribute beast pets, it is very beneficial and can shorten the growth cycle. At the same time, it is also something that certain natural races particularly favor. Zhang Xian suddenly realized that this item should allow wood attribute beast pets to enter their growth phase faster. Beasts that hatch from pet eggs are all in their juvenile form, like the current Black King. If they consume some suitable spiritual items or other treasures, they can transform into their growth form ahead of time, or even their complete form afterwards. Higher forms can unlock more characteristics, skills, and so on, and the forms are also related to levels. Items like diamonds and stars have higher quality and can raise the level cap to 200, even 300, etc. However, the upper limit for juvenile forms is only 100. To break the limit, one must first enter the next form. Of course, if one directly captures a growth form or complete form beast pet, this problem does not exist. It's just that the capture difficulty of such beasts is too high, and their loyalty is very low, so most beast masters still choose to hatch pet eggs to slowly nurture them. The drop rate for elite monsters is still quite good. Previously, the few Treyans he dealt with did not drop a single wood spirit, but now he suddenly got 35 of them. As he looked at the last light cluster, it seemed to be a piece of equipment. Weeping Tree Pendant. Description: the Wailing Tree Spirit's ghost disturbed its kind in this land. Wearing this pendant in the range of Dragon Curve Mountain Withered Tree Valley, you will attract more tree-type monsters. Oh, not bad. Zhang Xian's fingers stroked this wooden pendant. A twisted, painful face of an ancient tree spirit was engraved on it, and it radiated waves of resentment. This is a good item for attracting monsters. It seems that Valley is a habitat for Treyans and tree spirits, and he can come here to farm monsters vigorously afterwards. At this moment, the members of the Yin family's training team were still immersed in the shock brought by the earlier scene. Although their strength could only be considered ordinary in the Yin family, they were still a group of second-tier beast masters. And this boy looked no older than the young lady. Why was the beast pet he contracted so powerful? The monster that made them utterly helpless was unexpectedly killed in one blow. Which family in Guangning City could cultivate such a genius beast master with this strength? They looked at the cold, indifferent knight in full armor guarding beside Zhang Xian, their hearts trembling. If it was truly a level suppression, the probability should not be high. Generally, even if a regular pet's level is raised, it is difficult for it to awaken such powerful skills. Especially skills that can deal high damage while also not being selected for a certain time are extremely rare. In the Yin family, only the head of the family's pet might have such capabilities. For example, the young lady's forest butterfly is one of the top golden beast pets but still does not possess such abilities. Could the other parties be a diamond tier or even star tier beast pet? Zhang Xian collected his loot and casually swept his gaze over the crowd, then looked at the familiar young girl. Hey, you said before that I could select 3 items from the Yin family treasury. You won't go back on your word, right? From their earlier conversation, he had already guessed their identity. In Guangning City's Beastmaster families, Yin family's young lady, he had seen her a few times in school, but she was an excellent student in the elite class, a person of great fame. He was in the commoner class and had never interacted with her closely. These elite class people, compared to those students who had to go to the breeding center to receive pet eggs, had basically arranged their first contracted beast pets a month or two in advance, but unexpectedly, they could not even deal with a tray ant. Now, with his perspective elevated to minimum overlord level beast pets, Zhang Xian unknowingly could look down on these people. Yan Jiajiu was taken aback. Realizing this, she quickly said, "Don't worry, classmate, I promise my words will count. You saved me and my companions, the Yin family will definitely not skimp on this little reward." In her eyes, there was a sparkle. She looked to be the same age as her, yet her strength was comparable to a third-tier beast master in the family. A person like this she had never heard of. The others also reacted, nodding and saying, "That's right, classmate, beast master families value their reputation, and we can all testify." Chapter 10, Yen Nantian. Zhang Xian shrugged, "Then let's go, I have to head back too." On the way back with Yin family's group, Yin Jiao came over to chat. She was slightly surprised to find out he was also from Guangning City, and even more shocked when she learned they were both students from the same school. Previously, she had speculated whether he was a beast master from a nearby city, but she did not expect Zhang Xian to be her classmate from the same school. The children of several beast master families in Guangning City were very familiar with each other, and she was certain she had never seen him before. In other words, Zhang Xian was actually a civilian beast master? Yan Jiao held no prejudice against civilian beast masters, but she was well aware of the growth gap between the two. Generally speaking, only those with an ancestor who was a 7th-tier beast master in generations with 6th-tier beast masters stationed, along with a considerable number of 4th and 5th-tier ones, could be called beast master families. Once a family reaches a certain scale, it usually has a rigorous system in place, such as contribution systems and training for juniors, etc. It was similar to a beast master guild, but it was a guild connected by bloodlines. In families, as long as the youth turn 18, the family funds can be used to purchase high-quality beast eggs. For instance, her golden-level forest butterfly cost 2 million crystal stones, and numerous connections were involved. Beast eggs that flowed into breeding centers generally could not exceed bronze level. This situation is related to the scarcity of high-level beast pets and the top beast master forces' control and monopoly over beast master resources. For Guangning City's beast master families, a golden-level beast egg was already very precious. Yan Jiao could have won only due to her status as the chief's daughter of the Yin family. For higher levels, only a few of the highest-ranking family members were qualified to own them. Not only must they be strong, but they also needed to contribute significantly to the family. And in the top beast master families of the Summer Nation, their children could get diamond-level beast pets as their first. If it were a star-level beast egg, it couldn't be bought even with crystal stones. A gap of 1 level would cause a significant difference in strength between the beast pets of the same tier. Moreover, civilian beast masters often could only own black iron and bronze-level beast pets, and in a direct confrontation, they would almost be crushed in an instant. It was obvious that Zhang Xian's beast pets were definitely a very high level. Yan Jiao was full of curiosity but still refrained from asking, as specific information about beast pets was a sensitive topic for beast masters. The group slowly walked out of the Panlong Mountain range, and in front of them appeared the scenic view of the harmonious wind plains. Yan Jiao stopped, took out a bead-shaped device, and activated it. A few minutes later, a convoy drove over from the other end of the plain. These were Yan Jiao's people sent by the Yin family to pick her up. When chased by the tree spirit in the withered tree valley, they entered a battle state, so the device couldn't be activated. Zhang Xian glanced over. Those who came from beast master families were indeed different. Ordinary technology communicators could not be used in the wilderness area, specialized devices were necessary. He had seen such things before at the trading market. Signal beads made by dwarf craftsmen cost tens of thousands of crystal stones for repair, and could only transmit location within a certain range. For those training teams in the wild, unless they were of a larger scale, they wouldn't be willing to buy such things. He and the others got on the car, returning to Guangning City. Upon arriving at Guangning City, the city gate appeared somewhat crowded, with several figures dressed in guard uniforms. Seeing the convoy with the Yan family's insignia, they quickly waved them through. Yan Zhao curiously asked, "Is something happening in the city?" The driver answered, "Miss, there was a huge commotion near the wind-flat plain, close to the dark forest. It is said that a powerful monster has emerged, and that area is now blocked off. Beast tamers returning from there must cooperate with the investigation." Dark forest? Yan Zhao nodded, her expression a bit confused. That place is classified as a low-risk area. How could such a big commotion create such a tense atmosphere in the city? Beside her, Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, remaining silent but feeling doubtful inside. Dark forest, powerful monster? It's probably the Black King. Indeed, the appearance of the Dragon Clan would cause a big stir. Fortunately, I had previously stored the Black King in the beast space, otherwise, its obvious characteristics would definitely stir trouble if Yan Zhao and the others saw it. 15 minutes later, the convoy drove onto a spacious road, where hardly any other vehicles could be seen, as it was specially set up by the Yan family for the movement of family members and supplies. A vast mansion appeared in sight, with an artificial lake and large grass areas isolating it from the outside noise, and the main road could accommodate 3 cars side by side. Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh, "Damn, is this the life of the wealthy?" Arriving at the mansion's gate, the others dispersed first, and Yan Zhao took Zhang Xian inside. Soon, Zhang Xian met the current head of the Yan family, Yan Nantian. As a native of Guangning City, this name is more familiar than that of the local officials. A 6th-level beast tamer, he had once been to the Abyss battlefield and participated in the Beast Tamer National War. It is said that he had hopes of becoming a 7th-level beast tamer but lost a main battle pet in a great war, so he did not succeed. But in Guangning City, Yan Nantian is definitely a top figure. He stood tall and looked quite strong, with a delicate-looking young man standing beside him. "Dad!" Yan Zhao rushed over and hugged his arm. Yan Nantian's expression was serious as he said, "I've heard about what happened. You must be more cautious in the future. I will arrange for a 4th-level beast tamer to follow you during your training, just in case." The young man next to him stared at Yan Zhao and suddenly smiled. Sister Zhao is becoming more and more beautiful. Yan Zhao glanced at him, ignored him, and introduced Zhang Xian to Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian looked at Zhang Xian and nodded, "Thank you, young brother, for your righteous help. Zhao's words are valid. I'll have the housekeeper take you to the storeroom later. You can choose 3 items as a reward." Upon hearing this, the young man opened his mouth but said nothing, only that Zhang Xian could clearly feel a hint of disdain in the gaze directed at him. He didn't care and said to Yan Nantian, "Then thank you very much." Zhang Xian sensed that Yan Nantian's attitude wasn't warm, but since the other party kept his word, that was enough. He had no intention of dealing with these people anyway. Seeing that he didn't want to stay longer, Yan Zhao offered to personally take him to the Yan family's storeroom. After the two left, the young man said, "Yan uncle, this kid looks like just a novice. What ability does he have to save Zhao? Let's not be foolish and think he's got some ulterior motives to deceive her." Yan Nantian said lightly, "If my daughter says something, as her father, how can I take it back? Wouldn't that mean the Yan family is untrustworthy?" Although he said this, he did not refute the young man's words, clearly harboring doubts as well. "Haha, no problem. This kid is also my junior, and I came this time with my teacher to recruit students. Let's treat it as a preliminary assessment of the new talents in Guangning this year." The young man followed in the direction Zhang Xian and Yan Zhao had left. Yan Nantian shook his head and did not stop him. Yan warehouse. Pushing open the large door of the warehouse, a variety of lights shimmered and glowed. There were many storage racks inside, divided into several areas, arranged neatly. Every day, special personnel conducted inventory twice in the warehouse, where the Yan family's collections and various precious materials were stored over the years. Yan Zhao led the way in front, introducing everything to Zhang Xian. "Over here are the spell scrolls, all bought from the elf tribe or large auction houses, with offensive, defensive, and functional types, all very practical." Zhang Xian looked over curiously, information popping up one by one. Fireball spell scroll. Description: hurl 3 high-temperature fireballs, each fireball dealing 10,000 magic damage. Magic capacity, 5 times. Freeze spell scroll. Description: apply the freeze effect to a small area, slowing down all enemy unit speeds, movement speed, casting speed, etc. Magic capacity, 5 times. Levitation spell scroll. Description: grants flying ability when used, can last up to 10 minutes. Zhang Xian was quite interested. These things were not seen in school before and were fascinating. In the Beastmaster continent, various races existed. Besides humans, who mainly used beast mastery, other races had their own characteristics and expertise. Dwarves excelled at forging, goblins at traps and devices, elves mastered magic, orcs had powerful physiques and fierce temperaments, druids were close to nature and versatile, and the water tribe controlled water and deep-sea secrets. There were many other mysterious and powerful races, such as dragons and phoenixes. Some of these races had a lot of interaction with humans, while others held animosity towards them. In short, beast mastery was not the only way to gain power on the continent. The elf tribe, after years of development and interaction with humans, had established a complete magical industrial system. About 90% of the spell scrolls on the continent came from the elf race. The strength of the elven magical industry lay in the fact that even an ordinary person could unleash extraordinary magic through spell scrolls. For example, this fireball spell scroll had no release restrictions. Once cast, its damage surpassed the normal attacks of Shadow Kill. Shadow Kill was a level 45 Overlord level beast pet. If it were a golden level beast pet, it couldn't reach such damage even at level 100. Of course, this did not consider various enhancements from equipment and runes. But the role of spell scrolls was evident. However, the prices were extremely high, and for powerful scrolls like the fireball spell, the elf tribe supplied them in limited quantities. They were rarely available for sale and required a long reservation period to purchase a few. There were also many other unique scrolls. In terms of damage, Zhang Xian lacked nothing. However, if he could find a suitable functional scroll, he would consider picking one. Next, Yan Zhaojia took Zhang Xian to see many strange and unusual items. Some were made by human craftsmen, while many others came from different races. There were countless bizarre materials on the continent. If one were to summarize and collect them, it would be more than hundreds of thousands of kinds, and different materials and special items could be freely combined. Most combinations would fail, but it was also possible to create items acknowledged by the will of the world. Among humans, there were specialized organizations dedicated to developing items. Strange poop item. Description: possesses the unique characteristics of never disappearing and emitting a sweet fragrance. Although it looks disgusting, it smells like perfume. If flushed down the toilet, it will still reappear in front of you. What the hell is this? Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. Was this really not a joke? He looked at other items and found many were similarly useless and bizarre. Yan Zhaojiao noticed his gaze. Somewhat embarrassed, he explained, although these things are of little use, some beast masters really like to collect curious props and are willing to pay a high price for them. So the storeroom at home collects a few as a collection. Zhang Xian nodded, realizing that the endless combinations of these props could indeed trigger a collection obsession in many people. He scanned the area again and suddenly noticed an item that looked much more normal. Beast Pet Capture Net Tool. Description: can be used to capture wild monsters. The success rate of capture is random, and multiple captures of the same target may cause uncontrollable changes. Oh, this item is pretty good. Although I can hatch pet eggs with one click, the channels for obtaining pet eggs are very limited, while wild monsters are everywhere. He turned to Yan Zhaojiao and asked, "Can I choose this?" Yan Zhaojiao nodded. "Of course, you can choose anything here, but are you sure about this one? It does have negative effects." "This one is fine." Zhang Xian tossed the beast pet capture net into his backpack. He also saw the latter part of the description: uncontrollable change is nothing to worry about. After all, after a round of looking, there really aren't many props here that can perform normally. Next, Yan Zhaojiao led him to the area with the highest value in the storeroom. The pet egg area. Although the number of pet eggs here is far fewer than those at the breeding center, the ones that the Yan family can put in the storeroom are obviously of considerable quality. Yan Zhaojiao introduced, the pet eggs here are all above bronze level, with some at silver level and a few at gold level. Originally, Zhang Xian thought her introduction would end here, but he was surprised to hear her specify the grade of each egg. Finally, she added, if you confirm your choice, there is also a pet egg grade detector at home. This made Zhang Xian glance over. Although the Yan family's most precious pet eggs are unlikely to be here, gold-level pet eggs in the outside world are often priced around 1,000,000 crystal stones, and she openly told him this, which is quite impressive. Zhang Xian asked again, and after listening to Yan Zhaojiao's introduction, he felt that the pet eggs here were all mediocre for him. He didn't care whether they were black iron level or gold level, what mattered was their potential for ancestry. Like the Xian fire snake, although it is only bronze level, it has a trace of extremely thin dragon blood, which is more valuable to him than any diamond or star level. What is that one? Zhang Xian suddenly noticed an egg placed in a wooden box, but its surface was covered in dust, obviously not cleaned or cared for regularly. Chapter 12, Phoenix Bloodline. Yan Zhaojiao was taken aback for a moment and then reacted, "Oh, that one? That was obtained by an elder of the family in some secret realm. This egg is star level, the highest grade pet egg our family has ever obtained, and it is said to be related to the Phoenix tribe. So at that time, the family placed great emphasis on it. If it could be hatched and developed, our Yin family might very well produce a 7th-tier beast master." As she said this, Yan Zhaojiao shook her head, her expression carrying a hint of regret. But later, this egg couldn't be hatched, no matter what spiritual object or treasure was used. Eventually, we sought a senior from the Beast God Temple in South Jiang Province, who determined that this egg is a dead egg and cannot be hatched.
A dead egg, unable to hatch? Related to the Phoenix tribe?
Zhang Xian's eyes brightened. The Phoenix tribe is on par with the Dragon tribe, both being the top-level races among demon beasts, extremely mysterious, and rarely appearing on the continent.
As for not being able to hatch, maybe the system can solve this problem?
Since he doesn't like the other pet eggs, he might as well take this one back to try. If it can't be hatched, it's not a loss. If he can revive the Phoenix bloodline, then
that is a blood profit. Can I take it? Huh? Yan Zhaojiao said in surprise, you want this egg? Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and said, what's wrong, is this one not okay?
Yan Zhaojiao hurriedly waved her hands, saying, no, of course you can, but this is a dead egg, you won't have any use for it. My family has invested a lot of effort into this, so we keep it as a decoration, otherwise, we would have thrown it away long ago.
Zhang Xian smiled and said, I have a hobby. I like to collect strange things. None of the other beast eggs here really interest me.
Well, okay. Yan Zhaojiao suddenly remembered the tall knight next to Zhang Xian. His rank was likely above diamond, and if that were the case, it was perfectly normal not to care about a golden beast egg. However, when she saw Zhang Xian happily picking up the wooden box, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. In the end, Zhang Xian took another look around and chose a spell scroll.
Fixed point teleportation scroll.
Description: set a mark at a location. Any place within 100 kilometers can teleport back to the marked location.
Cannot teleport while in combat, nor if in other spaces. Usable times, 10 out of 10.
In Zhang Xian's view, this scroll had more practical value than other attack or defense spell scrolls. This way, while hunting monsters later, he could save a lot of travel time. He currently did not have flying capability, and Black King in its juvenile state could not carry him to fly. Traveling on foot was too strenuous. In the end, the three items Zhang Xian chose were Beast Capture Net, Fixed Point Teleportation Scroll, and Non-Hatchable Beast Egg. Yan Zhaojiao personally escorted him to the front gate of the mansion and called for a driver.
Zhang Xian, can we consider ourselves friends now?
She blinked her watery big eyes and looked seriously at him.
Zhang Xian looked at the rewards he received and showed a sincere smile. Why wouldn't we? Hee, that's great. In half a month, we have the school mock exam, don't forget. I need to compete with you then. No problem.
Zhang Xian almost forgot about this matter. The school was organizing a mock exam for the seniors in a dungeon. And after that, there was the Unified Entrance Exam for the National Beast Masters Academy, commonly known as the Unified Exam, which decided which Beast Masters Academy one could attend. Different academies offer unique dungeons, secret realms, and various resources, making a big difference. For example, the recognized top academy in Xia Country, the Qilin Beast Masters Academy, has students graduating with an average level of 5th-tier Beast Master. At first, his goal was probably just to get into a normal Beast Master Academy, but now his goal was certainly the Qilin Academy, and he must strive to obtain as many resources as possible.
Sister Zhaojiao, this classmate wants to compete with you, I'm afraid he is a bit lacking. An inappropriate voice suddenly rang out, followed by a young man with a soft appearance walking over. It was the young man who had just been beside Yan Nantian. Before Zhang Xian could react, Yan Zhaojiao frowned her delicate brows. Senior, please pay attention to your manners.
Also, just call me by my full name, saying it like that sounds very cheesy.
Cough.
The young man cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and walked in front of Zhang Xian. First, he looked Zhang Xian up and down, then extended his hand, saying in a bland tone, let me introduce myself, Li Jin, a graduate from the last Guangning First Middle School, I can be considered your senior. Last year, Guangning had 3 students admitted to the Qilin Beast Masters Academy. By luck, I was one of them.
Li Jin?
Zhang Xian had a somewhat strange look on his face. This name was indeed familiar. He had heard many classmates mention it last year, saying he was from the Li family of beast masters, with a very high talent. During the unified exam, he controlled 3 beast pets simultaneously and performed astonishingly, with teachers often using him as a model.
He had once admired this name a bit.
Who knew when the real person spoke, it was both awkward and pretentious.
He did not extend his hand, calmly saying, so what?
Li Jin's hand froze in midair, his face suddenly heated, showing traces of anger. He originally expected that the other party would be scared and respectful upon hearing his name, and that they would be shocked when he took the initiative to shake hands.
Who knew it would be this kind of attitude?
Li Jin thought about maintaining the grace of the Beast Tamer family, and laughed lightly. To be honest, the early special recruitment of Qilin Academy in the South Jiang province is handled by my teacher. As a beast tamer from Guangning City, I naturally want to take care of my hometown, so I strongly recommended my teacher to come to Guangning to observe the simulated exams. Perhaps we can discover some good talents.
As he spoke, he looked at Yan Zhaojiao, smiling. Zhaojiao, with your talent and the foundation of the Yan family, there is a high probability that my teacher will notice you this time. When that happens, you will be one of the special recruits, and after enrollment, we will be direct senior siblings. Hearing this news, Yan Zhaojiao was a bit surprised, but soon shook her head, seeming not very excited. In terms of strength, Zhang Xian is much stronger than me. If there is indeed a special recruitment this year, the first choice for Guangning City will definitely be him. Oh? Li Jin's face stretched into an exaggerated arc as he looked at Zhang Xian and said, could it be that I misjudged him? I haven't heard of any Zhang family in Guangning that is a beast tamer family. I wonder what kind of beast pet the junior has contracted. It must not be low grade, right? Zhang Xian felt no anger at all, only found it amusing, and said lightly, it's alright, it's a bronze grade, a mystic fire snake. Ah? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly? Li Jin dug in his ears, making an extremely exaggerated expression, mystic fire snake? Junior, practicing with such a trash pet is really not easy. What were you thinking, to dare to go to the Panlong Mountain range? The wilderness is no joke. As a beast tamer like you, you should just bring your beast pet along to do some physical labor. As he spoke, Li Jin looked Zhang Xian up and down again, and upon seeing his handsome appearance and tall stature, he suddenly seemed to understand something, feeling a wave of sourness arise in his heart. Then he looked at Yan Zhaojiao and meaningfully said, Zhao Zhao, as the daughter of the Yin family, the person who should stand by your side should be a genius from Qilin Beast Tamer Academy, not an ordinary person destined for mediocrity. Yan Zhaojiao became furious upon hearing this, you. Li Jin was considered family friends and they were originally on good terms. Yan Zhaojiao held some respect for him, but she didn't expect him to act as if he had taken crazy pills, relentlessly targeting Zhang Xian. She was very afraid that Zhang Xian would have a bad impression of the Yin family because of this. At this moment, Zhang Xian finally spoke. He slowly shook his head and smiled lightly, you must be Li Senior, right? Although I haven't been there yet, I imagine among the students of Qilin Academy, with your level, you certainly wouldn't be considered top-notch, would you? Li Jin's momentum stalled for a moment, then he straightened his head and said, in the academy, I can naturally only be considered average, but anyone from the academy who goes out is a genius that you find hard to understand. Junior, the outside world is vast, once you see it, you'll know how small you are. Zhang Xian let out a breath, no longer looking at him, but smiling at Yan Zhaojiao. Fortunately, if all the students of Qilin Academy are like this, it might as well be renamed to Fool Bird Academy. Put. Yan Zhaojiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Jin's impression in her heart had dropped to the worst, so she no longer maintained any surface politeness and laughed like silver bells. You. Li Jin's face immediately turned purple, and before he could think of how to retaliate, Zhang Xian already waved his hand, sat in the Yan family's car, and drove away. Who? Li Jin exhaled and consoled himself not to argue with a muddy-footed beast tamer, then looked at Yan Zhaojiao and said, Zhao Zhao, the simulated exams later, the teacher will come to Guangning to watch. Do your best, strive for a special admission slot. And when this kid shows his true colors, you will understand that he is not from the same world as you. It's unwise to waste time on him. Yan Zhaojiao looked at him with disgust, shaking her head, you're wrong. After the mock exam, he will surely astonish everyone. If your teacher really shows up, he won't miss such a talent. Just him? Li Jin couldn't understand. He thought Yan Zhaojiao was just a naive girl, infatuated and deceived, so she made up a lie about Zhang Xian saving her. Rewarding an outsider with their own resources. In Li Jin's eyes, Zhang Xian was just a pretty boy trying to climb the social ladder. But now, Yan Zhaojiao was so resolute, not afraid of being exposed later? However, Yan Zhaojiao didn't want to hear another word from him and left immediately. Li Jin's face turned pale and flushed, and he finally muttered through clenched teeth. Alright, Zhang Xian, is it? I'll remember you. Let's see what you're capable of. Back in an old street of Guangning City, the sky was dark. Zhang Xian pushed open the door to his home. Although small and cramped, this was his home for 18 years, a place that could warm his heart and remind him of his past. Uncle, I'm back. Ah Xian? A man's voice rang out, and then a middle-aged man walked out from the kitchen. He looked quite worn out, holding his waist as he walked, and his features faintly resembled Zhang Xian's. A young boy emerged from the room upon hearing the voice. Bro, why did you come back so late? Did you get any pet beast eggs from the breeding center today? The two were Zhang Xian's uncle Zhang Tai and his cousin Zhang Chen. Zhang Xian's parents had been third-tier beast masters, but they sadly lost their lives during a guild-organized exploration of a secret realm when Zhang Xian was very young. Such things were not uncommon among beast masters. Some newly discovered secret realms often harbored many unknown dangers, taking many lives each time. Afterwards, Zhang Xian received compensation from the guild where his parents worked, but he also became an orphan. Fortunately, his uncle took him in and treated him like his own son for many years, fostering a close relationship with his cousin. Zhang Tai had no talent for taming beasts, he was merely a first-tier beast master with 2 pet beasts, both of black iron rank. There was almost no future in fighting monsters in the wild, and the risks were high. He couldn't even join training teams as others didn't want him, so he had to take his pet beasts to do odd jobs and earn a meager income. In reality, many beast masters from humble beginnings survived this way. The lack of innate resources closed off paths for most people. Zhang Tai looked Zhang Xian over carefully, relieved to see he was unharmed, smiling as he walked back to the kitchen, saying, "Your teacher said many students went out into the wild. I was worried you might be too reckless. I'm glad you're fine, truly my brother's son. Today is the day you officially become a beast master. This is a joyous occasion. Let's make a few dishes and drink some wine." Zhang Xian quickly followed into the kitchen. "Uncle, let me do it. Your back isn't well." Go go go, I used to be a chef, so I must do the cooking." "Then I'll chop the vegetables for you." Zhang Xian raised his hand. "I'll wash the dishes." On the small round table, 6 dishes and a soup were set: steamed pork ribs, sautéed sauerkraut with large intestines, spicy chicken, and braised eggplant, all were Zhang Xian's favorites. Uncle's cooking skills were indeed good, and the two brothers dug into their meals happily. Halfway through eating, Zhang Chen asked, "Bro, what pet beast did you contract today? I'm so curious." He was in the 2nd year of high school, still learning about beast mastery theory every day, eagerly anticipating becoming a beast master next year and creating a legendary story like the protagonists in novels. Bang! "Ouch, Dad, why did you kick me?" Zhang Tai glared at him. "Isn't the food good? Close your mouth." Zhang Xian smiled, knowing that his uncle was worried he didn't want to answer the question. Because common beast tamers often hope to be the lucky ones before receiving their beast eggs, reality always splashes cold water on them. Every year, the news reports XXX brought home a golden-level beast pet from the breeding center and XXX found a diamond-level baby monster in the wild, but these are always dreams that are far away in reality. He thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, I should be able to get into the Beast Tamer Academy this year." Clatter! Zhang Tai's chopsticks fell onto the table, and he asked with a trembling voice, "Really, really?" Then he quickly slapped his mouth. Chapter 14 Second Level Task. Since my nephew said this, he must be confident. He knew Zhang Xian's character, he matured early and wouldn't speak recklessly about uncertain matters. Since he said he could enter the Beast Tamer Academy, it must be because he had drawn an excellent beast pet. Any common beast tamer who can get into the academy and graduate smoothly can live a pretty good life. His older brother couldn't pass the entrance exam back then and later became a 3rd-level beast tamer through hard work and some luck, which was a difficult journey. He nearly fell into the mouths of monsters several times in the wild. He had heard him say that Zhang Xian's greatest wish was to enter the Beast Tamer Academy for further study so that he could live a much smoother life in the future. Zhang Tai sighed in his heart, "Brother, your hope can be realized." He quickly blinked his eyes to prevent tears from welling up. "Uncle believes in you, come on, let's raise our glasses." "Dad, add me to that." The next day, Zhang Xian arrived at the Beast God Branch Hall in Guangning City. Since the human race formed a contract with the Beast God countless years ago and gained the ability to tame beasts, the Beast God Hall has become the most important official organization among various human nations. All functions related to beast taming must almost go through the Beast God Hall. The promotion of beast tamers, the opening of public dungeons, and the trading of beast tamers, etc., all take place here. In every province of the Xiagua, there is a Beast God Hall presiding, enshrining different beast gods. The main hall of the Beast God in the South River province enshrines Ming, said to be a deep-sea beast god. And the first beast god of Xiagua is the Qilin worshipped in the capital's Beast God Hall, and the Qilin Beast Tamer Academy is named after it. The Qilin rules over all beasts in Xiagua, guarding fortune, and with him and his 10 sub-beast gods stationed, the beast tamers of Xiagua can resist the abyss and secure a place on the continent. Every city has a Beast God Branch Hall, leveraging the breath of the gods to guard the city, otherwise, all places would be engulfed by wild areas. "Hello, may I ask what you are here to handle?" In the hall of the branch, a young lady in a delicate uniform, tall and with a gentle demeanor, smiled and asked Zhang Xian when she saw him. Zhang Xian said, "Hello, I'm here to promote to a 2nd-level beast tamer." Promoting? The young lady was somewhat surprised. Zhang Xian looked to be about the same age as her younger brother, and she figured he must have just become a beast tamer as a senior in high school. How did he think of promoting so quickly? She kindly reminded him, "Brother, the promotion task is quite difficult, and you only have 3 chances. Once they're used up, you can never promote again, you know?" Zhang Xian nodded. "I understand, I am already prepared." He had already learned about the promotion task to a 2nd-level beast tamer in advance. As long as the pet's level did not exceed level 45, he could take it. If it exceeded, he would have to choose the promotion task of a 3rd-level beast tamer. Ing Sha had just reached level 45, and the promotion task had rewards. Although the 3rd-level task shouldn't be difficult for him, Zhang Xian didn't want to skip the 2nd-level task, so he hurried to the branch hall. For other rookie beast tamers, they had just received their beast eggs yesterday, and at most, they could reach less than level 10 in a day. Only those family descendants, who had been arranged early and successfully contracted early, could reach relatively high pet levels at this stage. But they wouldn't choose to promote too early either. Often, one will prepare thoroughly before coming. Alright, then you can come with your sister. The steward's sister brought Zhang Xian to a secret room on the second floor of the subtemple. As the steward of the beast god subtemple, it is necessary to cooperate when a beast tamer proposes a promotion requirement. She can only inform the other party of the key points. Pushing open the door to the secret room, one can see it filled with intricate inscriptions, with a column platform in the middle, embedded with a gem. Place your hand on the promotion gem, and you can verify your identity, then assign a promotion task. However, sister must remind you that promotion tasks are rated at several levels. Higher ratings can earn more rewards, which will aid your future path. Even if you are confident of passing now, it is best to raise the level of your main battle pet as much as possible before coming for the promotion. Thank you for the reminder, I want to try it now, Zhang Xian said with a smile. All right. The steward's sister was somewhat helpless and closed the door to the secret room for him. She had seen newbies who had just become beast tamers come for promotion before. They indeed could not be persuaded. Fortunately, there are 3 chances for promotion. If this time is wasted, consider it a lesson. Later, when this brother comes out, she will talk to him about what preparations to make for the next promotion. Zhang Xian walked to the column platform, placed his hand on the gem, and immediately, a series of light screens appeared. Beast Tamer information verification in progress. Beast Tamer name, Zhang Xian, rank, first rank, current pet highest level, LV.45. Promotion conditions met, would you like to promote now? Yes. Promotion task matching, second rank, loading promotion instance. The inscriptions in the secret room flickered, forming a magic circle under Zhang Xian's feet, and the next moment, he vanished from his spot. After the teleportation, he arrived in a closed underground space, which appeared to be built like an arena. He stood at one end of the arena, while at the other end was a large, rhinoceros-like monster. Burrowing Rhinoceros LV.40. Attributes, Health 30,000/30,000. Physical Attack 500, Magic Attack 300. Physical Defense 300, Magic Defense 200. Skills, Burrowing Charge, Brutal Charge, Heavy Stomp. This rhinoceros was larger than a treant, with a sharp and thick horn on its head, exuding a sense of intimidation. A level 40 monster, with 30,000 health? Zhang Xian recalled what the steward's sister just reminded him. She was indeed correct, the promotion task was not that simple. This rhinoceros was 10 levels lower than the treant, but its health was still a full 10,000 higher than the elite template treant. However, its attack and defense attributes seemed rather ordinary. If a first-rank beast tamer had no equipment or props, their beast space could hold 3 pets. If all 3 pets were leveled up high enough, even if their quality was not great, with teamwork, they should be able to wear down the burrowing rhinoceros. The burrowing rhinoceros noticed a newcomer in the arena and immediately rose from its lazy position, panting heavily, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. However, there was a barrier of light surrounding both it and Zhang Xian, preventing them from acting. Current preparation time, 15 seconds. Promotion requirement, endure for 5 minutes under the attack of the burrowing rhinoceros to be considered qualified and promoted to second-rank beast tamer. Defeating the burrowing rhinoceros means being excellent. Promotion rating, unqualified, qualified, excellent, extraordinary, perfect. Higher ratings mean more abundant rewards. Please do your best, young beast tamer. So it turns out that just holding on for 5 minutes would be considered qualified. Zhang Xian thought of the information he had previously researched. The Beast God Subtemple in Guangning City would publish some information for everyone to publicly check. For example, the pass rate for level 2 promotion tasks over the years was only 27%. This data did not calculate the pass rate for Beast Tamer's first promotion but was calculated uniformly without regard to the number of attempts. If it was a successful first promotion, at least half would probably be removed. The pass rate for level 3. Only 9%. Less than 1% for the 4th level. Above the 5th level, the Beast God branch cannot provide services, you must go to the Beast God main hall for promotion. The statistics for passing the 2nd level tasks are the most detailed, including not only the overall pass rate but also the proportions of each rating. In total, a qualified rate of 27%, but the excellent rating is surprisingly less than 0.1%, which is extremely exaggerated. However, it makes sense. To endure 5 minutes under monster attacks, it only requires that the Beast Master's pet is not severely injured within that time. But defeating the opponent, the difference between the two is vast. To achieve this, either the Beast Master comes from a prestigious family with abundant resources and higher grade pets, or they are seasoned Beast Masters who have spent a long time on the first level, with their pets reaching the level 45 cap. Going further, for the outstanding rating, the data shows there has been only one in the past 5 years. As for the perfect rating, not a single one has appeared in Guangning City in the past 10 years. To achieve a perfect rating in the 2nd level promotion task, you must kill the digging rhinoceros within 30 seconds. This is almost an impossible task. Because the monsters in the promotion dungeon generally do not change for a long time, strategies and techniques have already been thoroughly summarized. Currently, some strategy experts have concluded that in order to kill a digging rhinoceros with sufficient health in such a short time, the main battle pet must be at star level or above. However, the few 6th level beast masters in Guangning only have diamond level main battle pets, and they obtain them only after reaching a higher level through various means. A first level beast master, with a star level pet, is probably only found in the top beast master families of Summer Country. That would be such luxury. Time is counting down, and after 15 seconds, the light shield will disappear, and the challenge will officially begin. Black King, come out. Zhang Xian whispered, and with a ripple in the air, the little black dragon appeared from the beast's base. Whoa. Zhang Xian smiled and said, I didn't let you go against the Treant earlier, you must have been anxious waiting. This time it's your turn, take it down for me. Roar. The little black dragon squinted its light golden dragon eyes at the digging rhinoceros, holding a look of disdain. On the other side, the large rhinoceros started trembling at the sight of the much smaller Black King, radiating anxious and uneasy emotions all over. Under the dragon's might, it had already sensed fear. 15 seconds quickly passed, and the moment the light shield disappeared, the Black King opened its mouth. Dragon Flame. A deep red flame, hot and thick like lava, spewed out, rolling heat waves sweeping towards the digging rhinoceros, carrying an unstoppable aura of death. The rhinoceros's big eyes filled with human-like fear, it twisted its body, unexpectedly wanting to turn and run away. However, the speed of the dragon flame was impossible to dodge. Before it could fully turn around, the fiery tongue surged up its body. Boom! Minus 143,000. The tenfold magical damage ignited in an instant. At this moment, the opponent's magical defense appeared pitifully weak. The raging fire instantly engulfed it completely, the rhinoceros hadn't taken a single step, and its health bar was evaporated. Your pet, Black King, Burning World Black Dragon, has killed the digging rhinoceros LV-40, time taken, 1 second. The system's voice hesitated for a moment, as if it encountered something incomprehensible. At the moment the light shield shattered, the Black King activated its skill, and indeed only took 1 second from the flame crashing onto the rhinoceros. After a brief pause, the announcement voice sounded again, this time with an added tone of excitement. Your completion time has broken the record for the 2nd level promotion task, Guangning City, received rating, stunning. Stunning? Zhang Xian was taken aback, had he triggered a hidden evaluation? You have successfully promoted to a 2nd level beast master, pet strength feedback increased by 2%, beast space limit +1. The strength feedback of a 1st level beast master is 1% of the total attributes of their pets. The 2nd level is 2%, not much of an improvement, but it does allow for 1 more contractable beast pet. However, an unprecedented evaluation should bring some high-value rewards, right? Zhang Xian felt a bit excited. Soon. Due to your amazing performance, the Beast God has cast a glance at you and granted you the Blessing of the Beast God. Blessing of the Beast God, the upper limit of pet space increases by an additional +2, the strength feedback of beast pets increases to 10%, you receive a death substitute puppet *1, and 1 million experience points for beast pets. Due to your incredible encounter, the Beast God intends to protect you, receiving the buff, Ethereal Being. Before him, in the air, several colossal and majestic silhouettes blurred into view, their auras were extremely ancient and powerful, as if facing mountains, seas, and the cosmos, leaving one in shock. However, these phantoms lasted only a moment, then a few indistinct whispers followed, and they vanished. Those are the beast gods of my Xia country? Zhang Xian was a bit shaken, even though it was only for a few seconds, that mighty aura made it impossible for him to look directly at them, even though they did not intentionally pressure him. The existence of the beast god is something every beast master has heard about since childhood, and he naturally held reverence in his heart. Zhang Xian silently recited a few words and began to check the rewards. The beast space limit increased again by +2, combined with the effect of his dark ring, bringing the number of beast pets he could contract to 7. Currently, the contracted pets are only the Black King and Shadowkill. Filling in those 5 slots will absolutely cause a surge in combat power. The beast pet strength feedback reached 10%, which was originally something only available at the 4th tier beast master stage. Now that it was achieved early, with Zhang Xian's current attributes, he didn't even need the beast pets to fight, he could kill the recently faced burrowing rhino with just a few punches. The beast pet experience points directly granted him 1 million. Just now, 2 notifications of beast pet level increases appeared. The Black King soared from level 43 to 70, Shadowkill jumped from level 45 to 71. Attributes have surged dramatically. Death substitute puppet item. Description: an item containing powerful rule forces that allows you to return to your previous state upon death, randomly teleporting to a location and leaving behind a substitute at the original spot. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, the beast god was indeed generous. This item is invincible for saving one's life, even if he resurrected, he wouldn't worry about someone guarding the corpse. There was also a new entry that appeared on his panel. Ethereal Being buff. Description: all your information cannot be seen or spied upon by any means other than deities, everything perceived is an illusion. Duration: 1 year. This is? Zhang Xian realized if its description is as he guessed, then this thing seems to be no less than the death substitute puppet, perhaps even more effective. Chapter 16, Shocked. He had previously been worried about how to help his divine-level beast pets survive the early stages, otherwise, if they were targeted by any Tier 7 or above beast master with ill intent, it would be tough to handle. Now this problem could be solved for the most part. Zhang Xian looked at the attributes of the Black King and Shadow Kill. After reaching level 70, the Black King's health soared to an astounding 900,000, physical attack and magical attack reached 80,000, while with the support of the Dragon Bloodline, magical defense rose to an outrageous 800,000. Shadow Kill's health exceeded 120,000, physical attack surpassed 8,000, and magical attack, though slightly lower, was still above 6,000. If Shadow Kill's stats were released, they could indeed astonish many people, but compared to the Black King, they were still too childish. There's nothing to be done. Divine-level beast pets not only have extremely explosive initial stats but also possess growth capabilities that are disturbingly exaggerated. Leveling up once, health increases by 10,000, and attack power increases by 1,000, terrifying indeed. This is just the juvenile body. When the beast pet enters the growth phase, the attribute increases will be even greater. If the existence of the Black King were known to the world, it would definitely cause a massive uproar. At least currently, among the most powerful beast masters in Xia country, none possess divine-level beast pets. Because of the divine beast pet, growing to its peak, it becomes the beast god. Humans rely on the beast god, but no one has ever contracted the beast god. Zhang Xian looked at his panel again. With 10% of the beast pet attribute feedback, his health exceeded 100,000, attack power was nearly 9,000, physical defense was close to 9,000, and magical defense surpassed 80,000. With the bug called Black King, he became a human-shaped boss himself. At this moment, in an unknown place, tremendous waves swirled, as if an incredibly proud existence floated amidst the chaos, while above the sky, brilliant rays and countless auspicious clouds appeared, and a serene-faced old man was watching the boy's figure through a layer of water curtain. In the waves, a giant whale surfaced, speaking human words. "My lord, your source divine power is now incredibly precious. Why waste it on a little boy, covering his fate?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Ming, have you ever seen such a tiny human who can make the royal blood dragon clan recognize him as their master?" The giant whale fell silent. "Indeed, I have never seen such a thing. The dragon emperor has been missing for too long, and its offspring have either vanished or fallen into the abyss. This human indeed holds many secrets." The old man's voice echoed, "The spread of the abyss is unstoppable. My soul injury cannot heal in this world, being stingy with this bit of divine power is of no use. It's better to use it to bless the destined one, perhaps it will bring a turning point." The giant whale's tone turned astonished. "Are you saying this boy is?" The old man shook his head. "It's just a possibility, a destined person may not only be one. If he truly possesses destiny, he will naturally create greater waves, coming to us. I am merely going with the flow." After speaking, he looked at the giant whale. "Ming, your divine domain has still not fully stabilized over these hundreds of years, you need to put more effort into it." The giant whale sank into the seabed, its muffled voice coming through. "My lord, that guy in the west is too difficult to deal with, his agent continuously invades my followers." The old man chuckled. "Wasn't that boy just very close to you? Perhaps he can help you." The giant whale was about to respond when the old man's figure had already turned into rays of light and vanished. In this vast world, only the boundless waves remained. In the beast god branch of Guangning city, Lin Ru closed the secret chamber door and turned to go downstairs. She was wondering if that boy could hold on for 5 minutes. After she contracted her first beast pet, over a year had passed, and her beast pet's combat power had basically reached its limit before she proceeded to upgrade. She initially wanted to try defeating the dungeon monster for an excellent rating. Unfortunately, she still overestimated herself and only passed with a satisfactory rating in the end. However, if this younger brother could really hold on for 5 minutes, then with more practice, perhaps he could achieve an excellent rating. Once he passes, he will be promoted to a second-level beast master, and further promotions cannot be repeated. Thinking about it, she felt a bit regretful. If he could get an excellent rating, the difficulty of advancing to the third level in the future would be much lower. Lin Ru shook her head, wondering why she was thinking so much today. Yesterday was the day when the Guangning breeding center uniformly distributed beast eggs, and he clearly just contracted his beast pet. How could he possibly advance in one day? After experiencing it once, he surely wouldn't be reckless again next time. As soon as Lin Ru sat down at her workstation, a message suddenly appeared on the light screen. Immediately, the message turned bright red and began to flood the screen. She was taken aback. This situation represented the highest level report. Something must have happened around Guangning, or perhaps the main hall had issued an urgent order. She looked closely, involuntarily reading aloud. First level Beast Master Zhang Xian, completed second level Beast Master promotion, time taken 1 second? Upon reading the last word, Lin Ru instinctively screamed, then quickly covered her mouth.
She confirmed several times, ensuring she wasn't mistaken.
Zhang Xian, isn't that just the handsome younger brother from earlier?
A few minutes ago, Lin Ru checked the information, and it was this name.
But, how is this possible, a clearance in 1 second?
Lin Ru's first reaction was that the system had malfunctioned.
However, the Beast God Hall system had never had any issues. Why would it have problems today?
Just when her mind was in a daze, Zhang Xian came down from the second floor and waved at her when he saw her.
I'm done. I'm leaving now. Oh.
Lin Ru instinctively nodded, but after tens of seconds, she realized and hurriedly stood up.
Hey, wait a minute. But Zhang Xian had already vanished into thin air.
She had no choice but to sit back down, and before long, a figure stumbled towards her.
Lin Ru looked and exclaimed, Manager Wang?
The newcomer was Wong Hua, the manager of the Beast God Subhall in Guangning City. Lin Ru rarely saw this head of the subhall, and just as she hesitated to greet him, Wong Hua panted heavily and slammed the table.
Where is the Beast Master who just cleared the second-tier advancement dungeon? Where is he?
His excited and anxious demeanor startled Lin Ru, and she stammered, he just left.
Left? Wong Hua's voice instantly shot up 8 notes, you. How could you just let him go?
He turned around and seemed to want to chase after him but quickly turned back.
Quick, pull up his information, let me see. Oh, Lin Ru fumbled to open the registration information. Zhang Xian. Guangning No. 1 Middle School, became a Beast Master yesterday, signed a contract with a pet, why can't I see it?
Wang Hua's brow furrowed, the information was incomplete, and according to the rules, the Beast God Subhall should not be unable to access this information, right?
Chapter 17, Level 11 Authority. Could it be?
Wang Hua thought of a possibility and reopened a light interface, placing his hand on it.
Checking permissions.
Current authorized person, Wang Hua, identity, manager of Guangning Beast God Subhall.
Permission level, level 5. Please select an inquiry matter.
Level 5 permissions at the Beast God Hall is already the highest authority in Guangning City. Generally, ordinary Beast Masters hold only level 1 to level 2 authority at the Beast God Hall, limited to checking public information, applying for advancement tasks, trading, and other basic beast-related matters. Above level 3, you need sufficient strength and certain contributions to the Beast God Hall. The latter can be achieved either by completing public bounty tasks or being an internal member of the Beast God Hall. Level 5 permissions are standard for managers of all Beast God subhalls.
Wang Hua chose to check Zhang Xian's personal information. With his authority, all ordinary Beast Masters in Guangning City should be fully visible from birth to the present. However, a message quickly popped up that made Wang Hua's pupils shrink. Warning! Current inquiry target's permissions are too high, please cease transgressing behavior.
The warning flashed red and blinked 3 times.
What?
Wang Hua and Lin Ru beside him were both stunned.
A newcomer Beast Master who had just participated in the second-tier advancement task could have permissions so high that even the sub-hall manager couldn't access it, and even received a warning?
Wang Hua's expression became serious, he suddenly thought of someone and immediately grabbed the communicator.
Elderly, it's like this.
3 minutes later, a strong pressure emanated outside the Beast God subhall, and passers-by stared in horror at the sky. They saw a gigantic winged beast blocking out the sun, on which stood an old man wearing a black and gold robe.
What grade of beast pet is this?
My fire sparrow is shaking all over.
I don't know, it must be star level or above.
Look, his clothes have the insignia of the Nanjiang Beast God Hall, he must be an important figure from the Beast God Hall visiting Guangning. As the crowd marveled, the massive winged beast landed, then with a flash of light, returned to the old man's beast space.
The old man stepped into the Beast God subhall. Wang Hua, what did you call me for? Is there news of the Dragon Clan?
Ever since that day in the dark forest, they had waited in vain for the Dragon Clan to reappear. He returned to Guangning City to investigate the beast tamers who had lingered in the nearby area that day. But clearly, there had been no progress in the past 2 days, and he felt a bit anxious. The appearance of the dragon race anywhere in the Xia country was absolutely a big deal, especially under the jurisdiction of the South River Beast Temple, it could not be ignored. Now, not finding a single clue made him very worried that the next appearance of the dragon race would cause large-scale destruction. Wang Hua hesitantly said, "No, elderly, it's just that a newly contracted beast tamer from Guangning City upgraded to second tier today at the branch temple." Elderly frowned, and a slight anger surfaced on his stern face.
What do you call me for about such a small matter? The children of aristocratic families use family resources to contract a level 40 pet to pass the test, what's so special about that?
But raising seedlings to help them grow faster and showing off is something I've seen too much of. You are one of us at the Beast Temple, with that free time, help me investigate the urgent matters. Wang Hua was intimidated by his aura, turning pale, but he quickly explained, "No, elder, this person is not from the beast tamer families of Guangning, and he passed the test in 1 second.
What? When Elder Li heard this news, he was equally shocked. 1 second? Unlike Lin Ru, he didn't consider whether the branch temple system malfunctioned. Because at any location of the beast temple, the beast god's will was in control, so there was no possibility of error. Although the content of the promotion tasks at each city branch was different, the difficulty was the same. The fastest known time to pass to the second tier in Xia country was over 20 seconds, how could 1 second be achieved? Although this was just a second tier promotion task, in his eyes, it seemed trivial, and there was no notion of a national record. But even any strong person in the state of a first tier beast tamer back then would not have been able to achieve this. Wait. It felt like a bolt of lightning exploded in his mind. The extremely rare figure of the dragon race appeared in an inconspicuous town's low-risk wild area. A rookie beast tamer who had just contracted for a few days directly carried out the second-tier promotion task and met the impossible passing conditions. Elder Li's face began to tremble slightly, everything seemed to connect. He suddenly turned his head and almost shouted at Wong Hua, "What is this young man's personal information? Quickly pull it up for me to see." Wong Hua also had the same thought for a brief moment, and there was a high probability of a connection between the two. At this moment, seeing the other party's reaction, his expression turned sour. "Elder. I don't have enough authorization." "What? Stand aside, let me do it." Elder Li rushed to the screen. The Beast Temple's system was interconnected, and querying here had the same effect as querying at the South River Beast Temple. Current authorized person, Li Mingshan, identity, Deputy Master of South River Beast Temple, Senior Elder. Authorization level, level 8. Please select query matters. Level 8 authorization had very few people in the Beast Temple system. Above that was level 9 for the Temple Master. Further up was the Master of the first Beast Temple in Xia Country, the Qilin Beast Temple, with level 10 authorization, which was only held by one person nationwide. "Let me see, who exactly are you?" Li Mingshan whispered. "Please note. The current query target's authorization is too high, and the query person does not have the right to access." Wong Hua, who had been watching from behind, was shocked to the point that his jaw almost hit the ground when he saw this information pop up. Level 8 having no authorization to view? Where did such a character come from in Guangning City? Li Mingshan was also somewhat incredulous. He then stated in a deep voice, "Please display the target's authorization level." This time, new information appeared on the screen. Guangning City, Zhangxian, authorization level. Level 11. 11? Level 11? Wang Hua was already frozen in place, his mind a complete mess. Li Mingshan suspected whether his eyes were deceiving him and blinked hard. A level of authorization surpassing the Temple Master of the Qilin Beast Temple. Suspicion of mastering the dragon race. Li Mingshan remained silent for a long time, suddenly turned his head, and said word by word, "What you saw today, absolutely no one else will know, understand?" Wong Hua and Lin Ru tensed their bodies and quickly nodded. Especially Lin Ru, who had previously regarded Zhang Xian as a familiar-looking younger brother, now couldn't help but moan in her heart. "Oh my god, what kind of person have I encountered?" Li Mingshan thought for a moment and asked, "This Zhang Xian can see information, besides the contract just now, he should still be a student from a certain high school in Guangning, right?" Chapter 18 Forced Hatching. Wang Hua hurriedly made a phone call, and 3 minutes later received a reply. "That's right, recently among those who contracted pet eggs at the Guangning Breeding Center, there is only one named Zhang Xian, he is a senior at Guangning No. 1 High School. This information is easy to find and is not within the permission restrictions of the Beast God Hall." A student from Guangning No. 1 High School. Li Mingshan squinted his eyes, after thinking for a moment said, "Just in time, the unified examination is not far away, I currently have no other important matters, why not take a look at the young talents among the new generation of beast masters in Guangning?" "Ah, this." Wang Hua was a bit surprised. "What, not welcome?" Wang Hua quickly waved his hands and said, No, I mean should we notify them?" Li Mingshan shook his head and said, "No need, it's not an official matter, just arrange an identity for me when the time comes." Regarding Zhang Xian's permission level exceeding the level 10 limit, the things the two saw were actually different. Wang Hua was highly concerned, but also shocked, unable to understand, while guessing whether the other party had some other identity. For Li Mingshan, as the Vice Master of the South River Beast God Hall, being able to access the core secrets of the Beast God Hall, he suddenly thought that the other party might have countless connections with the Beast God. And within the Beast God Hall, there is an iron rule. Any matters related to the Summer Country's Beast God are concerns of the Summer Country's national fortune, those within the Beast God Hall must fully cooperate and support, not obstruct or delay. Therefore, Li Mingshan wanted to understand this young man through proper channels and see if he could provide assistance. After completing the second-tier advancement, Zhang Xian is now officially a second-tier Beast Master. Among civilian Beast Masters, second tier is already the ideal level for many.
Reaching this tier means he can at least join some training teams to earn considerable rewards, instead of doing heavy labor with beast pets every day. Over time, this could even lead to the loyalty of beast pets dropping to a very low level, eventually escaping. Years ago, Zhang Xian's father also became a third-tier beast master through years of effort and some luck. Zhang Xian felt a sense of emotion. If his father were still here, seeing his appearance, he would surely be very proud. Advancement for beast masters should be at least 1 month apart and can't temporarily advance to third tier now. Moreover, after experiencing the rewards of the surprise rating, Zhang Xian surely wants to achieve this rating with every future advancement. So before the mock exam, it was time to grind levels hard. Leaving a message for his second uncle in Jiangchen, Zhang Xian left the city for the second time. This time, his goal was the Panlong Mountain range. The area there is large enough and the monsters are abundant. Grinding for several months is not a problem. Previously, he earned 1,000 crystal stones from defeating the Dark Commander, and after reaching the Beast Master camp outside the city, he found a reliable shop to buy enough food to last for half a month and a quick-build shelter. The latter was originally a magical creation of the elven race, which later human beings learned and mass-produced. It was not expensive, costing only 500 crystal stones. After that, he used a fixed-point teleportation scroll to mark his spot at the Gentle Wind Prairie, then spent 50 crystal stones to take the wild train. The wild train is generally taken by beast masters without flying beast pets. In each city, there are several lines that lead to various wild areas, and the one Zhang Xian is on is heading to the Panlong Mountain range. But he can only get off in advance. After all, if he really goes deep into the mountains, he might encounter monsters. Upon reaching the destination, besides Zhang Xian, many beast tamers also got off the bus. The Panlong Mountain range is vast and rich in resources, and it is the most frequented wild area for beast tamers from several nearby cities. Hey, young man, you're alone? How about joining our guild team? We won't charge you, and loot will be split based on output. Zhang Xian turned his head and saw a small team of 7, seemingly from a beast tamer guild in Guangning. These groups are generally stronger than ordinary training teams, as not just anyone can start a guild. The one who spoke was a burly man, looking very cheerful. Zhang Xian nodded and replied, "Thanks, big brother, but I prefer to go solo." After saying that, he turned and stepped into the mountains. Among the burly man's team, a tall, thin woman commented, "This young guy is so bold, going into the Panlong Mountain range alone? He doesn't seem like a member of a beast tamer family." This area often sees young members of beast tamer families from Guangning, like the Yin family and Li family, who come here to level up, but they always have family teams for protection. Being alone here is very dangerous, as it is easy to get surrounded by monsters. The burly man chuckled and said, "Maybe he's strong and confident. Let's go, we have to take down a few tree spirits today." Let's go. The direction they headed in was obviously towards the withered tree valley that Zhang Xian passed last time. As he traversed the mountains, gradually he could no longer see other beast tamers around. You have entered the Panlong Mountain Range Moon Spirit Mountain area, where LV.80 monsters roam. Please be careful. Moon Spirit Mountain, huh? Zhang Xian arrived at a high ground with a good view, and the prompt indicated that this should be a high-level monster area. Seeing that the surroundings were quiet and no units appeared for the time being, Zhang Xian first summoned Black King and Shadow Kill. Black King, Shadow Kill, keep an eye out for me. Black King let out a low roar in response, then soared above the mountain. With its keen eyesight, it could see everything within 100 miles. Shadow Kill slammed the spear onto the ground, silently guarding Zhang Xian's side. Only then did Zhang Xian take out an object, the egg he took from the Yin family's repository. He rubbed his hands, as Yin Jiaojiao shouldn't be lying. If it truly is an egg with Phoenix bloodline, it might just shine in his hands. Now it all depends on whether this so-called dead egg can activate his golden finger. System, give me a one-click upgrade. A strong energy wave surged within the beast egg, emitting a series of rumbling sounds. Current beast egg, Ice Falcon, stellar level, one-click upgrade, triggering bloodline resonance, upgrading to Ice Crystal Phoenix, divine level. It worked. Zhang Xian clapped his hands in excitement. His second divine level beast egg had arrived. At this moment, the egg had turned ice blue, and complex runes shimmered within the shell, but inside seemed as still as death, lacking the usual life fluctuations. Is it because it's a dead egg? No matter, let's just try and see. System, one-click hatching. Current beast egg does not possess a life aura, one-click hatching in progress, triggering system recovery. Buzz. The beast egg began to tremble, as if it was being forcefully infused with a rich life energy. Chapter 19 Ice Crystal Phoenix. Dense and cold blue light erupted suddenly, and the ground, stones, and trees were swiftly covered with a thin layer of ice. The shell shattered, and a loud, proud cry echoed from within. Zhang Xian's expression brightened. Indeed, his golden finger was powerful, even a dead egg could be forcefully hatched. Soon, the light gathered, and a small phoenix in ice blue flapped its dazzling wings. Zhang Xian flew towards the crystal phoenix. Chirp, chirp. Noble, magnificent, and icy cold, this was Zhang Xian's first impression.
Crystal Phoenix, Divine Level. Level, 0, Juvenile. Loyalty, 100, Fixed. Attributes, Health 200,000, Magic Power 100,000. Physical Attack 8,000, Magic Attack 12,000. Physical Defense 10,000, Magic Defense 10,000. Skills. Passive Skill Phoenix Bloodline Royal. 1. The Crystal Phoenix possesses the highest noble bloodline among the Phoenix clan, causing a strong deterrent effect on most monsters' Phoenix Fury, with specific effects depending on the opponent's level and grade. 2. Phoenix beings have extremely strong magical talent, doubling the effects of released skills, damage, special effects, etc. 3. The royal bloodline generates affinity with other phoenixes, giving a chance for other phoenixes to submit, but it may also attract hostility from other phoenix camps. Active Skill 1 Icy Breath. Releases a terrifying breath formed from cold energy, dealing massive magical damage, while adding an ice mark to the affected targets, increasing a new mark every second. Ice slows all speeds, movement, casting, etc., by 5%. Active Skill 2 Extreme Cold Storm. Summons a severe cold storm in an area, dealing magical damage to all enemies within range, and adding an ice mark to the affected targets. Awesome! Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. This Crystal Phoenix's attributes and skills were astonishingly powerful, showing that its attack attributes leaned more towards magic. Its physical attack was even lower than the Black King at the start, but its magic attack was higher by 2,000. Aside from the damage aspect, it also had strong control. Every second it applied an ice mark, slowing down all speeds of the enemy. This effect was incredibly abnormal. Regular slow effects could only reduce movement speed, but ice slowed casting speed as well. If it continued for 20 seconds, enemies would become completely immobile ice sculptures. In terms of bloodline talents, Phoenix Fury was basically equivalent to Dragon Might, and the racial bond was similar, but the second point was different. The Dragon race's magical defense was exceptionally strong, while the Phoenix race had more explosive magic characteristics, with both damage and effects achieving double results. In a way, it seemed like the Dragon and Phoenix races had a relationship of mutual restraint. Just as Zhang Xian thought about this, the Black King, still patrolling the sky, seemed to sense some familiar aura and dove down. Seeing its fierce momentum, the target was aimed directly at the little phoenix. However, the little phoenix was not to be outdone. Even though it had just hatched, it raised its head defiantly, its ice-blue pupils containing pride and unyielding spirit. As a fight seemed imminent, Zhang Xian hurriedly intervened. Black King. A strong wind stirred in the mountains and forests as the Black King flapped its wings, hovering in midair. Zhang Xian's command made it hesitate to strike, but it still looked at the little phoenix with hostility. Ding, your pet triggered a bond. Dragon Phoenix Bond. Description: the Dragon race and Phoenix race have had countless entanglements for endless ages. They mutually hate each other, yet advance and retreat together, their love-hate relationship difficult to untangle. So that's how it is. Zhang Xian felt a bit dazed, realizing these two were fundamentally incompatible. However, looking at this bond description, it wasn't guaranteed they would fight. It had a flavor of love-hate. That's fine, with me as the master, I won't let you guys brawl. Alright, Black King, this is your new partner, let's all get along. Zhang Xian patted its head and said. The little black dragon looked very reluctant, casting its eyes aside, unwilling to get close to the little phoenix. Zhang Xian felt a bit helpless. Fine, take it slow, with him around, there wouldn't be any big problems. Now it's time for naming, what should I call you? Zhang Xian thought about the powerful name he had given the little black dragon and decided a cuter name would be nice this time. Let's call you a Bing. The little phoenix chirped twice, not sure if it understood. Now, Zhang Xian had 3 beast pets, so the real plan for this journey was, since this moon spirit mountain can spawn high-level monsters, today he will level it. Black King, a Bing, you take 2 directions and find the monsters here. Shadow Kill, stay by my side and be ready to assist at any moment. The 3 beast pets took their orders. Black King flapped his dragon wings and flew west. A Bing soared into the sky and swept eastward. Zhang Xian led Shadow Kill straight ahead, while others explored step by step, waiting for monsters to charge out. That was too slow, he wanted to pull all the monsters out directly. Soon, sounds echoed through the forest, the crackling of dry branches and fallen leaves underfoot. Quickly, a giant wolf appeared in sight, followed by a second, a third, dozens more. These wolves were 3 times larger than the shadow wolves seen in the dark forest. Crouching down, they were already taller than a person, for shiny, claws sharp, and bodies strong. Moreover, in the center of their foreheads, there was a moon mark. Moonlight Giant Wolf LV.80. Attributes: Health 75,000. Physical Attack 9,000, Magic Attack 5,500. Physical Defense 6,300, Magic Defense 4,150. Skills: Savage Bite, Rapid Claw Strike, Group Motivation, Moonlight Radiance. 4 skills for an ordinary monster? This Moon Spirit Mountain is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the information shows that entering alone requires 3 main battle pets above level 100. Because wolves are pack animals, once they appear, they come in a group. If golden pets around level 70 or 80 got surrounded, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. Black King, a Bing, kill. Black King, already raging, could not hold back when he saw the pack of wolves. Hearing Zhang Xian's command, he opened his dragon mouth, and blazing dragon flames erupted like lava. Boom! With an astonishing magical attack power of 80,000, combined with the skill boost of dragon flames, the damage was explosive. Even though the Moonlight Giant Wolf was one of those feared monsters to beast tamers, at this moment it was like paper, igniting the vast mountain forest into a sea of flames. Minus 159,000. Minus 159,000. Minus 159,000. Staggering damage numbers floated up. One giant wolf after another turned this place into a fiery hell, with the aroma of roasted meat filling the air. Your pet Black King, Burning World Black Dragon, has killed the Moonlight Giant Wolf. Your pet Black King, Burning World Black Dragon, has killed the Moonlight Giant Wolf. 14. Chapter 20, Monster Farming. Your pets gain 2.1 million experience points. You obtain Giant Wolf Meat. 120. Giant Wolf Meat. Description: delicious beast meat. Its aroma can waft 10 miles when roasted, attracting nearby monsters. It can also significantly reduce fatigue when given to beast pets. Good stuff, can be used as a lure for monsters, and also serves as high-quality beast pet food. Zhang Xian tossed all the meat into his backpack space. On the other side, a Bing was not to be outdone. Seeing the wolf pack charge towards her, she breathed out powerful ice energy. Ice breath. Whoosh. Pure energy poured out, instantly turning the moisture in the air into ice crystals. Heat was quickly drained away, and a snowy area appeared in the forest, continuously eroding the health bars of the Moonlight Giant wolves. High damage numbers hit out. Although the wolf pack was not instantly killed, the magical attached frost effect caused them to struggle to move. Double magic amplification not only increased damage but also amplified skill effects. That means originally a 5% slow per second became a 10% slow per second. The damage, under skill boosts and double amplification, was also close to 50,000 per second. Oh whoa. Under the chill, the wolf pack howled in pain, but they were already trapped. Just 2 seconds later, the wolf pack turned into ice sculptures, then shattered into pieces. Well done. Divine level is indeed divine level. Even a level 0 beast pet can casually kill a level 70 ordinary monster. The level of the ice crystal phoenix began to soar. When defeating a target of a much higher level, there will be experience rewards. The maximum reward can be 100%, which means double experience points. Now, with a Bing and the giant wolves being so many levels apart, all rewards are certainly doubled. Thus, the Black King and A Bing began their hunt from both sides of Moon Spirit Mountain, gradually forming a surrounding circle. On one side is a sea of raging flames, and on the other side is a world of frost and snow. It is like a bulldozer, harvesting the giant wolf clan in this mountainous area. Indeed, the monsters here are very dense and cover a large area. The two beasts have killed hundreds of giant wolves, yet they have not even made it halfway. The notification sounds from each side have caused Zhang Xian's ears to become calloused. During this process, the experience gained by the beasts is massive. Even Shadow Kill, who has been guarding Zhang Xian's side, has exceeded level 75 thanks to the experience points gained. A Bing, starting from level 0, has now reached over level 70. The Black King's monster-killing efficiency is the most exaggerated, directly rushing to level 90. However, after exceeding the level of the Moonlight Giant Wolf by too much, there is an experience penalty, and the experience it can gain has become very little. Fortunately, waves of giant wolves keep charging in, only to fall under the terrifying spells, ensuring there are plenty to defeat. At least 1,000 portions of giant wolf flesh have been dropped, and with the accumulation of numbers, even some items that originally had a very low drop rate from the Moonlight Giant Wolves have surfaced. Moonlight Rune Pseudo. Description: after fusing with a rune, it can increase a beast's combat power by 5% under the moonlight. Zhang Xian took a glance and directly tossed it into his backpack. It has conditional restrictions, and though its effect is lackluster, it certainly has no use for his own beasts. However, that is only from his perspective. No matter how ordinary a rune may be, in the trading market it is a hot commodity. Many second-tier beast tamers find it difficult to get a rune, and when they sell it in the market, it could be worth tens of thousands of crystal stones. Woo woo. At this moment, the giant wolf pack deep in the mountains suddenly howled, their voices filled with desolate anger. Following that, the bodies of these giant wolves seemed to swell a few times, their eyes turning blood red, and their speed suddenly increased, as if entering a second phase. Group excitement. Zhang Xian recalled the skill he had just seen in the information about the giant wolves. It seemed to be a group buff effect, which would only trigger when the pack had been significantly harmed. Although the collective combat power of the wolf pack suddenly increased by a lot, they still couldn't break through to the front of the Black King and A Bing.
However, a few wolves charging from all directions in the forest managed to break through the magical defense line and reached the front of Zhang Xian. The two beasts noticed the situation and wanted to provide timely support.
Zhang Xian shouted, "I'm fine, you all keep pushing forward."
A flash of determination shone in his eyes. Ever since his power surged by 10%, he hadn't yet tested it out, and now was the perfect time.
Shadow Kill, help me bear some pressure.
Zhang Xian wouldn't be overly arrogant. He asked Shadow Kill to hold the front line while he tested the waters himself.
Yes, master.
Shadow Kill raised his spear, and his mount, Dark Shadow, dashed out like a beam of black light,
sweeping through the armies.
He charged directly into the densest part of the wolf pack, swinging his spear, and blood splattered as dozens of giant wolves were hit with armor-breaking effects. After attracting the hatred of many giant wolves, Shadow Kill decisively activated Dark Shadow Assault, rapidly weaving through the pack while dealing damage numbers one after another. His combat instincts were very strong. He knew that if surrounded by the wolf pack, the stacking damage could easily lead to his own demise.
After all, unlike the Burning World Black Dragon and the Ice Crystal Phoenix, whose terrifying damage prevents any enemy from approaching.
Under the combined effects of Dark Rune's 30% damage increase and 40% armor break, Shadow Kill also dealt quite considerable damage. Seeing that most of the wolf pack's attention was now attracted to him, Zhang Xian looked for a lone giant wolf.
"Come, beast."
The giant wolf, seeing the human in front of it daring to provoke, roared and lunged forward to bite. Now, both Heiwang and Abing's levels had skyrocketed, their total health exceeding 2 million, and their combined physical attack was close to 200,000. The physical attack feedback to Zhang Xian had already surpassed 17,000.
Bang!
Zhang Xian punched hard on the forehead of the lunging giant wolf, dealing a damage number close to 16,000.
The giant wolf's body froze for a moment, interrupted in its attack.
With this blow, it lost over 1/5 of its health. It shook its dazed head, seeming unable to understand why this human's fist hurt so much. A trace of caution appeared in the giant wolf's eyes. It knew this human was not simple. It chose not to attempt a straightforward attack again but to unleash a skill instead.
Savage Bite.
Zhang Xian instinctively tried to dodge to the side. However, at that moment, the giant wolf's massive body burst forth with astonishing speed, instantly appearing before him.
High-speed claw strike.
The wolf's claws tore at Zhang Xian in quick succession, leaving afterimages in their wake. Zhang Xian knew he couldn't dodge this one, so he decisively swung his fists out, directly clashing head-on.
Miss. -102.
This is
right.
He had almost forgotten how high his defense was. The feedback made it explode. The opponent's normal attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. Even the skills only dealt such pathetic damage.
Zhang Xian showed a sinister smile. With that, why should I even be afraid? Chapter 21, Wild Hunt Scout.
Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly and charged forward, battling fiercely with the giant wolf, which was nearly twice his size.
The giant wolf roared, the original caution washed away by its bloodthirsty instincts.
In its clan bloodline memory, humans were a weak species that only dared to hide in the back, letting those who had betrayed the beast clan and become their slaves fight in front. Humans were truly weak. But this human, before it dared to step forward and challenge it, that was unbearable. The giant wolf kicked off with its hind legs, leaping high into the air, then using gravity to dive down with crushing force.
Under the effect of the group rally, its attributes increased by 30%. This pounce was aimed to gut this human.
Zhang Xian looked down in disdain, stretching out his hands to directly grasp the giant wolf's forelimbs and forcefully slammed it down into the ground.
Boom!
A starkly contrasting scene appeared. A human whose body was only half the size of the giant wolf pinned it to the earth, pummeling it with one punch after another.
-15,454. -16,100. -15,900.
Each punch dealt over 15,000 in damage values.
Ow woo!
The giant wolf whimpered, but every time it struggled or tried to counterattack, Zhang Xian's heavy fist slammed it back down. The Beastmaster continent was a real world. Although it existed in a digitized form under the will of the beast god, it was not a game. The frequency, timing, and damage of the attack could all be hardlocked if everything was in place. The giant wolf was crushed by Zhang Xian's attributes and couldn't counterattack at all. Pools of blood gushed from the giant wolf's mouth, and soon, it entered a severely injured state, quickly exiting the group rally state.
Whimpering continuously, its eyes filled with fear.
This human must be a powerful beast disguised in human skin. Zhang Xian was about to deliver a finishing punch when suddenly remembered something and stopped his hand.
Oh right, there's an item I can try out.
He pulled out the beast pet capture net from his backpack and threw it over the giant wolf's head. You attempt to capture the moonlight giant wolf. The opponent is in a severely injured state. Capture probability increased. The capture net suddenly expanded, enclosing the entire wolf within. It struggled symbolically a few times before going still.
Tired, let's go for it. You have successfully captured Moonlight Giant Wolf LV.80, Contract Beast Pet +1. The battered giant wolf rolled over from the ground, approached Zhang Xian, and affectionately licked his pant leg like a dog. The battle ahead was still fierce. He Wang and Abing were pushing through as expected, while Ling Sha relied on its superb adaptability. In the midst of a wolf pack, the long spear in hand sparkled with blood, and from time to time, a giant wolf's corpse could be seen flying out. Zhang Xian glanced over and, seeing that he could handle it, withdrew his gaze. It was time for the golden finger to make its appearance. System, give me one-click enhancement. Ding. One-click enhancement of Moonlight Giant Wolf, Golden Tier. Current enhancement options are as follows: Bloody Predator, Dominant Tier, Frenzied Hunter Scout, Dominant Tier, please choose. I can still choose? Zhang Xian looked at the system prompt in surprise. Was this giving him evolution options for his beast pet? He opened up these two different evolution targets. Bloody Predator, Dominant Tier. Description: skilled in tracking and hunting, with the keenest sense of blood and life essence. Talent skill, Blood Hunt. Select one unit, and you can track that unit or all similar units within a certain range. After killing that unit, you can temporarily increase damage by 10% against that type of unit, stackable, with a cap of double damage increase. After reading the active skill of the Bloody Predator, Zhang Xian nodded. Indeed, it was as described, skilled in hunting. Selecting a target, recording its essence, and being able to track from a distance, he could even track the entire swarm. Killing a target unit would enhance damage against its swarm. This was definitely a monster-slaying tool. Compared to the Shadow Killer, also of the Dominant Tier, the Bloody Predator had more functional advantages in its skills. However, Zhang Xian thought for a moment. His beast pet killed monsters through widespread carpet-style advancement. This talent skill was more suitable for cautious beast masters, allowing them to know the monster distribution nearby and avoid the densest areas. But for him, it didn't seem that significant, though it indeed had its benefits in tracking. He continued to the next one. Frenzied Hunter Scout, Dominant Tier. Description: tireless, capable of long-distance running, with extremely strong endurance, also possesses powerful senses to collect more information, can be used as a mount. Talent skill, Eternal Hunter. Speed constantly increases by 3 times, while maintaining over half health, fatigue remains at 0, can collect and report unusual information within a certain range. This. Zhang Xian's spirits lifted. This Frenzied Hunter Scout seemed to be just what he wanted. The talent passive was very different from that of the Bloody Predator. Even though both seemed to involve tracking, the Bloody Predator leaned more towards hunting. Whereas the Frenzied Hunter Scout was more inclined to comprehensive information gathering, and the other two traits, constant 3 times speed boost and 0 fatigue, meant it could keep moving as long as it wasn't injured. Its combat ability certainly couldn't compare to the Bloody Predator, but did he currently need a main fighting beast pet? No, he didn't need one. The description says it can be used as a mount, combined with high speed and perpetual motion traits. This was tailor-made. Zhang Xian had previously felt that traveling was too troublesome. Even with teleportation scrolls, if he was far from the activation range, he still had to walk a long way to return home. Now this problem could be solved. I choose Frenzied Hunter Scout. Ding. One-click enhancement successful. A flash of white light illuminated the Moonlight Giant Wolf, which had been somewhat weak, now rejuvenated. Its fur turned a sandy yellow, blending better with the environment for camouflage. The body took on a very smooth shape, showing off its running agility. The back became wider and flatter, making it easier to ride. Zhang Xian glanced at its panel. In terms of attributes, it was slightly lower compared to the Shadow Killer of the same level. The skills contained only one damage skill, so Zhang Xian focused on the remaining 2 skills. Active skill, Wild Charge. Short time burst, gaining double speed increase, lasting 1 minute. This was useful, combining with the talent skill to maximize the speed advantage. It is useful for both escaping and hunting. Active skill, Keen Insight. See through the enemy's true face, find units around that are disguised, invisible, or sneaking, with success rates depending on both parties' ranks and levels. Zhang Xian stroked his chin. This skill was the first time he had seen it. Honestly, he hadn't encountered any invisible monsters yet, but thinking about it, it was indeed quite useful for preventing enemy sneak attacks. Chapter 22 Blood Ash Realm. Write it, give it a try. Zhang Xian jumped onto the back of the Wild Hunt Scout and then shouted, "Go!" With the height and width of its back, he was able to sit comfortably. Woo! The large, earthy yellow wolf hauled skyward, shaking its body in excitement, as if to say, "Look at my performance." Then, its hind legs tightened, and with a loud crash, it charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. Whoosh! Zhang Xian's hair flew back. Luckily, he held on steady, otherwise that sudden acceleration would have thrown him off. He had only one thought in his mind. It's really fast. Everything around him quickly receded, the fierce wind stinging his face, and the Wild Hunt Scout was not only fast, but it also adapted excellently to the terrain, darting over the uneven mountains as if unaffected. When it encountered obstacles, the giant wolf could instantly twist and dodge at high speed, with incredible reflexes. Zhang Xian became excited. This was definitely a top-notch steed. Speaking of which, having a dominant beast pet as a dedicated mount was indeed a luxury that only he could afford. The Wild Hunt Scout made a large circle before turning its body and charging toward a pack of wolves engaged in battle with Shadowkill. Its form flashed like lightning, instantly diving into the pack of wolves, followed by a roar that drew the hatred of several wolves. These wolves wanted to pounce and stop it, but the Wild Hunt Scout leaped forward again, leaving them eating dust. These few wolves went from being attracted by hatred to losing their target in less than a second, left confused and bewildered. And Shadowkill wasn't polite. Seeing them dazed, it swept through with its shot, knocking several giant wolves away. Awesome! Zhang Xian was thrilled, not expecting that at such high speed, he could play like this, directly entering play mode. Moreover, even though the Wild Hunt Scout was incredibly fast, sitting on it felt almost stable and smooth. He signaled for it to slow down, patted the fluffy wolf's head, and said, "It's time to name you." Big Yellow. It was just the right earthy yellow color. The name felt friendly. Awoo. Big Yellow howled again, feeling that the name was somehow wrong but not able to figure it out. But since it was given by the master, it must be right. Zhang Xian rode Big Yellow around the battlefield, observing the situation. By this time, the sky was dark, the sun had set behind the mountains, but the forest was lit up by crimson flames. Wolf corpses piled up one after another, and looking at the system panel's prompt, including Shadowkill, the experience points gained by the beast pets were already very minimal. After fighting for a long time, their fatigue had already reached 9. This level of fatigue was high. If it reached the maximum of 10, it would force them into deep fatigue status, needing to enter the beast pet space to rest, or it would lower loyalty or affect attributes. Although Zhang Xian didn't need to worry about loyalty issues, he also couldn't let Black King and the others get too exhausted. He immediately gave the order for the 3 beast pets to retreat and rest. Roar! Black King flew back, still a bit reluctant, but looking at its slightly panting appearance, it was indeed quite drained. Bing also turned back, gracefully and nobly landing in the woods with its ice blue figure, having caught up in level during this massacre. Now at level 80, only 5 levels away from the Black King. The 2 divine beasts, both with noble bloodlines but opposing ties, seemed less tense than at the beginning, yet they still kept a certain distance. Ing Sha was covered in armor stained with blood, emanating a fierce aura of iron and slaughter. Facing the large pack of wolves, he felt great pressure in battle, but fortunately, his dominance held strong enough to withstand it. Zhang Xian took out some tools he had bought at the Beastmaster camp from his backpack, lit a bonfire, and set up a simple shelter. Then, over the bonfire, he began to roast the giant wolf's blood and meat. Ing Sha remained silent and came over to help. No seasonings were needed. Just after a while of cooking over the fire, an astonishing aroma of meat wafted through the air. As the scent spread, it was mixed with several unique fragrances, like the fragrance of dry wood and the faint aroma of forest stew, making one's mouth water involuntarily. Zhang Xian was taken aback by the aroma, realizing why some monster meats could be sold at such high prices in the trading center. Not only were they incredibly delicious, but high-level monster meats also had various effects. Who wouldn't love that? Beside him, the Black King, Bing, and De Huang widened their eyes, drawing closer to the bonfire, eagerly scratching the ground with their paws. Haha, here you go. Zhang Xian built the bonfire high, enough to roast dozens of portions of giant wolf's blood and meat, and handed the fragrant roasted meat over to them. The Black King tore it open with its claws and began to devour it hungrily. Zhang Xian then passed some to Ing Sha, before enjoying it himself. As soon as he put it in his mouth, his eyes widened. It was so fragrant, it tasted even better than it smelled, making him wish he could swallow his tongue. He had to admit that the effect of the giant wolf's blood and meat was indeed excellent. On the panel, the fatigue levels of the beast pets gradually decreased, soon dropping below 5. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xian decided to rest for the night right where he was. The wild night outside was extremely dark, making it hard to discern direction, and although the pet's fatigue had recovered, he would still feel tired himself. It was still necessary to rest, and it wouldn't hurt to take this time. After eating and drinking his fill, he crawled into the simple shelter. With 4 beast pets guarding outside, Zhang Xian fell asleep soundly. However, his sleep did not last until dawn. In the latter half of the night, Zhang Xian suddenly woke up. Looking around, he sensed that something was off. He quickly got up, opened the door, and was stunned by the scene around him. Where have I come to now? The surroundings were still a dense forest, but everything had turned a dark red. The air was thick with the smell of blood, creating an oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. It can't be again. Just as he was thinking this, a system prompt sounded. You have entered the Blood Ash Realm 3, please be careful. Zhang Xian slapped his forehead, realizing it was true. How did he have such a connection with the Ash Realm? He remembered that this occurrence had an extremely low triggering probability. Why did he keep stumbling upon it every few days? The Blood Ash Realm, it seemed to be a different world from the Dark Ash Realm. Outside the simple shelter, the Black King, Bing, and De Huang had already sensed something amiss, carefully watching their surroundings, while Ing Sha approached Zhang Xian on horseback, protecting him closely. This world didn't have the low sky of the Dark Ash realm, instead, it was similar to the outside world, but the skies were drenched in blood red, as if stained with blood from the heavens. If one looked up, they could see a moon hanging high above, but this moon was also different from that of the outside. Not only was it astonishingly large, but it also gave the illusion that one could reach out and touch it. Moreover, this moon was a bright red blood moon, and to the naked eye, large amounts of crimson seemed to spread outward from it, as if the dark red tones of this world were emanating from it. Blood Ash Realm 3. Previously, he had entered the Dark Ash Realm 7. According to the rules, the closer the Grey Realm is to its original appearance, the higher the danger level should be. Zhang Xian's expression became serious. He realized he needed to be cautious. One important reason why news about the Grey Realm rarely spreads outside is that most beast tamers who enter the Grey Realm remain trapped inside forever. Zhang Xian mounted the large yellow beast and began to choose a direction to advance. Based on experiences shared in the outside world, to escape from the Grey Realm, one must either defeat a specific monster within it, like Zhang Xian did last time, or achieve a specific goal to obtain the key to the Grey Realm, or simply stay long enough to be expelled by the rules of the Grey Realm. The former option is actually very difficult. The Grey Realm has its own will and often selectively absorbs victims. Targets beyond its power to compete with will not be chosen by the Grey Realm. Zhang Xian was able to resolve the situation so easily last time largely due to the wildcard of having a divine-level beast pet. After traveling through the mountains for a while, Zhang Xian soon arrived at a vast, flat land. He suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were prickling at his back. He looked up and saw that the blood moon filled more than half of his visual field above the horizon. No matter where he walked, it felt as if this strange blood moon was staring at him, which was extremely odd. Awu. From a distance on the plain, a wolf's howl suddenly echoed. However, unlike the moonlit giant wolves from the outside world, this howl was harsh and grating, like the cries of souls buried for many years. The large yellow beast sniffed the air, and its Eternal Hunter ability was automatically triggered. Soon, the feedback information was relayed to Zhang Xian's mind. Not far away, there are many strong targets. It seems to be a horde of monsters. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xian decided to confront them head-on. To navigate the Grey Realm, one must actively face various anomalies. Avoiding them would only lead to a loss of valuable information. In any case, his current strength had yet to encounter an enemy that the Black King Bing could not handle. If real trouble arose, he could quickly retreat using tactics. Continuing to ride the large yellow beast, Zhang Xian quickly detected the targets nearby. Another pack of wolves, but they seemed very different. A few wolves appeared before him, smaller in size than the previous moonlit giant wolves, but their pupils were all a vivid red, radiating an aura of evil. Strangely, their gazes did not resemble those of mere beasts. Instead, they revealed an evil, a thirst, and a bizarre quality, as if twisted souls had been stuffed into animal bodies. These wolves gathered together, turning their heads to look at Zhang Xian, and they made no sound at all, just staring at him like statues, making him feel somewhat uneasy. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. You are experiencing an unknown source of mental attack. Mental attribute assessment in progress, immune to current mental attack. What? Zhang Xian was startled. These wolves could actually launch mental attacks? Mental attacks are a rare means, independent of physical and magic damage. Each unit has a mental attribute as well, but like luck, it is a hidden attribute and won't be revealed. His immunity was likely due to the high mental attributes of his divine-level beast pet, which provided him with considerable resistance. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what might happen next. Feeling a bit scared, Zhang Xian was suddenly taken by surprise when his pet, Shadowkill, began to tremble all over. Your pet Shadowkill, General of Absolute Shadow, has been affected by unknown mental influence, entering a chaotic state. He saw Shadowkill suddenly grab its spear and rush toward the Black King. Zhang Xian was alarmed. However, the spear had already struck the Black King. Although the Black King wasn't injured, it was startled, letting out a surprised and furious roar. Shadowkill, stop! Zhang Xian shouted loudly, but at that moment, Shadowkill ignored his command as if it were deaf. Once again, he started wielding his spear, but this time there was no attack target. Instead, he was randomly launching attacks in place. Zhang Xian had no choice but to attempt to activate Beast Master Space. Fortunately, he was not affected this time, and the figure of Shadow Killer disappeared in place, returning to Beast Master Space. Huff! This was the first time Zhang Xian encountered such a situation. Luckily, after a quick glance around, all three of his beast pets, including Big Yellow, were in normal condition. Strange, why was it that only Shadow Killer was affected? Could it be because he was a human-shaped unit from the Grey Realm, or could it be related to attributes? Zhang Xian looked towards the pack of wolves. Elite Blood Moon Demon Wolf LV.100. Attributes? Skills, Chaos Blood Moon? Most of the information was a question mark. The Grey Realm could block the will of the Beast God to a certain extent, making such situations quite common. However, to think they were all elite template 100-level monsters, they were indeed tricky.
To use the simplest analogy, elite template monsters can basically be equated to diamond-grade beast pets. For any other beast masters, each elite monster is quite a difficult existence to deal with. And these Blood Moon demon wolves looked even more troublesome than ordinary elite monsters. Their levels were also very high. Black King, Dragon Flame. Zhang Xian issued the order. Whether they were difficult to deal with would be known with just one breath of Dragon Flame. Roar. Black King had high intelligence and understood that his companions had just been influenced by these red-eyed creatures. He roared and unleashed scorching flames that covered the pack of wolves. As Black King was now close to level 90, the range of his dragon flame had widened. Upon spewing it out, it was like a rain of fire, giving the enemy no place to hide. The flames instantly engulfed the Blood Moon demon wolves, and they charged towards Zhang Xian at an incredible speed. This was the first time encountering monsters that dragon flame could not instantly kill. Zhang Xian furrowed his brows, ready to command Big Yellow to create distance. Fortunately, the next moment, the first demon wolf in the front collapsed to the ground. Soon after, the second, third, fourth. Their attributes were clearly much higher than those of the Moonlight Giant wolves. Under the current power of Black King's Dragon Flame, which could cause 200,000 damage in 1 second, they actually managed to endure for 2 seconds. If they were not god-level beast pets, they might have been in great danger by now. Shadow Killer's ability among beast pets was already quite strong. The Overlord grade was enough for any 7th-tier beast master to train it as a main battle pet, but it still unknowingly fell into a trap. Chapter 24 Blood Moon Demon Wolves. It is easy to imagine how troublesome this pack of Blood Moon demon wolves is. What's even more bizarre is that when these demon wolves fell down, their blood-red pupils still had that strange demeanor, showing no pain, not even anger. As the demon wolves fell, the notification followed quickly. Your beast pet Black King, Burning World Black Dragon, has killed Blood Moon Demon Wolf LV.100, Blood Moon Projection, *7. Your beast pets gain 2.8 million experience points. You obtained Fragmented Blood Source *7. Zhang Xian felt a bit confused. The experience points given were quite a lot, but what did Blood Moon Projection mean? Fragmented Blood Source Special. Description: a little energy that spills out from the Scarlet Moon, although very thin, it is filled with various bizarre elements. Zhang Xian looked at these scarlet points of light before him, and suddenly heard various murmurs, making him feel irritable. What on earth did this drop? So weird. As he was thinking about not putting this thing into his bag, unexpectedly, the few fragmented blood sources suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xian was startled and opened his bag to check. Sure enough, these things had already been stored in his bag. He immediately tried to discard them but had no reaction whatsoever. Zhang Xian's face darkened. What the hell, is this stuck to me? This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation, items entering his bag automatically and being unable to be discarded. Moreover, that hint after killing the Blood Moon Demon Wolf regarding Blood Moon Projection, did it mean that these demon wolves were not bodily entities? What if they were a species composed of this bizarre energy? If that's the case, those chilling eyes of the magic wolves might make sense. Perhaps there is a common will controlling them. Zhang Xian calmed his mind, temporarily throwing those chaotic thoughts aside. Who cares about so much? Since he's here, he can only keep moving forward. Riding De Huang, he continued onward, bypassing a grove of tall trees, and the presence at the end of the plain caught Zhang Xian's eye. It was a cliff abruptly rising from the surface of the plain, and surprisingly, atop the cliff stood an ancient castle. Zhang Xian was taken aback. The Blood Moon and ancient castle gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Having passed through the eerie Grey Realm 7, he had roughly summarized some rules for cracking the Grey Realm. The extremely obvious signs appearing in the Grey Realm, although presenting more danger, must surely be the key to its unraveling. Clearly, this ancient castle built on the cliff is the key to breaking the Blood's Grey Realm 3. He had read a line in a book written by a beast master who reportedly escaped the Grey Realm. The more one tries to avoid crisis in the Grey Realm, the higher the death rate. The Wild Hunt scouts galloped across the plain, with 2 figures, one black and one blue, soaring through the sky, drawing closer to the cliff. Upon approach, Zhang Xian unexpectedly discovered that many Blood Moon magic wolves had gathered beneath the cliff. It looked as if they were guarding the ancient castle above. It was obvious that combat was unavoidable. Black King, a Bing, charge with me. Roar. A deep, domineering roar and a high-pitched cry sounded simultaneously. Fiery dragon flames and icy breath erupted together. This time, it was the first joint battle of the Burning World Black Dragon and the Crystal Ice Phoenix, and they seemed quite harmonious, truly complementing each other's attack methods. Under the icy breath, not only was there powerful damage, but every second inflicted a frost effect, slowing the movements of the Blood Moon magic wolves. Then, scorching dragon flames swept down like a rain of fire from the sky, igniting a fierce boiling sound as ice and fire collided, thick steam rising crazily, evaporating a pack of wolves in an instant. This. Zhang Xian suddenly realized that the damage attributes of the two, one positive and one negative, could actually form a combo.
However, an unexpected situation arose. When the blood moon magic wolves fell, there was no system prompt, but they transformed into a rich blood color diffused in the air, quickly condensing back into wolf entities. They charged fearlessly into the hell of ice and fire, quickly collapsing again, only to recondense the next moment, repeating the previous process. This. Zhang Xian's brow furrowed tightly. The current situation was a bit tricky. He's not afraid of monsters with high health and strong attributes, but he fears those that can rise again even after being defeated. This situation proves that the blood moon magic wolves indeed are not flesh and blood. No matter how strong the power, high damage cannot completely resolve them, leading to a stalemate here. Moreover, he quickly discovered that with each fall and recondensation of the blood moon magic wolves, the accumulated fragmented blood source on him was rapidly increasing. Damn, what the hell is this? Zhang Xian felt no discomfort for now, but it was this unknown danger that might erupt at any moment that was the most terrifying. Where exactly is the key to breaking the situation? Zhang Xian squinted, reflecting that although Black King and a Bing had sufficient magical energy, if this dragged on, it would be troublesome if they drained their blue bars. Just as he was conflicted about whether to retreat or not, De Huang suddenly crouched down, sniffing with its nose. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Right, how could he forget De Huang? Isn't it an expert at gathering information and discovering abnormalities? At this moment, De Huang also sensed that something was off. The talent skill Eternal Hunter was triggered, and soon information was fed back to Zhang Xian. In the surrounding environment, there is something hidden, and its location seems to be constantly changing? It seems this is the root of the problem. This batch of magical wolves that can reincarnate constantly is likely controlled by a being hidden in the dark. De Huang, flush it out. De Huang let out a whimper and activated the active skill Clever Insight. Its senses improved significantly, and threads that only it could see extended out from all directions, feeding into its perception. These threads were the sounds of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the swaying of grass, and it needed to find the most crucial one among them. Soon, a scarlet thread appeared, at the end of which was a dark red phantom. It was positioned safely at the opposite end of the battlefield, yet continuously changing its position, looking at itself and its master with eyes filled with mockery and provocation. Several times, the other side had gotten very close to its master. All this information was fed back to Zhang Xian. He narrowed his eyes and gently patted De Huang's back. De Huang understood and began to pace along the edge of the battlefield, as if observing the fight between He Wang and a Bing. Everything happened so naturally that, without realizing it, one man and one wolf had slowly approached that sneaky figure. Several times along the way, in the perceptions transmitted back by De Huang, the opponent deliberately approached provocatively, then quickly distanced itself. Chapter 25, The Ancient Castle. Zhang Xian had been holding back from striking. He knew that to catch the opponent, he could only rely on his own hands. If he failed, with the opponent's methods, it would be hard to catch it again. One strike, it must be one strike to catch this. Though the other party relied on a method similar to invisibility to stay provocatively close in the dark, it still maintained a level of caution. Several times it seemed ready to enter the attack range but withdrew quickly. Zhang Xian knew not to be impatient at this moment, striving to keep his breathing steady and relaxing his whole body as much as possible, while De Huang was clever enough to maintain high tacit understanding and never raised the suspicion of the hidden figure. Several times, it purposely distanced itself from the opponent's position to alleviate their wariness. Thus, they continued to tug between various sensitive distances. At last, at a certain moment. Now is the time. A flash of brilliance sparked in Zhang Xian's eyes. Without needing a word, De Huang received the signal simultaneously and instantly activated its skill. Wild Charge. The effect of this talent skill could give it a threefold speed boost, however, to get close to the target before, it had not revealed it. Now, combined with the active skill's double speed increase, it exploded with an incredible 5 times speed. De Huang's figure transformed into a phantom, perfectly showcasing the essence of a wild hunter as it rushed rapidly toward an open space. The hidden figure felt a sudden tension. It quickly realized it had already been discovered. And now, its position was the closest it had been to the target in 5 minutes. It hastily extended its hands and cast spells at the fastest speed, relying on its life-saving methods, but it wouldn't be caught so easily. However, in the moment when a hazy bloodlight rose, a fist the size of a cauldron, whipped by wild winds, crashed into its line of sight. Bang! A dull sound rang out, like a giant stone smashing into flesh. The bloodlight was instantly dispersed, the spell was interrupted, and a small figure abruptly appeared in the air, then was flung away like a ragdoll for more than 10 meters. Fortunately, they managed to hit the other side. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that their performance earlier had not been in vain. Maintaining 5 times the speed increase. De Huang continued to chase like a flash of lightning, biting down hard as the opponent struggled to rise, followed by Zhang Xian's fists smashing down like heavy raindrops. 10% of attribute feedback, 2 nearly level 90 god-level beast pets. His attributes were terrifying enough to describe at this stage. A flurry of violent blows, each hit struck solidly against the opponent's body, accompanied by their screams. Ouch. Ouch. Stop hitting. Zhang Xian was startled that they could still speak at this moment. He continued to increase the output frequency while checking the opponent's information. Fukura Grand Duke's Remnant Entity LV. Attributes. Skills. This. Zhang Xian's heart tightened. Apart from a name, all other information was completely invisible, not even a level was displayed. This usually only happened when the other's strength completely crushed oneself. The strength of a beast master refers to the combined power of all beast pets. With the support of the Burning World Black Dragon and Ice Crystal Phoenix, how could this occur? But looking at the current situation, the opponent didn't seem to have any strength to fight back. Maybe they had skills that could block probing? Zhang Xian paused slightly, then continued his brutal assault. Since he had caught them, he couldn't miss the opportunity to deal damage. At the same time, he saw clearly that the opponent's whole body was wrapped in bandages, their figure small, and wearing a cloak, radiating a bloodlight similar to those Blood Moon demon wolves. As he kept pounding, the little figure beneath him finally couldn't bear it, letting out a series of painful screams. Then, with a bang, they directly transformed into a blood glow and dissipated into the air. Gone? Zhang Xian frowned. This situation left him a bit uncertain, but he was sure he had not killed the opponent because there was no kill announcement. However, he turned back to see that the group of continuously reviving Blood Moon demon wolves had also completely vanished at the same time. Black King and Abing looked confused, not knowing what had happened. But now, the only passage on this cliff had been opened with no more obstacles. Zhang Xian looked up, and the ancient castle at the cliff's top, illuminated by the blood moon, looked even more like a terrifying, bloody den, ready to devour every ignorant brave soul daring to enter. Zhang Xian shrugged. Whether this was a trap or not, he was already here. Why should he be afraid of it? You dare to open the gate, I dare to come in. If you really have the ability, deal with me at the mountain's foot. Dahong, charge. Awu. The fierce hunter dashed up the rugged path of the cliff with Zhang Xian, its figure leaping left and right, showing no signs of slowing down. The Black King and Abing flapped their wings and flew up from both sides, quickly soaring above the castle, circling around, finding no enemy, and then two black-blue shadows descended from the sky, standing atop the castle, looking down at everything. When Zhang Xian and Dahong reached the cliff's peak, they saw that this ancient castle was built entirely from some kind of black stone, with a dark red hue on the surface, as if soaked in countless blood, dried and accumulated over time. It looked only terrifying and oppressive. At this moment, there was silence inside the castle, and the heavy front door remained closed. Zhang Xian chuckled disdainfully. Black King, break the door open for me. Roar. The Black King obeyed and unleashed dragon flames, instantly illuminating the area with blazing heat, dispelling the darkness, and crashing against the stone door in the most ferocious way. As expected, the door was quickly melted. The Black King's dragon flames could almost ignite anything. The stone was no exception, turning into thick molten liquid that dripped to the ground, then quickly cooled, finally leaving the stone door as a pile of muck on the ground. With a wide view now opened up, the inside of the castle was incredibly spacious, and surprisingly lit up, unlike the dark appearance from the outside. Zhang Xian rode the big yellow horse into it, quickly drawn to the decorations around him. The grand and luxurious main hall was surrounded by relief carvings featuring many exquisite stone sculptures, as well as numerous wall paintings that looked extraordinary. As Zhang Xian walked closer, he noticed that the content of the carvings and paintings seemed connected, presenting a long epic story. In the first scene, there was nothing but a moon depicted in the sky, looking just like the blood moon outside. In the second scene, a human was surprisingly born from the blood moon. He possessed great power and began exploring this world. Next, he found human tribes within this world and integrated into them. Chapter 26, The Gift of Duke Fukura. This world was bizarre and dangerous, as many unknown monsters suddenly appeared in the following pictures. They were twisted, bloodthirsty, and powerful, with bloodlight surrounding them. Zhang Xian thought of the blood moon demonic wolf he encountered earlier and that cloak-wearing dwarf controlling them. He furrowed his brow suddenly. Could it be that this human born from the blood moon was, after all, a monster? As he continued looking, this human bravely killed several monsters, thus rapidly elevating his status among the tribe, soon becoming a beloved leader. He did not disappoint expectations, leading the humans to slay more monsters, expanding their living space. Extremely wise, he gained many skills in hunting, planting, production, and taught them all to his people. The human tribe rapidly developed as a result, quickly escaping ignorance, establishing small towns, then cities, eventually forming remarkable civilizations. The human who sheltered them was regarded as the greatest existence, a godlike figure. Remarkably, while other humans aged and died, he remained eternal, leading mankind generation after generation. He was honored in the relief as Duke Fukura, and the city-states formed around him became a duchy, forever graced by his glory. Zhang Xian squinted his eyes. Duke Fukura? The dwarf, who was just acting mysterious, had this name appear in the information. Yet the two did not seem to have any resemblance. The wise and great leader depicted in the relief was nowhere close to him. Could it be that all of this was a fabricated false story? Just as he was about to continue looking, he found that the relief and all wall paintings behind had been erased by some power, making the content depicted unrecognizable. Zhang Xian exhaled, not wanting to dwell too much, and began exploring other areas. He walked through the hall and passed through a long corridor, which was also brightly lit. Lanterns hung on both sides, and astonishingly, these lights seemed to have no fuel yet burned with a fierce flame. Zhang Xian tried to take down one of the lanterns, and immediately information popped up. Eternal light lamp item. Description: derived from the marvelous inventions of the great Duke Fukura, it requires no fuel yet never extinguishes, capable of illuminating all darkness in the world. This description made Zhang Xian raise his brow. Being categorized as an item by the world's rules, with such positive characteristics, this Duke Fukura indeed seemed extraordinary. Most items are either useless or even bring about strange side effects. However, this lamp appeared to simply serve the purpose of illumination but was actually quite remarkable. Because it possessed two positive features at once: never extinguishing, and illuminates darkness. The former meant that it required no energy, and the latter should be some sort of buff with a dispelling effect. This powerful item, in the outside world, was even as valuable as a diamond-tier beast pet egg. In this place, such lights hung on both walls. Zhang Xian picked up a lamp and held it in his hand. After passing through the long corridor, he arrived at another equally spacious and luxurious area, where a new giant sculpture appeared before him. This sculpture was undamaged, and it depicted Duke Fukura. He looked solemn and majestic, his eyes distant yet compassionate, gazing at the city and countless people. From the position and perspective, it seemed that he was at the top of this ancient castle. In other words, this ancient castle used to be the center of the principality, surrounded by many city-states. But from the external scene, it was clear that these city-states had long been destroyed, with not even broken walls visible. Other humans were extinct, leaving only this glooming and oppressive castle. Zhang Xian thought to himself, the information he had seen along the way was indeed filled with doubts. He initially felt that the owner of this castle should be an evil being, and the content of the sculpture was likely fabricated to mislead viewers. However, the entire story seemed very coherent, and the everlasting lamp in his hand showed the wisdom and extraordinary nature of Duke Fukura. If the human civilization of this world really existed in the past, was he a saint who created all this or a devil who destroyed it? Zhang Xian approached, unconsciously reaching out to touch the sculpture. At that moment, a prompt suddenly sounded. You have entered a special area, Duke Fukura's residence. Trigger condition: fragmented blood source. Shacking. You have met the current conditions, the current area is unlocked. Zhang Xian felt a pulling force acting on him, and then he appeared in a room. This is Duke Fukura's living room? Zhang Xian looked around. This place was different from the luxury outside, appearing rather simple, unlike a residence of a national king. There was a bed, a large desk cluttered with various items, seemingly used by Duke Fukura for tinkering with inventions. The room was unobstructed, and soon, a few glowing items on the desk caught Zhang Xian's attention. First, there was a mask, with its outer layer engraved with exquisite and mysterious lines, forming a pattern resembling a magic circle. But strangely, this mask was missing a small piece, making it incomplete. Mine's mask, fragment, item. Description: the blood and sweat of Duke Fukura, unfortunately only a half-finished product. Wearing it grants strong resistance against mental impacts, but over time, you become more susceptible to being targeted by entities in chaos. Resistance against mental impacts? It seemed to be a tool that could defend against various psychic and mental attacks. Zhang Xian pondered. He hadn't heard of such items in the outside world because entities wielding mental attacks were extremely rare, let alone items that countered such methods. Just facing the Blood Moon Demon Wolf earlier, mental attacks had emerged, suggesting that the monsters in this world might be very skilled in such abilities. This could explain why Duke Fukura took great care to create this item. As for the existence in chaos, Zhang Xian didn't quite understand what was being referred to. In any case, it was a debuff, making this item not so perfect. But it was still useful. He temporarily stored the mask in his backpack without putting it on directly. Next, Zhang Xian's gaze shifted to the side. The remaining two items both glowed with a faint blood light, gently floating and changing with various magical lines, looking like two runes. Endless Blood Rune. Description: after fusion, all damage you inflict will siphon 100% of health. If your health is full, it will form a shield with no stacking limit. The shield disappears after 1 minute out of combat. Fusion condition: a human with a blood source. Chapter 27, The Trapped One. What? Seeing the effect of this rune, Zhang Xian was already very surprised. This was much stronger than the rune he obtained in the Dark Grey Realm before. 100% lifesteal, and it can also be converted into a shield. As long as he is not instantly killed by high damage, isn't he invincible? Seeing the last sentence, Zhang Xian nearly gasped in amazement. This is actually a rune that can be used on humans. In the Beastmaster continent, the existence of such runes can hardly be found except in books. This is because they are extremely rare, and even the grand magicians of the elf race may not be able to create them. If they appeared on the market, their value would even surpass that of a ruler-level beast pet egg. It's important to know that humans have very few means to directly enhance themselves, which is why their weakness is the biggest flaw of beast masters. However, if there were a large number of runes that could be directly used by humans, this problem would be easily solved. At that time, humans could escape from their over-reliance on beast handling methods, combining their own strength with that of their pet beasts. Maybe the abyssal dilemma that has always loomed over various nations could be resolved once and for all. However, such runes must be extremely difficult to create and have many restrictions, otherwise, they would have been popularized long ago. To think that I could encounter one here is quite lucky. Speaking of which, the other rune should also be. Zhang Xian picked up the other rune. Blood Source Rebirth Rune. Description: the target you kill will be reborn under the rule of blood, becoming a stronger existence that you can command until it exhausts completely. Fusion condition: a person with blood source. Sure enough, it's another one. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but feel excited. This rune is not only exclusive to humans, but its effect is also more direct for enhancing combat power. The killed target is reborn as his combat power, and there is no duration limit before death. Doesn't this mean fewer enemies and more allies? These two runes are both unbeatable combat runes, growing stronger as one fights. But this condition, a person with blood source. Zhang Xian looked at the fragmented blood source on himself that he could not escape from. Is this the condition for fusing these two runes? It seems that despite its strange existence, it is more of a blessing than a curse. Then, let's fuse it directly. Zhang Xian chose to fuse it without hesitation. You have successfully fused Endless Blood Rune and Blood Source Rebirth Rune. A strange energy flowed through his body, making Zhang Xian feel incredibly fulfilled within. It seems, there is no limit to the number of runes that can be fused with a human body? Zhang Xian pondered. At least, the world consciousness had not given any hints so far. He looked at his own panel, and the information of the two runes was already displayed, adding a bit more security to his strength. Zhang Xian scanned the room again. There was nothing else he could take away. On the wall hung a painting, no longer just a portrait of Duke Fukura, but of him and his family. Duke Fukura and a beautiful, dignified woman stood on either side, surrounding a red-haired girl in the middle. Her face was snow-white. Although she looked very young in the painting, she was exceptionally beautiful. Her eyes looked just like Duke Fukura's. This world has been destroyed, but could Duke Fukura and his family still be alive? Zhang Xian looked away, and before leaving the room, he crossed his hands over his chest, performing a universal gesture of gratitude for beast masters. Although he didn't know the true situation of Duke Fukura, the things he obtained from here were real, and he naturally should express his thanks. Leaving the living quarters, there was a spiral staircase on the side leading to the second floor of the castle. Zhang Xian climbed the steps and reached the second floor, which was decorated similarly to the first floor hall. The more is carved on the relief, the more it depicts the civilized achievements of this principality. There are even scenes of council elections from different city-states, the announcement of decrees, and images of markets and academies. Except for the room where Duke Vuchila himself resides, it seems that he has arranged the entire castle to be an exhibition hall for the civilization he created. Obviously, he is very proud and loves all of it. At this moment, Big Yellow suddenly perked up its ears and howled loudly. Zhang Xian stopped, deep in thought. Big Yellow, did you hear something? Big Yellow nodded vigorously, then howled again to affirm that he was not mistaken. Zhang Xian looked in the direction that Big Yellow sensed. The light over there seemed a bit dim, at the end of the hall. Let's go check it out. As he got closer, Zhang Xian faintly heard some noise. There was indeed a disturbance. Soon, he arrived at a door. At the end of the hall was a room. However, this door was very thick. He pushed it but couldn't open it. Zhang Xian tried to press his ear against it. It sounds like there are voices inside? Zhang Xian was very curious. The soundproof effect of this door was strong, yet he faintly heard what seemed like someone moaning inside. Are there still people in this world? Could it be Duke Vuchila? A strong curiosity made him eager to know the answer. Black King, break it open for me. The Black King was summoned, staring at the heavy door in front of him, and the hot dragon flame spewed out again. Boom! Indeed, no matter how solid, nothing could withstand this flame. Zhang Xian realized that the dragon flame seemed to have the hidden ability to burn everything. As long as it touched even a little fire, it wouldn't extinguish unless it was completely burned out. The door was melted, and Zhang Xian stepped inside. Immediately, the scene before him stunned him. In this room, there was indeed a person, but he was locked in a large iron cage, ragged, disheveled, and weakly leaning against the cage, groaning. Hearing the violent noise, this person suddenly turned his head, and upon seeing Zhang Xian, Big Yellow, and the Black King, an unbelievable light burst in his eyes. You are the one who came in from outside? You are a beast master? His voice was hoarse, clearly not having had water for days, but he was extremely excited, gripping the cage tightly with both hands. Zhang Xian was taken aback. A beast master? This person was also brought into the Grey World? He never expected to see a living compatriot in the Grey World. He quickly walked over, and the person in the cage became even more excited, saying, "Little brother, you can understand what I'm saying, right? You are also a beast master from the Summer Kingdom? Great! I've been trapped in this hellish place for so long, and I couldn't believe I would meet a second beast master from my own country." Zhang Xian was also somewhat excited. He truly did not expect such a coincidental event, but then he was taken aback again and asked, "Can other countries also be transported to the same Grey World?" The man nodded and said, "Of course, the location of the Grey World is not fixed, and there may be many entrances connecting to the mainland, which is quite normal even if they are far apart." So that's how it is. He really did not know this piece of knowledge before. "Alright, little brother, quickly help me open this broken cage. I thought I was going to die here." Who would have thought I would meet a second beast master who was my compatriot? What a stroke of luck. Zhang Xian stood in front of the iron cage, looking at the thick iron bars, thinking about the scenes he had seen along the way, and asked, "By the way, how did you come here, and why are you locked up?" The man ran his fingers through his messy hair, revealing a somewhat worn face in his 30s, and said with a wry smile, "My name is Su Chengguang, a 6th-level beast master. Not long ago, I participated in a secret realm exploration task released by the Beast God Hall. As a result, I got separated from my teammates and was unexpectedly sucked into this damn Grey World. I encountered a group of demon wolves and killed a bunch. I thought the danger of this Grey World was not that high. Who knew I would run into a man named Duke Fukura?" Speaking of this, Su Chengguang's expression turned fearful and angry. There was a deep disgust still lingering in his eyes. Zhang Xian was quite surprised. "You met Duke Fukura? He's alive? Did he capture you here?" He had just walked here, and apart from the group of Blood Moon demon wolves below the cliff and the hooded dwarf who seemed to be linked to Duke Fukura, he had been wandering the ancient castle for a long time without seeing the Duke himself. Su Chengguang gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, it's that guy. He should be the boss in this Grey Realm. He's an extreme narcissist. You must have seen those reliefs in the ancient castle, right? The content on them is all fake." "Fake?" Zhang Xian frowned. He had similar suspicions before. Could it really be so? Su Chengguang continued, "Duke Fukura is a freakish existence born from the Blood Moon. He makes the humans of this world submit to his bloody rule, and in the end, completely destroys the civilization of this world. Then he fabricates these illusions, falsely claiming to be the creator of this world, a merciful father. After he captured me, he feeds me these things every day, but I have seen his true face. This person is just a madman and a monster." Su Chengguang's voice trembled, and it was clear that Duke Fukura had left a strong shadow in his heart. Zhang Xian looked around cautiously and asked, "So you mean to say that Duke Fukura is inside this ancient castle?" Su Chengguang nodded with fear. "That's right, but he seems to have certain conditions. He often falls into a deep sleep and only appears after a while, constantly tormenting me and telling me his fabricated stories. According to the dates, he should be asleep for these few days. Little brother, you have to help me get out. Let's work together to escape." Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Do you know where Duke Fukura sleeps in the ancient castle? I want to take a look." "Are you crazy?" Su Chengguang had an incredulous look, doubting whether the other person had lost his mind. "I'm at least a 6th-level beastmaster, and I had no ability to resist when he captured me." "You want to take the initiative to walk into his trap?" He earnestly advised, "Even if we have to face this guy, it would be more reliable for both of us to work together. More people means more strength." Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded, "That's true, I was too arrogant. By the way, how do I get you out?" Su Chengguang's face brightened as he looked at the Black King beside Zhang Xian and said, "Little brother, if I'm not mistaken, your beast pet is a pure-blood dragon, right? Which family are you from to be able to contract such a beast? Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. I tried many times to break this prison net without success. Later, there was an occasion when that Fukura bragged about his fake stories. I pretended to agree to get information out of him. He said that this prison net was meticulously crafted by him, and ordinary means simply can't break it. Only the power of a pure-blood top beast can crack it. It just so happens that you have contracted a pure-blood dragon. Isn't this a fate arranged by the beast god? Such a thing?" Zhang Xian was somewhat taken aback. This really was too coincidental. "By the way, senior, have you seen a pure-blood dragon before? How could you recognize it?" Su Chengguang nodded, "Of course, although I haven't seen one up close. The terrifying might when the pure-blood dragons appeared in the Abyssal War. Just by seeing it from a distance, I will never forget it for a lifetime." "So that's how it is." Zhang Xian nodded and said calmly, "Black King, Dragon Flame, burn this person to death for me." The Black King obeyed, gathering scorching flames directed at Su Chengguang. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Changwang felt the terrifying heat that seemed to roast him to ashes even from several meters away and panicked. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhang Xian said coldly, all right, stop pretending. You were sneaky at the cliff, are you still afraid to show your true colors now? Su Changwang's expression stiffened, his face slowly losing the look of suspicion and fear, gradually transforming into a cold and cruel demeanor. A hoarse, grating sound like rusty steel cables scraping against each other echoed. How did you find out? Zhang Xian said indifferently, the hatred you show for Duke Fukura in your words and actions is too strong, but there's little fear. If you were caught and tortured day and night, it shouldn't be like this. This means you don't understand human emotions. At this point, I was still just a bit suspicious. Later, you said only the top-tier beast race's power could break this iron cage. How could that be such a coincidence? The condition for breaking the cage is probably not wrong, but letting you out definitely has a problem. I already suspect that you have sided with those hidden in the Grey Realm, conspiring against me. And finally, Zhang Xian's voice was cold, you said you saw dragons from afar on the Abyss battlefield? Let me tell you, the last time pure-blood dragons appeared in the Abyss was 20 years ago. Are you saying you've been locked up here for almost 20 years? Or is it that there's no TV here, and you can't watch the news? You're not even human, are you? Su Changwang fell silent for a moment, and then, to Zhang Xian's surprise, his skin began to peel off. Eventually, his entire body's flesh fell away, revealing a monster with exposed muscles and blood vessels. The monster opened its mouth, revealing layers of sharp teeth, spiraling inward, a terrifying and grotesque sight. It laughed grimly, I see now, this is where the flaw is. It shrugged its shoulders and shook its head, saying, there's nothing I can do. This dead guy came in 20 years ago, but it's a pity he had to wait so long for the next human to show up. The monster's tone gradually became more despondent, and then it suddenly erupted in a loud, high-pitched howl. Do you know how long I've been trapped here? Its voice was filled with extreme sorrow and resentment, its pupil-less eyes staring at Zhang Xian as they darted around erratically. Zhang Xian furrowed his brows and asked, so what exactly is your relationship with Duke Fukura? Fukura? The skinless monster chuckled grimly, shaking its head as it said, I am him, and he is me. No, I'm not him, and he's not me. It spoke in an extremely disordered and mad manner, as if its sanity had cracked. And whenever Duke Fukura was mentioned, it seemed to trigger some switch in it, its tone filled with intense hatred. Zhang Xian smiled and said, I understand now, you must be an ugly, vile, and utterly despicable monster. You were either harming living beings or you entered this ancient castle and were suppressed by Duke Fukura, am I right? He spoke while observing the monster's emotional changes. Dealing with such a mad creature, stirring up its emotions might be an effective way to gather information. Sure enough, the skinless monster grew angrier, letting out a shrill scream. Its exposed muscles began to twitch and writhe, foul blood dripping onto the ground, even corroding the earth beneath it, leaving small pits. I am despicable. I am suppressed? No, that's impossible. It seemed eager to prove that everything was false, rambling as it said, that damn guy, he's the real despicable traitor. Zhang Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Was the interesting part finally about to begin? The great scarlet moon that gave us life was meant to spread its light across billions of worlds, not like him, who wallows in filth with the humble. The skinless monster's voice was filled with righteous anger one moment, and the next, it suddenly fell silent. Its eyes turned pure blood red, and it extended its tongue, covered in suckers, licking its face. Cunning human, want to know its secret? Don't be in a rush, let me first bring you the great evolution. The scarlet moon? Is that the real name of the massive blood-red moon outside? From what this monster says, it seems the blood moon might be some kind of conscious being? Zhang Xian was thinking, the skinless monster seemed to have lost patience with continuing the conversation. It let out another shrill scream, and the spacious room instantly transformed into a secret chamber made of flesh and blood. Various terrifying whispers echoed in Zhang Xian's ears, and the thick smell of blood squeezed into his nostrils from all directions. Looking down, he saw that the entire floor had turned into writhing, filthy flesh and blood. The remnants of some unknown creature's body had become the nourishment for this place. The walls, the ceiling, everything was showing such a horrific sight. Black King. He instinctively called for his beast pet. However, what happened next horrified him. He realized that he had lost connection with his beast pet. Black King, a Bing, De Huang, Yingsha, all of them seemed to have vanished into thin air, and the beast space was completely empty. What is going on? This skinless monster, how could it do such a thing? Severing the most powerful reliance of a beast master? Right, I still have the power feedback from my beast pets. Zhang Xian raised his hands and then realized that his body was already weak and powerless. It felt as though the murmuring whispers and the omnipresent stench of blood had trapped him in this state. For the first time, he felt fear. This situation was completely out of control. The skinless monster laughed wildly. Do you see? This is his power. Just a glimpse of his radiant glow is beyond what lowly beings can bear. Together with your tasty beast tribe, become my nourishment and pile up to build the tower to God. It waved its hands, and the entire bloody secret chamber began to surge. Zhang Xian felt sick, almost throwing up, and his mind grew increasingly chaotic, almost unable to think clearly. Then, an endless sea of blood came crashing towards him from somewhere, instantly engulfing him. In the sea of blood, various terrifying sights floated, with mountains of corpses drifting and endless wails and screams echoing throughout. Zhang Xian was battered by the blood, his spirit on the verge of collapse. He could no longer sense everything he once knew: beast pets, items, even the interface, everything about the main world rules seemed to have been stripped away, sinking into the rules of the blood moon. But in the next second, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a burning pain. He looked down and saw blood-colored light radiating from 3 spots. Is this from the 3 items I took from the Duke of Fukura's chambers? At this moment, their presence suddenly awakened Zhang Xian's consciousness. Blood moon. Sea of blood. Spiritual world. Rules. I understand. Zhang Xian picked up the face of the soul, which had a broken corner, and put it on his face. In an instant, the sea of blood receded, the foul stench vanished, the bloody secret chamber collapsed, and he returned to the spacious room once more. The skinless monster was once again in its iron cage. No, everything from the start to the end had never changed. From the moment he stepped into this room, even from the moment he heard the skinless monster's groans, he had already suffered some sort of mental shock. Black King and the others, under some guidance, had long been placed into the beast space. Clearly, the skinless monster's methods were not confident enough to affect divine-level beast tribes. After that, once all conditions and timing were right, the monster made its move, wanting to completely sink his mind, trapping him forever here. Just like Su Qingguang, who had come here years ago, surely he had fallen to this trick, allowing the monster to occupy his body and soul, absorbing his memories. But it's not human, leaving too many flaws in all the details. And the face of the soul, left by Duke Fukura, is the perfect countermeasure against it. No. How is this possible? The skinless monster had already realized that Zhang Xian had escaped from the illusionary space it had created. It shook its head in disbelief and screamed in a frenzy. But then, it noticed the mask on Zhang Xian's face. A strong sense of hatred surged once more. So it's him, yet again. This traitor to the great mother goddess, this guy who wallows with the humble. Then it laughed maniacally, but so what? His beloved humble tribe has been slaughtered by me, and his wife also died by my hand. Can he defeat me? No. The skinless monster fell into complete madness, in the end, only muttering nonsense. Seeing that he couldn't extract more useful information, Zhang Xian immediately summoned the Black King. The experience just now left him with lingering fear, and after the fear came even greater anger. Black King, burn this place down. Roar! The Black King breathed out dragon flames, and the thick, violent fire instantly engulfed the skinless monster, reducing its ugly body to ashes in an instant. Yet that iron cage, surprisingly, barely held up under the dragon flames. Though a portion of its surface began to melt, it did not directly turn into molten iron and evaporate. Chapter 30. Zhang Xian was amazed. The Duke of Fukura was indeed a genius. It was the first time he had seen a material that dragon flames couldn't directly burn away. It seemed that the content of those carvings was very likely true. A godlike human led the human race in this world out of ignorance, establishing civilization, only to be tragically destroyed in the end. Thinking back to the series of words from the skinless monster from the very beginning, Zhang Xian vaguely reconstructed a thread of coherence in his mind. As depicted in the first carving, the Duke of Fukura was indeed born in the Blood Moon, but he did not execute some rule or will of the Blood Moon to slaughter humanity. Instead, he integrated into the human community, spreading his wisdom and knowledge. But evidently, all of this provoked the dissatisfaction of that Blood Moon, which might have sent a chaotic creature to possess the Duke of Fukura, influencing his will, and then using him to destroy everything. This point can be deduced from what the skinless monster said, that all of it was done by the Duke of Fukura himself. As for this iron cage and the items in the Duke of Fukura's room, perhaps they were set up as contingency plans when he could still maintain some sanity while alive. But if that's the case, why didn't the Duke of Fukura resolve this disaster personally and only imprisoned it here? Zhang Xian pondered, when suddenly he saw that the pile of ash that was once the skinless monster's body surged with a blood-red light. Zhang Xian grew alert, even burned to this extent and still not dead? Soon, the blood light surged and gradually formed a shadow. This shadow floated in the air, with features forming on its face. Zhang Xian was stunned, for he recognized that the figure was the likeness of the Duke of Fukura. The residual will of Duke Fukura. The will of the world returned, revealing the identity of the shadow in front of him. He seemed to wear a look of relief, smiling as he said, "Hello, young beast master." Zhang Xian, who wore the heart's face, did not notice the existence of the mental shock and should not have fallen into an illusion. He looked at the face of the Duke of Fukura and suddenly understood something. You are that skinless monster?
The Duke of Fukura nodded, though his expression remained unchanged, his eyes were still filled with sorrow.
That's right, it is a part of me, a part that has been inseparable from me since the birth of the blood moon. Zhang Shan nodded in realization. This explained and resolved the remaining doubts. Then, I am willing to listen to your story.
The Duke of Fukura looked at him with grateful eyes, then began to slowly reveal his tale.
It turns out that in the beginning, this world did not have the existence of the blood moon. It suddenly descended one day, and the ignorant human race feared and revered it, worshipping it as a god. Reverence, worship. One day, the blood moon changed, and a person who looked just like them was born from it, arriving in the world. Humans cheered with joy, seeing him as a messenger sent by the gods to the earth, calling him the prophet, the great one, the god on the ground. This person who came from the blood moon was Fukura. Fukura did not disappoint. He led everyone against fierce beasts, used fire, popularized farming methods, and even taught about celestial phenomena, calendars, numbers, and forging. In just 100 years, the first city in this world appeared. 100 years later, the first city-state of humanity was born. In a total of 300 years, from hunting and gathering to the union of city-states, a nation was formed. On this land, there were already tens of millions of humans thriving and multiplying. People built an ancient castle at the highest place in the center of the kingdom for the everlasting prophet to live. At this time, Fukura had become an unquestionable god of mankind, accepted by all. A being that brought knowledge, a being that never aged, what could be more deserving of the title of god? But when Fukura stood at the top of the castle, overlooking the civilization he had personally created, an uncontrollable fear grew in his heart. He did not fear humanity, he feared himself. To convey all that is real and beautiful and to help humanity thrive, only to complete a sacrifice to the mother goddess. Fukura desperately suppressed this idea, but he could not, for it was a mission ingrained in him from birth. But when he looked at the increasingly prosperous kingdom, saw human babies being born, and watched his daughter, little Fukura, come into the world, he knew he must resist all of this, he must kill himself. Fukura tried every means possible, day and night buried in the laboratory of the castle, seeking to separate his mother goddess's will from himself. This was the only way. Only by stripping away this part of his will could Fukura completely rid himself of the yearning for bloodshed and sacrifice. However, all of this was detected by the blood moon, and before he could fully succeed in his research, the blood moon unleashed its fury. Fukura lost control, he buried the entire kingdom, personally killed his wife, and destroyed everything. But he finally regained his awareness, and in overwhelming grief, he extracted the bloodthirsty will and imprisoned it in a cage. At the same time, he left behind a legacy for future generations to completely eliminate his negative self. Zhang Shan listened to this and felt emotional and shocked. Fukura may not be innocent, but he was indeed destined to face the greatest tragedy of the world from the very beginning. Then why didn't you kill it yourself? Fukura shook his head. The influence of the mother goddess's will is unimaginably powerful. I even had to use various means simply to force myself to issue the command to separate and imprison it. As for killing it, only others can accomplish that. So, young man, I am very grateful to you. Zhang Xian thought of the unfortunate person who had come here decades ago. Why did he not receive the Grand Duke's legacy to eliminate this monster? Fukura seemed to see right through his thoughts and said, actually, that person did not find his way here by himself, he was lured here by my negative self. No wonder. Zhang Xian remained silent for a moment and said, the legacy you left is very helpful to me. So, is there anything else I can help with? Fukura slowly said, young man, those things were originally meant to kill it. If you accomplish this, I owe you a debt of gratitude. My true self wanders and atones in a distant world, trying to reclaim my kin. This is just a wisp of my lingering thoughts. But if you can meet my daughter Fukura, I hope you can tell her I want to revive her mother and pray for her forgiveness. Fukura's deep gaze looked toward the void. His phantom seemed to dissipate gradually as if completing its mission. Chapter 31, The Flow of Time. In the end, always be wary of them, the endless worlds, as they are being sacrificed. Before the phantom of the Duke of Fusela completely vanished, it left behind a warning. Then several light spheres appeared before him. Ding! You have obtained the key to the Grey Realm. You have activated a new Grey Realm coordinate. You have earned the gratitude of Duke Fusela, unlocking the bond system. Bond? Zhang Xian was somewhat surprised, he had never heard of such a thing before. He hurriedly looked at the description. Bond system, when you establish a close connection with certain special beings, it may trigger a bond and lead to further developments. Current bond, Duke Fusela. Description, born from the blood moon, a wise and powerful being, you have resolved the root of his pain and earned his everlasting friendship. Got it, this is equivalent to completing a hidden quest, filling up the favorability of a special NPC, thus forming a so-called bond. Since Duke Fusela was still alive, perhaps not long after, he would have further interactions with him. For no other reason, namely because Zhang Xian was quite intrigued by the various things studied by Duke Fusela. Although the other party spoke lightly, Zhang Xian could imagine how difficult it was for Fusela to resist the will of the Blood Moon to some extent. This Blood Moon could descend upon a world, sacrifice a world, and destroy a world. Its power and status were beyond what he could currently fathom. Even doubting whether the beast gods on the continent could achieve all of this. And although Fusela ultimately could not avoid being affected, personally burying all he had created, he still managed to separate the negative will and break free from the Blood Moon's control. This alone was enough to prove his greatness. Establishing a friendship with such a character was naturally an extraordinary matter. But the last warning from Duke Fusela. He mentioned them, the endless worlds. Could it be that there were more than one alien evil god like the Blood Moon, and many worlds were already sinking under their watch? How exactly was the Grey Realm formed, and was the abyss on the continent related to these alien evil gods? Everything felt like a black cloud, shrouded in doubts. Zhang Xian calmed his mind. These matters were beyond his reach now. Continuously strengthening his own power would surely bring him closer to the truth of this world. He grasped the key that glimmered with a blood-like glow. Key to the Grey Realm, blood. Description: the key to the Blood Grey Realm, capable of illuminating the map of this world and sensing other Grey Realms of the same nature within a certain range. The moment he obtained the key, the entire current map lit up, and Zhang Xian's eyes widened in amazement. Because this Grey Realm was vast, at least hundreds of times larger than the previous 7th Dark Grey Realm. Even if the world was shattered and downgraded to fragments of the Grey Realm, could it still have such a large area? Perhaps because this place was originally a complete world, while the previous Dark Grey Realm 7 was merely a very small domain within one world. However, Zhang Xian looked at the Blood Moon that occupied more than half of the horizon, feeling somewhat uneasy in his heart. Even though wearing the face of the mind reduced the constant sense of being spied upon and the eerie feeling significantly, the existence of the Blood Moon still indicated that this world harbored unknown dangers. Even with Black King A Bing and other beast companions around, there was no guarantee of safety against such an evil god. Moreover, Zhang Xian suspected this might not even be the true body of the Crimson Moon, it could merely be a projection formed by some kind of rules. Otherwise, with its power, could he be safely unharmed now? The true body of the Blood Moon might be invading other worlds as they spoke. Now that he had obtained the key to the Grey Realm, he could enter and exit freely. There is no need to take any more risks. When I later have a deeper understanding of them, I can come back to explore. With this decision made, Zhang Xian took one last look at the ancient castle shrouded in blood-red light, then left. When he returned to the main world, the surroundings were clearly no longer the Moon Spirit Mountain, it seemed to be a low-lying basin with dense vegetation and humid air. After coming out of the Grey Realm, one would usually drift some distance, but not too far off. Zhang Xian took out a pre-prepared map and started to identify his current location. This is the Burying Bones Basin? The Burying Bones Basin is located in the northwest direction of Moon Spirit Mountain, close to the depths of the Panlong Mountain range. If you kept walking west, you would reach the area of Jianing City next to Guangning City. The reason the Burying Bones Basin has this name is that it is a gathering place for monsters at level 100 and above, and beast tamers below tier 5 do not dare to come here. Anyone who dares to linger here ultimately ends up buried in this place. Should I continue to level up here? Zhang Xian looked at Black King and A Bing, both of whom had reached level 90, with their divine beast pets needing to be level 100 to meet the first essential condition for evolving from their juvenile form to their mature form. Other beast pets generally only need to be around level 50 to evolve to their mature form. It just so happens that the monsters here are high level enough, so leveling up to 100 before going back would be pretty good. Thinking of this, he glanced at the time displayed on his communicator. What the hell? Zhang Xian instinctively swore. He found that from the day he arrived at the Panlong Mountain range, nearly 2 weeks had already passed. What is going on? He had only spent half a day in the Blood Grey Realm at most. Last time in the Dark Grey Realm, this kind of situation didn't occur. Zhang Xian thought for a moment and estimated that it was due to the world's rules affecting the time flow in the Blood Grey Realm compared to the Beast God continent. Looking at it this way, if he ever encountered an unsolvable problem, like being chased, he could hide in the Blood Grey Realm, and when he came out, the pursuers would likely think he had vanished and give up. And wouldn't this count as a kind of delay in aging? Zhang Xian shook his head, dispelling these wild thoughts. Now that so many days had passed in the main world, he needed to hurry back to Guangning. The simulation exam was about to start, and all new beast tamers in Guangning had to participate. If he missed it, it would affect his eligibility for the upcoming unified exam. Zhang Xian summoned Big Yellow, urgently heading back. By the way, in the simulation exam dungeon, he would have to compete with other beast tamers. Which of his beast pets should he let battle? Black King, A Bing? That seems a bit too high profile. If it's just for bullying weaker opponents, there's no need to use a nearly 100 level divine beast pet. Big Yellow? No way, if our mount goes to fight, what are we going to ride? Then Shadow Kill? Forget it, why am I overthinking this? I'll just catch a few more beast pets and be done with it. Zhang Xian recalled that he still had 3 beast pet slots available, so he decided to try something new. Exactly, let me think about what to catch. Got it. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The tree spirits in the Withered Tree Valley were a pretty good choice, as they had decent strength, could easily bully weaker monsters, and would add a bit of freshness. Collecting various types of beast pets is also a pleasure. Among the high school beast tamers in Guangning City, during this time, having a golden level beast pet around level 30 or 40 is already considered outstanding. The very best of that group are probably still battling monsters in the dark forest, or crowded around with a group of beast tamers to farm tree people. There's no way around it. Under the world's rules, beast tamers with more than 2 tiers of level difference cannot team up. Even if they kill higher level monsters, experience cannot be shared. Otherwise, an 8th tier beast master with a 1st tier beast master would directly rush to kill a level 200 monster and instantly spiral into the sky. What I need to do now is to give the geniuses of Guangning a shocking experience with tree spirits. Moreover, the Valley of Dead Trees is just on my way back, so I don't have to make a special detour. I am truly a little genius. The wild hunter scout was swift as the wind, carrying Zhang Xian as it raced through the dense forest, continuously hearing the roars of monsters along the way. However, as soon as it attracted hatred, it quickly dodged out of the hate range, leaving the monsters confused in place. Soon, leaving the basin and flying past Moon Spirit Mountain, the Valley of Dead Trees came into view. Zhang Xian wore the Crying Tree pendant that dropped when he killed the tree spirit, which had an effect of attracting tree spirits within a certain range. After all, tree spirits were still elite monsters, and finding them slowly would take too much time. One person and one wolf rushed into the Valley of Dead Trees, and the surrounding scenery changed instantly. As the name suggested, this valley was filled with large amounts of withered old trees, some of which had faces that looked like old men formed on their trunks, quite eerie. However, Zhang Xian had seen this before and was not surprised, heading deeper while shouting loudly. Tree spirit, come out quickly. Now that he had come to the Valley of Dead Trees, it was like returning to a beginner's village. With the property's feedback from his pet, he had over 20,000 physical attack points, and he could defeat a tree spirit with a single punch, sweeping through the area. Sure enough, with the buff from the Crying Tree, a tree spirit quickly appeared in sight, roots swirling, moving swiftly towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, riding on Big Yellow, charged forward and threw a punch. Minus 21,500. Bang! The tree spirit was instantly killed and dropped a spirit of grass and wood. Wait. Zhang Xian suddenly realized, damn it, my damage can kill it in one punch, how can I catch it? Instead, Shadow Killer and Big Yellow did not have such high attributes. Why not let them weaken the tree spirit first before attempting to capture it? Just as Zhang Xian was searching for the second tree spirit, the valley suddenly shook violently, accompanied by the panicked shouts of several people. Run! Damn it, how did we attract the boss? Zhang Xian was taken aback. What was going on? It felt a bit familiar. It wouldn't be those people from the Yin family again, would it? However, hearing the word boss, he became curious and immediately directed Big Yellow toward the source of the sound. Soon, a gigantic towering tree appeared in his sight, its vines whipping out at least 5 to 6 meters, and the faces on its trunk looked even more realistic and ferocious. A team of 6 or 7 beast masters was frantically fleeing. In the midst of their escape, a leopard was directly whipped away by a thick vine and stuffed into the mouth of the big tree, a spray of blood following a crunching sound. A beast master, pale-faced, looked back and saw his hard-trained main battle pet was eaten just like that. Don't look, run. Life is more important. The leader, a burly man, shouted. These people seem a bit familiar. Zhang Xian had some impression but couldn't recall. Forget it, since there's a boss, and you can't deal with it, let it come to me. He shouted loudly and charged directly at the giant tree while riding Big Yellow. Bang! Zhang Xian punched the giant tree, and green blood exploded out. Minus 19,487. Oh, its defense attributes seem to be quite high? Zhang Xian glanced at the information on the opponent. Boss Tree Spirit King LV.70. Attributes, Health 80,000/80,000. Physical Attack 1500, Magic Attack 4000. Physical Defense 2600, Magic Defense 2000. Skills, Vine Net, Solid Bark, Root Drain, Berserk Whip. It seemed that this group of people had attracted the strongest monster in the Valley of Dead Trees. Well, that's good, let's capture the Tree Spirit King to have some fun. 80,000 health points seemed like a lot, but it's really just a few punches away. The Tree Spirit King suddenly took a heavy hit, and its face roared in anger, shifting its attention to Zhang Xian. That group did not take the chance to escape directly, but instead stopped. The burly man, sweat dripping from his forehead, shouted loudly, "Little brother, run. This thing is too fierce. You can't handle it. Run. Your mount is fast, once you get out of the valley, it won't chase you." A tall, slender woman in the team noticed that the big yellow under Zhang Xian seemed to move quickly, and urgently reminded. However, soon their anxiety and worry turned into shock. Zhang Xian, like a ghost, quickly moved to another spot as the Tree Spirit King whipped a thick vine at him, then struck with a punch to the opponent. The green juice splattered out and the Tree Spirit King's painful roar clearly indicated the high damage dealt. This. The team members exchanged glances, initially thinking a kind beast master had come to help them draw aggro, but they did not expect him to be aiming to kill the Tree Spirit King. However, this little brother had been the one to attack from the beginning. Where did he get such high damage? The burly man noticed something. His beast pet is so fast. He looked astonished. He had never seen such speed in a land beast pet before. It was too agile. No wonder he could easily evade the Tree Spirit King's attacks. In the battle, Zhang Xian was incredibly relaxed. Those vines were no problem at all. Even when the Tree Spirit King wanted to use its skill, De Huang predicted it in advance and used Wild Charge, instantly enhancing its speed to dodge. High damage combined with high mobility produced one result: utter domination. After just 4 punches, the Tree Spirit King's health plummeted into a severely injured state, its roar grew weak, and its roots shifted as if it wanted to escape. Zhang Xian chased after it. When a monster's health was low, it was the perfect moment to capture it. Beast Capture Net. He threw out the capture net. Capturing. Target Tree Spirit King is not obedient, capture chance decreased, capture judgment, failed. Failed? Zhang Xian was stunned, and then saw the Tree Spirit King stop moving. All its vines suddenly plunged into the ground, and its health instantly returned to full. So that's how it is, since I didn't deal lethal damage, it entered the second phase? Chapter 33, Unbreakable Defense. Zhang Xian took another look at the Tree Spirit King's panel. Its health was full now, but the other attributes did not change. He shrugged and said, "What's the point? You're just going to take a few more punches." Oh. The Tree Spirit King seemed to understand his mockery. Its old face twisted into an angry expression, and its vines thrashed wildly. Remembering the hint that said the Tree Spirit King was not easily convinced, Zhang Xian grinned, "Then I'll make you surrender completely." He rode De Huang and charged forward like lightning. Aura, aura, aura. He unleashed a barrage of punches on the Tree Spirit King, but at that moment, its bark suddenly turned a dark black, shining with a metallic luster. Zhang Xian's punches only dealt damage numbers of about 5 or 6,000. Although the damage was still considerable, it had been reduced by nearly 3/4. It seemed that in the second phase, the Tree Spirit King gained a defensive skill. At the same time, the Tree Spirit King's surface suddenly released more thick vines, swinging around like hair, leaving almost no room for dodging. Swish! The vines whipped through the air towards Zhang Xian and De Huang. This time, they were not only dense but almost sealed off all angles, especially targeting De Huang. Clearly, the Tree Spirit King knew that it couldn't catch Zhang Xian before because of this wolf. Not good. The onlooking team felt a jolt in their hearts. If this little brother's mount was restricted, facing the second phase of the Tree Spirit King, he would be in life-threatening danger in no time. Come with me to save him. Draw the boss's aggro away. The burly man gritted his teeth. Summoning his 3-headed beast pet, he launched an attack on the Tree Spirit King. The others hesitated slightly, then summoned their already wounded beast pets from the beast space, pouncing toward the Tree Spirit King. Various long-range damage skills struck the giant tree first, but the scattered hundreds of damage numbers were obviously pitifully low. Just when they thought the little brother would meet his end here, among the dense vines, Zhang Xian looked calm, even without instructing De Huang to dodge, but instead rushed in, blasting his fists wildly. The vines lashed against him one after another, a bunch of mist popped up. Under Zhang Xian's defensive attributes, these equivalent to basic attacks from the vines could not break through his defense at all. What the hell? The team was astonished. What was going on? It was already unreasonable for beast masters to have high attack, but why was their defense so exaggeratedly high? The Tree Spirit King sensed something was wrong. Its large mouth opened wide, releasing a sharp scream filled with deep resentment, like a ghost's wail. The weeping of the ancient wood. Ah! The burly man and slender woman turned pale instantly, nearly struggling to catch their breath, quickly backing away. If they had been any closer, they might have fallen to the ground right then. And those beast pets that charged forward were out of luck, directly being blasted dry of their health bars under the Tree Spirit King's powerful area effect magic damage, forcibly sent back to the beast space, temporarily out of commission. Before the team could think about what to do, another scene in front of them made them gasp in surprise. They saw that under the Tree Spirit King's sharp scream, Zhang Xian actually stood completely still, continuing to pound fiercely against the tree trunk with his fists. This. Is this brother really a beast master? The slender woman slightly parted her red lips, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Although their ranks were not high, they were experienced beast masters, naturally thinking right away that the other was relying on the strength of his beast pet to withstand the monster with his physical body. But this was not a level 5 monster for newbies to practice on the gentle plains. This was a freaking level 70 boss template monster. Is it really reasonable for a living person to fight it barehanded? Thinking further about how strong the other's main fighting beast pet must be, they exchanged glances. Could there really be such a young and strong beast master in a place like Guangning? At the very least, they must be a 6th-tier beast master, right? No, a 6th-tier beast master could possibly withstand a basic attack from a boss, but taking a big skill in the face without changing expression, that's absolutely impossible. At this moment, Zhang Xian had a fierce grin on his face, madly outputting against the tree. Powerful skills? Sorry, my chief little brother is a pure-blood dragonkin, the least it fears is magic damage. Your earlier ghostly scream, even if the damage were multiplied several times, still can't break my defense. The Tree Spirit King evidently had some intelligence. Facing this situation, an expression of confusion appeared on its old face. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian's high-frequency output was still depleting its health visibly, even as it entered the second phase and cast a defensive skill, boosting its defensive attributes. The health bar still quickly fell. The Tree Spirit King let out another strange cry, but this time it clearly carried fear. It tried to turn around to flee as before, but Zhang Xian would not let it have its way, continuously following closely behind, every punch drawing out the opponent's green blood. Bark and branches were knocked off the Tree Spirit King's body by Zhang Xian's fists, littering the ground. Thus, a very comical and strange scene appeared in the valley. The Tree Spirit King was escaping ahead on its roots, while Zhang Xian rode on De Huang, easily keeping the distance and the range to land his hits. Soon, the Tree Spirit King's health plummeted once again, reaching a critically injured state. Its horrible cries already carried a tone of pleading for mercy. Zhang Xian smirked. Is there a third phase? If you don't, you have to behave. He pulled out the beast pet capture net and threw it over the opponent again. Ding! Capturing judgment in progress. Target, Tree Spirit King has entered a severely injured state and is very afraid of you. Capture probability increased. Judgment successful, you have captured the beast pet, Tree Spirit King, Diamond. This capture triggers a random change effect, and the Tree Spirit King undergoes a marvelous transformation. Ha! The item's passive has triggered? The beast pet capture net indeed has an effect that might cause changes in the target. Zhang Xian's eyelid twitched. With many bizarre items' nature, it wouldn't directly turn the monster into something useless, right? However, after a flash of white light, his worries did not materialize. The Tree Spirit King only changed in form a bit, but he couldn't quite say what it was. Zhang Xian looked at the information. Withered Vine Mother Tree, star, LV.70. Ha! It actually leveled up? Impressive. It seems to have triggered a positive change. My luck is really good. What does Mother Tree mean? Is there a male and female in trees too? Everything settled, Zhang Xian turned back and found those people staring blankly, as if they couldn't comprehend that the Tree Spirit King had been beaten up by him, then suddenly became his little brother. He laughed heartily and waved to them. Hey, brothers and sisters, I'm fine. How about you? These people, to be honest, were quite loyal. Just moments ago, they were being chased by the Tree Spirit King, and it looked like they were about to fall here. Instead of fleeing when they saw him draw away the hatred, they turned around to help him. In the Beastmaster world, there aren't many good people left like this. The burly man and the tall woman finally reacted and instinctively nodded. It's fine, we're all good. But it can't really be said that they were fine. Half of their beast pets were out of commission, and they needed to heal them later, which would take a lot of time and resources to stabilize their loyalty and so on. Adventuring in the Beastmaster world is not a game, people can die. In this world, survival is not easy for ordinary gold farming teams or training teams like them. But, that's life. Yet, looking at it from another angle, to meet such a young and powerful genius this time, and to be saved, was indeed a stroke of good luck. The burly man and others felt this way in their hearts, preparing to express their gratitude. At that moment, Zhang Xian took out a few items from his backpack and threw them to them. These are useless to me, I don't know if they will help you. I will leave first. If fate permits, we'll meet again. Saying that, he and the big yellow beast sped away like the wind. Hey! The burly man waved, but the other party had already disappeared, leaving him to look at the items in his hand. Weeping tree, pendant, and dozens of spirit of the woods. Zhang Xian had no use for these things, but seeing that they were fighting monsters in Withered Tree Valley, these should be valuable to them, so he casually gave them away. Weeping tree? The tall woman exclaimed, Captain, with this, we can lure monsters at the edge of Withered Tree Valley without needing to go deeper. And so many spirits of the woods? This amazing little brother has farmed quite a few tree spirits. She looked in the direction Zhang Xian had left, sighing, it's a pity we don't know his name, we can't properly thank him. The burly man shook his head, he saved us and gave us the things we needed most. This favor is so great, how can we thank him? But he also knew that the other party was just doing it casually. With such strength and age, he would be the shining figure anywhere, and he wouldn't expect any return from them. However, what happened today would be etched in their memories forever. Zhang Xian arrived at the location where he had set the scroll teleportation anchor point and was ready to summon them, Withered Vine Mother Tree, for a one-click upgrade. Although a level 70 star level beast pet would definitely sweep through a bunch of rookie beast masters in a simulation exam, he was really itching to upgrade it, given he had the function available. Come, let me bring you Glorious Evolution. One-click upgrade. Current beast pet Withered Vine Mother Tree, Stellar, upgraded to Miasma Mother Tree, King. King level? Not bad. Previously, both Shadow Killer and Big Yellow upgraded to Overlord level. It's rare to see a beast pet upgraded to Divine level, but here comes a King level, just one step below Divine. And judging from its name, it seems related to poison. Zhang Xian curiously looked at the information of the new beast pet. Miasma Mother Tree King. Level, LV.70. Form, complete body. Attributes, health 500,000. Physical attack, 24,000, magic attack, 40,000. Physical defense, 20,000, magic defense, 20,000. Talent/passive skill, Spore Nursery. In non-combat status, it continually reproduces Mother Tree spores. Each spore has a fixed health of 10,000 and lacks direct combat ability. When the Mother Tree's health decreases, it can perform spore backfeeding. At the same time, it can spread spores into the target's body, causing a poison effect, which can stack with the number of spores. Current spore storage limit, 100 spores. Active skill 1, I have seedlings. Causes spores to grow into seedlings and subsequently higher forms, can reproduce in non-combat status. Reproduction time depends on level. The seedling reproduction stages are Spore Seedling Miasma Tree, Golden, Miasma Tree Spirit, Diamond. Can simultaneously breed 10 seedlings. Breeding time depends on the mother tree's level. Active skill 2, Accelerate Growth. Accelerates the growth speed of spores, but also requires consuming more spores. For each doubling of spore number, growth speed doubles. Active skill 3, Little Tree Self-Destruct. Seedlings/miasma trees/miasma tree spirits lock onto a target, charge forward, and upon nearing a certain range, explode, causing massive poison attribute magic damage. The higher the form level, the higher the explosion damage. Spore form cannot self-destruct. Zhang Xian's eyes shone. Isn't this a definite troop explosion strategy? He had previously thought that a powerful beast master must have many little brothers beside them, and this just set him up perfectly. Beast pets with explosion capabilities are extremely rare. It must be at least stellar level to appear, and you can't see them in Guangning City at all. Because this ability, to some extent, means their combat power will accumulate over time during battles. This Miasma Mother Tree's own attributes are just okay among king levels. Its defensive capability is average, but it can produce offspring. Oh no, it produces seedlings. With a storage of 100 spores, each can restore its own health, enhancing its survival ability. And the spores can silently burrow into the enemy's body, causing poison effects. The poison damage may not explode that high, but without corresponding detoxifying items or supportive beast pets with detox skills, it could accumulate a lot of damage without one realizing it. Spores can keep growing. Theoretically, it can reproduce 100 seedlings, eventually all growing into diamond level, miasma tree spirits. Isn't that equivalent to a boss template of Tree Spirit King? And that's a full 100. It's simply an army of Tree Spirit Kings who can withstand that. Of course, the actual time to grow into miasma tree spirits will definitely be quite long, but the second skill's effect can somewhat make up for this issue. If it doesn't work, the third skill can give strong lethality when the spores grow into seedlings. No wonder it's a king-level beast pet. This miasma mother tree is basically a breeding base with no obvious weaknesses. Zhang Xian was very pleased. This one-click upgrade brought him joy comparable to that of a divine-level beast pet. Looking at the mother tree's form, massive and towering, with a trunk so thick that 5 people couldn't hug it, its body is a ghastly color, constantly pulsating, as if something is growing inside, and a swirling dark green toxic mist floats on the surface. It truly looks like the perfect villainous boss. Zhang Xian immediately thought of a name, Little Tree, can you shrink a bit? The mother tree fell silent and then really began to shrink. However, this was not a substantial shrinking. Most of the tree trunks burrowed into the ground, leaving only a few branches and a small section of the trunk swaying above the surface. Indeed, Zhang Xian nodded in approval, then activated the scroll. Chapter 35, 4 Families of Guangning. With a flash of white light, Zhang Xian was teleported back to the Huffling Plain, just outside the Beastmaster camp. He glanced at the time, his eyelids twitching, then hurriedly rushed towards Guangning No. 1 High School. At this time, inside Guangning No. 1 High School, thousands of students had already gathered. No, not just students, but also a large number of beast pets. Various forms of beast pets, running beasts, flying birds, crawling reptiles, all were present. It was as if a market was bustling here, with various sounds mixed together, making people's ears ache. Among them, quite a few beast pets, displeased with each other, started fighting on the spot, creating chaos. Today was the day of the unified mock exam for the senior high school students of Guangning City, held at number 1 high school. Wong Hua, the person in charge of the Guangning Beast God branch, was responsible for hosting this mock exam. He brought a projection stone from the branch. This tool could project the scenes from the upcoming exam instance for the audience to watch. And this time, the audience was naturally the recruitment teachers who specially came from various Beastmaster academies in the Nanjing province. As local schools in Nanjing, they hoped to attract more outstanding local talents. Thus, each year's mock exams in various cities in the province would have recruitment teachers from the academies attending, ready to extend olive branches to good candidates. For example, the Nanjing Beastmaster Academy and Ming Academy, although they were somewhat inferior compared to Qilin Beastmaster Academy, were still among the top schools in Xia country, making them highly attractive for most new Beastmasters. If they offered high enough stakes, it wasn't impossible to snatch talents away from Qilin Academy. After all, it was unlikely that Qilin Academy would send recruiters to watch the mock exam in this city, and offering an early admission spot could tempt many geniuses. On one side of the square, a row of seats had already been arranged. They were filled with recruitment teachers. The senior high school students present were naturally looking forward to showcasing their skills with their beast pets in the mock exam. Zhao Ming, you will definitely be specially recruited this time, a golden-level fire-spitting beast. You're not much worse than those from the Beastmaster families. A short and chubby boy was surrounded by several classmates, who occasionally praised him, making him feel a bit elated. The mock exam allowed free team formation, with a limit of no more than 5 people. That day at the Guangning Breeding Center, Zhao Ming unexpectedly obtained a golden-level beast egg, becoming the center of attention and even sparking a bit of commotion that made the local news. However, Zhang Xian had already obtained his beast egg before him and left, so he was unaware of this event. A golden beast pet from the breeding center was indeed like winning the lottery. Several of Zhao Ming's classmates, who usually had a decent relationship with him, immediately latched onto him, and the few of them teamed up to hunt monsters. During this time, they had indeed made quite a few gains. Their goal was to place in the top 5 of this mock exam. If they could achieve that, Zhao Ming would have a high chance of being specially recruited by the 2 best Beastmaster academies in Nanjing, while the others would also have opportunities to be admitted to the next tier ordinary academies. Don't underestimate those ordinary academies, they were the desired places many Beastmasters dreamt of. Being admitted to a Beastmaster Academy and receiving better resources and a higher platform could easily create a gap compared to those who could only join training teams and gold farming teams after graduation, making it unnecessary to struggle for decades, yet still end up stuck in low to mid-level wilderness areas. Zhao Ming had an air of ambition on his face. He also came from an ordinary family. With good luck, I obtained a golden beast pet. Of course, I must do my best to seize this opportunity. At this moment, several groups of people suddenly arrived at the edge of the square, attracting everyone's attention. These people seemed to have an impressive status. Even the principal of Guangning No. 1 High School personally went over, smiling and conversing with several distinguished middle-aged individuals. 4 young students following them arrived in the square queue, but they did not stand with others. Instead, they kept a certain distance, as if forming a small group of their own. Who are those people? So arrogant? You don't know? They are from the 4 major families of Guangning. This year, they happen to have 4 classmates in the same grade, so they will probably dominate the simulation test and the final exam. Someone suddenly understood. Among Guangning schools, No. 1 High School has always had a richer heritage. The children of the 4 Beast Masters families mostly study there, so students from schools like No. 2 and No. 3 might not recognize them. In this piece of land known as Guangning, these Beast Master families, passed down for generations, are naturally talked about with great interest. Soon, some well-informed people began to show off their knowledge. Look, the 3 boys, from left to right, are Li Xian, Li Gang, and Hui. I bet you've heard of these 3 families. The only girl among them is Yin family's Yin Zhao Zhao. Among these 4, who is the strongest? I don't know, they might have strengths and weaknesses, but it probably won't differ too much. Anyway, let's put it this way, last year, only 3 students got into Qilin Academy, and they were all from those 4 families. In previous years, it's been almost the same. For people like us, the highest we can aim for is Southern River Beast Master Academy. As for the actual ratio, about 1 out of 100. The surrounding people sighed. Even if someone is lucky enough to open a golden pet egg at the breeding center, leveling some starting line gaps. But those from Beastmaster families have specialized family training teams, various practical and expensive tools, and exotic creatures. When it comes to exams, the gap still remains huge. After that, obtaining higher level pets, diamond level, star level, 5th level Beastmasters, 6th level Beastmasters. For them, the peak at this moment might be the peak of a lifetime. For those people, today's peak is just a beginning. To cross this vast chasm is too hard, too hard. You should know that among the 4 Beastmaster families in Guangning, the Hu family, which has the shortest history, was established more than 80 years ago by a 7th-level Beastmaster. Now Hu Wei is already the 4th generation. After several generations, the Hu family has grown, and the older children of the 5th generation can already walk.
Back then, the ancestor of the Hu family was an outstanding graduate from Southern River Beast Master Academy, who experienced the Abyss War, served in the Abyss Defense Army, and returned home to manage the family diligently.
Why does a Beast Master family need an initial 7th level Beast Master?
Because only by reaching this level can one access the true core resources of this world. Once these resources are mastered, then real accumulation can begin, passed down through generations.
Chapter 36, Exam Dungeons.
For example, all 4 families of Guangning have exclusive private dungeons that only direct family members can enter, from which they can continuously obtain various resources like high-quality ores, materials, and natural energy. These private dungeons must be obtained by powerful beast masters. They are the core that supports a beast master family.
Zhao Ming looked at the 4 prominent family members who attracted everyone's attention, and couldn't help but clench his fists.
His chest heaved a few times, but he finally calmed down. His true opponents weren't these people. The 5th position was his most reliable target. Yan Zhao's gaze wandered among the students from number 1 high school. But she never saw the person she wanted to find. Ever since that day when Zhang Xian saved her, Yan Zhao had a strong premonition that he would soon shock Guangning, and even the entire Xia country. Being one of the very few who had witnessed his extraordinary skills, she was eager to witness this process with her own eyes.
Will you come?
At this moment, the head teachers of various classes from different schools began to count the number of students present. There appeared to be a lot of students here, but in reality, not everyone had shown up. Many students who had received Black Iron level pet eggs from the breeding center had given up on this simulation exam, or rather, they had essentially given up on the upcoming unified exam as well. They had started early to plan their future paths for themselves. Because the cultivation value of Black Iron beast pets was too low, their family conditions did not support spending a lot of money on training, and it was difficult to team up in the wild. They couldn't even defeat a proper monster, so what could they do? However, there were also some students in the same situation who were still unwilling to accept reality. So, the ones who showed up were basically those students who still held some hope for the upcoming unified exam. Zhang Xian's original class was Class 3, and the head teacher of Class 3, Su Yuan, found that the number of students present was less than 1/3 of the total and couldn't help but sigh. Although this situation was similar every year, it still felt a bit regretful. Just when he had finished gathering the attendance list for his class, a person dressed in a standard robe came over accompanied by the principal. Su Yuan was curious when he saw the principal walk up to him and say, "Old Su, this is the head official from the Beast God Hall, he has something to ask you." Head official? Su Yuan was startled, no wonder he seemed so familiar. But the other party was a big figure in Guangning, representing the official beast masters. What could he want from me? Wong Hua extended his hand and smiled. "You must be Teacher Su?" Su Yuan shook his hand in surprise and replied, "Hello. I am, but I don't know if..." Wong Hua replied gently, "I just wanted to find out if there is a student named Zhang Xian in your class." He had previously visited the breeding center to find out what pet egg Zhang Xian had received when the students collectively picked them up that day. However, that record was still blocked. So he took the opportunity today to come to Yizhong School to personally find someone who knew Zhang Xian. Surely, such a situation couldn't be blocked by an unknown power, could it? Zhang Xian? Su Yuan hesitated, a face flashing in his mind. "Yes, we do have a student by that name in our class." At this point, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. It was not surprising that Zhang Xian didn't come today. He understood that Zhang Xian's family background was quite poor. His parents had been formidable beast masters, but unfortunately, they had passed away early. Leaving Zhang Xian alone, to be raised by his uncle, they lived a rather strained life. But today, the head official from the Beast God Hall came to learn about such an ordinary student. Could it be that he got into trouble? Surely not for stealing a pet egg? Thinking of similar past incidents, Su Yuan instinctively said, "Head official Wang, I know Zhang Xian well. He is honest and kind-hearted. If he really did something out of line, it would probably be due to some hardship." This time it was Wang Hua's turn to be surprised, then he waved his hand and said, No. I really just want to know about his situation. From what I've learned, his performance after becoming a beast master has been quite excellent, but perhaps not many people know about it." "Is that so?" Su Yuan hadn't expected this, but he also breathed a sigh of relief and began to share what he knew. A few minutes later, Wong Hua chatted amicably with him for a while longer before leaving. However, he couldn't help but wonder, this Zhang Xian seemed to come across as ordinary from various perspectives and from what different people had said. But, a level 11 authority? Just thinking about it felt exaggerated. However, it is true that if something unusual could be easily investigated, it wouldn't have the characteristics of such a mysterious person. I just hope he can participate in this simulation test and see if he can discover any clues. The headcount is complete, and the simulation exam is about to officially begin. Wang Hua personally explained the rules for this time. The exam format, as in previous years, follows the standard of the unified exam and is conducted in a copy mode.
The copy is provided by the Guangning Beast God branch. Everything that happens within the copy belongs to the rule projection. This means that whether injured or dead, it will not reflect back to reality. Participants can choose to join individually or in teams, and ultimately, individual and team scores will be mixed together for a unified ranking. The specific ranking rules will be announced once they enter the copy. As for other prohibitions, there are none. The standard of the unified exam reflects the actual situation, requiring a demonstration of all aspects of beast master abilities and temperament. When encountering monsters, evil beast masters, or stepping onto the abyss battlefield in the wild, there are no so-called rules. Therefore, the exam is the same, encouraging everyone to act freely. Wong Hua took out a small flag, which is the specific emblem of the copy. Once activated, all eligible individuals within a certain range can enter simultaneously. The students present became nervous and excited. They all had some experience battling monsters, but competing with other beast masters, especially on a scale of thousands, was entirely different. Yan Zhaojiao scanned the area again but still did not see that figure. Beside her, a buzzcut young man named Li Xian asked, "Yan Zhaojiao, you've been looking restless, who are you looking for?" Yan Zhaojiao withdrew her gaze and shook her head without answering. At this moment, a delicate young man arrived at the playground. Seeing him, Li Xian immediately walked over with a respectful tone. "Cousin." Li Jin nodded and asked, "So, how is it? Do you have confidence this time?" Li Xian puffed out his chest and said, "Of course. The things you gave me, cousin, are very useful for the golden armored rhinoceros beetle. I've already awakened a new skill. This time, I'm sure to take first place." Li Jin nodded, "That's good, but unfortunately, my teacher has something urgent and cannot be present this time. However, he arranged for me to record the situation. He will find time to watch it later, and if anyone performs exceptionally, there might be a special recruitment slot." Chapter 37, The Copy Opens. As he spoke, Li Jin took out a square object with a circular lens, radiating a metallic sheen, a small brick. This is not an ordinary camera but some kind of prop with recording capabilities. Once activated, it automatically records, and the footage can be transmitted in real time to another location or stored. Hearing the first half of his sentence, Li Xian felt a bit disappointed, but perked up again after hearing the second half. The teacher he mentioned is a senior mentor from the Qilin Academy, an 8th-tier beast master, holding at least a dozen special recruitment slots. In the Beast Master Academy system, there generally exists the so-called master-disciple system. This relationship is unlike a typical student-teacher one. Once you become a master disciple, you receive strong resource support from your partner. At that time, you can enjoy many copies, secret realms, beast eggs, exotic creations, props, and more, prioritized within the academy. Li Jin, this cousin, had told him a lot about these matters. His teacher has very few real disciples, fewer than 5, but all have bright futures, almost certainly becoming 7th-tier beast masters. Recently, it has been rumored that this senior mentor intends to recruit another disciple, and now that information is circulating, many are eyeing that position. Li Jin's identity is one of nearly 100 registered disciples. He originally intended to compete, but after realizing his hopes were slim, he proactively shared this information with his family, hoping they would recommend a promising young relative to compete. This task ultimately fell to Li Xian, the son of the family head, whose overall accumulation and performance were slightly higher than Li Jin's back in the day. Now, with the strength of the Li family in Guangning, if they could support a disciple of a senior mentor from Qilin Academy, the family would benefit endlessly, perhaps even reach a new height. Li Xian thought about how likely it was that someone of such stature would see his upcoming performance, took a deep breath, and confidently said, "Cousin, leave it to me. This time in the mock exam, I will definitely trample the other 3 families underfoot." Li Jin nodded. He knew how much progress Li Xian had made recently, so he naturally had confidence in him. He just hoped that Li Xian's performance would be impressive enough. After all, merely being first in Guangning's mock exam was not uncommon. There had to be enough highlights to impress his teacher. He stepped toward the viewing seating on one side of the square. As he passed by Yan Zhaojiao and others, he suddenly stopped, looked at Yan Zhaojiao, and smiled, saying, "Sister Zhaojiao, by the way, has your little boyfriend arrived? I am really looking forward to seeing how a genius among commoner beast masters performs." His voice was not lowered, and as soon as he said this, the people around were shocked and turned to look at Yan Zhaojiao. Especially Li Gang and Hu Wei, who were both taken aback, as they both had thoughts about Yan Zhaojiao. After all, her family background was decent, plus she was a rare beauty. Li Jin could recognize that what he said must have some degree of credibility. Yan Zhaojiao was dating a commoner beast master? Why? Yan Zhaojiao did not expect that he would suddenly bring this up. She couldn't help but clench her fists and suppress her inner anger. She knew that at this moment, saying anything would only make it worse, so she did not clarify but instead said, "Just wait and see. If your teacher really wants to give a special admission quota in Guangning, it can only be him." Ha ha ha. Li Jin shook his head and laughed, saying no more as he elegantly left. Giving such a spot to a mud-legged fellow? That was simply ridiculous. In his view, Yan Zhaojiao was just a love-struck fool, completely caught in the trap of love. Now defending it so fiercely would only make it harder for her little boyfriend later. Hu Wei and Li Gang exchanged glances. Although they did not know the ins and outs, Yan Zhaojiao seemed to imply that there was someone whose rank could surpass the four of them? How could that be possible? At this moment, Wong Hua had already set up the flags for the instance and was ready to officially start. After he finished explaining the last precautions and confirmed with Su Yuan again, the student named Zhang Xian still had not arrived, making him inwardly sigh. Elder Li had come to the scene to investigate the truth, but unfortunately, the other party did not show up. However, if it really were as speculated, that the dragon clan that appeared in the dark forest that day had something to do with this young man, it was very likely that he was leveling up and too lazy to come back for the mock exam. As the one hosting this exam, he couldn't unnecessarily delay time and could only wait to see the situation in the unified examination later. Wang Hua was just about to raise the flag for the instance when suddenly, a yellow phantom flickered at the edge of the square, and before everyone could react, a student rode in on a large yellowish wolf. Wow, what incredible speed! What kind of beast pet does this guy have? This big yellow dog is quite handsome, but why does it look a bit like a wolf? Oh whoa! The big yellow wolf glared angrily at a boy who had spoken, howling a few times, making the boy shrink back into the crowd in fright. Do you think Grandpa is just a big yellow dog? Grandpa is a wolf. At this point, an elderly man in simple clothing stood at the back of the crowd with narrowed eyes, realizing that this wolf was not simple at all. But for a level 11 authority, the old man began to feel even more excited. Wang Hua also seemed to recall something, his eyes brightened, and at that moment, he saw Su Yuan hurriedly stepping forward. Zhang Xian, why did you just arrive? A big shot was just looking for you. Zhang Xian saw that it was his head teacher, huh? Big shot? Looking for me? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Wang Hua came over and timely interrupted, students are also here for the mock exam, hurry back to your teams, we're about to start. Okay. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief, if it weren't for De Huang, he really might have missed it. Zhang Xian glanced around and saw Yan Zhaojiao, giving her a gentle nod. Your beast pet capture net is very useful. Yan Zhaojiao smiled, waved her hand, and made a cheering gesture. The surrounding few people realized that this was the one who had a close relationship with Yan Zhaojiao. He looked ordinary aside from being handsome. However, Li Gang and Hu Wei, and Li Xian and others naturally saw things differently. They looked at the giant wolf sitting next to Zhang Xian, feeling ripples in their hearts. To be a mount at this stage, and have such speed as a beast pet, indeed not simple. But this thought only flashed in their minds, not taken too seriously. The long-term experiences and habits made them not truly value the ordinary beast masters. Alright, everyone be ready, the mock exam officially begins. Wang Hua said loudly, then lit up the copy flag. Copy Ice Valley, medium, has been activated, please confirm the entering personnel. The same message appeared in the minds of all the students present. Chapter 38, Wolfpack Pursuit. Current number of people, 1071. Mock exam rules explained, in the copy Ice Valley, survive, avoid the frost storm, and reach the central area. The final survival will determine the ranking. To ensure fairness, those entering as teams will be placed in different areas of the copy. This has always been the mode of the national exam in Xiagua, Battle Royale. Not only must they deal with monsters in the copy world, but they must also deal with other candidates. To reach the central area, not only must strength be solid, but they must also know how to conserve energy and plan routes. This copy has been specially adjusted by the Guangning Beast God's subchamber. Monster strength has been weakened to a certain extent, or else, according to the usual medium difficulty copy, over 90% of the students would be eliminated as soon as they entered. During the national exam, the copies are organized by provincial units, using large artificial copies that can accommodate up to 100,000 people, and the exam duration lasts several days. Teleportation starting. On the square, thousands of beams of light flashed simultaneously, and then all the students on site disappeared from their original positions, officially entering the copy. Having experienced 2 Grey Realm teleports, Zhang Xian had become very accustomed to this process. Standing on solid ground, he felt a slight chill rise, and around him, as expected, were vast white snow and towering glaciers. In Battle Royale mode, once the exam starts, there will be an elimination zone at the edge of the copy, which will continuously shrink inward over time. Those who stay in the elimination zone for too long will be immediately teleported out of the copy and lose their qualification. Therefore, it is unrealistic to think one can pass by just avoiding danger. The elimination zone in Ice Valley is the Frost Storm. Now that everyone has just arrived in the copy, the Frost Storm naturally won't appear for a while, so many students would choose to observe the situation at the edge and slowly move inward. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered with such trouble. He directly identified the direction to the central area, then rode the giant wolf and charged in. At this moment, the thousands of students who descended into the ice valley began to observe their surroundings, cautiously exploring. Before entering, they had all learned the first rule of Battle Royale: avoid becoming the mantis that captures the cicada, for the yellow bird could very well be right behind you. Students entering the copyist teams can see the coordinates of other teammates, so they need to find a way to move inward before regrouping. This process involves many risks, but once they regroup, the advantages of teamwork are undoubtedly immense. At this moment, in the external square, the projection stones have already shown 6 different images. Different levels of projection stones can carry different numbers of images simultaneously. The projection stones available in the division can support 6 images at once, which is the highest specification. This was at the request of elderly, otherwise, in previous years, such resources would not be expended, and the camera would usually remain focused on the descendants of the 4 great families. This time, besides the fixed perspectives of Li Xian, Yan Zhaojiao, and the other 2, there were also 2 additional free perspectives that were switching randomly. Due to Zhang Xian's exaggerated permission level, this investigation was merely Elder Li's personal action, which naturally could not be too obvious. But as long as the other party can survive in the instance, their figures will naturally appear in the 2 free perspectives. Howl! Big Yellow carried Zhang Xian, running wildly across the vast snowfield. Although the snow was thick, it still ran fast at the speed of a keen scout. At this moment, a howl of wolves sounded from the side, and then several snow-white figures rushed over, quickly forming a small pack behind. Zhang Xian looked back and realized it was the monsters in the instance, attracted by his commotion. Only he would dare to be so flashy in the instance. Snow Wolf LV.20. Attributes: Health 3500. Physical Attack 280, Magic Attack 200. Physical Defense 105, Magic Defense 77. Skills: Pounce, Bite. This. Zhang Xian stared at the big wolf covered in snow-white fur, a bit taken aback. These attributes, aren't they too low? But he quickly realized it wasn't that the monster's attributes were low, but that his own starting point was too high, progressing too quickly, making it impossible to view these normal monsters at this stage from a balanced perspective. A level 20 ordinary monster is definitely an insurmountable mountain for most new beast masters entering here. They would definitely stay far away upon seeing it. Facing this snow wolf, Zhang Xian was too lazy to stop and fight. First, it wouldn't drop anything worthwhile, and second, letting his beast fight would gain no experience due to the huge level gap, purely wasting energy. He continued riding Big Yellow at high speed, but because the snow wolf was also quite fast and had adapted to the terrain of the snowfield, although it couldn't catch up with Zhang Xian, it still kept a distance behind him. As the noise grew louder, more and more snow wolves were drawn to the commotion, joining the hunting pack. In an instant, a group of dozens of snow wolves formed on the snowfield, chasing Zhang Xian, and their number was visibly increasing, about to reach 100. Ooh! Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian felt excited. He had come to this instance purely for fun, to enjoy it to the fullest. Cautiously sticking to the map edges? Avoiding monsters? Playing it safe? Not a chance. I am the greatest boss in this instance, unshakable. As Zhang Xian led the pack of wolves deeper into the central area, soon others noticed this absurd and bizarre scene. A male student cautiously navigated through a deadwood area in the snow with a large turtle-like beast pet. His beast pet, Land Turtle, is a silver-grade pet, very strong in defense, but slow in movement and weak in attack. If he encountered a monster and got targeted by another beast master, it could be quite troublesome. So he planned to slowly sneak into the central area, relying on the defensive properties of the Land Turtle to achieve a decent ranking at the end. At this moment, a series of orderly and muffled sounds suddenly reached his ears, and the ground began to shake and sink. He was momentarily stunned, then became alert. What's happening? Could it be that a big monster or even a boss has appeared in the instance? He hurriedly led his turtle to hide in a bush. The boy looked out through the gaps in the leaves. Soon, he saw a scene that made his heart race with fear. Not far away, a massive pack of wolves was running wildly, stirring up winds and snow several meters high, with every wolf's eyes glowing red, showing extreme anger. It can't be coming for me, right? The boy turned pale, because he realized the wolves were heading straight towards him. What the hell, how can I play like this? Chapter 39, Performance of the Four Families. The boy trembled, neither able to leave nor stay here. He frantically thought about what he had done along the way, but no matter how he racked his brain, he could not come up with an answer. What bad luck did I have to be targeted by so many monsters? Just when he thought he was done for, a strong wind rushed by. Boom! The boy felt a sharp pain on his face, and in shock, he looked over to see what seemed to be a yellow whirlwind rushing past. At this moment, the yellow whirlwind stopped, revealing a gigantic dirt-colored wolf, upon which someone was sitting, arrogantly turning around and giving the wolf pack the middle finger. Run faster, I've been waiting for you guys. Before the boy could process everything in front of him, a howling sound approached, and he quickly buried his head in the bushes, watching helplessly as the pack of snow wolves rushed past him, barely 3 meters away. And that arrogant guy, with a slap on his mount's rear, continued to fly away dustily. After a while, he covered his chest and lifted his head. So fierce. Treating the game like an amusement park, playing with a whole pack of monsters like dogs. Who on earth is this powerful person? For now, he was the only witness to all this. In the square, the audience's eyes were fixed on the 4 disciples from the Beastmaster families, including new recruitment teachers from various Beastmaster academies in South River and members from the 4 great families, as well as teachers from various middle schools. Above Li Gang's head, a fierce bird covered in purple feathers, with eyes like lightning and a body as sharp as a blade, gazed down at the prey below. It opened its mouth and shot out a bolt of lightning that struck the snow wolf below. Crackling! After a burst of electricity, the snow wolf's body fell down, its flesh charred black, emitting a whiff of cooked meat. Li Gang stuffed his hands in his pockets, wearing a look of disdain. Several people in the square nodded at this. Not bad, a premium golden level beast pet, the purple lightning falcon, looks like it's already reached level 50, entered the growth stage, and awakened its 3rd skill. One skill killed the snow wolf, proving the purple lightning falcon's damage was indeed impressive. Its flying speed was very fast, and while its magical energy storage was average, its combat ability was strong, especially in terms of instant explosive power. The teachers from South River Academy and Underworld Academy sitting in the middle of the audience also nodded slightly. This performance was not stunning for them, but it was indeed competent and worth following up. On a steep slope, 3 snow wolves roared at a young boy in front of them. Hua snapped his fingers, and a rather plump, lazy-looking bear appeared. Roll, fatty! The little fat bear looked unwilling, then wrapped its paws around its legs, forming a ball of meat and rolled down the slope. Boom, boom. As the meatball rolled down, it made a sound like a giant stone moving, clearly not light. One snow wolf let out a cry and charged up. However, the next second, it was directly knocked away, thrown high into the air, and then landed heavily on the ground, with the secondary damage causing it to die on the spot. Only then did the other 2 wolves realize their opponent was not to be trifled with, scattering to avoid and making threatening whimpering sounds. However, the fat bear was still able to judge its position and quickly rolled toward them. Before long, all 3 wolves were knocked away, turning into experience points. Hua smiled nonchalantly and continued to move forward. In the valley, Yan Jiajiao's luck seemed to be running low, as a thick, long ice blue python blocked her path. This ice python had reached level 40, far stronger than the snow wolves. On Yan Jiajiao's delicate and fair little face, there was not the slightest hint of fear. She clapped her hands, and 2 graceful butterflies flew out, one green and one blue. The green one was the forest butterfly she had previously controlled, and the other blue butterfly belonged to the same family, capable of coordinated attack. Moreover, their skills encompassed damage, control, and healing effects, making them very comprehensive and a costly acquisition by the Yan family for Yan Jiajia. With their cooperation, they were on par with the same-level diamond-grade beast pet. The forest butterfly released a grass-green light that blossomed in front of the ice python, instantly filling the area with the fragrance of fresh grass. The originally fierce ice python, prepared to constrict and kill, suddenly halted at a distance, showing confusion in its snake eyes. This was the forest butterfly's skill, releasing a hallucinatory toxin. Although the inflicted damage was minimal, it created illusions for the target. Seizing this opportunity, the blue butterfly fluttered closer, flinging out many deep blue points of light that shimmered like starlight. The points of light were absorbed by the ice python's skin, and then it suddenly became agitated, crashing violently against the nearby stone wall. Bang! 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 Its flesh split open, blood pouring out. Meanwhile, its health bar continued to decrease steadily. This was a powerful combination skill, releasing dual hallucinatory toxins. Once the target was hit, it would fall into a state of self-harm. Yan Jiajiao's beautiful eyes calmly observed all of this until the ice python completely perished. On another ice mountain, Li Xian stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the vast terrain below. Here, the excellent view allowed him to select the best path forward. Although he had absolute confidence in his strength, the timing to enter the central area had to be just right. Entering too early would attract the firepower of many monsters in the region. Entering too late would risk being surrounded and beaten by those who had already established a position and those arriving later. Not only did he want to take first place, but he also wanted to do so with style, effortlessly and without injury, perhaps impressing that mentor from Qilin Academy. At this moment, a sudden noise erupted behind him, along with heavy breathing and crunching snow sounds. Hungry! A large, sturdy bear glared with brutal, bloodthirsty eyes, seemingly deciding which part to start biting. Li Xian turned around, a grin tugging at his lips. A level 50, elite template ice bear, huh? Certainly an interesting opponent. Faced with one of the most terrifying monsters in the current dungeon, Li Xian felt no tension. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Such a battle would surely attract the most attention from the audience. With a flash of golden light, a giant beetle appeared in front of Li Xian. It was no exaggeration to call it giant, as this beetle's size was nearly that of a calf. Though it appeared somewhat small next to the ice bear, its golden, iron-like armor had an extraordinary visual impact.
The ice bear roared and lunged at the beetle, raising its paw high before slamming it down. A gust of cold wind surged, pressing down like an avalanche. Even a rock would likely be smashed to bits. Clang! A clear, resonant sound echoed, the beetle standing firm, even the ice bear's meat paw deforming under the violent backlash. The ice bear was momentarily dazed. What was this thing that made its claws hurt? However, the golden beetle's attack had already arrived. Its crescent-shaped mouthpart glistened coldly and swiftly slashed across the ice bear's abdomen. Then, the ice bear's thick fur and fat parted like soft clay, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Roar! The icefield bear roared in pain, its injury deep, and this triggered its ferocity. Its massive body swelled up even more, and as it stood tall, it reached a height of 2 meters. It grabbed the beetle with both paws and slammed it violently into the ground. The snow-capped mountains had a thick layer of ice, and with this powerful blow, it smashed several ice holes into the ground. However, the golden beetle simply curled its limbs, and no matter how hard it was struck, it didn't take any effective damage. Li Xian shook his head and sneered. The golden armored rhinoceros beetle was the biggest source of confidence in his push for a special admission to the Qilin Academy. It wasn't so easy to deal with. Golden armor, don't waste time, deal with this dumb bear. As if it received the command, the golden armored rhinoceros beetle suddenly shook, breaking free from the icefield bear's paws. Then it stretched out a pair of sharp insect wings and actually hovered in the air. The icefield bear's killing intent remained strong as it roared and charged forward. Then it leapt high, trying to swat it down. Whoosh! 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 Several golden rays shot out rapidly from the golden armored rhinoceros beetle's body, sweeping across the icefield bear's body one by one. The bear suddenly let out a painful scream, helplessly falling from the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Its body was deeply cut as if sliced open by sharp blades, and this skill directly caused fatal damage, almost instantly draining the icefield bear's health bar. Then the golden armored rhinoceros beetle flapped its wings, flying past the bear's side, its blade-like wings grazing across its neck. The last bit of blood was taken away, and the light in the icefield bear's eyes faded as it collapsed to the ground. So strong, really strong, no wonder they're beast masters from prestigious families. On the square, some scattered students had already been teleported out, watching the projection screen in shock and despair. They were the first batch of unlucky ones to be eliminated. Either they encountered monsters immediately after entering and got sent out after failing to defeat them, or they were eliminated by other beastmasters. Now, seeing this terrifying monster being so casually dealt with by the children of prestigious families, how could they not feel heartbroken? The audience in the stands, of course, noticed more details. This girl from the Yen family, with 2 golden butterfly-type beast pets, complement each other very well, cooperating effortlessly. No bloodshed. Our Nanjiang Academy can give her a special admission slot. The recruitment teacher from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy nodded with satisfaction. Such performance, if she participated in the general exam, would likely have a chance of touching the edge of Qilin Academy. If Nanjiang Academy wants to compete for this kind of talent, they naturally need to speak up early. A special admission slot given out isn't a loss. As for Hu Wei and Li Gang, their performance was decent, but as children of Beastmaster families, they were slightly unremarkable. They could wait until after the simulation exam to offer the slot. After all, they had to arrange the order of priority based on their performance. But even if they didn't give the special admission slot this time, with their strength, it was basically certain that they could get into the best 2 schools in the Nanjiang province during the general exam. This young man from the Li family, his beetle seems to be. The teacher from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy hesitated for a moment, then quickly recalled the target in his mind. Yes, it's a diamond-grade golden armored rhinoceros beetle. The audience in the stand showed expressions of surprise, especially the people from the 3 other families, besides the Li family, who looked at Li Jin with a "I can't believe you hid this so deep" expression. When Li Jin faced everyone's curious inquiries, he just smiled without speaking, quickly using the recording tool in his hand to capture Li Xian's image. The reason why so many people in his teacher's circle wanted to become his direct disciples, yet he still recommended Li Xian to give it a try, was precisely because of this golden armored rhinoceros beetle. In the past, beastmasters from beastmaster families hadn't contracted diamond beasts before the general exam, but the beast pets are not necessarily better. The higher their grade, the higher the grade of the beast pet, the more demanding it is of its master, making loyalty hard to control. If a first or second tier beast tamer contracts a diamond beast pet, there is a high chance they will lose control and be devoured by it. Therefore, the golden grade is the best choice for beast tamers at the starting stage, balancing strength and stability. This time, the Li family also had a stroke of luck and spent a great deal to allow Li Xian to control this beast pet. As for how to ensure stability, of course, that is not something outsiders need to know. The teachers of Nanjing Academy could not help but raise their hands when they saw the brutal killing of the ice bear. Our school will give Li Xian a special admission quota. The others glanced at him, saying nothing, but their eyes showed some disbelief. In fact, he knew that contracting such a beast pet was definitely aimed at Qilin Academy, and it was likely to secure a very high ranking to gain more resources after enrollment.
With such strength, choosing to stay at Nanjing was truly foolish.
But what if?
He had to shout it out anyway. Hey!
The teacher from Nanjing Academy suddenly noticed that the person sitting nearby was silent and curiously asked, why is your Ming Academy so reluctant to give out a quota this year, sitting here without a word? The one he called was the recruitment teacher sent by Ming Academy, which ranks alongside Nanjing Academy in the province, but his gaze seemed not to be on Yan Jiaojiu and Li Xian, but rather looking at another place. The confused teacher from Nanjing Academy followed his gaze and, upon seeing it clearly, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Meanwhile, at least 400 to 500 students had already been eliminated from the square. In a battle royale mode, it is very normal for nearly half of the people to be eliminated in the first round. They were not beast tamers capable of competing for rankings, but they were unwilling to concede in merely going through the motions. However, since they were already there, they naturally wanted to join the excitement and watch the results before leaving. At this time, on the projection divided into 6 areas, one projection attracted nearly all people's attention. Soon, like the teacher from Ming Academy, a burst of exclamations erupted from the square.
Damn it! What the hell is going on?
This guy is too ruthless. I've never seen someone draw aggro like this before. No, when I encountered snow wolves at the birth point, I was dead in a few seconds.
How many monsters did he pull? It must be over 100. Chapter 41 Chief Treatment.
The wild and reckless figure of the boy in the screen immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Li Xian, who had just shown great strength, seemed plain in comparison. Especially the students, at this moment, all had a thought in their minds.
This guy is really cool. Who wouldn't want to perform such a thrilling scene under everyone's gaze?
After finding out that he was not from the 4 families of Guangning, the students became even more excited and even silently prayed for him. Although they didn't quite understand why he would pull the monsters like this, achieving this was already enough to prove his extraordinary talent.
Dude, you have to hold on.
For a moment, a sense of unity among the commoner beast tamers silently sowed seeds of camaraderie in everyone's hearts, blooming brightly. Even if the final ranking might not land in the top spots, having such a person represent them, living freely and recklessly, was enough. In the audience, Li Jin squinted his eyes, glancing at the mount beneath Zhang Xian, his gaze unable to help but sway.
Rationality told him that this beast pet was definitely of an extraordinary grade.
But soon, a disdainful cold smile appeared on his face.
Even if you accidentally get some high-ranking beast pets, so what?
There have been times like this before, and in the end, they couldn't grasp it all. A mud-legged person gets lucky but doesn't know how to cherish it, actually using it to show off during the exam, laughable. Li Jin spoke with disdain, but his recording tool conveniently shifted aside, only capturing the images of Li Xian and others, without recording Zhang Xian at all. A recruitment teacher from the Ming Academy focused on Zhang Xian and suddenly said, "This student, we in Ming Academy will offer a special recruitment spot, and the first year will receive treatment according to the chief standard."
Huh? The teacher from Nanjiang Academy beside him was astonished. Did you take the wrong medicine?
Just now, Yan Jiaojiu and Li Xian's performances were both good. You were thinking about what conditions to offer to compete with them, and yet you said nothing.
Now you are not only offering a special recruitment but also giving chief treatment? The president of your academy will definitely deal with you if he finds out. Special recruitment and chief treatment, these are completely two concepts.
Special recruitment students are not necessarily of higher status than those who pass the unified exam. The treatment after enrollment still needs to be decided through some tests and subsequent performances. And only those who perform above everyone else qualify as chiefs. Every academy naturally invests all resources into the chief, enjoying first priority in various secret realms and instances, as well as in various foreign artifacts, useful items, equipment, runes, and so on. The same goes for these. It can be said that those who strive for chief status at enrollment, as long as they do not become lazy and continue to show their talent, will consistently maintain their lead, and the gap will only widen. So, academies like Nanjiang Academy and Ming Academy, while their overall strength and student source are not as good as Qilin Academy, giving a special recruitment status and chief treatment is really two different things. Entering Qilin Academy as an ordinary student truly cannot compare to being a chief at other academies. After all, the tilt of resources is too different. For this very reason, no academy can easily promise chief treatment. Chief, there is only one person per grade. Even with Li Xian's performance just now, it can only be said that he can be considered for chief status. And this consideration list must have at least dozens of people. So when he suddenly heard this, the teacher from Nanjiang Academy was incredibly shocked. At this moment, the Ming Academy teacher, pulled at the corner of his mouth and said, "Our academy appreciates students who have both strength and personality."
Ah?
The other side was even more confused. If you say the other party has strength, he indeed admits it.
Unlike those new beast masters who were here to watch the fun, as a 6th-tier beast master and a teacher at the academy, he naturally noticed that this student's mount was indeed not simple. But he does not approve of this kind of behavior at all. Encouraging the use of various means during the exam is based on the premise of competing for ranking, but this young man looks like he's just having fun. What if something goes wrong later? This attitude is unacceptable. At this scale of monster groups, even the offspring of beast mastery families should stay far away. And now the teacher from Ming Academy, referred to as, was secretly sweating. The president would deal with me if he knew? The president is now right in front of me. If I don't say this, he definitely won't let me off. He subtly glanced at an ordinary-looking old man beside him and quickly looked back, puzzled as to why the president, who holds a similar position in their Ming Academy, would suddenly come to the city. It turns out Elderly is not only the deputy lord of the Nanjiang Beast Temple but also holds the honorary president position of the Ming Academy. However, this position leans more towards being a title, and does not involve teaching responsibilities. His status was undoubtedly very high. When he saw the people from the Ming Academy arrive this time, he went to them and insisted that today must give Zhang Xian the best treatment. Although Elderly felt that once the other party revealed their true strength, even the Qilin Academy would have to hand over the chief position, it wouldn't be Ming Academy's turn. But what if? Keeping such a mysterious genius in Nanjing might be exactly what Lord Ming wanted to convey. The level 11 authority he saw that day made him think of the Beast God immediately, as he knew many secrets of the Beast God's palace. Only the Beast God could possibly grant others the highest authority that exceeded common sense, but there was not just one Beast God in Xia Kingdom. Initially, he only thought of this one in Nanjing. In the scene, every move of Zhang Xian had captured everyone's attention. He was naturally oblivious to this and didn't care, simply enjoying the moment. During the grand pursuit of the wolf pack, other types of monsters were startled, but they did not join the snow wolves. Instead, they began fighting among themselves. However, under the dense wolf pack, these monsters acting alone were instantly torn apart, making the scene even more chaotic. Ah, come on. Zhang Xian would even have Big Yellow stop every now and then, leisurely waiting for the snow wolves to catch up before making a sudden leap forward and playfully teasing them. Big Yellow didn't need to use all its strength to lure the snow wolf pack, so it had plenty of stamina, and running all the way, they surprisingly reached the center of the Ice River Valley. Here, as the name of the instance suggested, was situated in a valley, but it wasn't just one mountain. Instead, peaks from different directions were arranged in a circular formation, eventually forming a round pocket-shaped valley. At this moment, Zhang Xian was obviously the first person to reach this place. He first circled outside the valley, looking at the relentless wolf pack chasing behind, and chose not to enter the valley but instead climbed the highest mountain, running up from the ridge. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he arrived at a relatively open flat area. Zhang Xian gazed around. The view here was excellent, almost allowing him to see all the situations within the instance. At this time, the frost storm had started moving from the boundary of the instance, continuously shrinking the space. And within the boundary formed by the storm, many students were desperately trying to catch up. Some employed a slow push along the edge strategy, while others who had confidence in their abilities were already approaching the Ice River Valley, preparing to occupy advantageous terrain before the final chaos began. If a beast pet had long-range attack capabilities, standing on this mountaintop now truly provided an immense geographical advantage, allowing them to attack from above like a rain of blows. However, summoning Black King and a Bing would indeed be too over the top. Zhang Xian thought about the monsters he had seen along the way and calculated that apart from him, the strongest among this group of students, well, forget it, if he let Black King out, it would be too dull. Even without beast pets, just standing still and letting others attack him, he estimated that in the entire instance, it would be hard to find someone who could break through his defenses. Wow! At this moment, the group of snow wolves had chased to the foot of the mountain and, upon discovering Zhang Xian's position, started charging up the mountain. You really are persistent. Zhang Xian shook his head and laughed. At the same time, a figure arrived outside the Ice River Valley. He was flying above with a purple-feathered bird that faintly crackled with electricity, which was the purple lightning falcon and Li Gang. Li Gang looked at this sizable valley, smiling proudly. Not bad, it seems I am the first to arrive here. Hui and Li Xin don't dare to go first, huh? Then let me seize this opportunity. After entering the instance, he basically did not stop and kept moving toward the center, and there was a reason for his method of advancement. Because his beast pets, including the purple lightning falcon, all have strong long-range attack abilities. The 4 beast master families in Guangning understand the copies that the beast god branch can use for simulated tests, so Li Gang and the others have done their homework in advance, including developing different strategies to deal with different copies, etc. So when Li Gang saw it was the Ice River Valley, he thought about speeding up directly at the start and going to the center to take the high ground. First, he wouldn't need to be chased by the frost storm, reducing variables. Second, he wanted to take advantage of the terrain to maximize the strengths of his beast pets. This time, only Li Xian poses a significant threat to me. My ranking must be at least second, aiming for first. Li Gang put his hands in his pockets, determined to succeed, and then he looked toward the foot of the mountain, preparing to choose a less steep path to climb. Ha! Where did all these footprints come from? He was surprised to find a large number of footprints on the ground, and the direction was very clear, all extending up the mountain. These are snow wolf footprints? But isn't this number a bit too exaggerated? There must be dozens of them at the very least. As a Beastmaster family member, Li Gang was not ignorant and quickly determined the type of monster and the approximate number from the footprints. But so many monsters suddenly rushing toward the center of the copy was unreasonable. Unless someone had lured them up there? Li Gang frowned, quickly analyzing the situation. Hu Wei. Doesn't seem likely. Yan Jiao Jiao. No. Li Xian? That's not possible either. If it was just a couple of snow wolves, it would definitely be a piece of cake for the four of them. But such a large pack of wolves was no joke. Without a large area AoE skill to bury them directly, it would be easy to get surrounded, and escaping would be difficult then. He had a basic understanding of the main battle beast pets of the other three, and it was clear they lacked the ability to handle this scale of snow wolf pack. Moreover, normally, there was no reason to attract so many snow wolves aggro. In the simulated test, killing more monsters did not necessarily mean a higher final ranking. Furthermore, with the other people's beast pets, there was no need to rush to the central area. After all, only his beast pets were the best at long-distance defensive battles. Then it must be some clueless fool from the copy who did this. Li Gang shrugged. It was not surprising that some common beast masters did such foolish things, and they were probably already sent out of the copy by the snow wolves. It was a pity that his excitement of being the first to reach the mountain top was somewhat diminished. Li Gang put his hands in his pockets and began to ascend the mountain, while also paying attention to the nearby movements. Those snow wolves might still be lingering on the mountain. On the square, two old folks from the Li family in the audience seats were anxious. They saw the situation at the mountaintop, where that arrogant kid was riding the giant wolf, leading the snow wolf pack in circles. Due to the limited space at the mountaintop, the situation seemed increasingly dangerous. This kid had nothing to do with them, but if Li Gang went up, he might get caught in the mess, and that would be disastrous. Li Gang was naturally unaware of all this, but as he got closer to the mountaintop, a series of noisy sounds suddenly came faintly, and then the purple lightning falcon above his head cried out, as if it had noticed something. Li Gang gradually made out the source of the noise. It turned out to be the howling of wolves, rising and falling like waves. He was even more puzzled. What was going on? Was that monster-luring fool still at the mountaintop? Unable to contain his curiosity, he continued climbing until he reached the mountaintop. At this moment, Li Gang saw a scene before him that left him dumbfounded. On the flat ground at the mountaintop, there were at least 100 snow wolves looking crazed, howling, and chasing after their target, which was a giant yellow wolf with a boy sitting on its back. Clearly, in this not-so-wide space, the tension had reached a breaking point, and the giant wolf was still as fast as a shadow, suddenly stopping, shifting, and accelerating with each close call of being surrounded by the pack, bursting through the encirclement at the last moment. And the boy sitting on the wolf's back laughed wildly the whole time. This is so damn cool. Li Gang muttered, his mouth opening unconsciously. He imagined himself executing strategies in the dungeon, killing everything in sight, stepping over the other three, claiming first place, and finally entering Qilin Academy after the unified exam. But this scene truly challenged his understanding. It turned out there were other beast masters his age, who could be so carefree and wild in an exam dungeon where everyone else was careful and cautious to compete for rankings. He could feel an emotion from the other person, yes, a kind of emotion called happiness. Li Gang suddenly froze, realizing that becoming a beast master didn't just represent training, becoming stronger, responsibility, and power, but could also be about joy? He suddenly felt a wave of envy. But at that moment, the roaring wolf pack changed direction. Chapter 43, Unexpected Elimination. The wolf pack was now rushing towards Li Gang's position. To be precise, it was because Zhang Xian rode the big yellow wolf and once again made a sharp turn, breaking free from the encirclement while heading towards the other side of the mountain, the exact spot where Li Gang was standing. Damn it! Li Gang finally realized something was wrong as the yellow shadow rushed toward him, followed by a loud shout, "Get out of the way!" Zhang Xian didn't know there was someone at the edge of the cliff. He didn't see the other students as competitors, so he kindly reminded him. Because the number of wolves at the mountain peak was too many, the originally flat ground was now overcrowded. When Zhang Xian whirled past Li Gang like a whirlwind and dangerously dashed through the narrow winding path, the wolf pack was already in front of Li Gang. Seeing the ferocious wolves, their eyes red as if they had been toyed with for half an hour, Li Gang panicked and quickly dodged to the side. However, he was already forced into a spot with no foothold, and as he moved, he stepped on an uneven surface, causing his feet to slip, and he plunged down into the hollow of the mountain. Below was the ice river valley, hundreds of meters high. Li Gang flailed his limbs instinctively, trying to grab onto the mountain walls around him, but he neither had the ability to fly nor was he strong enough as a first-level beast master. He didn't have much physical advantage over ordinary people. This slip sent him plummeting down like a lifeless kite, and a piercing scream echoed in the valley, along with a dozen snow wolves who also fell after not managing to stop in time. 5 seconds later. Bang! Bang bang bang! A few muffled sounds echoed, and then the valley returned to silence. Zhang Xian turned back and then realized that the other had fallen down. Hiss, no blame, this isn't what I meant to do to you. On the square, hundreds of students watched the entire scene and burst into loud laughter. Damn, this is too much of a blunder, right? Li Gang just got to the peak, not even steady, and was scared to death by the wolf pack. What a loser. Initially it was a bit frustrating to be sent away, but seeing someone from a beast family not making it into the official ranking makes me feel much better. Count me in. This time, the survival dungeon for the simulated exam only recorded the top 100, and those eliminated before that naturally had no rankings. Li Gang had just slipped and fell to the valley bottom, directly running out of health and becoming the first eliminated among the 4 beast family disciples from Guangning, and at such an early stage, it truly surprised everyone. In the audience, many couldn't help but laugh. Such blunder events were rare to see, as in previous years of simulated exams in Guangning. The rankings of the 4 families' disciples would only be revealed at the final showdown. In other words, the mock exam was originally a stage for these people, who would have thought that this year one would be eliminated in such a way. Soon, Li Gang appeared on one side of the square, looking tearful and heartbroken, never expecting that he would become a fool in this. 2 elders from the Li family in the audience felt the mocking eyes around them, unable to sit still, and walked down with gloomy faces to Li Gang's side, filled with disappointment. You, sigh. Fortunately, this was not the final exam. One could only hope that he would perform well when it really mattered and not continue to embarrass the Li family. Inside the dungeon, the frost storm kept advancing. When it first started, its speed was relatively slow, but as time went on, it sped up, howling winds pressing in closely. Some students initially thought they could cling to the edge, but soon discovered their speed was slower than the storm. Some who were too close were quickly caught by the storm and buried in the raging snow, eliminated. The remaining people could only flee at full speed, not caring whether they would bump into others, and because of this, encounters among beast masters increased, speeding up the eliminations. Often in a face-off, their beasts would unleash skills, fighting together, and the victorious side would also be swept away by the storm after lingering too long. At the peak of Glacier Valley, Zhang Xian finally stopped. Who, after chasing you for so long, it's been quite exciting, let's stop. But the pack of snow wolves clearly would not give up. They only knew they had been toyed with by this human again and again. Even now panting heavily, they refused to abandon the hunt. Zhang Xian clapped his hands. Come out, little tree. Rustle. The mountaintop began to tremble slightly, and then, a towering giant tree suddenly sprang up from the rocks, instantly growing over 10 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were lush, vines swaying in the cold wind, the trunk a dark color with faint green mist floating above it, exuding an eerie and sinister vibe. The thick branches extended outward, soon nearly covering the entire mountaintop. The wolf pack stopped now, howling mournfully, seeming fearful and uneasy at the swaying vines around them. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian looked relaxed. He took out a lounge chair and a previously used barbecue rack from his backpack. What a pity, coming back in a hurry. There are many relaxing things I didn't bring. Zhang Xian shook his head and took out many pieces of giant wolf meat that he obtained from Moon Spirit Mountain, plucked a branch from the poison mother tree, threaded the fresh meat on it, lit a fire, and began to roast it. Soon, the aroma of grilled wolf meat filled the air. Not bad, it still smells so good. In this icy world, we need to have a bite of hot grilled meat. De Huang, next time we must bring cumin and pepper. Oh whoa. De Huang howled cheerfully twice, eagerly accepting the grilled meat handed over by Zhang Xian, wagging its tail happily and feasting. After running for so long, even though the fatigue of the hunting scouts wouldn't increase, the appetite was indeed whetted, and it tasted delightful. Zhang Xian chewed on the tender, juicy grilled meat, watching the restless snow wolves that dared not attack, and waved his hand. Little tree, let's practice with you. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, countless vines shot out towards 100 different directions, followed by a series of muffled thuds. The snow wolves didn't have time to dodge before being pierced through by the vines and thrown off the mountaintop. In an instant, all was quiet again. One must say, the efficiency of tree-type beasts' normal attacks is high. The endless vines flew out like javelins, instantly eliminating all the minor enemies. The square was thrown into chaos. The eliminated students felt only shock, but the audience suddenly stood up. Chapter 44, The Final Boss? Whether it was the beast masters from the family or the new teachers from various schools, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they couldn't help but exclaim. What? What kind of beast pet is this? Most of them had the strength of 5th or even 6th level beast masters and had seen a lot, but at this moment, they were frantically searching their minds, trying to find the corresponding level of beast pet. But soon, confusion appeared in most of their eyes, because in their understanding, they really couldn't find any corresponding beast pets. This huge, strange tree in the scene clearly exceeded just a level crushing. The level often could be judged by external characteristics and offensive traits. This giant tree was definitely at a higher level than Li Xian's golden armored rhinoceros beetle. Could it be? The few people from the four great families revealed shock in their eyes. The highest level beast pets in their families were generally controlled by the family heads, and most were starlight level, maintaining this balance for many years. As high-ranking figures with certain powers in their families, their vision was mostly limited to this level. What they could confirm was that it must be above starlight level. On the other side, the two from Nanjian Academy and Ming Academy were looking at each other in horror. Damn, what level do you think this is? I hesitate to say, it's very likely to be Dominator level. The person from Nanjian Academy murmured, Dominator level, ha. Both of them showed expressions of hesitation, the same doubts emerging in their hearts. Is this really Dominator level? Though they had never possessed one, they had seen Dominator level beast pets up close more than once. It seemed to have many similarities with the giant tree in the scene, but there were also many differences. However, they didn't dare to guess a higher level. Because such beings, even the strongest beast masters of their own academy, couldn't control them. Wong Hua clenched his sleeve tightly and exchanged a glance with Elderly. This kid is finally going to show his extraordinary side? Though not a dragon, this existence was equally shocking. In the scene, Zhang Xian lounged as if on vacation, lazily reclining on a deck chair, enjoying meat comfortably. Nearby, De Huang had already eaten 5 or 6 portions and was full, obediently lying beside and licking its paws, looking just like a gentle giant dog. At this moment, an announcement suddenly rang out. Current number of remaining players in the instance, 100, official ranking has begun. Soon, a number appeared in everyone's sight, reading 100. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, with their abilities, making it into the top 100 meant being among the top 10% of all new beast masters in Guangning, which had exceeded their expectations. Although this result was not enough for ordinary beast master academies in Nanjian province to offer early special recruitment, the experiences along the way had been valuable enough to prepare and boost their confidence for the upcoming unified examination. After all, collecting strategies from various channels was one thing, but actually participating revealed that the real situation was much more complicated. In a small team, Zhao Ming, short and chubby, with a fiery little beast in front, tightly clenched his fist. Everyone, let's keep going, we've come this far, we must fight for the top 5. The remaining 2 members of the team nodded vigorously. Absolutely, we must get into the top 5. Originally, they were a team of 5, but due to the instance mechanism, their positions were scattered upon arrival, and during the process of trying to reunite, 2 were eliminated. Now the 3 successfully gathered. Zhao Ming had a golden beast pet, the fire beast. With his clever mind, they had navigated through without any major dangers. Not only did they take down several snow wolves and other monsters, but they also dealt with another team that tried to fight them. Now filled with ambition, they were just waiting to move toward their final goal. At this stage, under the compression of the frost storm, everyone was no longer like before, only occasionally encountering other beast tamers. Now they could basically see other people's figures on the road, but at this time everyone was quite tacit, keeping a certain distance, and no one took the initiative to provoke a fight. They had already entered the ranking, and every step forward was precious, so there was no need to get eliminated because of meaningless battles. But at the same time, the monsters in the instance were also moving towards the Ice River Valley, because they too were affected by the rules, making it even harder for the beast tamers on the way to advance. Yan Zhaojiao, Hu Wei, and Li Xian quickly spotted each other, but found no trace of Li Gang. Li Xian said lightly, with that guy's beast pet traits, he must have gone ahead to the high ground, let's go over and check it out. He raised his hand and pointed at a mountain peak not far away, as if this instance was just a peak for the 4 of them. Hu Wei nodded, okay, let's go. Yan Zhaojiao also stepped forward, only to think of Zhang Xian, wondering if he was at the mountain top as well. At the mountain top, Zhang Xian felt a bit stuffed after eating, took out a toothpick to clean his teeth, and then came to the edge of the cliff to look down. The scene below was quite lively, with a bunch of monsters chasing behind and beast tamers desperately fleeing ahead. Soon, someone dashed into the valley, but was quickly engulfed by the surging monsters. Suddenly, someone shouted, everyone up the mountain, let's deal with the monsters first, then we can compete. This shout seemed to gain everyone's approval, and everyone began to rush towards the peak. However, during this process, many people were caught by the monsters and had to stop to fight. Also, many beast tamers, seeing they could not survive, simply took the chance to attack other beast tamers, hoping to eliminate one and improve their ranking. In an instant, the valley was filled with the sounds of battle, screaming, and chaos. Although it looked a bit childish now, Zhang Xian still watched it like a spectator, thoroughly enjoying the show. As the frost storm rolled in, the world changed color, and the monsters in this instance went completely berserk, numbering at least 400 to 500, pouring towards the Ice River Valley. This was also one of the final tests of the instance. To compete for as high a ranking as possible, one must survive in such a high-pressure chaotic battle. Roar! Ah! Snow wolves, ice pythons, ice bears, monsters of various shapes and levels hunted the new beast tamers and charged towards the mountain. Yan Zhaojiao and the other 3 were the first to reach the mountain top and immediately noticed a giant tree in front of them. Their eyes filled with shock. What's going on? Did this instance set up a final boss? Hu Wei mumbled, looking at the vines as thick as iron pillars, and there were countless such vines at a glance. His little fat bear looked like it wouldn't be able to withstand it. That's impossible. Even if it's a final boss, this thing is way too over the top. Chapter 45, Triggering Instance Rules. Hu Wei shook his head again, knowing that during the finals later, the Summer Kingdom's Supreme Beast God Temple would provide the instance and determine the exam content. According to past practices, the finals would be unified across the 12 provinces of the country, and by that time, the scale of Beast Tamer candidates would be extremely astonishing, so the Beast God Temple would use a super large instance, and there would definitely be a super powerful boss at the end of the instance. However, today was just a mock exam for Guangning, a medium-sized instance, specially adjusted by the Guangning Beast God Subtemple. Although the format was modeled after the finals, the resources of the subtemple were limited. It is impossible to match the Supreme Beast God Temple in content. This giant tree probably just looks intimidating, but in reality, might not be that strong. However, Hu Wei, Li Xian, and the others were still curious. According to the information they got, there was no such existence in the Ice River Valley. Wasn't the original final boss supposed to be a creature called the Snow Giant? At that moment, Wong Hua in the square suddenly changed his expression as he looked at the crystal stone in his hand. This was the World Stone of the Ice River Valley dungeon, which reflects the operation status of the dungeon. At this moment, the crystal suddenly shook violently, emitting strange waves. Wong Hua immediately realized that an existence beyond the current dungeon rank limit had appeared. His pupils constricted as he looked at the giant tree on the screen, and he couldn't help but groan in his heart. As the branch master, he understood the rank of the Ice River Valley very well. For the dungeon to react this way, there was only one possibility: this giant tree was above the Overlord level, it was royal level. Shock appeared on his face, along with a bitter smile. He had thought this simulation test would reveal the answers about Zhang Xian. Who would have guessed that instead of seeing the expected dragon race, an equally incomprehensible situation had appeared? Royal level, even someone like Elderly could not possess such a beast pet. How many secrets do you have within you? But it's obvious that the changes in the dungeon have already gotten out of control. At that moment, an announcement sounded in the ears of all those who had not yet been eliminated. Ding! The frost storm advances, currently entering the core area of the Ice River Valley. The final boss has appeared. Is it coming? Everyone's expressions were a mix of anticipation and tension. The chaos level would reach its peak in the next process, which would also determine their rankings. However, what Zhang Xian heard was different. Detecting your beast pet toxic mother tree has triggered dungeon rules. Would you like to have it act as the current dungeon boss? If you successfully defend and defeat all challengers, you will receive an unknown reward. Ha! Let the little tree be the dungeon boss? At first, Zhang Xian was a bit dazed but then became excited. My beast pet becomes the boss? Let others come to challenge? This is so interesting. Even if there are no rewards, I want to give it a try. Accept. At this moment, the announcement that had paused in everyone's ears reappeared. Final boss, unknown rank existence has appeared in the dungeon. Boss change, triggering a group task. Attack task, defeat the current boss toxic mother tree, and calculate the final ranking based on damage ratio. If the boss is ultimately not defeated, ranking will be based on survival time. What? All students on the scene were stunned. This giant tree is the boss of the Ice River Valley? It feels a bit off. Hu Wei and Li Xian exchanged glances, clearly not expecting this simulation test to be so surprising. But they still felt confident. This new boss should match the snow giant in strength. Given their power, they had the chance to solo clear it. So, who will go first? Hu Wei spoke, seeing Yan Zhaojiao still contemplating, while Li Xian looked indifferent, seemingly not wanting to attack first, cursing silently. Damn, it's just a diamond-level beast pet, what's there to show off? Well, okay, diamond level is indeed a cut above, I'll give you this round. Hu Wei secretly mocked. Once he learned about the other's contracted beast pet, he thought his ranking would definitely be below Li Xian's this time. But now that the rules state the ranking is based on damage ratio, there won't be infighting among beast tamers, they just need to output damage quickly and that's it. However, Li Xian suddenly spoke, Jin Jia, go take care of the people heading up the mountain, the more, the better. The Jin Jia rhinoceros obeyed the order, its two blade-like wings unfolded, flying toward other beast tamers' beast pets. Now the mountaintop is very crowded, with piles of monsters killed by many beast tamers blocking the path. The Jin Jia rhinoceros dashed among the crowd, blood splattering everywhere. Soon, several beast pets were slain. Who? Someone roared in anger, quickly realizing it was Li Xian's beast pets that were attacking. Is this the time for everyone to unite against the boss? What do you mean by this? Faced with multiple accusations, Li Xian looked proud, a sneer gracing his lips, as if too lazy to respond. Yan Zhaojiao frowned, her expression showing displeasure, and she walked off to another side, beginning to observe the so-called poison mother tree. Hu Wei was also shocked by Li Xian's actions, confusedly asking, what are you doing? Li Xian disdainfully said, this mere boss in a mock test, needs these people to fight with us? Let's take care of them first, so they don't steal our damage.
The crowd immediately became furious. There had always been a natural rift between civilian beast tamers and the noble beast tamers. They could only accept this reality in silence, keeping their distance from each other. But now, his words completely disregarded them as human, instantly igniting the anger of everyone present. In the crowd, Zhao Ming clenched his fists, hate blazing in his eyes.
Li Xian's arrogant face made him really want to punch him.
Hu Wei did not expect Li Xian to say such things, although it struck a chord with his inner thoughts, it would surely provoke public outrage.
His personality wasn't one to be so ostentatious.
Seeing the crowd's agitation, he quietly stepped back a few paces.
Li Xian laughed coldly. As a noble beast tamer, did he lack the confidence to suppress a few mud-legged peasants?
On the other side, the civilian students had gathered. After enduring a wave of encounters with monsters and beast tamers, only over 50 of them remained, and they had more than 50 beast pets left. No matter how powerful the golden armored rhinoceros beetle was, they had to take it down through sheer numbers and show it some color. Thus various skills were hurled at the beetle in the air. The golden armored rhinoceros beetle took several hits, but its defense was extremely strong, its level far exceeding that of the beast pets belonging to the beast tamers present. Zhao Ming's fire-spewing beast was level 35, already standing out among others, but the golden armored rhinoceros beetle had reached level 55, a full 20 levels higher. This was the result of the resources invested by the noble families. They not only formed excellent training groups to quickly level up in higher areas, but it was also rumored that there were rare alien artifacts that could directly grant experience points. However, the four families in Guangning generally had no access to such items. But now, the level of the golden armored rhinoceros beetle was enough to prove the gap between noble families and ordinary people. Several skills rained down, and aside from Zhao Ming's fire-spewing beast managing to inflict a few hundred points of damage, the damage from other beast pets was pitifully low, adding up to only a few dozen points.
In total, their damage didn't even reach 1,000.
This amount of damage was still less than 1/20th of the golden armored rhinoceros beetle's health. During this process, the golden armored rhinoceros beetle completed another round of harvesting, heavily injuring several beast pets, rendering them combat ineffective. Everyone was shocked. Although they expected a gap, the difference was so great it left them unprepared. Li Xian was not surprised at all. He coldly smiled, spreading his arms wide, as if commanding the world to submit to him.
Do you see it? Is it cruel? This is the world of beast taming, this is the truth.
His tone suddenly became passionate, filled with pride. The gap in rank, the gap in levels, makes stacking numbers ridiculous and laughable. Born of a noble family, I am destined to rise above you all. The air grew dead silent, and those in attendance gritted their teeth, expressions filled with unwillingness and resentment.
Their fingers clenched tight, almost piercing into their flesh.
But just moments earlier, the scene left them feeling powerless. The words of rebuttal were on their lips, but after several attempts to speak, they ultimately had to swallow them back.
Could it be that with so many people present? Can one person really challenge everyone? Then what is the meaning of this exam for them, and what is the meaning of their future as beast tamers? Many people showed confusion in their eyes.
Although they already knew about this gap, experiencing it firsthand shattered their last bit of pride, making it hard to accept. The surroundings fell silent, and Li Xian smirked with pride, just about to speak again when suddenly.
Wow, buddy, you are really full of it. What level are you at?
The dreamy atmosphere created was abruptly interrupted by this sudden voice, and Li Xian frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. The others also turned their heads and discovered that under the giant tree, there was actually a person. He was leaning back on a lounge chair, relaxed and comfortable, picking his teeth with a toothpick while petting the large yellow dog beside him, not looking like someone here for a challenge, but more like someone on vacation. Perhaps the scene was too chaotic earlier, combined with the numerous vines hanging and swaying from the giant tree, blocking the view. Nobody had noticed there was someone there.
Everyone was momentarily stunned and then suddenly thought of a question: why hadn't the boss triggered its aggression despite being so close?
After thinking for a while, they guessed it was because the boss's triggering mechanism was active. As long as it wasn't attacked, it wouldn't launch an attack.
Yeah, that must be it.
However, that guy's earlier comment really struck a chord with everyone. Li Xian was too full of himself, and everyone was momentarily intimidated by the golden armored rhinoceros beetle's might, plus they were secretly grieving, and forgot to retaliate at first.
Li Xian frowned, feeling a rich sense of mockery from Zhang Xian's eyes and tone. He couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart, and coldly said, "What's wrong? Does this student have an opinion on what I said?" At this moment, next to him, Yan Zhaojiao suddenly called out in surprise, "Zhang Xian, I've been looking for you, turns out you were here all along."
Zhang Xian smiled lightly at her.
Zhang Xian?
Li Xian was somewhat puzzled, and then suddenly remembered the conversation between his cousin and Yan Zhaojiao before they entered the dungeon, realizing the truth.
So, you are the one who got close to the Yan family? No wonder you dare to act arrogant in front of me.
Yan Zhaojiao couldn't hold back anymore and turned to angrily reprimand, "Li Xian, what nonsense are you talking? Li Xian shook his head disdainfully. It's a pity you are not part of the Yin family, and I don't think the elders of the Yin family would look favorably upon you. Put away that little crooked thought, and remember to stay humble and polite in front of me. His words and demeanor completely regarded Zhang Xian as a wannabe trying to cling to a powerful family, making him even more disdainful, while secretly mocking Yin Jiao Jiao. Usually, they wouldn't even ask for pleasantries, but seeing her so protective of a muddy little guy was laughable. Upon hearing such an arrogant mockery, Zhang Xian's expression remained unchanged.
He stood up and walked over to Li Xian, chuckling, "A family of beast tamers, huh?"
With such a tone, such arrogance, and looking down on ordinary people, I'd like to ask one question.
Is your confidence based on the Li family behind you, or this golden-armored rhinoceros beetle?
Li Xian frowned, sensing that from the other's gaze, there was no embarrassment or anger from being provoked, rather, it was a kind of condescending attitude, not forced but seeming entirely natural. This kind of gaze used to only appear when he looked at common beast tamers. Now, feeling such an emotion from another's look made Li Xian very uncomfortable.
He steadied himself and said, "What if it's the Li family? What about my beast pet?
In this world, strength is respected. Where my strength comes from is not important, what matters is whether I have it."
Li Xian's expression was firm, his eyes full of disdain, thinking he could regain his pride with just a few words. He was thinking too much. The strength of a beast tamer is marked by the beast pets, whether that strength is given by the family, I can still overpower you, what can you do? In other words, the support behind me is the greatest strength in the world of beast tamers. I have what you don't, so-called effort and unwillingness are just a joke at this moment. The people beside wanted to say something for Zhang Xian, but they couldn't think of a way to refute him, and felt a heaviness in their hearts. Clap clap clap.
Good, well said. Zhang Xian laughed and clapped, saying, although I think you're an idiot, this sentence you said is quite right.
As long as I have what you don't, then I can step on your head, right? Li Xian raised his chin, yes, and so what?
Great, then after I punch this bug into pieces, you have to kneel in front of me, only then can we say your words match your actions. Hearing this, Li Xian almost laughed out loud.
You? Punching my golden-armored rhinoceros beetle to pieces?
The corners of his mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, and he clicked his tongue, shaking his head.
Don't even say you can punch it into pieces, even if you could break through its defenses, Boom!
Before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard a thunderous boom explode beside his ear, followed by a stench of green liquid splattering on his face. This was the blood and exploded body tissue of the golden-armored rhinoceros beetle.
Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene.
Zhang Xian held up a fist, frozen in midair, as the golden-armored rhinoceros beetle was completely blown apart, its blood volume instantly emptied, not even returning as a heavily injured state to the Beastmaster space, but dying on the spot. Although the rules of the instance limited true death, the experience in front of him felt incredibly real. Li Xian's eyes widened, fear made him breathe rapidly.
Chapter 47 We Can Win. This punch was too fast, too domineering.
The power was strong enough to remind Li Xian of his grandfather's level 200 diamond beast pet, the strongest guardian beast of the Li family, as if a mere glance could engulf him in shock and fear, causing his mind to waver. He didn't even dare to wipe the filth from his face, only stiffly turning his neck to the side, trembling all over as he looked at the broken shell of the beetle on the ground. This is impossible. How did he do it? He was most aware of the golden-armored rhinoceros beetle's attributes, even without considering its defense, it had over 20,000 hit points. To be able to rely solely on his own power to punch it to pieces, what level of beast master could achieve this? Even though they were only in the instance, endless panic still spread in Li Xian's heart, he couldn't calm down to think about what conditions could allow this to happen. Only stiffly raising his head, he locked eyes with those filled with mockery. He found himself completely speechless, his entire worldview that had been built over time suddenly crashing down. Zhang Xian chuckled softly, you don't, so you lost. The loser eats dust and should be trampled by the strong, ravaging all so-called dignity. This is what you told me. Now, kneel. His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable tone, filled with all the elements that terrified Li Xian. Only then did the people around finally react, their eyes shining brightly as if Zhang Xian's body emitted light, illuminating a certain place in their hearts. Uncontrollable emotions began to sprout and grow rapidly in their hearts. So, the people from the Beastmaster family can also fall from their great heights one day? So, the difference between us and them is not that we were born different, but simply, a difference in power? This fact is so simple, so clear, yet before this, no one had truly thought about it until Zhang Xian's punch shattered everything. And it shattered all their humility. We can be defeated, but we will not lose. Until one day, someone like him emerges among us, or we ourselves become such people, then we will win. Impossible, impossible. Li Xian suddenly broke free from his stupor, shouting loudly, this is absolutely impossible, there's something wrong with the instance. There must be a problem with the simulation. Zhang Xian said lightly, what's wrong?
Unable to accept being crushed by someone like me, or unable to accept your supposed depth becoming nothing after realizing your incompetence and weakness? Li Xian staggered back a few steps, not daring to look directly at him, yet still gritted his teeth and said, the simulation can have problems, but what just happened in reality will never occur. Zhang Xian shook his head, too lazy to say more, then looked at Zhao Ming and others. Alright everyone, I've gotten things started for you. The rest is up to you. Dozens of beast trainers all focused their gaze on Li Xian, their hearts, ignited by Zhang Xian, burning with a flame that threatened to turn him to ashes. What do you want? Li Xian shouted with a fierce face, but his heart was timid. He summoned another beast pet from his beast space, a furious ram with large horns on its head. This was his second beast pet, a golden level, furious ram, also at level 40, which he hadn't intended to use in this simulation test, saved instead for later comprehensive examinations as a power supplement. However, after the golden armored rhinoceros was smashed, the furious ram could no longer offer him the same sense of security. Faced with the advancing crowd, images he couldn't accept flooded his mind. Li Xian suddenly turned his head. Hui, Yan Zhao Zhao, come help me. Yan Zhao Zhao stood distant and unmoved, while Hui, who was closer, quickly distanced himself, saying, Li Xian, we aren't on the same side. You guys? Li Xian couldn't believe that he had been isolated, while dozens of beast trainers commanded their beasts to charge at him. The furious ram pawed the ground, letting out a bleat as it charged forward with its horns, but it only managed to knock one opponent away before being overwhelmed by more foes. Flames, collisions, gales, slashes, and noxious gas, various skills barreled towards it. Before long, the furious ram let out a tragic scream, flipped over, its hooves in the air, unable to fight back. The excited beasts continued to charge forwards, pinning Li Xian to the ground, ruthlessly trampling him. Ah! Finally, amidst the cries of pain and humiliation, Li Xian was eliminated. Damn it! In the audience seats of the square, Li Jin cursed angrily. He had turned off the recording device the moment Zhang Xian smashed the golden armored rhinoceros, ensuring that even if his teacher found out something was off and inquired about it later, those images would never be recorded. Otherwise, all the resources invested by the Li family would be in vain. Li Jin looked at the boy surrounded by everyone in the picture, looking like a savior, disbelief filling his eyes. Thinking of all his previous mockery, his face felt as if it had been slapped, hot with shame. This was absolutely unacceptable. He turned to Wong Hua, his tone questioning, Chief Wang, might there be a problem with the copy from the branch hall? Why did this situation occur? Wang Hua frowned, this situation? What do you mean? Li Jin was at a loss for words, hesitating at the thought of the other's status, but ultimately still spoke up, that student named Zhang Xian, how could he smash the golden armored rhinoceros with a single punch? It's unreasonable. Wang Hua's face showed clear displeasure. Li Jin, don't think that just because you went to Qilin Academy, you can indiscriminately criticize the Beast God Palace. Even if I only represent the Guangning branch, I still bear the glory of the Beast God, and I absolutely will not allow favoritism. Are you saying that I am cheating for Zhang Xian? If you want to follow the formal procedure, I can apply for an investigation after the simulation test ends. Li Jin's face changed, quickly saying, I'm sorry, Chief Wang, I absolutely didn't mean that. After saying that, he hurriedly sat down, his expression extremely aggrieved, but he didn't dare say anything more. Questioning the Beast God Palace's justice was a very serious matter. Once the investigation process begins, if Wang Hua really does manipulate the copy rules secretly, he will definitely face severe punishment and be dismissed by the Beast God Temple. But similarly, if the other party has no problems, then as the one who raised the issue, he will be suspected of slander, and he might end up in jail. Li Jin knows deep inside that Wang Hua could never do such a thing, but he is unwilling to accept it in his heart, and when he mentioned it, he naturally became cowardly when questioned by the other party. Chapter 48, Mysterious God. Wang Hua coldly withdrew his gaze from him, his anger unrelenting in his heart. As a member of the Beast God Temple, he naturally places great importance on reputation. How could he not be angry after being questioned so baselessly by the other party? Thinking of the actions of the Li family over the years, Wang Hua couldn't help but feel that the people of the Li family have indeed become increasingly arrogant and disrespectful, looking down on others. Zhang Xian's recent behavior truly made him appreciate him. The term Beastmaster family was originally an esteemed title for those families who fought against monsters and the abyss, leading the way for humanity without fear of sacrifice. Who knew that now, it had become a self-glorifying term for these parasites who monopolize resources, occupying positions without merit, and tread upon their kin. It is truly an insult to the four words Beastmaster family. At the top of the mountain, when everyone worked together to eliminate Li Xian, they all stood in place, stunned for a long time, as if they had broken some kind of shackles. They had defeated the seemingly invincible Beastmaster of a noble family. So this is what it feels like to defeat them? Unknowingly, everyone turned their gazes toward Zhang Xian. They all already knew the other party's name. He was a commoner Beastmaster, just like themselves. Someone shouted the first shout. Xian. Mysterious God. With the first person leading, everyone at the scene shouted in unison. Mysterious God! They shouted repeatedly, releasing all their excitement and admiration, their voices echoing throughout the ice river valley. Until their faces turned red, they refused to stop. This young boy before them was destined to be forever engraved in their hearts, occupying an incredibly important place. He would surely become a guiding light that awakens them in times of confusion and unrest in the future. Like faith. Beside them, Hua watched with awe, realizing that there are still peers who can inspire such admiration and respect in everyone. But just now, with Zhang Xian's series of actions and words, if he were on the opposing side of the noble families, it would probably evoke the same emotions. No, it should be said that even now, he could not suppress his admiration for Zhang Xian. He was truly incredible. On the side, Yan Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light. She had seen many excellent beast masters, but none could compare to Zhang Xian. Seemingly laid back yet filled with energy, and possessing a charm that inspired conviction and a desire to follow. In the ice river valley, the wind and snow surged. Suddenly, there was a dull rumble from the long-frozen ground. Then, a giant hand made entirely of ice and snow reached out, grabbing at the surface. Accompanied by the thunderous cracking of ice blocks, a giant broke through the earth. It roared to the sky, shaking the entire ice river valley. This is... The people at the mountain top shuddered, looking downward. At the same time, the giant seemed to sense their presence, raising its head with icy blue pupils filled with killing intent. Then it leaped up, bouncing between the cliffs, its massive body moving as if it were on flat ground, charging toward the mountaintop. It's the snow giant! Hua immediately reacted and shouted. This guy was originally the final boss set for this dungeon. After the poisonous mother tree replaced its position, it still appeared at this moment. The giant was huge but incredibly fast. As it approached the summit, it suddenly stomped on a protruding rock, leaping high before crashing onto the mountaintop. Hua's expression was wary. This guy, level 50, wasn't too high, but as a boss template, he was definitely not easy to deal with. The commoner beast masters like Zhao Ming, at this moment, all huddled closer to Zhang Xian. Xian brother, what do you say? You lead us, and we will follow your command. At this moment, their faces were filled with reverence. It seemed that if Zhang Xian gave an order, they would execute it without hesitation. Zhang Xian turned back and called out, Little tree, it's up to you. Test the waters. Little tree? What little tree? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, but then they saw countless vines shoot into the air, instantly wrapping around the entire body of the snow giant, binding it like a dumpling. Everyone was startled, and only then did they realize that it was the giant tree that had made its move, grappling with the snow giant. The snow giant roared, its strong body struggling desperately, but it could not break free from the thick vines at all. In the air, countless invisible microscopic particles floated, then drifted into the body of the snow giant. Zhang Xian sensed everything, took a step forward, and stood in front of the snow giant, almost at arm's length. Xian brother, don't get too close. Xian god, be careful. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, not understanding Zhang Xian's intentions. He stood before the still wildly struggling snow giant and extended his right hand. Then he softly spoke, 5, 4, 3. Little tree, let him go. The vine suddenly loosened with a swish, untangling from the snow giant, which regained its freedom and roared in anger, swinging a massive paw wrapped in wind and snow towards Zhang Xian. At the same time, Zhang Xian counted down to the last second, calmly uttering the final word. Fall. In the shocked and confused gazes of everyone, the snow giant suddenly froze completely, as if its soul had been snatched away in an instant. In the next moment, a large amount of pale green mist billowed from its surface, the snow giant's eyes lost their shine, and it crashed heavily to the ground, merging completely with the surrounding frost and snow. What is happening? Everyone was frozen in place, bewildered. Did Xian God speak magic words? A countdown of 5 seconds, and then the snow giant was killed in an instant? Was it really that exaggerated? Zhang Xian nodded slightly. He had just tested the power of the spore mother tree's spores. The spores could be released into the air, entering the bodies of enemies and causing a poisoning effect. The more spores there were, the stronger the poisoning effect became. Although the damage per second from the poisoning effect wasn't explosive and took time to accumulate, it depended on the level of the creature. As a king-level existence, the poisoning effect brought by the spore mother tree was not ordinary. Just 5 spores entering the snow giant's body evaporated its health bar completely in 5 seconds. The entire process happened without the snow giant even noticing until it suddenly died. With just this basic function of spores, it was a cunning and deadly weapon that could eliminate enemies silently. Wait a minute. At this moment, everyone finally began to realize that something was off. Everything happened too quickly for them to think through it. Now, everything started to connect. This giant tree, is Xian God's beast pet? One person mumbled, and everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, completely frozen in shock. That's right, when Xian God turned around, he inexplicably called out Little Tree, and then the giant tree's vines attacked the snow giant. Moreover, from the beginning, Xian God had been lying under the giant tree without suffering any attacks at all. This meant that Xian God's beast pet was powerful enough to kill the snow giant in a way that they couldn't comprehend, even forcibly triggering the dungeon rules to become the new boss of the dungeon. Chapter 49, The Thoughts of the Crowd. Everyone now had their mouths slightly open, looking at Zhang Xian in disbelief. From initially confronting Li Xian, to later smashing the golden armored rhinoceros beetle that Li Xian relied on for pride, to encouraging them to fight fiercely, eliminating the opponent and breaking their own mental shackles. At this stage, Zhang Xian had already gained everyone's admiration. Now, with the spore mother tree being his little brother, this scene completely exceeded their understanding. Only one voice in their hearts was screaming wildly. They had witnessed a god. From worship. To gaze up, and then to be fervent. The change of emotions appeared in everyone's eyes. Zhao Ming clenched his fists tightly. He had an idea. An idea that he had never had when he was lucky enough to obtain a golden beast pet at the breeding center. He must follow the other person. Because he saw the impossible in Zhang Xian, and if this impossible were to connect with him, then the future, unimaginable. At that moment, someone joked, Xianshan, please hold back your divine powers, we can't take it. Yes, Xianshan, with your boss level attack, we would all be taken down in one shot. Don't worry, Xianshan, when I get taken down, I will stand still and enjoy it. Everyone was relaxed, they weren't thinking of fighting for any rankings anymore. Come on, they all saw 3 beast masters from the 3 great families being knocked out, and among them, the strongest had even participated with his own hands. For them, the significance of this trip was already complete. Could anyone really want to challenge Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian smiled and looked at everyone. Among the crowd were a few familiar faces, classmates from his middle school, even those from the same class. To be honest, he wasn't close to these people, but after going through some things today and seeing certain things, he suddenly felt a kind of affinity for the people present. Or rather, he saw a part of himself in everyone. Zhang Xian suddenly had a thought, he really wanted to change something. To be more precise, he wanted to change the countless him from the past, making it so that all ordinary people in this world would have more possibilities, instead of being trapped by so-called backgrounds and circles, lost and confused their whole lives. Yes, I want to accomplish all of this. He seriously said to himself in his heart. And now, let's first reach the highest point in this world. Zhang Xian looked at everyone again and said with a smile, this time, the simulated exam, rankings truly aren't important, what matters most is that it allowed me to meet you all. I hope everyone is well. He waved his hand and then gave an order. I forfeit. With his voluntary forfeit, the poison mother tree also withdrew, and the dungeon boss and offensive tasks disappeared together. The rules of the dungeon changed again, since the snow giant had also been defeated by the spore toxin earlier. The final rankings would now be determined through battles between beastmasters and a constantly shrinking frost storm until the last moment. However, upon seeing Zhang Xian leave, no one made a move. Zhao Ming looked around and spoke, brothers, our real battlefield isn't here, it's in the upcoming National Unified exam. I hope everyone can give it their all. I'll take my leave first. After speaking, he chose to forfeit as well, no longer competing for a ranking, disappearing from the spot. The others exchanged glances, I forfeit too. Dozens of white lights flashed, and the mountaintop became empty. Yan Zhaojiao could not help but admire. After taking one last look at the valley, she also retreated. On the square, figures appeared, and their expressions seemed to carry something more than before they entered the dungeon, filled with ambition, but no longer that kind of blind hope for good things to happen to them. No matter what the starting point is, I will make the best use of the cards in my hand, this is what we can pursue. And the moment Zhang Xian appeared. Boom! All the new teachers in the audience rushed to him at once. Student, our Southjiang 3rd Beastmaster Academy is willing to give you the position of top student for the entire 3 years of university, with no extra conditions. Can the 3rd Academy hold such a great god as Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian, our Southjiang Beastmaster Academy has a history of over 200 years, and is the most deeply rooted Beastmaster Academy in the Southjiang province. And we offer unconditional top student benefits, regardless of whether you can graduate in 3 years. This chief treatment can last permanently until your graduation. In addition, a high-end apartment will be provided for you in Nanjing City, for you and your family to live in. The training period at the Beastmaster Academy is uniformly 3 years, or to be exact, it is divided into 3 stages. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced. Only by completing the corresponding tests and standards can one enter the next stage. So, some students may get stuck in a certain stage for 4 to 5 years, and some cannot graduate even after 10 years. While some geniuses might graduate early in just 2 years. This system was originally established by the first Beastmaster Academy in Xia Country, known as Qilin Academy, and it is divided into 3 levels because, according to Qilin Academy's high standards, the beginner level is equivalent to a level 4 Beastmaster. And one must ultimately achieve an advanced rating, which is a level 6 Beastmaster, in order to graduate smoothly.
Thus, Qilin Academy has a high entrance difficulty and an even higher graduation difficulty, with less than one-third of students successfully graduating within 3 years. If a student cannot become a level 4 Beast Master within 2 years of entering the academy, they will be directly advised to withdraw. This series of rules is frankly a devilish institution, therefore, Qilin Academy is filled with exceptionally competitive genius Beast Masters. However, because of this, Beast Masters with a Qilin Academy graduation identity are highly recognized in the outside world, and are coveted by major guilds, organizations, and even the Beast God Temple. Of course, this system has been passed down to other academies, and naturally, it is not as harsh. The 3-level system is more symbolic, specifically carried out according to each academy's established standards. At this time, the teachers at Nanjing Academy had long since forgotten about the special recruitment of Li Xin and others. If they could bring Zhang Xian over, their title as a senior mentor at the school would definitely be secured, and all kinds of subsidies, including retirement funds, could triple.
Don't talk to me about Qilin Academy. Can't you see that this is a simulated exam in Guangning City? Do you understand what it means to seize the opportunity?
Therefore, the promises he made were completely beyond the standard, but he was very confident that with Zhang Xian's exaggerated performance, no matter how high the conditions were, the higher-ups of the school would have no objections. Climb, 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 get out of my way. The usually quiet suddenly jumped up, her face flushed, and hurriedly said to Zhang Xian, "Little Zhang, you don't know, I was the first to propose your special recruitment just now." Chapter 50, Beast God Order. Patted her chest, showing her sincere heart.
What is sincerity? This is sincerity.
Our Ming's Academy is eager for talent and has keen sight. I noticed you were extraordinary at first sight. While they were still eyeing Li Xian and Hu Wei, I had already set my sights on you.
Moreover, Ming's Academy is named after the Nanjing Beast God. It holds extraordinary significance.
Our academy has a close cooperation with the Nanjing Beast God Temple, and we can offer you the same conditions as the ones given by Nanjing Academy. At the same time, we will have first access to the exotic creations and various tools developed by the Beast God Temple, which will be prioritized for your use. ***.
You.
The teachers at Nanjing Academy were furious, but the other side was indeed not talking nonsense. The Nanjing Beast God Temple and Ming's Academy share a joint high-level research institute, which is indeed a step ahead of Nanjing Academy in the research and development of various supporting Beast Master tools.
So, what? Just tell me I was the first to give Zhang Xian a special recruitment, right? Said proudly.
The others fell silent. It was indeed true that this guy had called out for Zhang Xian when they hadn't paid much attention to him yet, and at that time, they even found it strange. Zhang Xian smiled and nodded to everyone. "Thank you all for your flattering, but my plan is to complete the upcoming National Unified Examination before deciding my direction. After all, the Unified Exam is an annual grand event. If we don't participate, it would be somewhat regrettable." Several new teachers nodded in agreement. We understand.
Little Zhang, our South River hasn't had anyone in the national top 10 for many years. This time, the hope is on you, so work hard. We all support you.
Yes, we all support you.
Everyone smiled gently, expressing their blessings for Zhang Xian.
In fact, they all knew that with Zhang Xian's current displayed ability, getting into Qilin Academy was a sure thing. Even if they offered better conditions, a name like Qilin Academy could overshadow everything. But they had to at least try. What if? To be fair, with the other person's ability, only Qilin Academy could provide a platform to fully showcase it. Staying in South River might not elevate him enough.
Moreover, Zhang Xian's response was smooth and polite, giving everyone face.
Seeing such an extraordinary new Beast Master emerge from South River, especially one from a common background, made them feel relieved and also excited about his future stunning performances. After some more small talk, Zhang Xian was about to leave when someone called out to him.
"Classmate Zhang, please wait." Wong Hua approached. "Director Wang?" Wong Hua spoke softly. "There is someone from the Beast God Palace who wants to talk to you privately, if it's convenient."
His tone was earnest, showing no hint of superiority from his position. Because he knew this person had unprecedented, unique level 11 authority in the Beast God Palace, in some respects, their identity far surpassed that of everyone present. No, one could even say it surpassed all Beast Masters in the Xia country. Since he was also a member of the Beast God Palace, he could never demand in a condescending manner.
"A person from the Beast God Palace?"
Zhang Xian nodded. It was normal for his performance to attract the attention of the Beast God Palace, although he wouldn't reveal the existence of the Black Dragon A Bing for now. That day would come, and when he showcased extraordinary performance at the right time, it would help him gain more resources. "Please lead the way, Director Wang." The two arrived at a secluded classroom, then Wong Hua didn't enter but left directly. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and saw an old man dressed in a black and gold robe, tall and imposing, standing inside, looking quite majestic. The old man turned to him and unexpectedly bowed with one hand resting on his shoulder, greeting him with deep respect.
"Greetings, my lord."
This was the highest gesture of respect among Beast Masters.
Zhang Xian was taken aback and asked, "This, sir, what's going on here?" The old man smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't explain beforehand, it was a bit abrupt. I am Li Shan, the Vice Master of the South River Beast God Palace. The Vice Master of the South River Beast God Palace? This was an absolute big shot. Although Zhang Xian hadn't interacted with this level of Beast Master, he had some concept. The Beast God Palace symbolized the highest status in an administrative region. This title basically meant that only one person could rank higher than him in the South River province, and that was the Master of the Beast God Palace. Then your address is? Such a figure actually showed evident respect, calling himself my lord. Recalling his various experiences over this period, Zhang Xian began to have some insight. Li Shan said, I have been instructed by the Beast God Lord, your existence will never be disclosed, but your significance is extraordinary. I can guarantee on behalf of the South River Beast God Palace that if you need anything, you can ask us. Additionally, Li Shan took out a token from his garment. Please accept this item. Zhang Xian took it and found that the front of the token was engraved with the character Ming, while the back was carved with a pattern of a giant sea beast. What is this? Li Shan explained, this is the highest authority token of our South River Beast God Palace. Holding this token gives you the same status as the Master of the Palace, and if you encounter difficulties, you can activate this token, and members of the Beast God Palace will sense it. I will rush over to assist at the first opportunity. Such a big deal? Zhang Xian rubbed the token in his hand. Although his beast pet was incredibly strong, having extra support was always good. The power and resources that the Beast God Temple controlled were not just limited to beast pets. He thought for a moment and said, so what do I need to do? Also, elderly, you mentioned the Beast God. What is my specific connection to them? Zhang Xian recalled the buff he had, mysterious person, which was related to the Beast God. However, the specifics were unknown. The other party would find him, which evidently had something to do with this, making Zhang Xian feel curious. Li Shan shook his head and said, this is the will of the Beast God, we must cooperate fully, and you do not need to put in any extra effort. As for the specific intentions of the Beast God, I also do not know. All right. Zhang Xian nodded, then I will accept it. The 12 beast gods were the greatest beings in the Xia kingdom, protecting all the human race on this land. There was no reason for him to refuse their kindness. Seeing him accept the token, Li Shan seemed to complete a task and sighed in relief. Just a moment ago, while watching the simulation exam, he suddenly felt the divine power of Ming descend. This was the first time this great being had contacted him, and the message conveyed was to complete this task. Li Shan felt both terrified and honored, and this also confirmed his previous speculation. This young man was indeed favored by the Beast God. And the will of Ming was that there was no need to further investigate. If the other party had any needs, they could cooperate. Chapter 51, Selling Materials. After completing all this, Li Shan did not engage in much small talk, while Zhang Xian left the school and went to the Guangning trading market. Basically, every city in the Xia kingdom has a similar trading market, managed by the Beast God Temple, ensuring order and security, and the official trading hall implements a nationwide standard, allowing real-time visibility of buying and selling prices for different goods. Zhang Xian had previously collected a large amount of materials from monster hunting in the dark forest and the Panlong Mountain range, which he had stored in his backpack without selling. He had no immediate need for these materials, so he decided to sell them all. Arriving at the official trading hall, the purchase prices here would be slightly lower than in shops, but the advantage was the larger volume. No matter how much you offered, the price would be unified for sale. Hello, do you need to buy or sell? The staff in the hall was a beautifully made-up woman, wearing a professional skirt suit and flesh-colored stockings, with a friendly smile. Zhang Xian replied, selling. All right, how much do you have? I will check the price for you. Amount. Well, it's quite significant. The staff saw that Zhang Xian looked exceptionally young and was clearly a newcomer beast master who had just signed a contract. She guessed he had probably been gathering materials in a place like Fengping Plain, where the most ordinary materials only had a purchase price of 2 or 3 spirit stones, and it would not be in great quantities based on the drop rate. However, she had received strict professional training, and her professional qualities were intact, smiling as she asked Zhang Xian to take out the items for verification. Zhang Xian had no choice but to empty his entire backpack. In an instant, the verification table was piled up with various materials, forming little mountains. This. The staff covered her red lips in shock. It wasn't that she hadn't seen large quantities before, but it was indeed a huge contrast compared to her initial expectations. Could it be that this young and handsome customer was a member of some guild, selling goods for them? She immediately began counting. Dark wolf hair, night fox skin. Spirit of trees? And moonlight stone, giant wolf skull? Her eyes widened in shock. The first few items were indeed from the dark forest, but the latter materials were from the Panlong Mountain range, not only high in value but also way too many, right? As a staff member at the official trading hall, she naturally understood the materials and items from various wild areas around Guangning, as well as their drop rates. The quantity before her made her feel like a large-scale sweep was the only way to clear it all. In Guangning City, there was no guild with such capability, right? She quickly verified the price, then said, "Please show me your identity card." Zhang Xian handed it over. After checking, the person's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and their tone became a bit stammering. "Your access level in the official trading hall is Black Gold VIP, and the purchase price is raised by 20% from the original price. The total is 3,112,000 crystal stones. You currently have no trading card under your name. I will apply for one for you shortly, and the balance will be automatically deposited." Zhang Xian nodded. He didn't expect to be a Black Gold VIP. It seemed that it was arranged by the Beast God Temple. The 20% premium during purchase, combined with the 20% discount when buying resources, though the official trading hall would definitely take a cut in commissions. But that proportion of 20% was definitely a loss. It was essentially using resources from Xia country to subsidize the so-called Black Gold VIPs. It was precisely for this reason that when Xian's eyes reflected undeniable shock, constantly looking at the young man in front of her, her gaze shimmering. Such a highest-level VIP, she had only heard of in the system, but had never seen in reality. But one thing was certain, all big shots in Guangning, including the governor and heads of the four great families, did not have this VIP level. A few minutes later, when Xian held the trading card with both hands, bending slightly to hand it over, perfectly showcasing the curve of her body, her voice carrying a hint of charm. "Please take it. Besides your balance, the card also has my contact information. I am Xian, the manager in charge of the Guangning official trading office. If you have any items to sell or buy in the future, just contact me directly, and for selling, you can enjoy the service of payment first, then a dedicated person will come to collect the goods." Zhang Xian took it, glanced at Xian, smiled, and turned to leave. It wasn't that he couldn't understand certain hints, it was just that he had matters to attend to and wasn't in the mood to spend time on this. He waved his hand and said, "Then I will trouble manager when next time." Xian, who was originally a bit disappointed, instantly regained her brightness upon hearing this, deeply bowing to Zhang Xian's back. "Welcome to come again." Zhang Xian looked at the balance of over 3 million crystal stones. This amount was definitely a huge sum, even the entire wealth of a 5th-tier beast master might not reach this number. In Guangning City, only the four families like Yan and Li could relatively easily take out this amount, too. And it certainly wasn't casual, it had to go through high-level approval. The average price of a golden pet egg was approximately 150,000 to 200,000 crystal stones, going any higher would be a matter of price without a market. This meant that this money could buy 2 golden pet eggs that could change the fate of ordinary beast masters. That day, the Black King and a Bing almost wiped out Juling Mountain, so this harvest wasn't surprising. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian transferred 500,000 crystal stones to his uncle's account, and then transferred 30,000 to Zhang Chen, marking it as pocket money. His uncle, Zhang Tai, immediately called, Xian, what's going on? Why do I see a huge amount suddenly transferred with your name annotated?" His voice trembled, fearing Zhang Xian had done something wrong. Zhang Xian laughed and said, "Uncle, don't worry, I definitely haven't done anything illegal, it's all from exchanging materials. You see if this money can change our old house, or else it's not convenient for us 3 big guys to keep squeezing into a small place. I'll go busy myself now, let me know if you need more money." Zhang Tai wanted to say more, but the line had already gone dead. 500,000 crystal stones, exchanged for materials, to buy a house? In Guangning, the housing price for a 3-bedroom unit in a high-end community. About 150,000 crystal stones. And after working hard at the construction site with beast pets, he earned less than 5,000 crystal stones a year. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take 30 years to buy a set. Now, his nephew has directly sent over 500,000 crystal stones? Big brother, big sister-in-law, did you see? Xian has made great achievements. Zhang Tai blinked hard, feeling a little wet at the corners of his eyes. On the other side, Zhang Chen also expressed his amazement. 30,000 crystal stones, how many beast pet cards could he buy? But this kid seemed to have admired Zhang Xian since he was young and didn't even ask where the money came from. Zhang Xian felt the emotions of his uncle and cousin and smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 52, Buried Bones in the Basin. After becoming abundant in material wealth, the first thought was to let his family live a little easier and more comfortably. His uncle, due to long years of physical work, struggled with back pain. He could finally take good care of himself. And then there's Zhang Chen, who would soon enter his senior year of high school. Zhang Xian planned to find a beast egg for him. A regular golden level wouldn't do, it had to be strong enough to be well controlled. He didn't consider wild monsters because, in most cases, hatching from beast eggs and slowly cultivating a connection is the right way for a beast master. What he could catch and use immediately was thanks to his full loyalty skill, otherwise, he would have been backlashed long ago. He could have his manager Wang or Xian pay attention to see if there were high-quality beast eggs appearing in the market. With a month left until the Summer Country's Beast Master Unified exam, Zhang Xian decided to continue leveling up. He now had a rough plan for himself and his beast pets.
The big goal was to establish a complete, all-purpose beast army capable of overpowering everything. To achieve this, he needed to supplement the shortage in numbers. The emergence of the poison mother tree compensated for some of this, but it was still not enough. What he needed was the kind of force that could mobilize tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of beasts with a single command. Only by doing this would Zhang Xian feel sufficient security. This world is not peaceful. Abyss monsters, as well as those beast masters influenced and corrupted by the abyss, and even other countries, all bring many dangers. The secret realm where Zhang Xian's parents were buried has been completely sealed off. The external news says there were time and space disturbances inside the secret realm that caused its collapse. At that time, the beast masters who entered the secret realm never came out. The highest ranked among them was a 7th-tier beast master. However, Uncle Zhang Tai had inquired around and received a piece of information. The incident was not due to the collapse of the secret realm but because that secret realm connected to the abyss, and the entering beast masters disturbed the beings deep within, leading to their deaths. Now that Zhang Xian was qualified to climb to the pinnacle of beast mastery, he naturally wanted to uncover the truth of that year, and as his strength grew, his goals would become larger, along with facing more dangers. For example, controlling divine-level beast pets would eventually be known to the outside world. So it made no sense to be satisfied with the current situation. He must establish a powerful grip on his hands, an unstoppable force of himself, beast pets, and even guild power, etc. But this is a big project, so the first step is to maximize the strength of his main battle beast pet and dig out its potential to the extreme. Using this as the core, he would continue to expand. Black King and Abing, as divine-level beast pets, currently only displayed a small part of their power. Only upon entering the next stage, which is the growth body, could they truly showcase their brilliance. Divine-level beast pets could only enter the growth body stage after reaching level 100, and now Black King and Abing had both reached level 90. Not far away, taking advantage of this month, let both of them level up, and at least let one of them cross the boundary of growth. So now, let's go. Zhang Xian rode on the big yellow horse and rushed to the Panlong Mountain range again. This time, he crossed the Dead Tree Valley, then crossed the Moon Spirit Mountain, arriving at the Burial Basin where he had come when he left the Blood Ash realm. There was no other way. Black King and Abing leveled up too fast. Every time they cleared monsters, they had to wipe out all the monsters in the current area, and their levels skyrocketed. By the time he returned to the same area for the second time, there would be experience penalties, greatly reducing efficiency. Unlike others, who could farm in the same place for a long time, or those specialized in materials for gold farming teams focusing on certain monsters. Another common situation was the tier system. The tier of a beast master is linked to the level of their beast pet. For example, a first-tier beast master has a maximum beast pet level of 75, and must be promoted to second tier to unlock the beast pet level to 100. And there are certainly many beast masters stuck at the second tier for their entire lives. Entering the Burial Basin, the vegetation here is not as lush as in other places, but it is covered with thick muddy ground, along with dark lakes divided into many sections. A pungent smell of mud wafted through the air, along with many wild beasts and monster corpses that had fallen here. Even the monsters in the Panlong Mountain range usually won't intrude into this area. Once they come in, it's very hard to get out. Zhang Xian glanced at the surrounding environment and summoned the world-cleansing Black Dragon. Black King, as usual, bring out all the monsters. He never hesitated in clearing monsters. Once he killed a batch, the others naturally rushed out. Roar! The Black King, with light golden dragon eyes, looked down indifferently, opening its mouth towards the largest swamp before him. Boom! Exploding and surging dragon flames poured out, sweeping down with an unparalleled heat that could almost burn everything. The moment the swamp came into contact with the dragon flames, it instantly transformed into a sea of deep red fire. The dark black mud was roasted into residue, and the only moisture evaporated completely. This swamp may not be shallow, but under the extreme heat, the bottom of the swamp was immediately exposed. Dozens of fierce and dirty crocodiles revealed themselves. They were all monsters above level 80, with certainly no low attributes. However, under the embrace of dragon flames, they were roasted to ashes without even a scream. The dragon flames continued to spit out, and soon the crocodiles and several other fish-like monsters in the swamp were all burned to death. A system prompt rang, and the beast pet gained some experience points. But Zhang Xian was not satisfied. Monsters of this level no longer met his needs. He collected some dropped materials and continued to delve deeper into the basin. The Black King escorted him all the way, with dragon flames centered on Zhang Xian's position, spraying outwards. In an instant, the burial basin turned into a burial hell, and who knows how many monsters still in slumber were instantly killed, while the muddy ground became hard and smooth, allowing Zhang Xian to walk through with ease. As he advanced, the terrain became increasingly lower. Soon, having crossed this muddy swamp area, a large lake suddenly appeared ahead. The lake was vast, almost occupying half of the entire basin, but blocked by dense woods, and the lake's surface had vapor rising, so it couldn't be seen clearly from afar. What do you think, Black King? Do you think there are big treasures below? Standing by the lake, Zhang Xian asked.
The Black King looked up and roared, signaling to dry up this lake to find out.
Zhang Xian nodded, agreeing to go ahead with that plan. The dragon flames poured out again, and a large amount of steam quickly rose from the lake, causing the previously hazy surface to be completely shrouded in white mist. The rapid increase in temperature made many monsters in the lake startled and rushed towards the surface.
Chapter 53, Deep Swamp Fierce Crocodiles.
In the deep, dark lake water, suddenly emerged a group of monsters with wide mouths, flat heads, rough long bodies, short limbs, and hard scales covering their whole bodies. From their shape, they seem to be a type of crocodile.
Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile LV.90.
Description: from the most powerful monster group in the Buried Bone Basin, it possesses considerable poison attribute damage.
Attributes: Health 57,000. Physical Attack 5,375, Magical Attack 7,038. Physical Defense 5,025, Magical Defense 4,500.
Skills: Frenzied Bite, Marsh Toxic Breath.
Poison Attribute Damage,
Looking at the ugly monster in front of him, its small eyes on both sides of the flat head were filled with murkiness and ferocity, seemingly wanting to tear apart and devour the existence that woke them from their stinky mud slumber. A pale white mist filled the air, and Zhang Xian realized this was the toxic mist released by the Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile, pulling back a distance. Although his resistance was high, there was no need to withstand it head-on.
In just a dozen seconds, 3 or 4 dozen crocodile monsters crawled out of the lake, roaring at the black dragon in the sky. Although the dragon's might made them feel restless, their chaotic brains invoked more frenzy and malice in addition to fear.
Whoosh, a gust of wind swept through the air, and one crocodile swung its thick, hard tail, striking at the black dragon in midair.
The black dragon's light golden pupils revealed anger. It felt provoked.
Crimson dragon flames, thick as lava, surged forth, creating a splendid fire fountain, which then descended upon the first crocodile. The tail it swung was directly turned to ashes, and before its body could react, it was instantly engulfed by the flame tongue that surged forth, causing its brutal, ruthless eyes to dim immediately, and its entire body turned to dust. The Black King's dragon flames were so tyrannical and invincible that no monster had ever been able to withstand such a royal blood dragon's innate fire. This was just the beginning. Soon, the dragon flames exploded, rapidly spreading to the entire crocodile group, with screams and tumult echoing throughout the vast lake. The toxic mist released by the Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile was also evaporated, not touching the Black King at all. The entire deep, dark lake was now filled with the stench of burning crocodiles, mixed with strong smoke, as if the most domineering power in the world was uprooting and purifying the ugliness. Your beast pet Black King, world-burning Black Dragon, killed Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile LV.90*17. Your beast pet Black King, world-burning Black Dragon, killed Deep Marsh Fierce Crocodile LV.90*19. Your beasts gain 10,710,000 experience. You gain Toxic Crocodile's Lungs *7. What did it drop? Zhang Xian picked it up and took a glance. Toxic Crocodile's Lungs material. Description: contains a large amount of marsh toxin, can be used directly or for crafting highly toxic items. Materials that can be used for crafting? That's good. Items that can be used for crafting materials are not many. Although the final synthesis will require various combinations and arrangements, the process is tedious and complex, but for now, it's best to keep it, as it might be useful in the future. This kind of material, recycled to the trading center, might not sell for much and could be a bit of a loss. After putting away the items, he saw that the Black King was now excited, flying over the lake, recklessly releasing explosive energy from its body, turning the entire lake water into a sea of white mist and fire. Flames and rapidly boiling mist surged into the sky, dark smoke sweeping outward from the Buried Bone Basin, quickly attracting the attention of others. That is, the direction of the Buried Bone Basin? Who dares to fight there? A beast tamer squad stopped in their tracks, looking at that direction with shocked expressions. Usually, they would avoid this area and walk around the edge of the basin, not daring to enter. Those who dared to enter the basin were, in their eyes, big shots. And judging by the core position where the thick smoke was rising, the other party was clearly already in the central area of the Buried Bone Basin. In their understanding, entering that area was essentially seeking death. For so many years in Guangning City, no beastmaster dared to go to that place. A young man from the team recalled, "I remember the Li family in Guangning once formed a very strong team that went deep into the grave basin. But it is said that there is a dragon blood creature in the deep lake of the basin, and they wanted to hunt it back then, but they failed and lost some members." What? A dragon blood creature? The others looked shocked. Any monster that had anything to do with dragons in this world was an extremely mysterious and terrifying existence. Even if it was of ordinary level, it could unleash extremely strong combat power. To deal with a dragon type, one must be prepared for sacrifice. One person couldn't help but ask, "Vice Captain, the strongest in the Li family has the power of a 6th level beastmaster. Assembling a team of 4th and 5th level beastmasters shouldn't be difficult. Can't they take down that dragon blood creature with such a foundation?"
The young man shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Dragon blood creatures have various methods. Even if they can win, it would be very difficult to kill it, and it would likely get away. Otherwise, knowing these families' nature, they would definitely boast about it." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Li family has always been domineering among the 4 families in Guangning. If they truly killed the dragon blood creature, they would likely overshadow the city's governance. Then who could be at the center of the grave basin now? They wondered if it could be people from the Li family or the other 3 families, but no one guessed that there was only one person inside, not a team of beastmasters. The young man called out, "Let's go. There's nothing to see anymore. If we want to kill the dragon blood creature, it would only be slightly possible if those 6th-level beastmasters in the city come personally, otherwise, we can only pray not to encounter them." Everyone nodded and quickened their pace to leave. Such a big commotion might provoke the monsters in the basin, and then stumbling upon them would be troublesome. By the big lake, Zhang Xian looked at the boiling hot lake water and the corpses of deep swamp crocodiles rising continuously. These monsters were at a higher level than the giant wolves in Moon Spirit Mountain, allowing Black King to avoid experience point punishment and continue leveling up. At the same time, the unfathomable depth of this big lake surprised Zhang Xian. He was aware of the power of dragon fire. In an ordinary lake, after such a time, it would have likely evaporated almost completely, exposing the muddy bottom. But this big lake seemed, besides the water level dropping a little, not affected much at all. Could this lake be that deep? Or is there another source of underground water supplying it? Though these deep swamp crocodiles were powerful, the grave basin had such a terrible reputation that it should be more prominent than this, logically speaking. After reaching the current level, Black King was abundant in magical energy and could spit dragon fire for a long time. So Zhang Xian didn't worry about Black King consuming too much and let him continue to unleash it freely. If there really was some secret buried deep in this lake, he wouldn't go into the water to find it. Burning it out would do. As the smell of burnt flesh in the air grew stronger, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. Then the whirlpool expanded at a visible speed, sucking all the water from the surface downward, quickly forming an inverted cone. Boom, boom. An unknown roar came from beneath the whirlpool, as if a giant creature was breathing inside. At this time, the water surface was rapidly declining, and such a large volume of water was unknown where it was being contained. Black King flapped his wings. The water seemed to freeze. In the next moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the center of the vortex. To be precise, the entire vortex lifted into the air, heading towards the Black King. This almost condensed and compressed half of the lake's water, carrying a strong, foul-smelling poisonous energy, nearly crushing everything in its path with an extremely terrifying power. Boom! The sky was filled with murky water, like a water tornado sucking the entire lake into the air. This scene couldn't be hidden and immediately attracted the attention of all beast tamers around the buried bone basin. Pairs of horrified eyes were cast in that direction. At this moment, a beast tamer controlling 6 or 7 ferocious beasts was in a high mountain, killing a monster in front of him. He had a middle-aged appearance, with a Li tattoo and a fierce beast pattern on his chest, exactly a direct senior of the Li family. Seeing the commotion from the buried bone basin, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes and looked towards the murky water sky. So that beast has finally made its move. I wonder whose person it is? However, the middle-aged man shook his head. This monster was not so simple. Previously, he and several other family beast tamers had tried to catch it. Although they wounded it, they still couldn't capture it, and even lost a 4th-level beast tamer from the family. In that vast lake, the opponent could advance or retreat, making it almost invincible in its territory. Unless there was a massive power gap, it was hard to kill such a creature with dragon bloodline instantly. Li Wukong's gaze flickered as he picked up a communicator to contact several others in the family. If the opponent came back empty-handed, that would be fine, but if they truly succeeded, the things that monster would drop were exactly what the Li family had been longing for. If the situation was ripe, no matter which family it belonged to, if they seized it, how could the other party deal with them? Ignoring the external situation, Zhang Xian focused intently on the towering waves of filthy water before him. It seemed he really had encountered a formidable monster this time. The previous bosses were not this powerful. However, he was not too worried about the Black King. He saw that the Black King's figure had completely vanished under the overwhelming waves, as if it had been submerged. Moreover, the foul odor wafting around showed that this wall of water contained a large amount of poison. Just as the waves were about to slam against the Black King's body, a dragon's flame surged forth wildly. At that moment, there was a trace of anger in the Black King's pale golden dragon eyes, as if unable to accept this provocation against its authority. Water and fire clashed, triggering an astonishing explosion. Where they collided, mist vaporized by the high temperature frantically spread around. Zhang Xian couldn't pull back in time, but fortunately, his strong magical resistance shielded him from the poisonous damage within. He focused and looked towards the center of the explosion, seeing the waves and dragon flames from the vortex holding their ground, momentarily indistinguishable from one another. Goodness, the creature hiding in the water was indeed not simple. However, this stalemate did not last long. Soon, the dragon flames suppressed the waves, continually pushing down towards the lake surface. As the dragon flames plunged into the lake, the Black King also dived down, unleashing energy frantically, trying to force the opponent out. Zhang Xian could see that the Black King was genuinely enraged this time. Finally, there was movement at the bottom of the lake. After the dragon flames crashed into the vortex, it seemed they forced the existence below to no longer hide. A fierce, high-pitched roar emanated from the water, making one feel nauseous, as if the source of the sound carried some peculiar frequency. Following that, a massive figure wrapped in a large amount of foul, muddy silt surged from the lake, charging towards the Black King in the sky. The Black King was smaller than the opponent, but had already sensed it. With a twist of its body, it avoided the fierce attack from the creature. The massive monster missed its target and began to fall downwards. However, it did not sink into the lake, but instead floated on the surface, fierce and filled with dread as it looked up at the black dragon in the sky. It had been lying in wait for many years, and unexpectedly encountered a presence that made its blood race with fear. But at the same time, there was an instinctive hatred and desire. If it could eat the other, perhaps it could also transcend and become a great being. At this moment, Zhang Xian clearly saw the shape of the creature. Its head resembled that of a crocodile, but its body was like a large python, covered in many scales, and its skull had a protrusion that stretched the skin almost transparent, revealing the disgusting tumors within, as if something was about to burst out. As it appeared, the stench increased several times, making one want to vomit. The most unusual thing was that this monster's pupils were also faint golden vertical slits, but compared to the Black King, the gold was much more mixed. Compared to the previous deep swamp ferocious crocodiles, its gaze obviously held more humanity and cunning. A faint pressure spread throughout the area. This guy seems to have characteristics of the dragon race? Zhang Xian's heart stirred as he looked at the information about the creature. Boss corrupted fish dragon LV.120. Description: a powerful mutant with dragon blood, belonging to the subdragon species. The source of its bloodline causes it to feel fear and hatred when facing the burning world black dragon. Attributes: health 730,000. Physical attack, magical attack. Physical defense, Skills: fish dragon water roar, corrupted slime. Zhang Xian pondered, this creature was indeed not simple, at level 120, and it was a boss template. The most important thing was that this was the first time he had seen a creature with dragon blood. Moreover, the concentration of its dragon lineage was not low, having already reached the subdragon level. One step further up would be the true dragon race. However, from the description, combined with the Black King's talent of dragon bloodline, the dragon lineage of the other party should be opposing that of the Black King, which triggered the hatred mechanism. The Black King in the sky seemed to become excited. Its dragon pupils were fixed on the fish dragon below, and the faint golden hue in its pupils grew even richer. It transmitted a thought to Zhang Xian, that today it must kill the other. Chapter 55, Close Quarters Combat. Black King, unleash your power. Zhang Xian sent his thought out. This was also the first time he saw the Black King with such a strong killing intent. Roar! The Black King opened its dragon eyes, and the faint gold transformed into a brilliant golden color. Then it let out a proud and magnificent roar, causing the entire lake surface to erupt like a fallen meteor, instantly creating water waves over 10 meters high. Though this roar did not use any skills, it was still incredibly shocking, the sound waves resonating in the buried bone basin below the horizon, proudly echoing through the mountains and forests. Outside the basin, many beast masters had gathered, their faces showing shock as they heard this roar. Li Wukong frowned slightly. Years ago, he was one of the main combatants in the team sent by the Li family to hunt the corrupted fish dragon, and he knew a lot about this subdragon species. This sound was somewhat similar to that creature, but it sounded even more forceful and arrogant. Could it be? His pupils suddenly constricted as he remembered the events from days ago in the dark forest. At that time, the roar that seemed to belong to a dragon, although it was ordered to be silenced by the beast god's branch, the four major families of Guangning naturally had channels to obtain news and thus paid attention to it. However, they later failed to investigate anything further, so they left it aside without taking any further action. But just now, this instance suddenly awakened Li Wukong's realization. Could it be, this is the second dragon? He hadn't thought about the beast masters, he was just considering that if there were indeed two dragons, once they engaged in battle, wouldn't the Li family have a chance to benefit? Thinking of this, Li Wukong quickly picked up the communicator again. Old 3, gather more people. That's right, call all the 4th and 5th level beast masters in the family. This might be a great opportunity for our Li family. Be careful of the other 3 families, don't let them notice us. In the basin, many creatures exposed their pain under this roar, some even bleeding from their orifices, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. The Black King transformed directly into a phantom, diving down, aiming to engage in close combat. The corrupt fish dragon's pupils were filled with fear. It spat out a murky gray-green energy ball. This corrupt sludge would explode upon contact with the enemy, containing highly toxic energy that could cause massive damage and various negative effects. However, the Black King didn't dodge. The energy ball crashed into its body and exploded, but the thick sludge splattered and was completely blocked by the faint shimmering light on the Black Dragon's surface. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. With the Black King's monstrous 10 times magic resistance, it could be considered a natural counter to all spells. The only way to break through its defense was close combat, where there might be a slim chance. Now, in this state, the Burning World Black Dragon clearly hoped to use the most primitive combat methods to crush and annihilate this mixed-blood creature that dared to challenge it. The corrupt fish dragon, seeing its powerful attack so easily broken, let out a sharp scream and swung its massive body to fight back. Boom! The two bodies collided brutally. Even though the Black King was still in its juvenile form and its body was small, it was as if it had crashed into a thick wall, but its physical strength was far superior to the opponent's. The thick sludge layer on the corrupt fish dragon was shattered. This was its natural defense. Then, a tremendous force acted upon its foul-smelling body. The fish dragon was smashed into the lake. The Black King seized the opportunity to chase, accelerating again. Before the opponent could hit the lake surface, two sharp claws like hooks latched onto the fish dragon's soft ribs. With a ripping sound, blood stained the sky. The originally tough muscle tissue and fascia were easily torn apart, and a large pool of dirty blood splattered around, causing many fish in the lake to quickly swim away, gulping it down. The fish dragon let out a painful roar. The last time it was so wounded was when it encountered those despicable human beast masters. But the intense pain in its body now also triggered its ferocity. Encountering the royal blood dragon clan, it was a fight to the death. The corrupt fish dragon dove into the lake, temporarily evading using the terrain. When the Black King sensed its position, suddenly, a huge tail broke through the water surface, crashing like a siege hammer. The Black King didn't take it head-on, dodging its attack. But at the same time, the fish dragon's body slammed into it. Another loud crash. The Black King was sent flying to the shore, creating a series of water waves. However, it wasn't injured. This time, it moved even faster, reaching the fish dragon's front and launching a savage attack with its powerful body and claws, which were as sharp as divine weapons. SSS, SSS, SSS. Several terrifying wounds appeared. This time, the fish dragon was completely on the losing side. In just a few moments, it had dozens of wounds on its body, the deepest reaching its internal organs. Fear appeared in its vertical pupils. It truly realized the gap between itself and the noblest existence of the dragon clan. If it were a corrupted dragon of higher bloodline, perhaps it could fight against the Black King, but it was just a subdragon species. Now, its magic was completely ineffective, and it had no means of fighting back in close combat. If this continued, it would certainly die here. The fish dragon barely escaped the Black King's fierce series of attacks, diving toward the lake, knowing that only in the water could it recover faster. Moreover, there was a passage far away at the bottom of the lake. However, this time, the Black King would not let the distance open. It bit into the fish dragon's abdomen again, tearing out an even more exaggerated wound. Then, its claws plunged deep into it. In the painful roar of the fish dragon, it crashed into the lake water together with the opponent. Trying to run? Zhang Xian realized the opponent's intention. Although the Black King had already gained absolute advantage, it was unnecessary to add more variables, so he immediately summoned the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Bing, give the Black King a hand and freeze this lake water for me. If anyone could restrain underwater monsters, it was undoubtedly Bing. With a loud cry, it swiftly swooped over the large lake. Frost breath. The highly condensed icy energy struck the lake water, instantly beginning to freeze the entire lake. The speed of the ice layer solidifying was even faster than the speed at which the fish dragon dived. Frost breath freezes everything, especially here where there is already an abundance of water, creating a natural condition. The fish dragon felt a chill in its body, and its movements suddenly slowed down. At this time it was horrified to find that the surrounding lake water had completely frozen. Even though its physique was astonishing, it still couldn't exert strength at this moment and was unable to break free. Moreover, Bing's spellcasting was extremely precise, as the frost energy primarily acted on the fish dragon's body while avoiding freezing the Black King. The Black King let out a dissatisfied grunt, as if complaining to Bing why it had to intervene, when it could easily handle this filthy mixed blood being itself. Yet it wasted no time, immediately wrapping around the frozen fish dragon, its sharp claws once again probing into its previous wound. This time, the fish dragon's internal organs were pulled out. It let out a tragic howl. A strong desire to survive drove the fish dragon to struggle and shatter the thick ice imprisoning its body, continuing to fight its way downwards. As if reaching the depths would ensure its safety. But under Bing's precise control, the frost breath tightly surrounded it like a death knell, freezing the surrounding water again, immediately trapping the rotting fish dragon once more. This time, because of the heavy injuries on its body and the spilled filthy blood, it was exhausted and could no longer break free. Meanwhile, the Black King had already charged in for the kill again. The corrupted fish dragon's vertical pupils were filled with fear, which then erupted into intense hatred and unwillingness. Why? Why did it encounter such a powerful presence? Clearly, it had been the ruler here for many years, having obtained that bloodline, and possessed the hope for evolution. In a little while, perhaps it would be able to step into the next stage, becoming the master of a broader world. Yet, it was precisely deprived of all hope. It refused to accept this. If it had to face extinction, then that damned royal blood dragon clan must become a burial companion too. The fish dragon's previously dim pupils suddenly erupted with golden light, revealing a hint of determination. Next, an ancient and mighty energy suddenly roared within its body, condensing and compressing to the utmost. The powerful energy fluctuations made everything around seem to freeze for a moment. The icy energy was blocked outside, and just as the Black King's claws were touching the fish dragon's ugly body, the energy, compressed to the limit, could no longer be controlled and was released. A deep, inky light burst forth from the fish dragon's body, carrying the power to annihilate everything, sweeping outward in a frenzy. Self-destruction. The corrupted fish dragon, realizing there was no chance of survival, chose to ignite its dragon blood. Dragons, being the highest sovereign race among beast tribes, even an ancient species with only partial characteristics, could be imagined to be incredibly powerful. When it chose to ignite this dragon blood, the power it unleashed was nothing short of astonishing. An incredibly shocking, fierce, and vengeful dragon roar shot toward the heavens above the basin, scattering the light that shone down from the sky. A huge gray energy pillar like a bridge connecting heaven and earth erupted from the burial basin and the surrounding area, causing an earthquake. The dragon roar, almost capable of shattering eardrums, surged beyond the basin. The surging energy shattered and pulverized all the trees along the way. A group of beast tamers, gathered at the edge of the basin after noticing the disturbance, turned pale in fear. They barely had time to lie flat on the ground before facing the terrifying shockwave rushing towards them. In an instant, several people were thrown into the air, spitting blood endlessly, falling into the jungle like dead dogs, unsure if they had survived. Those standing further away were also panicking, fleeing for their lives, not knowing where this disaster had come from. Li Wukwang and several high-ranking beast tamers from the Li family quickly commanded their pets to unleash their skills. In a moment, various dazzling colors burst forth, and multiple defensive skills were released together, barely managing to block the residual waves that had already been weakened during their journey. Li Wukwang's eyes widened in horror. This is the roar of that fish dragon. What exactly happened inside? He clearly heard the despair and resentment in the beast's roar, which was more intense than when they had originally hunted it down. And this terrifying energy shockwave, could it be that the corrupt fish dragon was truly driven to a dead end? He and the other family members exchanged glances, each seeing the other's thoughts reflected in their eyes. Quick, notify the family head. This time, perhaps it's a great opportunity for our Li family. Looking out over the now ruined basin, the ground appeared as if it had been collectively plowed, with thick earth and mud all turned over, revealing the bottom layer of humus soil. Trees lay scattered, as if severed by an incredibly sharp and enormous blade, their roots mangled, and trunks shattered. The basin, once filled with shadows and cover, became clear and bright in an instant. In the center, the large lake had expanded due to the incredible explosion, with a dense, toxic odor wafting over the water's surface. The shores were unrecognizable. Unfortunate monsters caught in the disaster lay in pieces, their flesh shattered and scattered everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the thick dust, Zhang Xian looked at his ragged clothes and felt the fiery pain all over his body, involuntarily gasping for breath. Fortunately, just before the explosion, De Huang activated its speed skill, propelling Zhang Xian outward at 5 times the speed. Even though the shockwave of the explosion was faster, he still managed to make it to the outskirts in time. Now, he looked somewhat pitiful, but in fact, his injuries were not severe, just some superficial wounds. This was largely thanks to the attribute feedback from his beasts and De Huang's impressive speed. Otherwise, Zhang Xian suspected that even a 7th-tier beast tamer would have a hard time surviving this explosion. De Huang had some singed fur, but it was not truly injured. Zhang Xian, feeling residual fear, looked towards the direction of the lake, clearly underestimating the corrupt fish dragon, which, although only a sub-dragon type, had such terrifying power even before its death. Fortunately, he sensed that his Black King A Bing was probably unscathed, as he felt no reduction in its life force. Returning to the spot, he saw a Bing spiraling in the air, continuing to release its ice breath during the explosion, freezing a large area of the lake water, before rapidly soaring upward, suffering almost no injuries. Soon, with a loud bang, a black shadow leaped from the water, revealing the Black King. It looked a bit disheveled now, with several wounds on its body, bleeding profusely. Although the Black Dragon of the Burning World was strong, it was still young, and the Black King had almost taken the full brunt of the blast, so it had sustained heavy injuries. Thankfully, at the last moment, it instinctively tightened its muscles, forming a very hard protective layer to shield its vital organs. Though it appeared battered now. But it was nothing serious. Soon, from the open flesh, lumps of meat began to rise, healing at a visible speed. The lost health bar started to recover little by little. Zhang Xian couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the royal blood dragon clan, their physical recovery ability is overwhelmingly strong. He patted the head of the Black King as a gesture of comfort, and the Black King let out a sound, indicating that such injuries were nothing, looking quite excited for having defeated the fish dragon. Speaking of which, because the Black King had been so dominant and invincible earlier, he actually forgot to buy some healing items. These items are essential for other beast masters, useful for both themselves and their beast companions. It seems that he should prepare a few for himself. Chapter 57, The Cave at the Bottom of the Lake. He took out several pieces of roasted wolf meat he had prepared earlier from his backpack to feed the Black King, who swallowed them whole, recovering some of his fatigue. At the same time, the death of the corrupt fish dragon was judged by the world's will to be a kill by the Black King and a Bing working together, with the Black King's output ratio being higher, level increasing to 98, while a Bing followed closely behind at level 97. They were now very close to the current level boundary. You have obtained the fish dragon's treasure chest. After the death of the corrupt fish dragon, a treasure chest dropped, and Zhang Xian chose to open it directly. Ding! You have obtained a decay core *1. You have obtained wyvern blood *10. You have obtained the pearl of corrupted water. There weren't many items in this treasure chest, but they all seemed to be quite remarkable. Decay core item. Description: contains rich decayed energy, can be used as an energy core for special scenes such as areas or instances, can also be fused into other items or used to enable beast pets to fuse, etc. More functions can be researched on your own. Energy core? This thing is worth a fortune. Zhang Xian knew that the most crucial item in all artificial instances was the energy core, and based on the properties of the core, various strengths, shapes, and outputs of instances could be crafted. Moreover, artificial instances were a crucial resource for a beast fighting family or a large guild to sustain themselves. In other words, as long as Zhang Xian was willing, he could start establishing a beast fighting family from his generation. Although a family requires women and offspring, Zhang Xian was very young, and if efficient enough, he might be able to breed to the third generation in less than 20 years. Zhang Xian shook his head, bringing his soaring thoughts back to reality. If this thing were sold, it would fetch an unimaginable price, but he definitely wouldn't let it go. Even if it wasn't usable for now, it would be of great use in the future and must be kept. Then he looked at the other two items. Wyvern blood material. Description: the essence of the bloodline of the wyvern species, with a wide range of uses. This thing could be used to enhance the potential of beast pets, or to create various equipment, items, even runes, etc. Although Zhang Xian usually looks down on regular materials and just exchanges them for crystal stones at the official trading center, this is rare material and it's good to keep as a reserve. Zhang Xian had thoughts of establishing his own force, and when he created his own guild in the future, this rare material could be stored in the guild warehouse for those with special talents in this area to make use of. Pearl of corrupted water oddity. Description: can turn an area into a land of corruption, inflicting negative effects on all enemies within the area. Specific effects depend on attributes. Friendly units within the region that have negative attributes such as poison and foul smell gain benefits. It seems to be a buff item for team battles, perfect for the Blight Mother Tree. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. These three items held considerable value for him, and it seemed that the slight external injuries he had suffered were not in vain. Then, the Black King transmitted a message. You say, there seems to be something special at the bottom of the lake. Did it give you a sense of familiarity and disgust? The Black King nodded affirmatively. Zhang Xian pondered thoughtfully. This corrupt fish dragon realized it couldn't hold on any longer and kept burrowing down to the bottom of the lake, clearly searching for something that could bring it safety. Moreover, why did this burial basin give birth to a subdragon species? Clearly, there were many mysteries within. To uncover all these answers, it seemed he would have to dive down and investigate. Zhang Xian quickly made a decision. However, looking at the current chaos on the lake's surface, with various monstrous blood, filthy fluids, and thick, bizarre, poison-laden sludge floating around, he still found it a bit too disgusting. A bing. Tweet. An elegant and loud chirp echoed in the air, and the little phoenix understood at once, releasing a breath of icy cold again. Under its exquisite control, the water of the lake spread out to the sides, forming a downward ice pathway that led straight to the bottom. Well done! Zhang Xian exclaimed excitedly. One cannot deny, the powerful magic of ice attributes is really useful for building roads. Then he stepped onto the lake that had been frozen, sliding in like a slide. This lake was indeed unusually deep. After at least 5 seconds, Zhang Xian finally reached the bottom. The water was murky, and even frozen, it remained unclear, but the Black King sensed something, carving out a path in front of him, with Zhang Xian following behind. After traveling about 100 meters, the ground suddenly dipped, and Zhang Xian then discovered a dark river winding towards the land beyond the lake's bottom. It seems there really is another world. Let's go, Black King, let's explore. Zhang Xian entered the dark river, where the water was clear and clean, but it carried a chill that suggested it connected to an underground water source.
Strangely, although the temperature had dropped below freezing, it still didn't freeze. Fortunately, with Zhang Xian's attributes, this low temperature was bearable. He kept moving deeper, knowing he had crossed a cave that connected the dark river and the lake's bottom, and suddenly, he found himself in an open space. This was an underground space, like a deep and dark passage, with the rocky walls covered in damp moss. The cold air at this moment seeped into his bones, causing Zhang Xian to shiver. Damn, this is too cold. Boom! The Black King beside him spat out a roar of flames, the powerful high-level fire energy immediately dispelling the surrounding cold and illuminating the environment. The dark river flowed ahead, unknown where it led. However, the southern Jiang province faces the East China Sea, and Guangning city is not too far from the sea either. This dark river was probably leading towards the great rivers east of the Panlong Mountains, eventually flowing into the sea. On one side, there was a large dark hole, from which the chilling cold emanated. Zhang Xian took a breath and stepped into the cave. The ceiling here was very high, seemingly widened deliberately. But upon entering, not only did the chill intensify, but the darkness became so thick that he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, as if something was absorbing all sources of light. Even the Black King's flames only illuminated for a brief moment before the heat and light were devoured completely. Zhang Xian frowned. He couldn't expect the Black King to keep spewing fire for light forever, could he? However, he quickly slapped his thigh. Right, I almost forgot about that thing. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out an item. Eternal Flame Lamp. Upon taking out this seemingly ordinary oil lamp, his surroundings instantly brightened, revealing at least a 5-meter radius around him. That's right, this was the object he brought out from the Blood Ash realm. Duke Fukura is truly a genius. Zhang Xian sighed, realizing how quickly it had come in handy. He raised the eternal lamp, looking towards the more complete situation inside the cave. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on Zhang Xian's face. This is... He saw that on the rock walls of this towering cave, there were actually wall paintings. They were exquisitely carved, the scenes grand, like an epic scroll. And the main characters above were not human, but giant beasts resembling the Black King. This is the Dragon Clan. The carvings clearly showed pure-blood dragons, but they seemed somewhat different. The few dragons in the scene exuded a chilling, bloodthirsty aura, completely different from the imposing presence of the Black King. The paintings depicted these dragons rampaging everywhere, exterminating civilizations that enslaved several universes, making numerous races submit beneath them. As he looked at one of the wall paintings, the Black King beside him suddenly became agitated, its golden slit pupils bursting forth, showing anger. In the image, this dragon clan seemed to have made a deal with some unknown great existence, and then attacked their own group, killing several powerful, ancient, and noble kings, before betraying their kin. Among the fallen kings, one soon caught Zhang Xian's attention. It sat high upon a throne of iron and fire, with countless intelligent races prostrating before it, offering supreme loyalty and respect. Those golden dragon eyes seemed to penetrate the darkest corners of the universe, the scales as tough as steel, and the blazing flames magnificent, everything strikingly similar to the Black King. Zhang Xian could roughly judge that this great being might be the complete body of the world-burning Black Dragon. It was also the strongest emperor of the Black King's bloodline. But in the painting, it was attacked and ultimately died, with the throne occupied by another dark and cold powerful dragon that killed it. Sensing the rising emotions of the Black King beside him, Zhang Xian first communicated with it through his mind, slightly calming its feelings. At the same time, he pondered. Top-tier races have what is known as bloodline memory. From the Black King's reaction, these wall paintings should depict true events. So there must have been a very large internal strife among the dragons. The kings of the old era were killed on their thrones, and new kings replaced them. What happened during this process, and what changes occurred in the Dragon Clan, were things Zhang Xian was very curious about. But this was clearly still somewhat far from him. Continuing deeper into the cave, after passing a corner, Zhang Xian suddenly found himself in a desolate, pale, and despairing hall. No, to be precise, this was not a hall but a tomb. A tomb that entombed an existence of immense fear, despair, and trembling. As soon as he stepped in, he inevitably felt this negative emotion arise in his heart, continuously surging and growing, as if it could not be controlled. This. Zhang Xian was horrified and quickly put on the mask of the mind before this unknown emotion, which seemed to want to manipulate him, spread any further. In an instant, a coolness poured over him from above, calming and awakening him instantly. Thank goodness, thank goodness. But where does this emotion come from? Zhang Xian looked toward the tomb. When he raised the lamp in his hand, he finally saw an incredibly shocking and terrifying scene before him. A skeleton, a frightfully massive beast skeleton. He walked closer with the lamp, battling against the pervasive cold and deathly aura in the air, until he saw the full view of this skeleton. An astonishing size, an overwhelming aura, and a tightly structured form that transcended ordinary species. This was a dragon corpse. And it was the corpse of a dragon that had reached its complete form, a true giant dragon. The Black King flapped its wings and suddenly soared away.
Zhang Xian was startled. Just as he worried it might encounter some accident, he saw the Black King already land on the chest cavity of the dragon skeleton. Beneath that huge skeleton, which seemed like mountains, there actually was a beating heart. Zhang Xian approached and saw that the heart was pale, radiating a rich and vast aura of death. The icy chill in the cave came from this heart. That brutality, loneliness, and deathly silence could drive any creature that got close to madness in an instant. Zhang Xian could resist because he wore the mind's face, while the Black King, as a royal blood dragon, possessed traits of the top cosmic race in both body and mind, showing no fear. Moreover, it seemed that this heart had a special attraction for it. Curious about what the Black King would do, Zhang Xian saw it cut through the corpse with its sharp claws, then break open an opening, and finally swallow the pale heart in one gulp. Wow! Zhang Xian rushed forward in an instant. You are too bold to swallow that randomly. However, the Black King suddenly seemed to fall into a deep sleep, motionless, and began emitting an extremely strong wave, making it impossible for Zhang Xian to get closer. He had to give up moving forward. The Black King wouldn't act recklessly. It must have eaten the dragon skeleton's heart hurriedly because it would greatly benefit it, so he just had to wait. Zhang Xian walked deeper into the tomb and suddenly found an altar behind the corpse, on which stood a stone cauldron. Peering into the stone cauldron, he saw an incredibly thick liquid, as dark as ink, and this liquid also emanated a coldness. This coldness felt different from the frost energy of the ice crystal phoenix. It was a complete sense of extinguished life and utter silence. Just as Zhang Xian pondered the source of this liquid, he inadvertently stepped onto a tile, and it felt like he had stepped on some raised spot. Click! With a crisp sound, a pentagonal stone pillar rose beside the stone cauldron, and a book was displayed above the pillar. How could there be a book here? Zhang Xian was very curious. He picked it up and quickly saw a prompt appear. Poem of the Dead Silenced Dragon King Special. Description, recorded by a sorcerer who fell into the abyss, telling the story of the great and terrifying existence before its demise. Dead Silenced Dragon King? Was this the identity of this dragon skeleton in its past life? Zhang Xian opened the book, but the words inside were not modern. He couldn't understand a single word. He had to put the book away for now. Although he couldn't identify it, Zhang Xian seemed to have seen similar characters before in other places. Those were ancient characters passed down from the burial era, a time long before beast tamers emerged in the beast tamer continent. He thought this book might contain the history of that era. Perhaps he could find a way to decipher it after entering the Beast Tamer Academy. On the other side, the Black King also recovered from its still state. Zhang Xian sensed that its energy had soared significantly and was rapidly increasing, as if it had consumed some great tonic. Your beast pet Black King, world-burning Black Dragon, has swallowed the heart of the dead silenced Dragon King, completing Blood Enemy Devour, and will awaken unknown abilities upon entering the next form. Your beast pet Black King, world-burning Black Dragon, has reached LV.99, hitting the current form's level cap. Ding! Current Beast Pet Evolution Condition 1, Level LV.99, achieved. Condition 2, Absorb enough Red Flame Sacred Crystal, not achieved. Finally, it's time. Zhang Xian clenched his fist. The Black King had finally reached level 99, and would soon step into the growth phase. Once it transitioned from juvenile form to growth form, with the potential of a god-level beast pet, who knows how exaggerated its performance would be. Now, what he needed to do was find this so-called Red Flame Sacred Crystal. Another piece of information caught Zhang Xian's attention. Blood Enemy Devour? Zhang Xian pondered. This blood enemy, of course, referred to the dead silenced Dragon King. From the Black King's Dragon Bloodline Royal and the murals in this dragon skeleton tomb, it could be seen that within the Dragon Clan, there is not unity as one, but rather divided into different factions. The specific divisions are unclear, but there exist deadly enmities between these factions. After killing each other, it seems they can complete a certain bloodline ritual, gaining some powerful feedback. It is precisely because of this bloodline hatred that the corrupt fish dragon, as a subdragon species, felt instinctive fear upon seeing the Black King, yet did not surrender, instead filled with hostility. Moreover, when the Black King sees the mural in the tomb, his emotions also show obvious fluctuations. From this perspective, that fish dragon must have originally been a relatively strong monster from the basin's Great Lake, likely the king among the deep swamp crocodiles based on its appearance. Later, it came to this tomb, devoured the remnants of the dead and the Dragon King's flesh or essence, obtained the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and completed its evolution. As for why this giant dragon built a tomb beneath the Great Lake and was buried here, it remains a mystery. Perhaps only after deciphering that book in the future will we find an answer. Next, the only goal is to help the Black King complete its evolution. Let's go, we'll return the same way. One person and one dragon walked out of the cave, returning from the bottom of the lake to the shore. He had never heard of the name Crimson Flame Holy Crystal, but it seemed to be no ordinary item. First, he should return to Guangning City to inquire at the Beast God branch. Perhaps there would be clues. Riding Big Yellow, they crossed the basin and went outside, only to find quite a number of beast tamers gathered in the plains beneath the mountains. Zhang Xian was stunned, then realized, the previous explosion of the corrupt fish dragon was so loud that it attracted the people nearby. After all, the bone burial basin is notorious in this area, any incident would arouse curiosity. Someone is coming out. And there's only one person? Little brother, what happened inside just now? The beast tamers along the way had faces full of eagerness to know. They initially thought there should be a powerful team clashing with monsters inside, resulting in a fierce battle. Who knew it now seemed there was only one person? Or perhaps the commotion was not caused by this little brother before them? Zhang Xian ignored them, preparing to leave in a hurry. Wait! A voice suddenly shouted, and then several people blocked his way. Beside them were at least 7 or 8 beast pets that looked quite remarkable, faintly forming a siege, blocking the road. Zhang Xian frowned. These people looked to be around 40 years old, dressed unusually, with an aura of pressure clearly indicating their considerable strength. But by blocking him like this, they were clearly crossing a line. Who doesn't know that in the wilderness, once beast tamers block the road, it's mostly for killing and robbing, so normally, in front of everyone, no one would take such action that easily leads to misunderstanding. Thus, it was evident these people did not come with good intentions. Zhang Xian made Big Yellow stop and coldly asked, "Is there something you want?" The expressions of the few people changed. A middle-aged man among them stepped forward, smiling and saying, "We come from the Li family. My name is Li Wuquang, the second elder of the Guangning Li family." After saying this, he did not continue, seemingly waiting for Zhang Xian's reaction. Zhang Xian's gaze was cold, already filled with impatience. So what? Good dogs don't block the way. Doesn't your Li family understand this principle? The air became stagnant. The beast tamers nearby gathered to see the Li family blocking someone, and when they heard Zhang Xian make such a remark, they revealed surprise but simultaneously admiration in their eyes. This young man truly has guts to directly confront the Li family. If it were them, they really couldn't do it. The eyes of Li Wuquang's companions narrowed, revealing unfriendly glints. In Guangning City, there are very few who dare to speak to them in such a manner. Just as they were about to angrily retort, Li Wuquang chuckled, clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, seemingly expressing regret. Little brother, don't be angry. We just want to inquire about some information and are willing to pay for the exchange. Zhang Xian directly accused the Li family of being dogs. Li Wuquang was naturally furious, but he suspected that Zhang Xian had a strong force behind him. Coupled with the unclear situation of the corrupt fish dragons, he held back his anger for the time being. As for the commotion just now, did Zhang Xian cause it all by himself? He didn't consider that at all. His speculation was that Zhang Xian might be part of the team fighting against the corrupt fish dragons, and the real main force had yet to appear. Zhang Xian looked them over, scoffed and said, "Compensation? What kind of compensation can you offer?" He had no good impression of the Li family at all. A family capable of raising someone like Li Xian, who looked down on everything and despised the common people, couldn't be anything decent. Now that they had crossed a line by stopping him, it was clear they had bad intentions, so there was no need to be polite. Someone beside Li Wuquang couldn't hold back. How could a newcomer beast master, who looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair, dare to speak to them like this? He squinted and said, "Young man, being so fierce is not good. We just want to ask something. You should answer honestly, and the Li family will not treat you badly." This person was of the same generation as Li Wuquang, named Li Wuzhong, and had a rather high status in the Li family. He was used to being overbearing. If it weren't for the large number of onlookers here, afraid of the bad influence, and not knowing what kind of force Zhang Xian had behind him, he would have already taken action to suppress him. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, coldly said, "Can't your Li family understand human words?" I said, "Get lost." What courage! Li Wuzhong was furious. Li Wuquang also lost his patience and said with a frosty voice, "Since little brother is unwilling to cooperate, we have no choice but to invite you to the clan for a chat." What, do they want to abduct him directly? Zhang Xian sneered. He wasn't afraid of this tactic. Even if a 6th-tier beast master came here, they wouldn't have the capability to take him away. Just as he was preparing to fight back, a loud voice shouted from a distance. "Li Wuquang, Li Wuzhong, what are you doing?" Hearing someone call his name, Li Wuquang frowned but realized the voice sounded familiar. He turned around and his expression changed immediately. He hurried to take a few steps forward and said, "Chief Wang, what brings you here?" He saw a group of people riding strange beasts rushing along the mountain path, and someone with sharp eyes gasped, "Windrunners, they are from the Beast God Temple." The Beast God branch had specially raised strange beasts for riding. Now, all these people were riding windrunners and dressed in the Beast God Temple's official robes, making their identity clear. Leading the group was none other than Wong Hua. The Beast God branch had the fastest control over information in the surrounding wild areas. Upon hearing news from the burial basin and knowing that it was likely not the 4 families' beast masters, Wong Hua was very perceptive and quickly connected some dots, which led him to come here with his team. Who would have thought they would run into the Li family causing trouble for Zhang Xian? He could not tolerate this.
Zhang Xian now had a transcendent status in the Beast God Temple, and even elderly treated him with respect. He had to stand up in this situation.
At this moment, Wong Hua was very angry.
The Li family was usually overbearing, but since it wasn't within the jurisdiction of the Beast God Temple, they just turned a blind eye. Now, provoking such a noble person, they were truly arrogant beyond measure. Upon hearing Li Wuquang's greeting, he dismounted from his horse with a cold snort and first glanced at Zhang Xian. Seeing he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, estimating that the two sides hadn't fought yet. Then he turned his attention to Li Wuquang and the others and spoke in a very rude tone. Does your Li family treat this place as your own backyard?
Such wanton behavior? Li Wuquang was somewhat bewildered. The Li family and the Beast God branch usually did not interfere with each other. What was wrong with the other party?
Suddenly, at this moment, he was confronted. But the city master held power that was not much less than their family leader, and his position was even a bit higher. He didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction easily and could only force a smile. Your words are too harsh, Master Wang. My Li family has always been cautious in speech and action, never daring to overstep. I just wanted to inquire some matters with this young man.
The people around can testify to that.
As he spoke, he gestured to the onlookers around him. To his surprise, the beast masters nearby all had disgusted expressions, shaking their heads and mumbling.
The Li family really has a thick skin. Yeah, they clearly want to force this young man, yet they talk about needing witnesses. Ridiculous.
The expressions and reactions at once made the faces of the Li family stiffen. Li Wuquang opened his mouth to scold, but quickly realized the situation was not right and had to stop himself. He shot a cold glance at the crowd. The onlookers were unafraid. There were at least 40 to 50 beast masters present.
Even if the Li family had great power, could they really take revenge on them for this?
Li Wuquang also realized he had done something foolish. The Li family's reputation in Guangning was indeed average, and this only served to slap his own face. Wang Hua let out a cold laugh, raised his hand, and said, I don't care what the Li family wants to do. I'm here, so don't think you can succeed. Now, get back to Guangning City, put away those thoughts, and don't bring trouble to your family. Li Wuquang frowned, feeling confused. What is this young man's background that makes Wang Hua protect him this way? But in this situation, they could only hold their noses and retreat. Just then, a shadow descended from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a giant eagle-like beast, on which stood a person. This is, a diamond-level striped mountain eagle. The leader of the Li family has arrived. The high-ranking beast pets of Guangning were very recognizable. Once they appeared, both the beast and their master would be immediately identified. Li Wuwen, the master of the Li family, despite the family's bad reputation, was indeed a powerful figure known far and wide, a sixth-stage beast master, and recognized as the strongest among the 4 families in Guangning. Seeing this figure personally arrive, the onlooking beast masters instinctively lowered their heads and took a step back, fearing to be targeted. Master! Big brother! Li Wuquang and the others rushed to greet him. The matter concerning the corrupted fish dragon was of great importance to the Li family, and he had contacted Li Wuwen immediately. Seeing him arrive, he felt reassured. Li Wuquang whispered to explain the situation, and Li Wuwen nodded, coming before Wong Hua.
Master Wang, it's rare to see you out and about. When you have time, you must come visit my humble home. The Li family would be honored to host you.
As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Zhang Xian beside him. Li Wuwen felt a bit excited at this moment. Years ago, he had injured the corrupted fish dragon but was unable to kill it directly. Later, when he tracked it down, he discovered an extremely terrifying pressure deep in the basin's lake, which even he could not enter. And once the fish dragon sensed his presence, it would immediately retreat to the bottom of the lake. The rest of the Li family lacked the strength to kill it, so they could only give up. But he had always remembered it because the Li family had once spent a great deal to invite a foreign sorcerer for a prophecy. It revealed that killing the fish dragon would yield a very precious energy core. The Li family originally had 1 energy core, but the one on the fish dragon was of higher rank in the prophetic image.
If they could obtain it, their family's foundation would be greatly strengthened.
In at most 10 years, the Li family could completely overshadow the other 3, and he could break through to a 7th-stage beast master, leading the Li family to become Guangning's #1 beast family, even becoming a major family in the southern river province. For this matter, he had laid out a sensing tool at the bottom of the lake, so the moment the fish dragon died, he was informed right away. Although the beast master who killed the fish dragon must be very strong, it might just be a trick to lure the fish dragon out from the bottom of the lake and then surround and kill it. As long as it is within the power of Guangning City, Li Wuwen does not believe he cannot handle it. Seeing that Wang Hua had actually come here, Li Wuwen realized the situation was not simple, but he was truly unwilling to retreat so easily.
Wang Hua coldly replied, then there's no need.
Your Li family should be careful with your actions in the future.
Saying that, he ignored them and walked to Zhang Xian's side, softly saying, "Zhang classmate, shall we return to the city together?" Zhang Xian nodded. Seeing Zhang Xian about to leave, Li Wuwen squinted his eyes and suddenly spoke out, "Wait." Wang Hua's face turned angry as he turned to question, "Li Wuwen, is my meaning not clear? Does your Li family want to go against the Beast God Palace?" Li Wuwen shook his head, saying, "Manager Wang, don't put such a label on me. I definitely do not have the courage to go against the Beast God." He looked at Zhang Xian and calmly said, "Little brother, I just want to ask, the big explosion that came from the burial ground earlier should be related to you, right?" Chapter 61, Do you want it? He didn't beat around the bush, directly asking with a hint of danger in his gaze. Wang Hua thought he was still being persistent, ready to rebuke him, but Zhang Xian suddenly spoke, "That's right, I personally killed the fish dragon." The beast masters around basically did not know about the terrifying monster buried in the big lake, and could not guess the reason for the explosion. Hearing what Zhang Xian said, they exchanged glances, while Li Wukong and others showed surprise. Before they even mentioned the existence of the corrupt fish dragon, the other side made it clear with one sentence, it seemed they had indeed met the main character. Then, Zhang Xian suddenly chuckled and added, "And after I killed the fish dragon, I obtained quite a few treasures." "Do you know what they are?" "What is it?" Li Wuwen instinctively asked, his expression unable to hide the nervousness and expectation. Zhang Xian's expression became more playful as he said, "Let me think. There's something called the corrupt core. Do you think this thing counts as a treasure?" At first, he didn't think much when he saw Li Wukong and others blocking the way, but seeing the head of the Li family come personally and ask such a question, he suddenly realized. It was clear that the Li family had long coveted the corrupt fish dragon but had been unable to capture it. As for why Li Wuwen's strength wasn't enough to kill the fish dragon, he pondered for a moment and figured out the reason. In the burial ground at the bottom of the lake, the corpse of the dead silenced dragon king radiated a strong dragon might. That was a complete pureblood giant dragon's dragon might, and even as a corpse, it was not something ordinary beast masters could withstand. To endure that pressure and dive deeper was utterly impossible. He could enter because of the Black King's presence, which coincidentally offset the pressure of the dragon's corpse. As an aberrant dragon species, the corrupt fish dragon, while not yet grown to its strongest form, was also not so easy to kill. After being injured, it simply hid in the burial ground, leaving the Li family unable to do anything about it. Moreover, the most valuable thing the beast master families could set their sights on was undoubtedly the energy core capable of creating a high-level artificial dungeon. Wang Hua looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. He naturally knew of the existence of this aberrant dragon species. Hearing Zhang Xian say he had killed it, his first reaction was shock, but then he realized that this didn't seem too outrageous for Zhang Xian. So the Li family had a motive because of this trouble. In any case, today he absolutely could not let them harm Zhang Xian a single hair. Hearing the words corrupt core, Li Wuwen's pupils instantly shrank. He didn't even have time to think about whether Zhang Xian had killed the corrupt fish dragon alone. He couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling slightly, "This thing, is it on you now?" Zhang Xian nodded indifferently. "Of course, it's on me. Do you want it, head of the Li family?" Li Wuben was about to blurt it out, but he stopped abruptly when he saw the hint of mockery in Zhang Xian's eyes, realizing that the other party was teasing him. Looking again at Wang Hua and the other members from the Beast God Hall nearby. At this point, it was obvious that a direct confrontation today was impossible, he could only keep a steady front for now. He took a deep breath, trying to maintain a kind and calm tone. "Little brother, I know this item is extremely precious, but the Li family has always yearned for it. I absolutely won't take advantage of you. If you plan to part with it, could you let the Li family obtain it? The price is definitely negotiable." "Oh?" Zhang Xian raised his eyebrow, pretending to think seriously for a moment, then said, "I really want to sell it. As for the price." Li Wuben, Li Wuquan, and the others couldn't help leaning slightly forward, and then they saw Zhang Xian hold up a finger. "I don't want anything else, let's trade. You bring me the ownership of a medium-sized crystal mine, and this core will belong to you." "What? You're asking for too much." Li Wuquan, Li Wuzhong, and others couldn't help but shout. A crystal mine is an extremely valuable strategic resource that can continuously produce crystals, and crystals serve as hard currency among all races on the continent, with a wide range of uses. Under the Li family, there's only one small crystal mine, and they only have usage rights, which involves spending a huge cost to rent, but not ownership. The ownership of a medium-sized crystal mine? Its value is much higher than that of an average energy core. As soon as those words came out, the members of the Li family knew Zhang Xian was clearly playing them for fools. Li Wuben suppressed his anger and gave Zhang Xian a deep look before suddenly laughing. "We really can't provide a medium-sized crystal mine. Since that's the case, let's forget it. If you have better conditions later, feel free to contact us. Let's leave it at that for today." After saying that, he didn't linger. Mounting his mount, the horizontal mountain eagle, and the other members of the Zhang family followed suit, leaving the place. Zhang Xian sensed the dangerous implication in the look the other party cast him at the end, and a cold smile appeared in his heart. The way the Li family operated, they would never let him off so easily. They would definitely resort to various means afterward. But he wasn't afraid. Even someone like Li Wuban, a well-known 6th-tier beast tamer, certainly couldn't make an accurate estimate of his strength. If the Li family thought killing the corruption fish dragon was his limit, then he would definitely make them pay a heavy price. In the wild, killing one's own kind, especially under defensive circumstances, incurs no guilt whatsoever. Let's see how many people from the Li family are enough to kill. If it really escalates to the end, the so-called beast tamer family with a legacy of hundreds of years might all become my resources. A cold light flickered in Zhang Xian's eyes. Wong Hua, who was nearby, watched the Li family leave with a frown, then said, "Classmate Zhang, the Li family acts in a strange manner, they won't let it go easily. But without capturing direct evidence, the Beast God Hall cannot punish them. For safety, I will apply to have the Southern Jiang Beast God Hall send someone to protect your safety closely." Zhang Xian's identity shouldn't be exposed, but with elderly around, they would definitely treat it with utmost importance. With an 8th-tier beast tamer here, just a finger gesture can crush the Guangning Li family. Zhang Xian shook his head. With the existence of his golden finger and many secrets, he didn't need or want close protection. But regarding his uncle and Aiken. Thinking of this, he spoke, "I won't need it, but my family does. They are basically all active in the city, so please arrange for someone to protect them at all times, but ideally, they shouldn't know. I don't want them to be worried." Wong Hua quickly nodded, understood. With me here, I will definitely arrange this matter well. He called him classmate Zhang, but his attitude already completely regarded Zhang Xian as his superior. He immediately ordered the people of the Beast God branch to closely monitor the movements of the Li family members in the city. And to send out 4 5th-level Beast Masters, 2 teams of 2, to secretly protect Zhang Tai and Zhang Chen. Chapter 62 Killing God Association. 5th-level Beast Masters belong to the core power within the Beast God branch, and these 4 5th levels almost accounted for half their number. Thus, Zhang Xian felt slightly more at ease, otherwise, he would have worries in whatever he did. He looked in the direction where the Li family members had left, and an idea suddenly rose in his heart. Should he strike first? Although there was protection from the Beast God branch, he only had these 2 relatives, and he could not afford to lose them. Rather than worry about whether the others would act against Aiken and his uncle, it was better to. After a moment, Zhang Xian temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Although in the realm of Beast Masters strength is revered, it does not mean there are no rules. Striking first merely due to a perceived threat is not a valid reason. Unless he stood at a higher position and crushed the opponent with divine authority. On the other side, the eagle from the Hangshan returned to the Li family's residence in the city. Li Wuan had a face like water, with hands behind his back as he walked into an extravagant mansion. Afterward, other members of the Li family hurried over, following behind him. Li Wuquang spoke softly, "Master of the family, how should we deal with this kid's situation?" Li Wuan sat down in the main seat of the hall, remaining silent for a long time. The atmosphere was quite oppressive. Tap, 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 he tapped his fingers on the armrest, finally breaking the dullness, saying, "Our Li family has paid a heavy price for those vile fish and dragons. That energy core can only belong to the Li family." Li Wuquang and the others looked refreshed and said, "Please give the order, master." Li Wuan had sat as the family master for 20 years and had led the Li family from the bottom of the 4 families in Guangning to now being vaguely at the top, naturally accumulating deep authority. Everyone in the Li family respected him greatly. Others did not care about the Beast God branch at all. As long as Li Wuan gave the order, they dared to take action. Li Wuan slowly said, "That kid knows not why he is protected by Wong Hua. Although the authority of the Beast God branch is limited, it still represents the Beast God. Our Li family cannot act directly." "What do you mean?" Li Wuquang seemed to have a vague idea. Li Wuan looked at him and said, "Third brother, contact the Killing God Association, offer 30 million crystal stones, and ask them to take action. If it's not enough, we can add more." Upon hearing this term, Li Wuquang's expression became somewhat excited. Understood. He immediately went to make contact. The Killing God Association is a term that ordinary people find difficult to approach, yet symbolizes terror and death. It is unknown when it originated, but it is extremely mysterious. It is said to be mainly comprised of humans but possesses powerful means beyond beast mastery. Beast masters from various countries on the continent are deeply wary of it because the Killing God Association claims that no one can survive its assassination. Their ultimate purpose is to kill gods. Therefore, in all major countries, the Killing God Association is a prohibited entity. However, it has a strong foundation. Even though it frequently faces suppression and attacks from various national beast god halls, it remains active in the underworld, its influence even penetrating and controlling some small countries. To summon the Killing God Association is extremely costly, yet once they accept a task, there will be no retreat. Even if an assassination fails, they will continue to send stronger assassins. For hundreds of years, the failure rate of the Killing God Association, or rather, the number of failure cases, has been only once. That person was said to be a demigod who had ignited divine fire and left this continent. But even with that, he could not uproot the Killing God Association. Thus, although the Killing God Association is publicly rejected, its ties with various major forces remain intricate and complicated. The Li family, naturally, has channels to connect with the Killing God Association, but to summon them, this is still the first time. If the Killing God Association is summoned, Zhang Xian will surely die, and all clues cannot be traced directly to the Li family. No matter how big the suspicion is, the Beast God branch cannot do anything to them. Soon, Li Wuquan hurried back. Li Wuan asked, "How is it?" Li Wuquan's expression was somewhat conflicted. The Killing God Association said they evaluated Zhang Xian and found some secrets. 30 million is not enough, the price must be raised, and it has to double. What? Nearby, Li Wuzhong was shocked. 30 million crystal stones were already an astounding price. 60 million crystal stones would be enough to cripple the Li family. However, Li Wuwen did not hesitate. 60 million it is. Immediately sell off some of the profitable properties in the clan to gather the crystal stones. This price equals half of the Li family's total accumulation, but as long as they can obtain the corrupt core, they will quickly earn it back. Plus, with the expected high returns, it's completely worth it. On the other side, Zhang Xian was returning to the city with the team from the Beast God branch. On the way, he spoke, "Manager Wang, I want to consult you about something." Wong Hua quickly replied, "You say it, I will say everything I know." Zhang Xian said, "I don't know if you've heard of the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal?" Crimson Flame Holy Crystal? Wang Hua thought for a moment and answered, "It seems. I have some impression, but I can't remember clearly. Why don't we check the knowledge database in the Beast God Hall later? We should be able to find the answer." That sounds good. Zhang Xian nodded and went with him to the branch hall. Upon arriving at the Beast God branch, the attendant Miss Lin Ru saw Wang Hua and stood up to greet him. Then, upon seeing Zhang Xian, her eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this the younger brother who set the record for completing a level 2 task last time, only to find out he had extremely high permissions, even higher than Manager Wang's? After that time, Wang Hua reminded her that if he came again, she must receive him with the highest standards. Now she was at a loss about whether to salute or what to do. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian recognized her and nodded in acknowledgement. "Shaolin, go get the Book of All Things," Wang Hua said. "Ah? Oh, I'll go right away." Lin Ru hurriedly got up and went to the back hall. A few minutes later, she returned, holding an ancient-looking book. Seeing Zhang Xian's curious gaze, Wang Hua explained, "The Beast God Hall has a unique item called the Book of All Things. It records all kinds of information from the continent, covering various topics. At the same time, Beast Masters responsible for exploration over the ages can upload the new knowledge they've obtained into the book, but it must be reviewed to ensure the content is true and reliable. And the Book of All Things can be reproduced, and its contents are synced with the original stored in the Qilin Beast God Hall. This is our branch's reproduced copy. Such a good thing exists? Isn't that like an encyclopedia?" Zhang Xian realized. Wang Hua took the Book of All Things and handed it to Zhang Xian, saying, "Your permission level is enough to access all the content inside. If you need it later, I can apply to the South River Beast God Hall to provide you with a reproduction." They will definitely agree. Zhang Xian nodded. He truly needed such a knowledge treasure, as its value was immeasurable. Opening the book, a light screen flickered. Chapter 63, Crimson Flame Islands. Book of All Things activated, checking permissions. Current permission level, level 11, can view all content. Zhang Xian typed Crimson Flame Holy Crystal into the light screen, and soon results appeared. Crimson Flame Holy Crystal, a top-tier spiritual object, produced in the Crimson Flame Islands, formed from extremely pure fire energy nurtured in a special environment. It even contains the laws of fire and is also the sacred object of the Red Dwarf clan. Crimson Flame Islands? Red Dwarf? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. These terms were somewhat unfamiliar to him. Fortunately, the Book of All Things quickly provided separate definitions. Crimson Flame Islands, located in the East Sea region, flames are always burning, with extremely abundant fire energy. Rich in fire attribute spirit materials, it is a gathering place for different races. Red Dwarf, a branch of the dwarf race, skilled in primitive forging, distributed in the area, Scarlet Flame Islands. I see, it turns out to be in the East Sea, and it is the territory of the dwarf race. The South River province is close to the East Sea, but getting out to sea is not that easy, and the territory of different races is not the same concept as the territory of the Summer Kingdom.
Some different races harbor hostility towards humans. Once approached, the danger level may even be higher than most wild areas. But the Black King needs the Scarlet Flame sacred crystal to advance, so he must go. Zhang Xian asked Wong Hua about the situation in the East Sea. Wong Hua was surprised and said, "You want to go out to sea?" He thought for a moment and said, "Our beast god temple has dedicated ships for beast tamers, providing services to various sea routes, but you need to go to the port city to board. If you need it, the subtemple of the beast god can activate the teleportation array, which can save a lot of time. The subtemple of the beast god has a teleportation array between cities, but it is not usually activated. It can be used for free teleportation between cities in the South River province." Wang Hua reminded of some precautions for the sea. He didn't mention that going out to sea is extremely dangerous and that novice beast tamers should not step into alien territory. Zhang Xian obviously cannot be judged by common sense, just cooperate with his requirements as much as possible. Then he took Zhang Xian to a large secret room on the second floor of the subtemple, activated the teleportation array, and selected the teleportation location. The teleportation array is often arranged by elf mages. It is expensive, and activating it costs generally tens of thousands of crystals. But with Zhang Xian's authority, all facilities in the Beast God Temple can be used freely, without any cost. The hexagram flickered, the magical energy surged, and in the next second, Zhang Xian disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a quite prosperous large city. Here, people come and go, bustling with activity, and beast tamers riding mounts can be seen everywhere, with a faint sea breeze permeating the air. This is the port city of the South River Province, Ninghai City. Compared to Guangning, the prosperity of Ninghai City is at least 10 times greater, and even compared to the provincial capital of South River, it is even more so, because it is adjacent to the East Sea and not far from two island countries in the East Sea, resulting in frequent exchanges and a large output of rare materials at sea, making it one of the top 3 trading ports in southern Summer Kingdom. Walking on the road, one could even see elves with pointed ears and colorful eyes, beastmen with foxtails, bull heads, tiger heads, and so on. Zhang Xian curiously glanced around and didn't linger too long, heading straight for the port. Arriving at Ninghai Port, more than 10 large ships were docked. He found the one marked with the South River Beast God Temple emblem, and at the boarding entrance stood an old man responsible for registration. Seeing Zhang Xian, the old man took a glance and lazily said, "Taking the boat? Do you have a certificate?" "A certificate?" Zhang Xian took out an item from his pocket, which was the token elderly had given him. The old man took a look and instantly stood up. "Honorable guest, I'll take you on board. This ship belongs to the Beast God Temple, and usually, many members of the Beast God Temple come to ride," so the old man recognized the level of this token. He thought secretly, this young boy looks so young, yet he is unexpectedly a big shot in the Beast God Temple. The old man led Zhang Xian onto the ship, arranged a luxurious cabin, and explained that the ship would depart in 2 hours, with 5 stops along the way. And the last stop would be in the southern part of the Scarlet Flame Islands. In other words, the Scarlet Flame Islands are relatively far from the shore, and the danger level is the highest. Zhang Xian recalled from the information he found in the All Things book that the closer to the central area of the Scarlet Flame Islands, the more violent the fire attribute energy was, and the Scarlet Flame sacred crystal was most likely to appear in these areas. The Scarlet Flame Islands, according to records, are mainly occupied by the Red Dwarf race. However, the Red Dwarfs living above are divided into 2 tribes. The southern tribe has some exchanges with the Summer Nation and is relatively friendly, but the northern tribe seems quite hostile, which has been specifically reminded in the classic texts. In addition, further north of the archipelago are the 2 eastern sea countries, namely the Silla Kingdom and the Yingzhou Kingdom. The beast masters from these countries may also appear on the islands, and encounters could lead to clashes. In short, once leaving the control of the Summer Nation, the situation will undoubtedly become much more complicated, making it hard for beast masters below the 4th rank to ensure their own safety. Few dare to sail too far alone. Zhang Xian waited patiently, and then people gradually boarded the ship. Finally, the large ship set sail, and Zhang Xian came to the deck. It was his first time seeing the sea, and he found it quite novel. The large ship seemed to be equipped with certain driving magic circles, enveloping the entire vessel in a hazy light. Its speed was surprisingly fast, inconsistent with its appearance. The sea breeze hit his face, and after a certain distance, he witnessed large fish and even strange beasts leaping in the water, their presence feeling quite fierce. However, the faint light on the hull also served to prevent collisions. Otherwise, with an ordinary ship, it would not take long before they would probably hit a few large holes. Zhang Xian was astonished. He had heard before that the ocean hid countless secrets and was far more dangerous than the mainland, and it seemed to be true. Reaching the first stop took a full half day, and soon other passengers came up on the deck, enjoying the breeze and the sea. Most of the other passengers appeared somewhat older, making Zhang Xian's overly youthful appearance somewhat conspicuous, but no one came to inquire. Anything could happen outside, and any kind of person could be encountered. Rashly probing identities was an act of overstepping. However, since this was a ship of the Beast God Temple, only humans were aboard. If it were a ship operated by those large trading companies, there would be no restrictions on passengers' identities, making the presence of different races less rare. Before long, a group of young people came up on the deck. Except for the leader, a curvy woman in her early 30s, the other 6 were young men and women around 21 or 22. Listening to their excited tones, it seemed to be their first time at sea, and their identities appeared to be students from a Beastmaster Academy. That woman was their team leader. Teacher, this time to the Scarlet Flame Archipelago. If we can collect over 100 flame source crystals, our squad will be able to cultivate a level 200 strange firehound. By then, in the mainland Beastmaster competition, we have a good chance to help our school secure a spot in the top 50.
A young male student looked at the scenery ahead and said expectantly.
Zhang Xian's heart stirred. Unexpectedly, their destination was the same as his.
Furthermore, what was this mainland Beastmaster competition?
He seemed to have seen it in the news. It was a competition for the younger generation of Beastmasters held every 3 years across the Beast God continent, with teams from various countries' Beastmaster academies participating. There were at least thousands of teams participating, and Beastmasters able to enter the academies were not weak themselves, so those ranked within the top 100 would be quite formidable. These individuals aimed for the top 50. If they were students from the South River province, they would likely belong to either the South River Beastmaster Academy or the Ming Academy. The woman in her 30s said, "We should not be too ambitious. Our South River Academy has only lingered outside the top 100 for the past 3 sessions. While you 6 have a good foundation and with the aid of the Strange Firehound, the top 50 is not so easy to compete for. Our goal should be to enter the top 100. Moreover, before we set off, I reminded everyone multiple times that the Scarlet Flame Archipelago is not the same as the wild areas you've been to before. There are many places that require attention. Including the Red Dwarf Sato tribe. Although we have some interactions with our Xia country race and the relationship is quite friendly, the attitude cannot be too casual. The barbarian fire tribe to the north generally harbors hostility towards us, so we must be very careful." The 6 young men and women nodded in response, but their expressions showed that they were somewhat skeptical. Tao Tao noticed the indifference of her students and sighed inwardly. She wasn't particularly at ease bringing them to the Crimson Flame Islands. However, the strength of outsiders on the Crimson Flame Islands is restricted, unless one applies an advance to the Red Dwarf tribe and both sides have close interactions. Beast Masters above level 7 cannot set foot on the island.
Those who set foot on the island without permission are considered provocateurs.
This is also a rule established by the other party to prevent someone from launching attacks or plundering resources from the island. So she, the level 6 mentor, could only lead the team to search for the flame source crystal used to nurture pet beasts. This is a precious fire-type extraordinary item that can accelerate the growth of pet beasts. The Strange Firehound, a stellar-level extraordinary beast raised by the South River Academy, was later contracted by the school's top third-year student, who was the strongest among the 6 members going to compete in the continent's Beast Master competition. He is also the school's team captain, having held this position for 2 years, the most outstanding student from South River Academy. Lu Dongyuan, seeing that Tao Tao seemed somewhat worried, calmly said, "Teacher Tao, don't worry. As the captain, I will act cautiously. Our goal this time is to obtain the spirit item, and we will definitely avoid any trouble." Hearing this, Tao Tao nodded slightly, feeling a bit relieved. Lu Dongyuan looked at the sea. Even though he said so, he was merely making a statement, and deep down, he still felt somewhat unconvinced. His Strange Firehound is a powerful beast even among those at Qilin Academy, and its level has already surpassed 180. As a fellow level 5 Beast Master, others would almost certainly be crushed by him. Facing a level 6 Beast Master, he was confident he could fight back. In fact, if it weren't for pursuing higher approval ratings, he could have been promoted to level 6 a year ago. Among the history of South River Academy, in terms of strength at this age, he must be in the top 3. His goal is not merely to place South River Academy in the top 100 of the competition. As time passed, 3 full days later, on that morning, the big ship docked at the last stop. "We have arrived." Before disembarking, Zhang Xian had already felt waves of scorching heat blowing in the air. Stepping outside the cabin, he was greeted by a vast expanse of endless islands, astonishingly illuminated by flickering lights like floating flames, casting the sky above into a fiery glow, magnificent and spectacular.
"This is the Crimson Flame Islands, famous for its eternal flames."
The old man on the ship had explained that the big ship arrives here at 2 different times each day, stops for 20 minutes, and if missed, one must wait until the next day.
Zhang Xian took note and disembarked onto the island.
The 7 members from South River Academy disembarked together as well. They were quite surprised to see Zhang Xian walking alone. Tao Tao recalled seeing him on the deck a few days ago and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, did you come to the Crimson Flame Islands by yourself?" Zhang Xian nodded but did not say much, heading straight into the island.
"Teacher, this person looks a few years younger than us, so bold to come to a foreign island alone?"
A girl looked at Zhang Xian's back, unable to help but comment. Tao Tao's mature and charming face also showed confusion, but she didn't dwell on it, saying, "He must be very confident in his strength and here for training. In our Beastmaster field, age doesn't necessarily represent much."
The rest nodded in agreement. Lu Dongyuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. If it were a genius from Nanjing Academy, he would basically know them. Could it be from Ming Academy? But at this age, they would at most be a freshman. No matter how strong they are, 3 ranks would be the top, and to dare come here, they must be a bit unaware of their own limits. Before setting off, Zhang Xian obtained a map of the Red Flame Archipelago. Although not particularly detailed, it marked the various islands and the distribution of forces. The island where the big ship docked is called Tianhua Island, one of the main islands of the Red Flame Archipelago, and the garrison of the Red Dwarf Sutta tribe. Not far ahead, a town gradually came into view, and soon, some red dwarfs appeared on the road. They were indeed as short as children of the human race but extremely stout, especially their arms that were full of bulging muscles, their skin fiery red, and their features appeared quite rough. When they saw Zhang Xian, most of the red dwarfs only glanced at him and did not pay much attention. Humans come to the island every day, it isn't anything special. Entering the town, the buildings of the red dwarfs were generally quite low and sparsely scattered, more resembling a large village than a town. In this place, the sound of clanging iron echoed around, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. And in many cracks on the road, natural flames actually burst out from the ground, showing no signs of stopping. The flames were a brilliant red, although they did not give Zhang Xian the kind of overwhelming pressure like the dragon flame, they were certainly impressive. No wonder the red dwarfs could survive on this island, it truly is a natural sacred place for blacksmithing. Chapter 65, Dwarf Tribe. Zhang Xian chose to enter the town first, rather than directly seeking the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal, because directly mining the local resources would be a blatant provocation and needed the consent of the Red Dwarf tribe. To obtain consent, he needed to find a Red Dwarf leader to speak to, so Zhang Xian's destination was the municipal center in the middle of Tianhua Island town. However, he didn't rush there, many places in the town looked fresh and novel. The dwarfs were skilled in forging, and they were divided into several clans, some specialized in primitive forging, while others had advanced to industrial forging. Like in the legendary dwarf kingdom to the west of the continent, known for gazing towards the eastern sea, it was the strongest region for the dwarf race. Their forging system was extremely developed, able to create powerful war machines that laid down vast territories for the dwarf empire. Among other races, since the ancient races declined and disappeared, the elf race and the dwarf race became the strongest existences, alongside humans, known as the 3 top races. The legendary Dwarf Kingdom, the Holy Elf Kingdom, and the strongest human nations, the Xia Kingdom, the Bright Kingdom, and the Frost Kingdom essentially represent the 5 strongest forces on the continent. Of course, the tribes are scattered and distributed. For example, the dwarfs on the Red Flame Archipelago have existed here for hundreds of years, but they have not formed a kingdom, remaining in a tribal city-state stage. Their forging technology belongs to the primitive faction. The lower limit of primitive forging does not match that of dwarven industry, as they cannot quickly form combat power or speed up mass production to the same extent. However, the upper limit is not low. Because primitive forging is more in tune with natural energy, it is easier to create powerful individual gear. Zhang Xian looked around at the blacksmith shops and stores filled with various weapons and armor, exuding a strong natural attribute aura and emitting terrifying fluctuations. These pieces of equipment, when equipped by a well-trained adult dwarf, could easily withstand level 100 or above exotic beasts. No wonder they could occupy their own territory far from the dwarf kingdom. Whether due to their own combat abilities or the demand for this forging technology in the outside world, the red dwarfs can find their place here. However, when Zhang Xian saw the price, he couldn't help but gasp. These equipments were indeed excellent, but their price was often several million crystals, more expensive than ordinary golden pet eggs. Even for the Beastmaster family of Guangning, they would probably just keep them in the treasury, rarely willing to use them. Zhang Xian looked at them with great desire. His own attributes were already strong, and with such a set of equipment, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Unfortunately, the crystals he had were really not enough to buy these treasures. He could only suppress his thoughts and walk towards the center of the town. Arriving at the town hall, this was the affairs center of the Red Dwarf Sato tribe. Compared to the relatively low buildings on the outskirts, this large building was made of huge stones, resembling a church, with a statue of a deity standing in the center of the square. The statue depicted a strong man with a thick beard, holding a hammer, short and sturdy. He was the god of dwarves and craftsmen, Gondel. In the mythology of the dwarves, Gondel taught his people forging techniques and stole the fire from the heavens, bringing the source of forging fire to the dwarves, allowing them to flourish and grow stronger. But this also angered the fire god Hephaestus. Therefore, dwarves generally held animosity towards the followers of the fire god. Stepping into the town hall, Zhang Xian immediately saw an acquaintance. He noticed that the group from Nanjiang Academy had arrived before him and were negotiating with a dwarven elder. To mine resources from the Scarlet Flame Islands, they not only had to face dangers like the monsters on the island but first had to obtain permission. This permission varied according to the area they wished to enter. The 30-something-year-old teacher presented a letter, and the dwarven elder took it, glanced at it, and said, An introduction letter from Nanjiang Beastmaster Academy. You want flame source crystals? There are quite a few high-level monsters there, I trust you understand the rules? Tao Tao nodded, indicating understanding.
Everything obtained from the Scarlet Flame Islands, apart from the resources they had applied for in advance, had to be handed over to the town hall. The requested flame source crystals would also require a 20% tribute. Moreover, there was a limit on the total amount of resources that could be mined in each instance to avoid resource depletion. Additionally, all accidents on the island were the sole responsibility of the miners. The Dwarven Elder said, "Since you all know this, everyone needs to register. I will give you a temporary map, and the special boat to take you to the island requires separate payment." Different resources had corresponding locations, many of which were not on Fire Island. To prevent smuggling, the dwarves strictly prohibited unauthorized landings on other islands. Everything had to be arranged by them.
Hey, is this young man also with you?
The Dwarven Elder suddenly looked at Zhang Xian, and the others turned to see him had also arrived, some surprised. Zhang Xian shook his head and handed over the token given to him by Elderly. "Hello, I came alone." Wong Hua had mentioned that the Beast God Palace kept in touch with many friendly or neutral tribes. Holding a higher status there could save a lot of trouble. The Dwarven Elder took a look, surprised, said, "A rare guest indeed. Hello, please come with me." Saying this, he gestured for Zhang Xian to follow him to a private guest room. The Nanjiang Academy team exchanged glances, wondering why the Dwarven Elder was treating him so warmly and leaving them behind.
Lu Dongyuan squinted, a hint of discontent on his handsome face. He was at least a leading figure among the younger generation of beastmasters in Nanjiang and also the heir of the Lu family, yet he didn't receive such treatment. Who exactly was this guy? However, Tao Tao seemed to have realized something. She had just caught a glimpse of the token Zhang Xian had taken out. With her insight, she naturally recognized that this was the style of the Beast God Temple. However, to make the elder of the Sato tribe value it so highly, this status was somewhat shocking. Upon arriving at the VIP room, the dwarf elder gestured for Zhang Xian to take a seat, smiling gently and saying, "Hello, my name is Sat Arode. Those holding this token are friends of our Sato tribe. If you have any needs, just mention them, and we will do our best to fulfill them." Zhang Xian was also a bit surprised. Was this token from Elderly so effective? He had just heard that coming here for resources came at a significant cost. Sat Arode noticed his thoughts and laughed, saying, "The Lord of the Beast God Temple and Lordly have helped us a lot. Although we dwarves enjoy making money, we cannot be stingy when it comes to friends." Zhang Xian suddenly understood, so that was why the other party knew Elderly, hence the recognition of the token's significance. If it were an ordinary member of the Beast God Temple, they wouldn't receive such treatment. Since this was the case, he stopped hesitating and said, "Elder De, I came to your esteemed place to find this Scarlet Flame Saint Crystal, but..." Sat Orode's expression was quite surprised. The Scarlet Flame Saint Crystal? Forgive my rudeness, but may I ask why you need this item? Zhang Xian's first reaction was to find a reason to brush it off, but then he thought that with the other party's identity and insight, plus the fact that the Scarlet Flame Saint Crystal was a product of the Scarlet Flame Islands, any lies could be easily seen through. If it caused any misunderstanding because of this, it would not be good. Thus, he directly stated his true purpose, saying it was needed for the evolution of his beast pet, but he did not mention the specific existence of the Black King. After all, as a pure-blooded dragon clan, they had rarely appeared on the continent. They were often only seen among abyssal monsters, so mentioning the existence of the Black King could lead to some doubts. Sat Orode, after listening, did not continue questioning. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he said, "You may not know, dear guest, but the Scarlet Flame Saint Crystal is a sacred object of our red dwarves. In mythology, it is the essence of the great Gandal's stolen flame. Therefore, our clan has always treated it as a sacred object to worship and protect. To obtain it is very troublesome, as it is a tradition passed down through generations." There was such a matter? Zhang Xian was startled. He had thought the Scarlet Flame Saint Crystal must be very precious, but he didn't expect it to be a sacred object of the Red Dwarves, and that they themselves did not go to mine it. If that was the case, it seemed that his visit this time was indeed going to be difficult. Sat Arode quickly continued, "In fact, with the relationship between our Sato tribe and the South River Beast God Temple, if it were other treasures, giving them to friends would be no problem. But the special thing about the Scarlet Flame Saint Crystal is that it comes from the Holy Mountain at the center of the Scarlet Flame Islands, and that area is jointly managed by our Sato tribe and the Northern Red Rock tribe. You should have heard that our two tribes have never gotten along. Regarding the mining of the Saint Crystal, it is not merely up to our Sato tribe. If those annoying guys from the Red Rock tribe do not relent, it can easily lead to war between the two tribes." "I see," Zhang Xian thought deeply. He had previously learned about the conflict between the Sato and Red Rock tribes in the Book of All Things. The Red Rock tribe was originally one with the Sato tribe, but the Red Rock believed that they should abandon primitive forging methods, while the Sato believed this was a betrayal of the gods, leading to a fundamental rift between the two tribes. Moreover, the Red Rock tribe had close ties with the New Luo Kingdom and the Yingzhou Kingdom, known for their long-standing hostility towards the Xia Kingdom. Consequently, the Red Rock tribe also harbored heavy animosity towards the beast tamers of the Xia Kingdom. In other words, the current situation was that the Scarlet Flame Same crystal was akin to the most precious resource on the islands, but with the Red Dwarf's faith issue involved, it was complicated. Due to the location of production, it is jointly supervised by two tribes, and neither party can mine without permission. He looked slightly disappointed, not expecting this thing's acquisition to have such an obstacle, but the ascension of the Black King absolutely cannot be delayed. If it really doesn't work, I could go around to the Hongyan tribe side and find a way to steal some directly? After all, if I can't get it from the Sado tribe, with their good relations with the Beast God Temple and the Beast Masters of the Xia Kingdom, I can't make a move on them. That would definitely have a bad influence. But if I steal from right under the Hongyan tribe's noses, it would be a big feud. With their strength, I really cannot be sure I can retreat unscathed. But Sado Road suddenly seemed to think of something, hesitating for a moment before speaking. There is a special agreement between our Sado and Hongyan. Because we worship the heavenly fire, we generally cannot enter the holy mountain on our own to obtain resources, but the things inside are indeed very useful to us. So we thought of a compromise. Both sides allow outsiders to enter and collect on our behalf, regardless of whether one side collects more or less, the other side cannot voice any objection. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. There is such a good rule, why didn't you say it earlier? Sado Road continued, however, we have requirements for the strength of the collectors. If it is a human beast master, they must not be higher than the 5th level. And there are many dangers in the holy mountain. Even we, who have lived here for generations, do not dare to explore casually. And because of our relationship with Hongyan, the collectors sent by both sides will definitely fight and rob from each other, so few collectors who entered before made it out alive. So this agreement is still in place, but it has actually been quite neglected for a long time. The reason I suddenly remembered it is that those guys from Hongyan recently brought it up again, saying they want to invite someone in to collect and urging us to find someone quickly. Originally, we didn't take it seriously, but if you truly have this need, we can grant you this opportunity. I see, so these two tribes of the Hongyan people on one hand want the resources inside the holy mountain, but on the other hand find it difficult to coordinate the proportions, so they came up with such a method. Let outsiders enter to collect, regardless of who gets more or less, neither side can have any objections, which also avoids more disputes. Therefore, both tribes must find their collectors, giving outsiders a chance to enter. Since I happen to be here, how could I miss this opportunity? Zhang Xian spoke, I am willing to represent the Sado tribe and enter the holy mountain. I am confident I can handle the dangers inside, so please, Elder Roder, grant me this chance. Sado Road pondered for a moment and said, if my friend has a need, we should naturally help. How about this, I will inform the tribe leader of your request, only he can decide this matter. Zhang Xian naturally agreed. Sado Road left for a while, and after about half an hour, he returned, inviting Zhang Xian to go to the top floor of the municipal hall's main building. Upon reaching the top floor, this is where the tribe leader of the Sado tribe usually resides. Of course, to the outside world, his official title is the governor of the Sado dwarf city-state. Zhang Xian quickly met this character. Ordinary Hongyan dwarfs are already quite sturdy, but this Sado tribe leader was even bulkier, with forearms almost as thick as Zhang Xian's waist, which was quite exaggerated. However, at the same time, he wore a pair of glasses, carefully examining a drawing in his hands, which seemed to depict a weapon. The whole person gave off a strange feeling of a muscular scholar. When the Sado tribe leader saw him arrive, he didn't act high and mighty, but took the initiative to shake hands with him. Chapter 67 Sparring. Friends from the Xia Kingdom. I heard that you want to enter the sacred mountain? That's right, please allow me to represent the Sado tribe to go. Zhang Xian said seriously. The Sado chieftain looked him up and down for a moment and said, a friend with a special identity in the Beast God Temple, we naturally should not refuse an ordinary request. But entering the sacred mountain to gather resources is not a small matter. First, once inside, we cannot guarantee your safety. If you get hurt or run into more trouble, it would not adhere to our Sado hospitality. Second, the resources in the sacred mountain are extremely rare and precious, which can easily affect the balance of power between us and the Red Rock tribe. Therefore, gatherers often need to have certain strength requirements. The Red Rock tribe has previously urged us to agree to open the sacred mountain, which means they probably found a strong external ally. I hope you can understand my meaning? Zhang Xian understood very well. The implication was that if he is too weak, he might not only risk his life inside, but also benefit the enemy. If the Red Rock tribe easily took resources, the Sado tribe could only watch helplessly. If this made the enemy tribe's strength soar, it would be even more troublesome. But regarding this point, he was naturally very confident. Chieftain Sado, I heard Elder Rod mention that humans entering as gatherers have their strength limited to below a Tier 5 Beast Master, right? The Sado chieftain nodded and said, correct. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and smiled, since that's the case, I dare to guarantee that no matter who the Red Rock tribe sends, I will definitely suppress them. As he spoke, his spirit was high, and his gaze was determined. Words that sounded a bit arrogant under the guise of invincible confidence felt quite infectious. The Sato chieftain was taken aback, looking through his glasses at Zhang Xian, as if trying to see if he was exaggerating. Although he and Sato Rod were polite to Zhang Xian, it was due to the reputation of the Beast God Temple's high-level token. It was hard to say how strong he was given his youth. Zhang Xian naturally knew the doubt in their hearts and calmly said, Chieftain Sato, rest assured, I would never take this matter lightly. Since a strength standard is set, why don't we test me now? If I fail to meet your requirements, I will definitely not pester you. Oh? The Sato chieftain and Sato Rod exchanged glances. Since the other party had said this, there was certainly no reason to refuse. As long as the other party was willing to step back, they would naturally not treat the guest poorly. The Sato chieftain pushed his glasses up on his nose and said, in that case, I'll let a clan member spar with you. Saying this, he picked up the landline on his desk and dialed a number. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and before there was a response, there was a loud bang as a young dwarf burst in. He looked quite young, dressed completely in a full helmet, armor, and wielding an iron hammer. The young dwarf shouted loudly while scanning the room, Chieftain, did you call me to fight? I'm here, who is the enemy? The Sato chieftain had a black line on his forehead and banged the table angrily, monkey, I said sparring. Who told you to crash in like that? The Sato monkey scratched the back of his head, turned to look at the half-destroyed door hanging from the frame, and turned back with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, chieftain, I thought an enemy was attacking. I'll definitely make you a new door later, one that's stronger than this. The Sato chieftain snorted, forget it, with your skills, it would be a miracle if you could make one. I called you here for an important matter. He briefly explained the situation. Sato monkey curiously looked at Zhang Xian, this guy is so thin. Can you do it? After saying that, he seemed to feel a bit awkward and gave Zhang Xian a naive smile, saying, my friend, mainly because my hammer is a bit heavy, I'm afraid I might hurt you later. Oh, by the way, you humans should all be beastmasters, right? What rank of beastmaster are you? The Sato tribe leader coughed twice and said, this is our young warrior from the Sato tribe, Sato Mengchi. He has fought with your humans beastmasters, and basically, a 4-star beastmaster has a hard time dealing with him. As for a 5-star beastmaster, they can just manage a tie. So, you see. Zhang Xian understood what the other side meant. The two dwarf tribes had agreed that the strength of external help could not exceed that of a 5-star beastmaster, so of course, they would try to find a strong 5-star beastmaster. It was impossible to find a 3 or 4-star beastmaster to come over, wouldn't that mean a guaranteed loss? He certainly would not reveal that he was a 2-star beastmaster. If he did, the Sato tribe leader would definitely fear being knocked down by a hammer and wouldn't allow him to compete. So Zhang Xian smiled and said, no problem, I will spar with this friend Mingqi. Good. Sato Mingqi shouted with excitement, I like the straightforward personality of you human friends. Don't worry, I won't use all my strength right from the start. The Sato tribe leader looked at Zhang Xian with some concern and said, friend, are you sure? Our dwarves fight in a straightforward and rough manner, sometimes we can't hold back. Zhang Xian said seriously, don't worry, tribe leader. I want to obtain the Crimson Flame Holy Crystal, but I also want to help the Sato tribe win against the Hongyan tribe. If I didn't have the corresponding strength, I wouldn't waste our time. He had already expressed similar sentiments before. Seeing Zhang Xian's confident gaze and sincere demeanor, the Sato tribe leader nodded and said, since that's the case, I won't insist any longer. However, Rod and I will do our best to ensure your safety. Then, under the guidance of Sato Rod, the 4 of them arrived outside the city hall, at a spacious indoor practice arena. There were many weapons and equipment displayed here, all looking quite refined. The Sato tribe leader and Elder Rod watched on the side while ensuring that if Zhang Xian was at a disadvantage, they could immediately stop Sato Mengqi to prevent Zhang Xian from getting hurt. Zhang Xian looked at the weapon rack and asked, Leader, can I use weapons? The Sato tribe leader said, of course, but, are you really going to fight Mengqi yourself? He was somewhat puzzled. He knew that human beastmasters could gain strength feedback from their beasts, but that didn't mean humans were keen on close combat. On the contrary, the vast majority of beastmasters naturally chose to control and command their beasts from the back, and compared to the naturally strong dwarves, the feedback of attributes from beastmasters was evidently not enough. Zhang Xian didn't answer directly but walked over to look at the weapon rack. Swords, axes, hammers, spears, and all kinds of uniquely styled weapons were all available here. Chapter 68, Astonishing Strength. Moreover, each one was meticulously designed, heavy and sharp, exuding a faint aura of slaughter. Just from their appearance, they were very appealing, especially for Zhang Xian, a beastmaster who had a tendency for direct combat. He casually picked up a long and thick 2-handed sword, and information quickly popped up. Unnamed 2-handed heavy sword. Description: a large sword made of stone hard iron, forged by dwarves. Equipping it provides physical attack plus 3000. What? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Just this casually placed heavy sword could add so much physical attack?
No wonder dwarves could rise to the ranks of top races through the most primitive combat methods, their forging skills were truly amazing.
He tried to heft it with his hand. Yeah, this sword is heavy, but it's not suitable for him right now. Although he could lift it, wielding a two-handed sword requires a bit of technique. He tried to swing it a few times and found it hard to maintain balance. Zhang Xian continued to try the ordinary one-handed sword. Long swords, huge axes, ultimately, the focus fell on a long spear. After trying it out, the weight was a bit lighter than a two-handed sword, but Zhang Xian quite liked it. This kind of weapon could stab, sweep, and chop, making it versatile in attack methods, while also having a large attack range. Looking at the long spear's attributes, the physical attack could increase by 2,000 points, which wasn't bad either. This one.
The leader of the Sato clan showed a look of surprise as he watched Zhang Xian try out various weapons. These arms were made based on dwarf physiques, although they were slightly shorter in length, they were not light in weight. After all, dwarves were basically all born strong. Therefore, these weapons might be heavy for ordinary beast masters, let alone wielding them. However, from Zhang Xian's recent movements, it was clear he handled them with ease. It seemed that the other party's physical strength was indeed not simple. The previously doubtful leader of the Sato clan now felt a bit more anticipation. Zhang Xian lifted the long spear and waved it a few times, it felt comfortable. But a spear wasn't simple, if he really wanted to learn, he'd need a specialized spear technique teacher. For now, he could only swing it like a stick, mainly because Zhang Xian had a special fondness for this kind of weapon style.
Come on, monkey friend, let's have a contest. Seeing Zhang Xian eager to try, Sato Monkey asked with confusion, are you really going to fight me like this, without summoning a beast? Zhang Xian shook his head and said, let's try it first. But if I really can't beat you, I will definitely summon help. The ultimate goal is still to win.
Zhang Xian mainly wanted to test his current physical strength and see how much of a gap there was between him and the dwarf race, which specialized in close combat. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't stubbornly insist, after all, he was a beast master. Sato Monkey thought for a moment and said, in that case, the dwarven warrior should not take advantage of you. Saying this, he took off all his armor, and then replaced the hammer in his hand with a more ordinary pair of iron hammers from the weapon rack. He continued, my set of equipment was crafted by our dwarven master blacksmith, both the armor and weapons are very powerful, and wearing them increases my combat power by more than 3 times. Moreover, I will not use the dwarven innate combat skills. However, our dwarven innate strength is still not to be underestimated, so my friend, you should be careful. Zhang Xian said seriously, understood, bring it on. He certainly wasn't being arrogant, after all, the opponent's combat skills would definitely be far superior to his own. Seeing he was ready, Sato Monkey shouted loudly and charged over with his dual hammers. Although he was short and stout, his speed was not slow at all, and with his strong physique, he brought a great sense of pressure, like a rolling iron ball. Zhang Xian wanted to test his strength, so he swung the long spear in a semicircle, also shouting loudly, striking down heavily like chopping wood. Swish! The powerful force created a heavy wind. At that moment, the spear seemed like a giant axe carrying thousands of pounds of power, as if it wanted to split mountains. The eyes of the Sato clan leader and Sato Lode revealed astonishment. They, too, were well-known dwarven warriors and could naturally see the immense power contained in this stroke. And this human boy had clearly used only his physical strength, without any other skills or runes enhancing it. It turned out that he had truly underestimated his opponent. Sato Monkey felt the fierce wind howling above him, and the heavy pressure made his hair stand on end. His extensive combat experience allowed him to judge the force of this spear. Moreover, the large range of the spear made it impossible for him to charge forward this time. Sato Monkey had no choice but to stop abruptly. Before he could fully steady himself, he raised his dual hammers to block above his head. Clang! Sparks flew, and a deafening sound erupted at the point of impact.
An unexpected situation arose for Sato Monkey.
His hammer strike was actually an upward motion, ready to use brute force to push away Zhang Xian's advancing spear. Then, taking advantage of his opponent's unstable grip, he rushed in to attack. As long as he closed in, with his dual hammer's attack frequency, the spear would be useless, and he could quickly end the fight. He was extremely familiar with this battle mode, having used it against warriors of his own race who preferred long weapons, and he had never been at a disadvantage. Of course, this was all built on his incredible strength and explosive power. However, what he did not expect was that this upward strike actually did not work. His opponent's strength was formidable, coupled with a powerful downward momentum, making him bend his knee, almost buckling under pressure. Sato Monkey's muscles bulged, his teeth clenched as he held on with all his might, while on the other side, Zhang Xian was giving it his all, maintaining his pressure. Tribe leader Sato Mong and Elder Lode exchanged glances. This human youth surprisingly did not fall behind in their first clash of strength. Though the one putting pressure had an advantage, Mengqi was one of the few outstanding warriors of their young generation, and his power was not simple. This human youth could not possibly also possess innate divine strength.
The answer could only be one: his beast companion was exceptionally strong. Only in this way could it grant the beast master such powerful physicality. But what kind of extraordinary beast would need to possess such strength? Since they were not beast masters themselves, the two could not make an immediate judgment. At the very least, a typical level 5 beast master absolutely could not achieve this. This place was the training ground of the Satam tribe. After the two began their duel, several young Satam warriors arrived and, upon seeing the tribe leader and others present, curiously approached. "Ha! Isn't that Mingqi? Who is he competing against?" A few of them gathered around, surprised to discover that Mingqi's opponent was a human. Chapter 69, Suppression. Moreover, this human was actually suppressing Mingqi so that he could not move. What is happening? Why is Mingqi competing against a human? Is Mingqi really being pressed down and unable to move? No way, there are no warriors in the tribe stronger than him. Could it be that Mingqi is, what's the human term for this? Oh right, holding back, Mingqi is holding back. The young dwarves exchanged words, their minds clear-cut, without much thought, and they didn't even consider the possibility that Mingqi might actually be weaker than this human. Instead, their chatter made the already gritting teeth Satamonkey's face turn even redder and purple. "Mingqi, don't hold back anymore, let the human guest see your real strength." One dwarf, who had a good relationship with Mingqi, shouted. Ah! Satamonkey couldn't take it anymore, he felt immense frustration. If it weren't for his own arrogance in trying to showcase his muscles by breaking Zhang Xian's spear with his hammer, this situation wouldn't have occurred. In the beginning, dodging the spear's strikes and counterattacking would have been better, right? But it was too late to think about that now. He could only feel the words of his kin stabbing into his heart, and with a roar, he unleashed all his strength. Thud! Finally, he managed to create a little space by pushing the spear aside, and Mingqi quickly retreated to the side, swinging his arms to relax while constantly repositioning, looking for the right opportunity to strike. He hadn't rushed in directly earlier because he had endured the heavy pressure of the spear for too long, making his arms a bit sore. Now, he needed some time to adjust back to his optimal state. At this moment, there was no longer any disdain in Mingqi's eyes, his expression was extremely serious. Though he had been overconfident before, Zhang Xian's strength was solid, and he dared to say that among the Satam tribe. Except for those well-known warriors, few can suppress their own. The dwarves, apart from being skilled in forging weapons, also have their own methods to train the body and enhance physical strength, similar to human beast tamers, classifying into 9 levels based on body strength and combat skills. His rank is a 4-level dwarf warrior, equipped with excellent gear, he can easily crush a regular level 100 monster. Now although he has taken off his equipment, his base as a 4-level warrior remains, and even if it's due to overconfidence, it is enough to show that the opponent's strength is almost equal to his own. With the clan leader, elders, and many peers watching, if he loses, it would be a huge embarrassment. Mingqi was fully alert, searching for an opportunity, while Zhang Xian's expression grew excited. This kind of wrestling and fighting was the way to ignite his blood. Though he had not practiced specifically, he understood the advantages and disadvantages of long weapons. As long as he controlled the distance within a certain range, it would be hard for the opponent to break through the spear's blockade. Hua! Satamonkey moved, pushing off the ground and charging again. Zhang Xian immediately thrust his spear forward, but this time Mingqi did not charge straight on. In a split second, he twisted his body to avoid the spear tip, then continued to press forward. Once a long spear makes a thrusting motion, it cannot be reversed for a time. This kind of combat strategy is effortless for the skilled Mingqi. Just when he thought this move would work, from the corner of his eye, he caught a sharp shadow swing back at him quickly. It turned out that Zhang Xian's previous thrust was only a test. Seeing Mingqi twist away, he directly changed tactics with all his might and swung the spear horizontally. This sweeping blow was aimed directly at Mingqi's head. Mingqi shuddered, "Good heavens, are you really a beast tamer?" This attack was once again seen through, plunging him back into the predicament of having to turn and block. Mingqi had no choice but to raise both arms, placing the iron hammer sideways by his face. Having experienced Zhang Xian's strength, he dared not block with just one side. However, this time. Clang! Another loud sound echoed, and Mingqi couldn't steady himself, stumbling to the side. What? Even Chief Satam did not expect this. It turned out that Zhang Xian's earlier heavy strike had not used all his strength but had held back. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. From the first clash with Satamonkey, he had sensed that the opponent's strength was extraordinary, but it was still somewhat weaker than his own. Thanks to Huang and a Bing, otherwise even if he gained unprecedented rewards when he advanced to level 2, with a feedback ratio of 10%, without these two nearly level 100 beast pets, he could not possess such a strong body. Even among dwarves, known for their strength, they had to fall into a disadvantage against him. So just now, when Mingqi forced Zhang Xian back, it was actually on purpose. If he continued to suppress, it would also consume his strength. It was better to let Mingqi form a misjudgment against him. After all, in terms of combat skill, he was still far inferior to the opponent.
And with this sweeping strike, he exerted all his strength, directly causing the unsteady Mingqi to stumble.
Seize the opportunity.
Zhang Xian knew he couldn't trade moves with the opponent, or he would lose sooner or later, so taking advantage while Mingqi hadn't regained his balance, he thrust his spear wildly. Swish, swish, swish. Although he had no particular spear techniques, relying on his physicality, these thrusts were fast enough to create afterimages in the air. Faced with this kind of assault, Mingqi could only passively dodge, and for a moment, it was perilous, looking quite messy. At this moment, several young dwarves watching nearby were already stunned. They finally realized that Mingqi was not holding back, but that this human truly had some skills. Zhang Xian, taking advantage of his position, relentlessly attacked with his spear, and the power of his beast companions provided an all-around boost. Although many of the stats had hidden attributes that would not show on the panel, it essentially gave him a 10% increase in all physical performance. Strength, constitution, speed, reaction, endurance. Just 1/10 of the Black King was already incredibly strong, not to mention Ah Bing, De Huang, Xiaoshu, and Ing Sha, all of whom were not simple either. So, relying solely on physical fitness, once he gained the upper hand, they could keep Mingqi from raising his head. Mingqi was agile, but at this moment, he found it hard to breathe amidst the relentless thrusts. Several times he barely dodged with rolling maneuvers, escaping by the skin of his teeth. Zhang Xian's pursuit was clever. He maintained the pressure while keeping the distance within a safe range for his spear, making it impossible for Mingqi to escape or find an opportunity to counterattack. Nobody expected this scene. A young human was actually dominating their outstanding young warrior, Mingqi. Only the Sutta tribe leader and Elder Rod noticed the truth. This human guest was clearly at an advantage physically. Incredible, truly incredible. The Sutta tribe leader murmured, a thought flashing like lightning in his mind. He exchanged a glance with Elder Rod, realizing they were on the same wavelength. If this representative of their Sutta tribe became a collector, it would be an incredibly fortunate opportunity. It's important to know that in previous collections, it was hard to find someone who could match Mingqi's strength. Although Mingqi had removed his equipment, this human guest hadn't truly used the full power of a beast master either, had he? The physical strength had always been a greater advantage for dwarves compared to humans, and now, being suppressed by the other side, did it mean that if both sides brought out their strongest methods, Mingqi would have a better chance of winning? The answer was obvious. At this moment, some changes occurred on the field. Sutta Mingqi roared once more, and this time there seemed to be true fire in his voice. He had never been in such a frustrating fight, especially against a human. An uncontrollable sense of humiliation surged from his body to his head. Mingqi stepped back a few paces, suddenly mumbling in the dwarf language. His arms suddenly swelled, and the already strong muscles became even more fierce and tangled. Kill! It was as if he had received some sort of buff. This time his speed in charging surged significantly. The hammer in his hand seemed ready to smash a mountain, pushing through the air with terrifying pressure, aimed at Zhang Xian. The two hammers swung towards each other's chest and head, sealing off any chance of retreat. This sudden increase in speed took Zhang Xian by surprise. He could only step back and raise his spear. At the moment of collision, a massive force, far greater than before, crashed into him, making Zhang Xian's hands shake, almost causing the spear to slip from his grip. This time, it was he who lost his balance, and soon, there would be a storm-like counterattack from Mingqi. However, suddenly a figure rushed in, and then Mingqi flew out. Elder Rod kicked him, sending him flying, scolding, "We agreed not to use skills. If you can't win, it's not fair to change the rules, Mingqi. Is this the way of our dwarf tribe?" Mingqi got up from the ground. Although the kick was heavy, his tough skin and flesh meant he was unharmed. At that moment, he came to his senses, his face showing shame and regret. He scratched his head and walked up to Zhang Xian, bowing deeply. "I'm really sorry, human friend." Mingqi was just momentarily not thinking clearly. "I hope to be forgiven for breaking the agreement." Zhang Xian knew that the other party did not do it on purpose, waved his hand, and said, "There's no need for that. Your hammering was great. We had a lot of fun. In the future, if there's a chance, I hope to spar with you a few more times." Mingqi exhaled, feeling regretful for getting carried away. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, he nodded and said, "No problem. From now on, you'll be my first human friend." Elder Luo came over, patted his shoulder, and then motioned for Zhang Xian to follow him. In the municipal hall, clan leader Sato found a tiny hammer in the office. "This is the token that represents our Sato tribe. With it, you are the collector for this mission." "Thank you, clan leader." Zhang Xian took it, finally able to focus on the task at hand. Clan leader Sato said, "I've already sent someone to contact the Red Rock tribe. Once they know the news, they will surely agree to open the holy mountain. It will take at most 2 days." Zhang Xian nodded and asked, "By the way, clan leader, since I represent Sato for this, is there anything special you need? Also, if I collect the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal, what's the distribution ratio?" Clan leader Sato pondered for a moment and said, "When we Sato forge high-level weapons, we like to use magma gold. This metal has both hardness and toughness, and it's very strong in carrying natural energy. It's perfect for primitive forging.
Magma gold is found in many places on the Crimson Flame Isles, but the purest is extremely rare.
Only in the Holy Mountain can you find flawless top-grade magma gold.
If you have the chance, you can collect some. There are also many ores in the Holy Mountain that can be collected easily.
As for the distribution ratio, it's a 50-50 split. As for the Crimson Flame Sacred Crystal, as a friend of the Sato tribe, you can take as much as you need.
We won't participate in the distribution. But everything is based on ensuring your own safety. We don't want to see our friends get hurt. Zhang Xian nodded in understanding, firmly remembering the term magma gold. Since they had mentioned it, he would try his best to collect as much as possible for them. After all, this was a valuable opportunity to enter the Holy Mountain of the Red Dwarfs. Afterward, clan leader Sato asked Zhang Xian to wait patiently. They would contact the Red Rock tribe and arrange the time to officially open the Holy Mountain. Zhang Xian had some free time, so he wandered around Fire Island and then went to find Sato Mengqi, hoping he could teach him some combat skills. The advantage in that fight was mainly because of his physical strength and a bit of luck. If it came to close combat, any random member of the Sato tribe would be stronger than him. Sato Mengqi readily agreed.
The dwarf race respected the strong, and knowing that Zhang Xian represented their tribe to enter the Holy Mountain, he taught him with great dedication. Since Zhang Xian didn't plan to use a hammer as his weapon, Mengqi focused on teaching him unarmed combat techniques.
Zhang Xian had excellent aptitude.
After half a day of training, he began to get into the rhythm.
He trained until he was completely exhausted when suddenly, a prompt appeared on his interface. Ding!
Dwarf tribe Sato Mengqi has taught you skills. You have learned combat techniques and unlocked the personal skill feature.
Close combat beginner, 1 out of 100.
Description: you have gained a basic understanding of combat techniques and the body's force application patterns.
Zhang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. This could actually be recorded by the world's will? That was a huge gain.
Although this was just a basic beginner skill, it unlocked his personal skill panel, and from now on, he could learn more methods, slowly reducing his dependence on beast taming techniques. He remembered that he had once taught himself some martial arts, but why didn't it trigger this feature? Could it be because of the teacher? It must be taught by someone who has mastered the relevant skills. Only through serious learning can one be recognized by the system.
It seems very likely this is the reason.
Thinking of this, Zhang Xian felt a surge of energy and, after resting for a while, began to practice alone. However, the progress on the panel seemed to be increasing quite slowly. Zhang Xian thought of a possibility, and so early the next day, he went to find Sato Mengqi to ask for additional practice. Sure enough, a wonderful thing happened. As long as Sato Mengqi taught him skills, the progress of his abilities steadily improved. Zhang Xian understood that his guess was confirmed. Asking someone with the relevant skills for guidance has a chance to activate those skills, and listening to their teachings would speed up the skill progress even more before reaching a certain level. Sato Mengqi taught very attentively, and Zhang Xian's every question was met with a response. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, Zhang Xian continuously absorbed the teachings, and soon pushed the progress of his entry-level close combat skill close to its peak. However, after another day, Elder Rod came to him. The Red Rock tribe has agreed, we can set off now. Zhang Xian couldn't wait any longer and followed him to the northwest edge of Skyfire Island, where a giant bird was waiting. This was a quite large bird, with wings spread out to 6 or 7 meters long. Curiously, this bird was equipped with some kind of metal power device, rumbling and operating, with gears turning and steam billowing, showcasing a retro-mechanical style. Sato Rod explained, our dwarven clan lacks beast mastery. This bird is just a common large bird that has been tamed, but with the machinery we created, it can have the ability for man-flight. He extended his hand, indicating Zhang Xian to try it out. There were fixed seats on the back of the giant bird, and as Zhang Xian approached, a set of stairs unexpectedly extended down. He stepped on it in surprise, sitting in the bird's back seat, feeling exceptionally stable. It wasn't a magical beast, yet it could obtain flying capabilities through machine devices. The dwarven technology was truly marvelous. Different races have different development systems, but it seems that at a certain point, they can all find common ground. This was only a scattered branch of the dwarves. If it were the legendary dwarven kingdom, one could only imagine what it would be like. Zhang Xian had only seen it on television. The capital of the dwarven kingdom looked like a massive mechanical entity, sci-fi and orderly, convenient and efficient, with mechanical giants that could shake the earth. And then there was the elven kingdom, filled with rich natural energy, where magical industries gave rise to wonders, electric magnetic heavy artillery that could sink continents. If given the chance, he must see these wonders for himself. Rod also got on board, then pulled a control lever. The machine roared, and a faint red gas burst forth, bringing immense power. The giant bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. With the help of the machinery, even with 2 people, the giant bird's speed was even faster. Leaping over one island after another, the wind in the high sky was fierce, but for Elder Rod and Zhang Xian, it posed no problem.
The flame island continually releases flames from underground. Flying up high was actually hotter than on the ground, and from below, the bird looked like it was crossing a sea of fire. Many islands, due to the lack of dwarven residents, had become habitats for various powerful magical beasts. They roared at the flying bird, even spitting out magical attacks. Fortunately, they were flying at a great height, so all attacks fell short. The archipelago was extensive. After nearly half a day of flying, a particularly fiery red island appeared in their sight. "We've arrived, that is the sacred mountain of our red dwarfs." Rod placed his hand on his chest and saluted towards the front. Zhang Shen looked over with curiosity. He saw a towering volcano standing tall on a large island surrounded by many smaller islands. It was a living, erupting volcano, with thick smoke and fierce flames filling the air, the terrifying heat driving all creatures away. "So the so-called Holy Mountain is a live volcano?" Elder Rod explained. In legend, the dwarf god Gondal stole heavenly fire and spread it across the world. Heavenly fire scattered, and one fell upon this group of islands, thus creating the phenomenon of perpetual flames. This volcano is where the heavenly fire burns. Since we red dwarfs migrated to the islands, it has erupted continuously for hundreds of years, and thus we see it as our holy mountain. Zhang Xian nodded. On this land, there are many myths and legends, many of which are not just wild tales, because the gods do indeed exist and have strong connections among the various races. Whether this flaming archipelago came from the arrival of heavenly fire is hard to say, but it certainly has complex origins, otherwise, it would not create such an eternal sight of flames. The red dwarfs have been on the island for hundreds of years, but what about before? It's highly likely it has burned for more than 1,000 years. At the very least, the pervasive fire element energy in the air is so thick that in Zhang Xian's perception, it rivals only the dragon flames of Black King. This is only the outside. If within the volcano, how abundant and intense the energy must be. In such an environment, the volcano must surely give birth to many amazing treasures. At the same time, among the intelligent races of this continent, there is a consensus that the more treasures there are, the more dangers accompany them. The giant bird slowly descended as the thrust from the booster waned. Before the holy mountain, 3 figures had arrived first. 2 of them appeared as red dwarfs, but they were embedded with some mechanical devices. Even their eyes had one side as a mechanical eye, shooting out red light. Upon seeing Rod and Zhang Xian arrive, the red light scanned the area. Rod coldly snorted and said, "Hong Yen Deba, do not use your blasphemous electronic eye to scan me and the friends from the Sato tribe." The red dwarf sneered and said, "What a bunch of old-fashioned fools, clinging to those outdated rules. Sato Rod, you should embrace the new era." Rod dismissed, "The forging techniques should never be used to alter the bodies given to us by the gods. External things are merely external. Letting devices enter your body will only invite nature's energy to reject you." Hong Yen Deba shook his head and did not speak further. He looked at Zhang Xian and said, "But at least this time, you Sato are not hiding like turtles. Is this the gatherer you sought? He seems excessively young." Rod shrugged and said, "Young, but clever and strong. You red dwarfs will soon realize this." "Is that so?" Hong Yen Deba did not comment. "Our friend here is the truly outstanding beast master of humanity." Saying this, a tall, thin man in a black robe stepped out from behind him. He removed the hood from his head, revealing a pale face, with long, narrow eyes gazing at Zhang Xian. "Is your friend from the Summer Kingdom?" "My name is Jin Yunyuan, a 5th-tier beast master." "Please guide me, Simaida." Zhang Xian heard the accent and had a strange expression. It turned out to be a beast master from the Silla Kingdom. The Silla Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom have significant conflicts. Although not as severe as the Yingzhou Kingdom, which had experienced multiple large-scale wars with Summer Kingdom beast masters, and even rumors of ambushes in the Abyss battlefield against Summer Kingdom beast masters. The beast masters of the Silla Kingdom are much weaker overall, so they often try to win favor with other countries, like the Yingzhou Kingdom, Bright Kingdom to the west, Frost Kingdom, etc., absurdly referred to as 3 clan servants. As for the Summer Kingdom, even though the Summer Kingdom had sent many beast masters to assist them in resisting the Abyss riots, they expressed gratitude on the surface while secretly creating obstacles and plotting against them. Therefore, in recent years, there have been many friction incidents between the beast masters of the 2 countries. No matter who the other side is, since they represent 2 opposing tribes of the Red Dwarfs, it is natural that they cannot be friends. Zhang Shen nodded lightly and reported his name. Elder Rod said, "All right, let's not waste time. Let's open the Holy Mountain together." Years ago, after establishing the rules between the 2 tribes, special formation mages were arranged to set a barrier at the entrance of the Holy Mountain, which required the representatives of both tribes to release their blood to open. Satarad and Hong Yen Deba stepped forward together, reciting a difficult incantation. A transparent barrier appeared, and the 2 cut their fingers before pressing them on it. The barrier opened, revealing what seemed to be a spatial teleportation channel. Satarad patted Zhang Xian's shoulder and said, "Act according to your ability, safety first." Zhang Xian nodded, said nothing more, and stepped directly into the channel. On the other side, the 2 from the Hong Yen tribe spoke to the new beast master from the new Luo Kingdom, saying, "Mr. Jin, this is a rare opportunity. We count on you this time." Jin Yunyuan glanced at Zhang Xian's back with disdain and said lightly, "Don't worry, he's just a rookie from the Summer Kingdom. I will let him know the prowess of the new Luo Beast Master world." He came from New Luo's nobility, and his strength among the 5-tier Beast Masters was quite exceptional. New Luo and the Hongyan tribe have been in a long-term cooperative relationship. This time, it was agreed that Jin Yunyuan would only need to give Hongyan 20% of the resources he obtained from the Holy Mountain. The only condition was that Satorod side must get nothing, which meant eliminating the collectors from the Sator tribe. For Jin Yunyuan, this was certainly a handy task. Even if the Hongyan tribe hadn't made this request, he wouldn't let go of the Beast Master from the Summer Kingdom when he met him. Previously, in the wilderness area at the border of the two countries, he had already killed more than one Beast Master from the Summer Kingdom. This was a kind of glory certification among their new Luo Beast Masters. Moreover, he had long wished to explore the sacred mountain of the Red Dwarfs, as there were also tales of heavenly fire in their new Luo territory. The strongest of New Luo, a lord of the 9-tier Beast Masters, was rumored to have obtained a spark of heavenly fire in a secret realm, nurturing a powerful beast that reached the boundary of level 300. If he, Jin Yunyuan, could find the spark of heavenly fire in this so-called sacred mountain, he might be the next 9-tier Beast Master. At that time, the esteemed queen would surely regard him with great importance and give him whatever he desired. Thinking of this, Jin Yunyuan walked into the channel with anticipation and excitement. Seeing that both had entered, Satorod and Hongyan Deba exchanged glances, their eyes cold, and said nothing more, moving to the side to wait. The time for the Holy Mountain to open is 1 day and 1 night, they could only wait outside for good news. Zhang Xian appeared on the southwestern side of the Holy Mountain. He looked up at the towering volcano before him, where many caves were at the foot of the mountain. According to Elder Rod, one could enter the volcano's interior through the caves, which contained a vast space rich in various resources. He casually chose a cave entrance and ventured inside. The cave was spacious and not dark, it still resembled other places in the Red Flame Islands, with the ground covered in holes scorched by fire, flames sprouting from below, burning brightly and illuminating everything. However, because he had entered the volcano's range, the air was becoming increasingly hot, at least nearing 60 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, this level of environmental pressure was nothing for Zhang Xian. He summoned the Black King. Sure enough, upon sensing the surrounding environment, the Black King displayed an extremely joyful emotion. It seemed that this environment was very much to his liking. "Shadow Killer, a Bing, big yellow, little tree, come out and move around." Zhang Xian simply summoned all his beast pets. The Black King and a Bing, both capable of flying, couldn't wait to lead the way forward. The poison mother tree seemed a bit unaccustomed to the flames here, not rooting itself but bouncing forward like a small seedling. Big Yellow howled, signaling Zhang Xian to get on his back. Shadow Killer, as before, rode on Juing, guarding Zhang Xian's side. Interestingly, Zhang Xian also held a long spear in his hand, which he had taken from the Sato tribe as a training weapon. Since the day he had sparred with Sato Mengqi using this weapon, he had grown to love the spear and decided to use it as his weapon in the future. It is rare for a beast master to use cold weapons. Some beast masters, in order to strengthen their own power, choose to purchase powerful yet easy-to-use hot weapons. For example, high-energy laser guns made using fairy magic industrial technology. Those like him, wanting to charge into battle, were indeed very rare. Zhang Xian's intention was also due to the strong attribute feedback he received. Although hot weapons have a high lower limit, they cannot fully unleash one's attribute strength. Just thinking about how his physical strength would soon crush monsters over level 100, if he wielded an ultra-heavy weapon weighing thousands or tens of thousands of pounds one day. With a smash, combined with attributes, runes, and natural energy, wouldn't it be earth-shattering? Big Yellow's height was perfectly suited for Zhang Xian to ride on his back with this long weapon, making him feel like a wolf cavalryman. Charge! A man and a few beasts charged forward. The tunnel was quite long, and after a few minutes, they finally emerged. Before them, the view suddenly opened up. After leaving the cave, the interior was an extremely vast space, filled with seas of flames, thick smoke billowing, and the visibility ahead limited to just a dozen meters. The air had grown even hotter, as if being scorched all the time. "Wow, this place really isn't for ordinary people," Zhang Xian exclaimed. No wonder the Red Dwarf tribe required Tier 5 Beast Masters for outside help. If a regular Tier 3 or Tier 4 Beast Master came here, they truly wouldn't be able to stay. He picked a direction facing the center of the volcano and moved forward. In this environment, with such high temperatures, one could see no green vegetation, but both the Sato tribe's chief and Elder Rod had reminded him that in such a natural and pure fire attribute energy environment, some special creatures with strong power would be born. Chapter 73, Flamestone Giant. So not only was there pressure from the high temperatures, but these unknown monsters would also pose a tremendous threat. The source of the thick smoke was unknown. Nonetheless, the farther they walked forward, the higher the temperature climbed, and Zhang Xian had already started sweating. As he passed through layer upon layer of smoke, he suddenly saw something shining in his line of sight. As Zhang Xian approached, he noticed pieces of metal radiating firelight emerging from the ground, just exposed to the air. Soon, the system prompt appeared. Red iron material.
Description: ore that has formed into a new mineral after being refined by large amounts of fire attribute energy. Extremely resistant to high temperatures, it is a very high-quality smelting material. Previously, Zhang Xian had learned some common forging materials used by the red dwarfs from Elder Rod. Red iron was a class of high-quality materials that could be used as the main component for fine equipment, and there were red iron ore veins on Flame Island, but they were not plentiful. However, in this area, everywhere he looked was filled with it. Since that's the case, let's get to work. Zhang Xian took out a steel hammer he had prepared in advance from his backpack and struck the ground with it. The system determined he was collecting, so there was no need to dig each one painstakingly. In one go, dozens of units of red iron ore streamed into his backpack. Zhang Xian continued to swing his pick, moving along the path where red iron was distributed, with the sound of resource collection notifications ringing in his ears, making him even more excited.
Collecting resources itself is a kind of joy, even more enjoyable than cracking pet eggs and opening treasure chests.
This volcano truly deserves to be called the Holy Mountain of the Red Dwarfs. The resources are just too abundant. He had barely entered the volcano's interior when a high-quality ore vein appeared on the ground. Zhang Xian gathered all the way, his hands swinging the pick non-stop, just like a skilled miner. In just a few minutes, his backpack was filled with 3,000 units of red iron ore. Finally, he finished mining this vein of iron, but the vein extended further. If he kept digging, he could eventually get tens of thousands of units. However, considering the limited space in his backpack, Zhang Xian had to stop for now. The backpack space of a beast tamer increases with rank, and a second-tier beast tamer's backpack isn't very large. Unless he obtained some kind of spatial treasure or storage items made by the elf race that came with space magic, but both are extremely rare and precious items. Zhang Xian continued forward. Red iron should just be the more common resource in this volcano. The deeper he went, the greater the chance of encountering rare resources. However, he soon stopped, as two paths lay ahead. One was a spiraling path upwards, while the other led downwards, seemingly to a lowland.
Zhang Xian thought for a moment and chose to go down.
The source of fire was underground, which formed this holy mountain and created the phenomenon of flames rising from the surface. Thus, the closer he got to the source of fire, the greater the chance of finding high-energy fire-related treasures. He hadn't forgotten that the purpose of this journey was to find the rare burning sacred crystal on the island of fiery flames. As he walked down the slope, the flames changed color, no longer the usual orange-red but a deeper, blood-red hue. The surrounding rock walls emitted a brilliant shine, a result of being scorched by high temperatures over a long time, forming a crystalline state. Though it wasn't any valuable resource, its appearance was quite beautiful, giving a feeling of being in a palace made of fire crystals. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Xian suddenly stopped, and his beasts, including the Black King, also came to a halt, their eyes alertly gazing in a certain direction. Over there, it seemed something was approaching. The ground trembled slightly with the increasingly loud thudding sounds, clearly indicating that the newcomer was not small in size. A shadow emerged in the glow of the fire, and soon, a tall figure stepped out from the sea of flames, looking down at the outsider it hadn't seen in a long time from a distance. Its body was constructed like the surrounding rock walls, made of crystal-like stones, massive, and on its equally rocky head, a pair of emotionless pupils burned with flames, coldly gazing at Zhang Xian.
Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Interesting, is this the monster of the volcano?
He looked at the system prompt beside him.
Elite Firestone Giant LV.100.
Description: an existence evolved from a stone giant, possessing extremely strong physical defense attributes and fire magic attacks that differ from ordinary stone giants. Skills: rolling stones, flame-throwing stones, burning fire body, immovable as a mountain. Attributes: health 150,000. Physical attack, 7,000, magic attack, 8,500. Physical defense, 8,000, magic defense, 6,500. Goodness, an elite level 100 level monster right off the bat? Zhang Xian felt a surge of excitement. This place had strong monsters and abundant resources, undoubtedly a high-level secret realm.
Stone giants awaken their intelligence after being born from stone.
A race born from the earth, after countless years of scorching fire here, has undergone a transformation, becoming much more powerful than ordinary stone giants. The flame stone giant stood coldly for a moment, suddenly lifting a hard boulder in its hands, flames still clinging to it, then it threw it with one hand toward Zhang Xian.
Fiery stone throw.
The force of this throw was astonishing. The Black King roared, who would dare play with fire in front of it? Is that not to look down on it? It directly stood in front of Zhang Xian, not dodging or avoiding, allowing the flaming boulder to smash into it, producing a dull sound as the boulder shattered, flames leaping up and igniting its body.
Zhang Xian was not worried at all. He only saw the Black King twist its body contentedly, as if it were not being burned but soaking in a hot spring.
Then it opened its mouth and directly sucked in the flames on its body, showing a hint of reluctance on its face. The flamestone giant seemed to not understand this scene, standing dazed for a moment, and the Black King was not polite, immediately firing back a dragon flame to the other side.
Boom!
Compared to the surrounding sea of fire, the terrifyingly high temperature exploded in the air, blood-red flames crashing into the giant, which stood firm, seemingly indifferent in its chaotic pupils.
Born in flames, how could it fear flames? However, the next second, it realized it was wrong.
This flame, compared to the one that tempered it daily, had energy countless times greater. The hard and massive body of the flame stone giant instantly began to dissolve into liquid, stone water flowing down from its body. It could not feel pain, but it felt the fear of its essence about to be completely evaporated. The flame stone giant did not fight back, because it instinctively felt intense fear in front of this level of divine flame, and then it even turned to flee. Thud, thud, thud. But just after taking 2 steps, the flame stone giant suddenly stiffened, crashing to the ground. After it fell, a puddle of stone water splashed out, and the body that originally seemed indestructible shattered into a pile of debris, as if losing its essence could no longer gather the stones together. A crystal-clear object wrapped in flames floated up.
Elite monsters indeed dropped items.
Zhang Xian reached out to grab it. It felt warm and smooth in his hand, looking unique, with a glossy sheen and sharpness.
Looking at the specific information. Jade and stone, fire, material.
Description: the essence of the flame stone giant, containing pure fire attribute energy, neither metal, stone, nor jade, possesses a strong compatibility, can merge into various substances, and adds essence to them. Zhang Xian's expression showed surprise. This was the first time he saw a material with such a description, clearly a rare high-level material. Not only could it be used to forge weapons and armor, but its ability to merge into various substances indicated it could also be used to synthesize items. As for the concept of essence, he was truly encountering it for the first time and did not know exactly what it referred to. Putting away the jade and stone, Zhang Xian continued forward, but after walking just a few steps, he suddenly heard a thudding sound once again from the vast sea of flames. This time, the sounds were dense and coming from all directions.
Amidst the flames and smoke, huge shadows pressed forward.
Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed one had fallen, attracting a group. Soon, one after another, flame stone giants appeared, arrayed before him in layers. Behind them, due to smoke and flames, he could not see clearly, but their numbers were unquestionably astonishing. They had an overwhelming presence, their emotionless eyes looking down at Zhang Xian and his few beast pets. De Huang growled a few times, clawing at the ground, clearly sensing the pressure. In such a situation, any level 5 beast tamer would surely turn and run. But Zhang Xian smiled instead.
Okay, a family must unite, right?
Everyone come to get revenge for our clan, so I don't have to go find them one by one. Since this guy can produce high-quality materials, there's no reason to let him go, no matter what I say.
Everyone, split up.
Zhang Xian shouted, the black dragon roared, the ice phoenix cried, the mother tree rapidly grew larger, shooting out incredibly thick lines. The eyes under the mask of shadow kill shot out a chilling light, the spear tip already aimed at a target. The wild hunt scout crouched low, already having developed a high level of tacit understanding with the owner. With one movement from Zhang Xian, it knew what to do. 5 beast companions, 5 directions, the battle was about to break out. The black dragon's light golden eyes locked onto the giant, fierce flames pouring out. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, the ultimate cold breath seemed to freeze the very air. The poisonous mother tree secretively released countless invisible deadly spores, its thick vines whipped out like a big net, covering 5 or 6 fiery stone giants. Shadow Kill rode on the dark shadow beneath, dashing into the formation like black lightning, sweeping with the spear mercilessly. Zhang Xian clenched his legs tightly, De Huang shot out, he too brandished his spear, no longer a mere tamer needing to hide behind, he could kill himself. But unfortunately, he hadn't yet learned the method to use a weapon, so he could only rely on the close combat skills activated from earlier lessons with Sechuo Menki. This skill, though a bare-handed fighting type, greatly improved his control over his body once activated. Especially in terms of strength, it had been significantly improved. The fiery stone giant had thick health, both physical and magical damage were quite strong, but it had one weakness, it was slow. The wild hunt scout maintained 3 times the speed, making Zhang Xian's figure like a phantom. The faster the speed, the greater the momentum. He held the spear, aiming for the chest of the fiery stone giant, charging forward and fiercely stabbing. Swish! The fiery stone giant only caught a glimpse of a shadow. Before it could launch an attack, a sharp object heavily struck its chest. A sound came that made one cringe. Although this blow did not completely pierce through the sturdy body of the stone giant, Zhang Xian's powerful attributes, combined with the momentum, still shattered a massive amount of stone. Rubble flew, an astonishing damage number over 20,000 erupted. The fiery stone giant had no sense of pain, but under this fierce thrust, its body staggered back, nearly falling. Feeling its diminishing health, it roared angrily, pounding its fists hard onto the ground. Boom! The entire land shook under such immense force, debris and dust flying high into the air. However, De Huang reacted quickly. It leaped up before the stone fist landed, avoiding the tremor, otherwise, its fast-moving figure would definitely be affected. The fiery stone giant wasn't simple either. After its stone fist hit down, when it saw De Huang leap, it directly picked up a fiery burning boulder and threw it over.
Like the same skill that the Black King used to kill that fiery stone giant, it was mimicked perfectly. Zhang Xian's pupils contracted, but De Huang had already landed on all fours, triggering Wild Charge. 5 times the furious speed increased its explosive power sharply. In a flash it disappeared from its original spot. And the boulder exploded right where it had been just moments before. If it had been hit, it clearly would have sustained serious injuries. The Wild Charge skill has a duration. During this time, Zhang Xian must kill the opponent. And just after that stab, a thick bloodlight suddenly appeared around Zhang Xian. He was completely enveloped, as if surrounded by a layer of blood-colored shield. Endless blood. Yes, this is the rune obtained from the Duke of Fukura's castle, which absorbs 100% of the damage dealt his health. If your health is full, it turns into a shield. That last strike gave Zhang Xian over 20,000 shield points. With a roar, Zhang Xian shouted loudly, his courage swelling in his chest as he charged straight at the flamestone giant, his spear thrusting wildly. Swish! 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 Stopping in front of the flamestone giant, he instantly thrust 3 or 4 times, each causing terrifying damage, while Zhang Xian's blood-colored shield grew thicker. The flamestone giant, seeing this human daring to stand and attack, became enraged, its fists crashing down like falling meteors. Boom! 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 If someone were watching from the side, they would be stunned because Zhang Xian was taking the flamestone giant's damage head-on while continuously stabbing with his weapon. This fighting style was simply too reckless. But with the effect of endless blood, it was completely irrational. With every strike, Zhang Xian could take away a portion of the flamestone giant's health. Chapter 75, Lava River. Although the flamestone giant's attacks were equally terrifying, they merely consumed Zhang Xian's blood shield and did not harm his body at all. Zhang Xian could not help but marvel, the endless blood rune was just too exaggerated. If the opponent's damage was less than the damage he dealt, and their attack frequency was lower than his health value would not only not drop but the blood shield would also become thicker. Just like now. Ah! The flamestone giant roared, each stone fist crashing down with incredible force, sending up clouds of debris and dust, mixed with smoke and flames, creating a scene of chaos. However, it soon realized that no matter how hard it struck, the human in front remained unharmed. Though the flamestone giant possessed intelligence, this situation clearly exceeded its understanding. At the same time, every strike from Zhang Xian's spear was incredibly damaging. With a loud crash, the enemy's health bar was emptied unexpectedly, its rocky body exploding just like that of its previous kin, turning into a pile of lifeless stones. Once again, a jade inside stone, fire, burst out. Zhang Xian collected it, and soon 2 more flamestone giants focused on him. Zhang Xian initially grasped the method of battling on the back of the big yellow by using the spear and was ready to continue honing his skills as he charged forward. Meanwhile, battles in other directions were equally intense. The Black King continued to sweep everything away with the dragon flame technique. These monsters born from the blazing fire, although resistant to flames, could not withstand the true fire of the pure blood dragon, only able to hold on a little longer before collapsing. And a bang, in this environment, had a powerful restraining effect on the flamestone giants. The moment its icy breath arrived, it extinguished the flames on the giants, directly nullifying most of their fire attacks. The terrifying low temperature further imprisoned them in place, and then, with a flash of cold light in the ice-blue eyes of the ice phoenix, several ice sculptures exploded, turning the flamestone giants into a pile of rubble. The poison mother tree excelled at controlling the battlefield. Its thick vines, though unable to inflict extremely high damage on the giants, prevented them from getting close, forcing them to struggle vigorously against the binding vines, but couldn't break free for a long while. However, the mother tree soon discovered that the stone giants were immune to spores, as they couldn't enter a poisoned state. But this was not a difficult problem, as it had a method it hadn't used before, and today would be the day to try it out. Spores grew into saplings, then the poisonous mother tree activated its rapid growth skill, and the saplings quickly developed into small trees, one by one growing legs and rushing towards the flamestone giant. When they got close, they self-destructed. Boom! 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 In an instant, loud explosions echoed in the area. After the smoke cleared, there were shattered remains of giants everywhere. On the other side, Shadow Killer activated, sweeping across thousands, applying armor-breaking effects, then took advantage of the speed of the Shadow Phantom beneath him to engage in a tug-of-war with 3 flamestone giants. His damage couldn't quickly kill the flamestone giants, but with his superb skills and the powerful evasive ability of Shadow Phantom Rush, he could keep maneuvering, accumulating damage to find an opportunity to kill. In this fire pit, it felt like a small battle had erupted, with sounds of thunder and intense explosions everywhere. From time to time, a flamestone giant would fall just like its kin, crashing to the ground, only for new giants to appear and join the fight. After a good 30 minutes, the chaotic noise finally ceased. The ground was littered with debris, and Zhang Xian and his beast companions had killed over 30 flamestone giants. Of course, the most kills were made by the Black King and Ah Bing. On the ground, more than 30, jade and stone, fire, dropped, and Zhang Xian collected them all in his backpack. He was also slightly out of breath. This battle had indeed consumed quite a bit of energy, but fortunately, everyone was unharmed. Moreover, having killed so many elite level 100 bosses, the poisonous Mother Tree, Shadow Killer, and De Huang all gained levels, all surpassing level 95. After regaining his breath, Zhang Xian continued on his journey. As he passed through thick smoke, the slope of the hollow continued downward, and soon, Zhang Xian found his way blocked. Before him was a river of lava, flowing downward, seemingly leading to a wider space below. This situation really makes it hard to get through. This lava bath would be unbearable for him, let alone for Shadow Killer and the others. However, looking at the situation, if he wanted to go deeper, he either had to detour or just go down from here. Taking a detour means other areas are unknown, and visibility here is blocked everywhere, which would likely waste a lot of time. Time for gathering in the holy mountain was limited, so Zhang Xian hoped to find a way down directly. Tweet. At that moment, the Ice Phoenix let out a cry. Zhang Xian turned back. Ah Bing, do you have a way? He suddenly remembered that it was indeed Ah Bing who created a path at the bottom of the lake in the Bone Burial Valley. However, this lava's temperature was terrifying, he didn't know if it would still work. Ah Bing conveyed a confident thought, then released an icy breath. The scorching heat and icy cold clashed, instantly creating dense mist, with hissing sounds echoing. Then he saw the ice actually solidifying, forcing its way through the lava river to create a path. Zhang Xian didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Ah Bing, great job. However, having the ice crystal phoenix solidify a path in such high temperatures wasn't easy. Once the ice path formed, Zhang Xian quickly signaled De Huang to move forward, followed immediately by Shadow Killer and the Mother Tree. The Black King and Ah Bing glided over. After everyone passed through, the ice path suddenly collapsed with a loud bang, sinking into the searing river. Arriving below, Zhang Xian looked around and found the environment even hotter, but contrary to before, it was no longer a scene filled with fire and smoke. Instead, it had become calm. Before him was a winding lava river, radiating scorching light, with floating rocks atop the river, forming patches of areas and paths. Zhang Xian stepped onto the solid rock path. It seemed he had reached a lower dungeon layer, with stone walls above him, and the lava river before him seemed endless. Since that was the case, he should just keep moving forward along the middle path. On both sides, the river of lava occasionally bubbled and churned. Under such terrifying temperatures, it was indeed impossible for any life to survive within it. But for all kinds of fierce and strange beasts, surviving in any environment is not strange at all. Sure enough, during the journey, a fish engulfed in flames suddenly leaped out of the river, its shape ugly and its face grim. However, it was quickly intercepted and killed on the spot by a few beast pets. Chapter 76, Divine Flame Fruit. With Zhang Xian's current team of beast pets, it was hard to say that a 5th level beast master could be his opponent, unless they had extremely high quality beast pets that formed a perfect combination among themselves. Then they might have a fighting chance. If the Black King breaks through to the growth stage, then even a 6th level beast master would probably be pushed around easily. Because the gap caused by the rank of strange beasts only grows larger as the level increases. To put it simply, the increase in health, attack, defense, and other attributes an elite beast pet gains for every level they rise can be exaggerated to hundreds of times compared to a golden ranked pet. Moreover, once an elite beast reaches the growth stage or the complete form, the difference in enhancement becomes even more exaggerated. Not to mention the hidden attributes and differences in skill talents. The top existence among 6th level beast masters usually has their most powerful beast pets not exceeding level 150, with ranks not exceeding the celestial level. A level 100 elite beast pet could easily crush the seemingly insurmountable 50 level gap. Otherwise, how would it be worthy of being called elite? Zhang Xian continued to move forward, crossing small islands broken into pieces by the river of lava. At this moment, a much larger floating island appeared ahead. The surrounding rivers flowed around the floating island, while those small scattered floating islands surrounded it, like stars surrounding the moon. The key point is that on this floating island, there actually thrived clusters of vegetation. This was a huge discovery. Although some creatures that could survive in this volcano's depths had been encountered, it was the first time encountering plants. To survive in such a harsh environment without a true water source is truly remarkable. Zhang Xian rode De Huang onto the floating island. It wasn't actually large, and one could easily see all the scenery on the island at a glance. On this island, the color of the vegetation was not the usual green but a fiery red that blended with the environment. The trees were low, resembling shrubs, and strangely, the ends of the branches bore fruits that were like glossy, transparent rubies. The surface of the fruit was surprisingly transparent, with small clumps of flame flickering inside, making them appear even more bizarre and extraordinary. Zhang Xian was amazed. Were these fruits or some kind of creature, possessing an unextinguishable flame that burned continuously within? He approached, wanting to take a closer look. At that moment, De Huang suddenly turned its head, warily staring at the lava river's surface. Splash! A thick black shadow suddenly burst forth from it, radiating intense heat, with a wide-open mouth lunging towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian turned to see it clearly. It was a giant crimson python, engulfed in raging flames. It should be called a fire python. Boss, Flame Python LV.120.
Description: a brutal creature born from fierce energy that burns everything, possessing strong fire resistance and fire attribute damage.
Attributes: Health, 500,000. Physical attack, 20,000, magical attack, 35,000. Physical defense, 18,500, magical defense, 25,000. Skills: Sword of Flame Grave, Death Embrace, Flame Devourer. A level 120 boss template monster?
Zhang Xian glanced at it and then redirected his gaze, continuing towards the burning fruit.
The flame python roared and lunged forward, and then a black figure suddenly emerged, crashing into it and knocking it aside. The flame python was enraged, its mouth opened wide, and orange-red flames spewed forth, as if capable of burning the hardest steel in the world. It grew under the volcano, accompanied by fire elements, nurturing its strength. Born with the mastery of fire elements, born in fire, blending with fire, Zhang Xian was not the first outsider to invade this area. But previously, whether human or dwarf, they had all perished here. The black dragon's light golden pupils showed disdain, and then it opened its mouth, exhaling a jet of dragon fire. The two flames collided, colossal energy pouring forth endlessly, momentarily stalemating in the air. The Black King's body pressed forward, and the dragon fire followed in oppression, while the flame python roared again, its magma fire reaching its limit. It watched as Zhang Xian approached the burning fruit, the snake's pupil showing urgency and rage, yet it could not free itself. The flame python had never imagined that within its own territory, there could appear an existence that could rival its flame power. Zhang Xian couldn't even be bothered to look back at this battle, as he arrived before the fruit. Divine Flame Fruit Spirit Object. Description: a heavenly spirit object nourished by the world's most powerful flames, even tinged with a hint of the law of fire, extremely precious, something even formidable creatures covet. Can be consumed directly, can change one's constitution, and even has a probability of awakening. Those with insufficient physical strength may not endure the frenzied fire energy, and perish. This is... Zhang Xian was moved. From this description, this was definitely a top-tier spirit object. He reached out to pluck it, feeling waves of intense heat in his hand, but not so hot that he couldn't touch it. After holding the divine flame fruit, an inexplicable impulse surged within Zhang Xian. He really wanted to directly consume one to try it out. But the warning in the description appeared significant. Should he store it first and consider whether to consume it later when he gets back? Yet this impulse suddenly increased, as if Zhang Xian's body craved this fruit. In the end, almost involuntarily, Zhang Xian stuffed the fruit into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, he felt a twinge of regret, wondering why he had taken such a risk. However, before he could think further, an explosive heat energy erupted from his lower abdomen, surging to every part of his body and every cell. So hot. Zhang Xian's entire body turned bright red, as if being boiled, thick white smoke swirling and rising from his skin. He felt as if he was being burned. No, it was as if he had turned into flames himself. In an instant, Zhang Xian's consciousness blurred, and the flame python's reaction after he swallowed the fruit seemed to grow more frantic, desperately trying to break free and charging toward Zhang Xian. But how could the Black King let it go? With a roar, he signaled to Bing and the other beasts not to interfere, and then ferociously pounced on the flame python. When it came to commanding fire, what creature in the world could surpass its world-burning black dragon? When it came to physical strength, how many could suppress it? A pure-blood dragon. One serious, even a mere level 120 boss, if it didn't want to be crushed and killed, could only concentrate on responding. Over here, Zhang Xian was already lying on the ground, and De Huang was softly growling, wanting to approach its master. However, the intense heat emanating from Zhang Xian made it feel unbearably hot, forcing it to anxiously circle around. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. Zhang Xian suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Just a few seconds ago, he felt excruciating pain, as if he were really going to be burned to death, but this pain quickly passed. What replaced it was now an explosive energy within his body. Chapter 77, Flame Sovereign. The system prompt also followed. You have consumed Divine Flame Fruit *1. Your affinity to fire elements has greatly increased. Your hidden attribute physique has greatly increased, significantly boosting health and health recovery speed. Your fire resistance has greatly increased. Skill/talent awakening determination in progress. Determination unsuccessful. A series of prompts popped up, indicating how bountiful the rewards the Divine Flame Fruit had brought to Zhang Xian. The constitution belongs to the hidden attributes, which directly relate to the health value and the speed of health recovery. Among all the major races, the innate values of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit for humans are quite ordinary, and there are not many ways to enhance them afterward. Only certain special constitutions can exhibit extraordinary performance in a particular aspect, but such individuals are extremely rare, thus making it impossible to develop a corresponding extraordinary system. The vast majority of humans rely on the favor of beast gods to walk the path of beast masters. If it were other races, such as those known for their strong constitution, their innate recovery ability would be quite robust, with some exceptional individuals even capable of performing the unbelievable act of regrowing severed limbs. This falls under the category of an innate bloodline extraordinary system. However, if one is weak, they can seek the supplement of heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. This is what is called the nature of all things nurtures humanity. The human body happens to be the one that can hold spiritual materials the best, generally not like the bodies of other races that easily reject spiritual materials. But there is a very contradictory point: spiritual materials are hard to come by, and top-level spiritual materials only appear in some extremely harsh environments. Moreover, to safely consume them, the requirement for body strength is extremely high, otherwise, one could easily be burst apart by the energy or suffer irreversible damage. Just like this divine flame fruit, if other beastmasters were to eat it, they would probably die instantly. Only Zhang Xian, under the feedback from two divine beasts, possesses an unparalleled physique that can withstand it, which can be described as the right time, place, and people. In a sense, his body has already half-stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Even powerful beastmasters find it hard to achieve this. The flame python has waited here for many years, longing for the divine flame fruit to mature, wanting to use it to transform and elevate the essence of its life. However, fearing the rejection response, it has always been hesitant to consume it. Now, it has been taken advantage of by Zhang Xian, thus it becomes furious. But under the attack of the Black King, it is unable to break through, feeling utterly helpless. Zhang Xian stretches out both hands, and faint crimson patterns hide beneath his skin, rushing through his body in conjunction with the blood in his veins. He can feel that there seems to be blazing fire burning within him, yet it is not scorching. Instead, it is warm and extremely comfortable, bringing him greater energy and endurance. The scorching and stuffy feeling that the surrounding environment originally brought him has vanished, as if he has suddenly become incredibly adapted to the violently fiery environment. This is the effect of fire element affinity. Zhang Xian's body has become more attuned to nature, capable of converting fire elements into energy for his body, which is why he feels so comfortable and at ease in the volcano. He looks forward to the other divine flame fruits, which, although not many, count to at least a dozen. Given such a powerful effect from one, what about consuming them all? With the experience of the first one, Zhang Xian no longer hesitates, picking another one and continuing to eat. This time he can even taste the flavor of the fruit properly. It is soft when bitten, the juice is sweet with a warm sensation, sliding down his throat like a warm current pouring into his body, absolutely delicious. The second one goes down without the burning sensation and acute pain of the first. Instead, he feels warm all over, as if he has taken a sauna. The system prompt appears again, similar to the first time, while the skill talent assessment still shows not successful. Zhang Xian is curious. He has heard that some have awakened powerful constitutions by consuming top-level spiritual materials. Could he possibly have this chance too? Since 1 is not enough and 2 is still not enough, he decides to keep eating. Maybe there will be a surprise. He picked all the fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. On the other side, while avoiding the entanglement of the Black King, the flame python continuously glanced toward this direction, its eyes filled with shock and anxiety. It could not understand why a human could so recklessly consume the divine flame fruit, while feeling its heart bleed, constantly howling, yet unable to break through the Black King's blockade, even as its injuries worsened. Zhang Xian ate more and more, as if he were chewing snacks. Seeing the flame python's urgent reaction, he held up a divine flame fruit high. Hey! Do you want to eat it too? The flame python's eyes fixated on the fruit in his hand, emitting a sound that was either a painful howl from the Black King's brutal assault or a cry of desire. Then Zhang Xian tossed the fruit into his mouth and gulped it down in one go. The flame python's expression became desperate, and in that moment of distraction, the Black King's claws, like divine weapons, sliced through its tough skin, then dug in and pulled out its intestines. The flame python let out a shrill scream as it fell into the river of magma. Meanwhile, as he kept swallowing the divine flame fruits, the system prompts also began to change. Skill/talent awakening judgment successful. You have obtained the talent, Fire Element Control, Beginner. Zhang Xian stuffed the remaining fruits into his mouth, and the prompts continued to change. Your talent has undergone a transformation. You have obtained the talent, Fire Element Control, Intermediate. You have obtained the talent, Fire Element Control, Advanced. You have obtained the talent, Flame Sovereign. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt his body undergo an unimaginable transformation in just a blink of an eye. The surrounding fire elements no longer brought him just a sense of familiarity but also a hint of certain emotions. This was a feeling of submission, as if thousands of flames were gathering, crowning a king. Flame Sovereign Talent. Description: you can contain all flames in the world, enhancing yourself, can actively burn fire elements, activating true fire body, gaining combat power enhancement. This talent can continue to upgrade. The description was not complicated, but Zhang Xian saw the powerful abilities and endless potential of this talent. At this current stage, he had already gained the ability to control flames through this talent, plus a skill to actively enhance his combat power.
And as he continued to devour new flames, this talent could be further enhanced. Zhang Xian's perception was now marvelous. He could clearly see all the fire elements around him, those crimson light spots dancing around him, swirling around his center. Chapter 78, Vortex. Zhang Xian tried to reach out his hand and touched one of them. Sizzle! Sparks erupted, and a small flame sprang from his hand, then extinguished in an instant. Zhang Xian was slightly startled, then realized that this flame was released by himself. The moment he touched the fire element, it felt like his body had instantly completed some kind of instinctive reaction, transforming the fire element into real flame. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed again. Under the talent of Flame Sovereign, the fire elements flowed as easily as his own limbs, even more freely than those magic users of the elf clan who specialized in fire spells. Swish! In the next moment, two flames shot up from Zhang Xian's hands, enveloping his skin, roaring fiercely, consuming the surrounding air mercilessly. It worked! Zhang Xian was overjoyed. This trip to the holy mountain, these divine flame fruits were absolutely the biggest harvest, allowing him to awaken such a powerful talent. You could say that this was even more exciting than obtaining a divine-grade beast pet because this was true power returning to himself, propelling him toward the extraordinary path. Zhang Xian began to experiment with various changes, bringing his hands together then spreading them apart, conjuring a fireball filled with raging energy in his palms, summoning 5 or 6 small fireballs to orbit around him. He threw a fireball out, hitting the stone wall, exploding into a burst of intense flames. He also tried to shape the flames into weapon-like forms, such as a flame-heavy sword and a flame dagger. However, this was clearly several times more difficult. Even if he successfully shaped them, they would immediately crumble into fire elements as soon as he swung them. Zhang Xian was tireless, constantly trying. As the fire master, his control and use of flames were intuitive, ingrained in his blood, needing only time and practice to become more skilled in this area. Heiyang, Abing, and De Huang were also extremely curious. All of them gathered around Zhang Xian to watch his various fiery tricks. Finally, Zhang Xian came to a stop. He calmed down and sensed for a moment, since awakening this special physique, his body was always filled with explosive energy because the fire elements in the heavens and earth could serve as energy supplements for him. Especially in this volcanic environment where the fire elements were extremely rich, it felt like he had a sun inside him. However, Zhang Xian's expression was somewhat strange. He couldn't help but look down at himself. Since just awakening, there had been a kind of burning sensation below his lower abdomen. In the beginning, he didn't take it seriously, but now this heat had not dissipated, clearly connected to this physique. It could be considered a kind of side effect. Fortunately, it wasn't too bothersome. Zhang Xian temporarily stopped developing his flame ability and turned around to explore the small floating island, quickly discovering that aside from the divine flame fruit, there were other gains. It was the red iron he had excavated before, but here the mineral deposits were much richer. Digging into the soil revealed a vast area beneath. We've struck it rich. Come, let's dig together. Zhang Xian took out tools, starting to act as a gold miner, and Heiyang, Abing, and the others eagerly joined in. Even De Huang was digging with its wolf claws. Red iron *45. Red iron *51. Red iron *105. The notification sounds kept coming, and Zhang Xian worked harder. This was a huge harvest. This floating island was almost entirely made up of this iron ore, and after digging for a full 2 hours, they finally emptied the soil of the ore. In the end, they harvested more than 5,000 units. Awesome! All done, let's keep moving. Zhang Xian left the floating island and continued forward. Up to now, he still hadn't seen any signs of the scarlet flame holy crystal, hoping to encounter it soon. He was now fearless of flames and could wade directly through the lava river, so he simply called back De Huang and the others into the summoning space, leaving only Heiyang and Abing outside to walk on fire. Right. Zhang Xian suddenly stopped. He looked at the lava river flowing with tremendous heat. Since his talent could absorb various flames, why not start from here? So he tried to absorb it. Soon, it seemed something was extracted from the lava river, a blazing flame. The flame drilled into his body, and Zhang Xian felt his cells jump with joy. Ding! You have absorbed lava fire, flame control ability improved, physique enhanced. Absorbing flames of the same level or lower will reduce the enhancement effect progressively. Sure enough, it worked. After absorbing this flame formed from lava essence, Zhang Xian clearly felt his power had increased a few more degrees. However, as he continued to absorb lava essence, this enhancement effect began to decrease immediately until it stopped providing any benefits. It seemed that one type of flame could only provide an enhancement once. To continue strengthening in the future, he still needed to seek various different flames. Zhang Xian kept moving forward until he reached the end of the lava river, where there was a thick stone layer blocking the way, and below appeared a lava vortex that seemed to be swallowing the materials from above. Now, Zhang Xian was very sensitive to the presence of fire elements. He sensed that beneath this whirlpool, there were energy fluctuations much stronger than what he felt here. There should indeed be another space below. It seems I have to go down for a while. He let Black King and Abing return to Beast Master space temporarily, then jumped into the river. Soon, his body was pulled into the whirlpool's suction and dragged downwards. Fortunately, with the talent of the Flame Master, Zhang Xian was not affected by the high temperature at all. He could even open his eyes freely to check the environment around him. This was a dark river passage. He swam along it. The slope was very steep, like a waterfall, and he slid down directly. Then, with a plop, it seemed he fell into a lava pool, arriving at a deeper part of the volcano. Dozens of minutes earlier, Jin Yunyuan reached the end of the river in another direction, where there was also a whirlpool. He looked somewhat disheveled, with his robe showing signs of being scorched. Looking at the boiling lava, Jin Yunyuan's face did not look good. Damn it, the giant, really tough, is the legendary heavenly fire down here? Earlier, he had encountered many firestone giants. Though Jin Yunyuan had controlled 7 beast pets and reached the limit of 5-star beast master in terms of the number of beasts, the levels and grades of the pets were not low. However, facing these giants with strong defense and significant fire damage, he was still worn out trying to deal with them. In the end, 2 of his beast pets were severely injured and forced back to beast master space. He barely made it through. Fortunately, he collected quite a few high-quality ores along the way, as well as some fire-type spirit herbs that could be used to make magical potions. It was a decent harvest. But the thing he wanted most was still nowhere to be seen. Would there be that legendary item beneath this whirlpool? Chapter 79, Crimson Flame Light. If he could obtain the heavenly fire like that 9th-level beast master predecessor, then Jin Yunyuan could have whatever he wanted: power, authority, wealth, beauties, even the favor of Her Majesty the Queen. In the kingdom of Silla, he held a noble status, but it was merely a legacy from his ancestors, and by his generation, it had diminished significantly, not much different from commoners. But power is authority. Achieving the 9th level would make him the most distinguished person in Silla. At that time, restoring the glory of his ancestors would only be a matter of a few words. Jin Yunyuan's eyes flickered, countless beautiful visions beckoning him in his mind. Let's do it! He pulled out a glowing artifact from his pocket, a costly item he had purchased by spending almost all of his savings for this trip to the Red Dwarf Holy Mountain, and its usage was limited. To gain just a sliver of a chance to obtain the heavenly fire, Jin Yunyuan bet everything. Activating the artifact, he floated into the air, and a layer of hazy and dreamy light enveloped his whole body, forming a sphere on the outside. This was a creation that came from the Holy Elf Kingdom. For the duration of the light shield, it could adapt to most extremely harsh and dangerous environments. Extreme cold, high temperature, violent winds, even the chaotic space currents and broken dimensions that could easily tear apart level 200 monsters could be halted for a time. Jin Yunyuan's expression was firm. Since he had already used this trump card, it would be unacceptable if he didn't manage to acquire a few significant treasures. Great ancestors of the Jin family bless me, Semida. Splash! As he plunged into the whirlpool, the raging heat surged toward him, and at once, Jin Yunyuan's heart rose to his throat. If he got touched by this temperature, he wouldn't even have time to scream in agony before being burned to the point of losing consciousness. Fortunately, this layer of light shield was remarkably effective, firmly keeping the lava out, remaining unmoved despite the raging waves crashing against it. He followed the flow of lava down and landed in a pool below. Emerging from the pool, Jin Yunyuan was startled by the scene before him. Outside this pool was an extraordinarily vast underground world. The stone spikes, resembling stalactites, hung upside down from the ceiling, while clusters of fiery red crystals on the ground were arranged like a formation, creating a spectacular and mysterious scene akin to an underground palace of flames. The crystals were enormous, outlining paths that resembled some kind of man-made maze, and at the center was an incredibly brilliant and radiant red divine light. This divine light was like a towering beam, shooting straight up to the ceiling, piercing through thick stone walls, reaching the world above and delivering an endless stream of scorching energy. The brilliance of the beam forced Jin Yunyuan to immediately lower his head. He simply could not look directly at it because such extreme light and heat would scorch the pupils of anyone daring enough to gaze upon it. That wave of heat was palpably transmitted. Even with the protective light shield, Jin Yunyuan felt certain that it was far hotter than the lava river above. That's right, it must be here. Jin Yunyuan's body trembled slightly, uncontrollable joy exploding in his mind. This was the source of energy that had burned for hundreds or even thousands of years in the entire volcano. Only the heavenly fire from myths could achieve this. He was going to succeed. Jin Yunyuan nearly burst into laughter. He clenched his hands tightly until one of them felt pain, forcing himself to suppress his restless emotions. Taking a deep breath, calm down, I haven't gotten the heavenly fire yet. In a place like this, something terrible might be lurking. Jin Yunyuan carefully scanned his surroundings. Although the light shield had a strong defensive effect, its duration was limited, and if he encountered a super strong monster, it could spell disaster, so he had to be cautious. He waved his hand, and a beast resembling a wild rabbit suddenly appeared from the air, beginning to sniff around, searching for possible traces of monsters. After a moment, it seemed there was no alarming information being transmitted back, so Jin Yunyuan moved forward, getting closer to the beam of light.
At the base of the light beam, there was a large hole from which the beam shot out, with flickering flames dancing at the opening. Everything around was twisted under the extreme heat, and spatial rifts constantly appeared and vanished. Rifts emerged and disappeared continuously, caused by the immense energy tearing at space. However, the laws of this world were extremely complete, tending toward a stable state, capable of self-repair. Otherwise, if it were a subspace, it might have already collapsed due to this relentless energy. Jin Yunyuan's breathing quickened again. It was definitely heavenly fire. Only an object wielding divine power could create such an image. But how to obtain it? Jin Yunyuan hesitated. The legendary beast master from their kingdom had hinted at obtaining heavenly fire, but he never mentioned the details of how it was taken. Was he supposed to rely on the protective shield and endure the heat to grab it? But this red beam held a terrifying amount of energy sufficient to support a volcano. The shield might not withstand it. Just as he was in turmoil, a sudden splash echoed from the magma pool. The sound resonated clearly in the underground space. Jin Yunyuan was startled. Someone else had come down? That's right, it was that kid from the Xia country. He quickly found a natural stone column to hide himself. This guy actually made it here too, and his speed was not much slower than his own? Damn it! From what Jin Yunyuan had seen, Zhang Xian didn't seem more than 20 years old. At such an age, even with good luck and training, he would still be a newcomer in the Beast Master world. How could he compare to the famous genius Beast Master of the Jin family from his new kingdom? Previously surrounded by the Flame Stone Giant. He paid a hefty price to break through. I expected that Zhang Xian would very likely be buried here, but unexpectedly, the opponent actually charged through. Could it be that this kid has good luck and hasn't encountered any monsters along the way? Damn it, should I just go out and kill him directly? Jin Yunyuan's face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. He now regarded this treasure land and the potential heavenly fire as his private possession, absolutely not allowing others to touch it. Let alone a novice beast master from Xia country. In their historical records, Xia country was merely a remnant of the people who had migrated there long ago when they fled from their homeland of Silla. How could it compare to him, a noble of the esteemed Silla nation? Every time he encountered a beast master from Xia country, Jin Yunyuan would involuntarily feel a strong sense of pride and a desperate desire to trample the other underfoot. To prove his own legitimacy and nobility. With that thought, Jin Yunyuan was about to reveal himself. Chapter 80, Flame Demon. The entire underground space suddenly shook. Boom! Jin Yunyuan was caught off guard, almost stumbling. His face changed in shock, and he hurriedly grabbed onto the nearby stone pillar. What is happening? At this moment, he sensed the energy in the surrounding air suddenly surge violently, as if the fire elements were madly being drawn in one direction. Following that, everything became drenched in red light. The ground melted into a pool of fiery red, as if it had been terrifyingly melted by extreme heat. The space was aflame, and the intense heat made even Jin Yunyuan, protected by a light shield, feel unbearable. Soon, from the melted ground, a large hand emerged. This hand was flowing with scorching magma, emitting a staggering energy wave. This is bad, there really is an incredible monster here. Jin Yunyuan was startled and quickly shrank back under the stone pillar. In this environment close to heavenly fire, the being born would surely be far more fearsome than the flame stone giant. Was it true that wanting to obtain the heavenly fire would definitely encounter such a major obstacle? But looking at the position of that terrifying large hand, just in front of that Xia country kid, fine, let that kid be dealt with by the monster. Although I couldn't properly trample him, I could at least gauge the general strength of the monster. Just as he was thinking, he saw the owner of the large hand push its body out of the ground. It was an exaggerated size, over a floor's height, its entire body made of flames, magma continuously flowing over its surface, dripping onto the ground and making a heart-racing sizzling sound. And the terrifying heat emanating from it felt as if all the fire energy in this region was being consumed by it. The surrounding crimson crystals all began to glow, and the moment this flame monster appeared, it ignited the air thick with fire elements. Jin Yunyuan peeked through the gap in the stone pillar and saw that the Xia country beast master was calmly watching everything unfold, not even shifting his position, and even appeared quite interested. This kid, is he crazy? Is he prepared to die like this, without even putting up a fight? Damn, I was hoping he would struggle a bit to observe some characteristics of this monster. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have dealt with this kid myself first. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the monster before him. He saw that in the system prompt, apart from the name, Flame Demon, nothing else was displayed. He had heard of this situation. In certain special areas or environments, the world's will could not datify certain existences. Just like the remnant spirit of Duke Fukura he encountered in the Blood Ash realm. It seems this Flame Demon is not low-ranking. Zhang Xian could feel from the opponent the pure and rich fire elements, untainted by any impurities, meaning that the opponent was a certain embodiment of fire elements. However, over a long time, it may have developed some form of consciousness, similar to the spirit of the flame stone giant. Thus, it had become this powerful entity with a body of flames.
After the flame demon appeared, it first roared up to the sky, causing flames to explode everywhere in this vast underground space. It is the ruler of this fiery world, and any daring intruder will face its most terrifying punishment. Then it looked at the human in front of it with its fire-spewing eyes. Burning and destruction, these are the only thoughts in its mind. But when its gaze focused on Zhang Xian, it suddenly paused, the originally swelling killing intent turned into confusion. Because it could sense that the other party did not seem to be an intruder, but rather an existence similar in essence to itself, yet, to say they were kindred felt different somehow. It actually developed a vague feeling of needing to look up to the other. Although the flame demon has its own consciousness, its level of intelligence is not high, and it felt quite irritable by this contradictory situation, roaring several times in anger. Then it threw several fire blasts from its hands, scorching black holes into the surrounding stone walls, as if on the verge of going out of control. Zhang Xian, with great interest, possessed a physique of a flame sovereign, naturally higher in the fire tier than the flame demon. Additionally, he had absorbed magma fire earlier, allowing him to sense that the source of the other party was indeed magma fire, but due to awakened intelligence, it was somewhat different. Since all fires can be used by me, then isn't this fellow also fire? Thinking of this, Zhang Xian acted, his mind focused, starting to absorb the fire elements within the flame demon's body. As his talent activated, a large mass of fiery flames was actually torn from the flame demon, diving directly into Zhang Xian's body. You have absorbed magma fire, exotic. Your affinity with fire elements increases, body quality increases, flame sovereign talent intensity increases. Zhang Xian felt the energy inside him boost once again and his face lit up with joy. Not only could he absorb it, but the magma fire on the flame demon was indeed different from the previous magma fire, belonging to a changed type of exotic flame. If that's the case, it doesn't count as repeated absorption and can bring new enhancements. Thinking this, he continued to absorb. Although the first time absorbing the same kind of fire brings the greatest boost, there is still some increase afterwards until his body was satisfied. However, as a result, a large amount of flames was extracted from the flame demon before it realized what was happening, only to find its vitality rapidly draining at an exaggerated speed. If this continued, it might lose the hard-won awakened spirit. In terror, it looked at Zhang Xian. Could it be that the other was the great flame lord in the bloodline techniques? Otherwise, how could he easily plunder its fire, completely out of control? In the next moment, the flame demon actually knelt directly on the ground, burying its head low and mumbling incoherently. At the same time, through the fire elements, Zhang Xian clearly sensed the intent being expressed by the other. Supreme Lord, please forgive your servant. Unknown creature flame demon is initiating acknowledgement of master to you, do you accept? Acknowledge master? Zhang Xian paused, stroking his chin, having an extra little brother wouldn't be bad, and anyway, he had absorbed this exotic magma fire, so the subsequent benefits from completely draining the other would be limited. I accept. After confirming this thought, Zhang Xian immediately sensed that his consciousness had formed some connection with the other. With just a thought, he could control the life and death of the flame demon. The flame demon also sensed this point, sincerely bowing its body low, flames burning all around it, as if expressing reverence for its master. Zhang Xian was surprised to find that the flame demon had not been deemed his beast pet by the world's will. Instead, it took on another form, a more direct form, but this control and power of life and death between master and servant was even stricter than that between a beast master and pet. He had a realization in his heart. It seemed to be because the attribute of the flame demon was of the same source as his own, and his rank was above the other. So a master-servant relationship was directly formed. Chapter 81, Sacred Flame Crystal. This was even better, gaining an extra helper without occupying his beast space. Zhang Xian thought, since it was like this, his plan for a beast army seemed more hopeful to achieve. For example, by mastering more authority, he could gain more followers. Flames, frost, storms, lightning, even light, darkness, and undead. However, all of these required more precious opportunities, which meant he needed to explore various secret realms that ordinary people found hard to reach. For Zhang Xian, as long as it allowed him to grow stronger, step by step towards the peak of the world, he was naturally unafraid. And now, a clear path was available. Aside from obtaining more top-tier beast pets, it was naturally utilizing the Flame Master's talent to continuously acquire high-quality fire seeds, continuously upgrading the talent until he finally mastered the authority of fire. On that day, all that relied on fire would naturally need to worship him as their master. Zhang Xian surveyed this fantastical and magnificent underground space. The red light pillar before him was incredibly beautiful, and the heart-pounding energy source was right beneath the light pillar. The sacred flame crystal he needed, was it right there? But there was already a ready-made guide here. Although the flame demon had low intelligence, it was born and nurtured in this space, so it was naturally very familiar with everything here. Zhang Xian communicated through his thoughts. The flame demon understood his meaning, and then sent back a message. Zhang Xian's eyes moved. What the other said was that the sacred flame crystal was not a type of ore, but a crystal formed from the overflow of divine fire. Divine fire? The flame demon raised its hand and pointed at that red light pillar.
This meant it was close at hand?
The energy rank of this light pillar, in Zhang Xian's perception, was indeed extraordinary, far higher than that of magma fire. He stretched out his hand, grasping the purest fire elements. Countless dazzling points of light gathered and settled in his palm. This process took a bit long. After more than 10 minutes, the light points finally solidified into a smooth and warm crystal, free of any impurities, with a color as dreamlike as a vision.
You have obtained Sacred Flame Crystal *1.
Zhang Xian realized, the flame demon was right, this was the legendary Sacred Flame Crystal. However, if it were someone else coming here, even entering a treasure mountain, they would only return empty-handed. Because their body could not bear so many divine flames fruits, they naturally could not awaken the fire authority talent, and without mastering part of the authority, they could not control this pure and violent primal fire energy. For the current self, this Sacred Flame Crystal was merely a matter of reaching out to take it. But before that, he did not wish to have a fly buzzing around, spying from the shadows. Zhang Xian looked at a huge stone pillar not far away with a half-smile, and lightly said, "You've been hiding there watching for so long, do I need to invite you out?" Jin Yunyuan, hiding behind the stone pillar, shuddered. He almost scared himself to death. Since seeing the flame demon submit earlier, he had almost rolled his eyes out. The scene before him was completely incomprehensible. How did this kid from Xia country manage to accomplish this feat? This being made entirely of blazing fire, with such a violent aura, was truly unmistakable. Why would it easily submit to the other? Seeing Zhang Xian come before the red light pillar and casually control the flames, a deep fear rose in his heart. This was wrong. There was definitely a problem. Everything before his eyes was clearly not something an ordinary beast master could achieve. Jin Yunyuan knew that some powerful beast masters could break through shackles, stepping onto their extraordinary path, combining the ability to command beasts with other means, wielding astonishing power. But that was usually only something over 8th rank big shots could master, because before a certain level was reached. The unbearable leap of the essence of life. So when he saw such a strange scene, he didn't have the courage to show himself. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xian had already noticed him. In fact, everything had long been exposed under Zhang Xian's gaze. After coming to the underground space, he had already sensed Jin Yunyuan's presence. After all, the surrounding fire elements were all controlled by him, not even the movement of an ant in the corner could escape. He had not taken action earlier, simply because he knew that the other party was not enough to disrupt his plans, so he was fearless. Now, it's not too late to crush him. Jin Yunyuan saw he couldn't hide, his legs trembling as he moved out. A fawning smile squeezed out on his face, his back hunched as if he couldn't straighten. Lord, I am Jin Yunyuan. I absolutely have no intention of competing with you. I only ask that you consider the friendly and cooperative relationship between our two countries' beast masters and treat me like a fart and let me go. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Friendly cooperation? But I've heard that the people of your country, Silla, really hate us. No, that's definitely a rumor spread by the people of Yingzhou. Jin Yunyuan waved his hands wildly. We Silla people regard the great Xia like children see their fathers. Who would hate their own father? As he spoke, his eyes blinked forcefully, and it seemed like tears were about to form in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xian laughed out loud, clutching his stomach. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. He had thought the other party might beg for mercy, but he hadn't expected such a ridiculous speech. Jin Yunyuan could only laugh awkwardly along with him. Finally, Zhang Xian stopped laughing, adopted a thoughtful pose, and asked a key question. If that's the case, shouldn't you change how you address me? Jin Yunyuan froze, then, as if he had rehearsed this, he immediately fell to the ground and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Obuji, Silla language, Dad. I'm your long-lost son. At this point, Zhang Xian was completely stunned. How shameless could one be? It had become boring to tease him anymore. He clapped his hands. Come on, summon all your beasts. Jin Yunyuan looked up. He looked into Zhang Xian's eyes, where he saw no mercy, only an absolute superiority, and the arrogance of life and death being in his hands. From the very beginning, the other party had no intention of letting him go. Jin Yunyuan gritted his teeth, trembling as he spoke. No, do you know who I am? I come from the Jin family of Silla. If I die, many people will come to hunt you down. You can't escape. Although he was just a side branch of the Jin family, and the chances of the main family avenging him were very low if he died outside, at times like this, he could only try to intimidate with the tiger's skin. The Jin family was the royal surname of Silla, perhaps this would make the other party hesitate. Zhang Xian sneered, if people's souls still exist after death, you can follow behind and see what kind of dog-like Jin family people kneel in front of their father, just like you do. His tone was arrogant and unrestrained. Zhang Xian suddenly realized that there was a lot of evil in his own nature, and he had no intention of hiding it because it felt good this way. Jin Yunyuan let out a loud shout and suddenly took a few steps back. He knew that the other party absolutely had no intention of sparing him, so he could only fight to the death.
Jin Yunyuan's face turned savage, his palms pressed together, and 7 beams of light flickered. Then, 7 beasts of different shapes appeared. Among them, there were 3-headed serpent beasts, iron-backed gorillas, man-eating flowers with blood-red mouths, and saber-toothed tigers with knife-like fangs. Each one looked fierce and powerful, exuding extraordinary energy. One had to admit that Jin Yunyuan, as a 5th-level beast master, was indeed a top-tier figure. Each of his summoned beasts was of an extraordinary level and carefully nurtured. However, even with all this power out in full display, it still failed to bring him any sense of security, especially since 2 of the beasts had been severely injured in the previous battle with the Flame Stone Giant and were now forced to be summoned out. The form was withered, essentially having no combat power left. Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Flame Demon, this is your first battle, show your master well." The Flame Demon howled to the sky, illuminating the underground space with burning fire elements in the air. Its terrifying figure over 3 meters tall was engulfed in flames. It heard its master's command and was eager to prove its loyalty. Jin Yunyuan felt the intense heat that seemed to melt his skin, and his face changed drastically. "Hurry up, block it with all your might." Ah. On his side, the iron-backed gorilla with arms thicker than a human thigh, along with the ferocious saber-toothed tiger, let out a roar and charged forward. This was Jin Yunyuan's most capable main battle beast companion, and together with the unique abilities of other beast companions, they could unleash a powerful team effect. The flame demon blazed with fire, in its emotions only the desire to instantly burn these enemies to ashes. Boom! 2 streams of lava flowed from the flame demon's hands, forming a vast fire net that descended upon the 2 alien beasts. At the moment of contact, the faces of the iron-backed gorilla and the saber-toothed tiger contorted with pain as the temperature of the flames was too terrifying, causing them significant damage in an instant. If they pressed forward recklessly, they would likely turn into a pile of ashes before reaching their opponents. They could only retreat and prepare to maneuver around from the edges. The flame demon, obviously unfazed, raised both hands, concentrating a brilliant fireball in its palms, and then flung it outwards. The fireball streaked through the air, its high temperature distorting the surrounding space. Jin Yunyuan's eyes widened, the fireball was clearly thrown toward him. "Shiba! Quickly help me block it!" He frantically issued commands while rolling to the side. Meanwhile, the 3-headed serpent wanted to dodge, but under Jin Yunyuan's forceful command, it instinctively unleashed a skill, spitting out a mouthful of green poison mist that covered the sky, looking quite impressive. However, when the fireball came, the poison mist had no defensive effect at all and was instantly evaporated, while the fireball's momentum showed no signs of weakening as it crashed to the ground. The 3-headed serpent was instantly turned to ash, and although Jin Yunyuan had dodged quickly, he still caught some flames on his backside. This fire was no ordinary fire, its power was immense and unstoppable, immediately racing chaotically across his body. Jin Yunyuan screamed like a pig being slaughtered in terror but quickly realized there was no pain, at this moment understanding that the force field around his body had stopped the flames. He broke into a cold sweat, realizing that one of his beast companions had completely turned to ash under the fireball, and he felt no courage to resist left in his heart. At this moment, Jin Yunyuan just wanted to do whatever it took to find an escape route. What kind of heavenly fire, what dreams of a 9th-level beast master, none of that was as important as his life. "You all, charge front, block with your..." His heart was like ashes, seeing the fire demon easily burn 2 beast companions to death. The remaining ones, under the fear and their owner's sudden escape, had their loyalty plummet and had already turned to flee in all directions. "Ah Shiba! After I have raised you for so long, do you not even have the courage to die for your master?" It was as if, to vent his fear, he was blindly raging and shouting helplessly. Below, a blazing glare suddenly struck. The light shield was hit by a fireball, shaking violently, and visibly dimmed suddenly. Jin Yunyuan was so scared that he shut his mouth, only to realize it was a fireball thrown by Zhang Xian, and its power was not weaker than that fire demon just now. If this kind of attack continued a few more times, the light shield would shatter completely, and at that time, he could only wait to die. Damn it, why is this so lucky, that he actually mastered such terrifying methods? Why is this lucky one not me, Jin Yunyuan? Jin Yunyuan guessed that the opponent must have obtained some opportunity inside the volcano to gain the ability to control fire. If beast tamers outside knew that such a young beast master had methods comparable to elven mages, they would definitely be envious to the point of turning red. Of course, if they knew that Zhang Xian's mastery was close to authority, they would be astounded, doubting whether he was a descending deity. In short, Jin Yunyuan was now at a dead end. Boom! Boom! Throughout this process, Zhang Xian was also continuously familiarizing himself with the use of fire elements. He progressed very quickly, this time launching 2 fireballs in quick succession. Under tight control, he could even angle the 2 fireballs to perfectly block all escape routes for Jin Yunyuan. Thud! On the surface of the light shield, flames surged and burst forth, both fireballs hit completely, and this powerful defensive spell seemed to be under great strain, producing a crisp cracking sound. Jin Yunyuan looked over in terror, only to see the light shield swaying precariously, with a very obvious crack appearing. No, no. At this point, he no longer had any restraint and could only urge with all his strength, hoping to hide for a moment longer. Da Huang, help me! Zhang Xian shouted excitedly. This feeling of forcing the prey into a corner and then trampling on them was truly pleasing. Da Huang howled, then pushed with its hind legs, and surprisingly leaped high. As Da Huang reached its peak and was about to fall, Zhang Xian kicked off from its back. He soared like a hawk, with a long spear suddenly appearing in his hand, using all his strength to stab down at the shaky light shield. Whoosh! Jin Yunyuan's soul left his body, the light shield shattered suddenly, and he lost his ability to fly, plummeting straight down. Still in midair, he let out a series of tragic cries. Ah ah ah. Thud. 2 seconds later, he made intimate contact with the ground. Jin Yunyuan's eyes bulged, he felt as if his whole body had turned into a ragbag, not knowing how many bones had broken. The sound of something sharp dragging on the ground came. This was Zhang Xian slowly walking over while dragging the spear. Jin Yunyuan coughed up blood, fear, and the desire to survive made him want to struggle once more. Spare me, my lord, spare me, I have no threat to you at all. The cold tip of the spear hung in the air, aimed at his heart. Zhang Xian's flat voice came, but it is of no use at all, is it? No no no, please listen to me. Jin Yunyuan no longer dared to say anything harsh, nor did he mention how powerful the Jin family's influence was. I can be your servant. I know a lot about the new Luo kingdom, secrets, treasures, women, for anything you need, I can help you, go through fire and water. Zhang Xian shrugged, unmoved, and his spear advanced another inch. He had no interest in raising a dog that might bite its master at any time. After all, people and beast companions were not the same. Jin Yunyuan grasped the long spear with his hands. The skin on his palm was instantly cut open, and blood flowed out profusely. At the moment of life and death, his mind raced quickly, and a spark of thought flashed through his brain, thinking of the last possible way to move the opponent. He bit his teeth and cried out, I have a master-servant contract item. As long as you spare my life, I can sign a contract with you, and there will be no possibility of betrayal. The long spear that had already pierced into Jin Yunyuan's chest paused, and Zhang Xian was somewhat surprised. Master-servant contract? Jin Yunyuan knew he had hit the mark, and he did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. He quickly said, yes, I accidentally obtained it in a secret place, and I have never used it before. Show it to me. Jin Yunyuan flipped over, knelt on the ground, and took out a scroll. Ayaman's master-servant contract item. Description, a creation of certain evil sorcerers. Pressing a blood handprint allows one to control the other's life and death. Current number of contracts, 0/5. Jin Yunyuan's heart bled. This scroll was obtained by chance and was a treasured possession he had always cherished, originally planning to target a valuable one he could deal with, to make the other party work for him. Who knew that in the end, he would fall into the abyss instead of using it? Interesting, there's such a thing. Zhang Xian picked up the scroll and looked at it. This was the first time he learned that there were means to force others to acknowledge their master. There were marks left by Jin Yunyuan on it, but as long as they were erased, he would become the new master of the scroll. He thought for a moment. Since this was the case, treating the other party as a pawn buried in the kingdom of Silla was acceptable, and he might use it in the future. Let's sign the contract. Zhang Xian said coldly, throwing the scroll in front of Jin Yunyuan. With tears in his eyes, Jin Yunyuan, resigned to his fate, cut open his thumb and pressed down the blood seal. In an instant, an inexplicable connection was established between the two. Zhang Xian could clearly feel the other party's existence, as well as the control over life. He slightly shifted his thoughts. Ah! Jin Yunyuan suddenly felt like his heart was being squeezed, rolling on the ground in immense pain, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down like marbles. Just now, it was Zhang Xian's consciousness that delivered the thought of punishing the other party. It seemed that the effect of this contract was indeed not false. Although it could not make the other party fully submit, guaranteeing no betrayal, it could control life and death, which was not much different from the former to some extent. Master! I am guilty, spare my life. Jin Yunyuan had initially harbored grievances, but the intense pain just now had almost taken half of his life. Now he only had one thought, which was to beg for forgiveness from the other party. Zhang Xian was also not interested in torturing him. Alright, take out everything you've obtained from the volcano. Also, change how you address me. I'm not interested in hearing a man call me master. Jin Yunyuan did not dare to hesitate for a moment, taking out everything he had obtained from killing the flame stone giant, including several pieces of stone jade, fire, and the crimson iron he had collected. Zhang Xian stored all these items in his backpack and then looked at Jin Yunyuan. Let's find you a place to stay. He did not plan to directly expose the relationship that Jin Yunyuan had acknowledged him as the master, as such a thing could only be effective if kept secret. Exactly, he possessed 2 keys to the Grey Realm, which could open the gate of the Grey Realm. Zhang Xian thought for a moment and opened the dark Grey Realm to 7, tearing open a spatial rift. Go in. Of course, Jin Yunyuan did not dare to resist and stepped inside. The next moment, he was teleported to a gloomy, oppressive space, dark and desolate all around. Just as he was in a panic, thinking that Zhang Xian was planning something for him, the other party's voice rang in his mind. Stay here, once I leave the Crimson Flame Islands, I will naturally let you out. Yes, my lord. Jin Yunyuan relaxed slightly. At this moment, he carefully looked at his surroundings again. After all, he had the eyesight of a Tier 5 Beastmaster, and after a little thought, he understood where this place was. Thinking back to everything from the battle with Zhang Xian until now. The age of the other party and the various means displayed were so young as to embark on their extraordinary path, making the Flame Demon recognize its master and even master the Grey Realm. In their Scylla kingdom, even that 9th-tier adult could never have been so astonishing in their youth. Given time, the other party would undoubtedly become the highest existence among humans. Serving such a person seemed to be not a bad thing. With this thought, Jin Yuan's previously low mood eased quite a bit. There is a saying among the Scylla people that a free person may not live better than a king's dog. Jin Yuan immediately adjusted his mindset and even began to think about what value he could bring to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, of course, did not know and would not care about the thoughts of a Shiba person. He approached the scarlet light pillar and continued its transformation. Time ticked away, and one red flame holy crystal after another was condensed, until after several hours, a total of 20 had been formed. Zhang Xian also felt a trace of fatigue. Controlling the changes of the fire elements for such a long time was very draining on the mind. He recalled a previous guess, moving closer to the light pillar and looking downward. In his perception, a hazy and illusory fire burned below, existing for an unknown length of time over the years. Ding! You have discovered heavenly fire, would you like to collect it? Ha! Zhang Xian's expression was one of surprise. Was this volcano and the entire region of the Crimson Flame Islands truly a wonder born from heavenly fire? A flame of such status could indeed be related to the divine. If he absorbed it, it would likely enhance the Flame Sovereign's talent significantly. Just as Zhang Xian was about to make a move, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. This heavenly fire was a mythical item of the Red Dwarf clan and also the source of continuous flames in the Crimson Flame Islands. If he absorbed it all, wouldn't that be like digging up the roots of the Red Dwarfs? After all, their survival and forging all depended on this special environment. Moreover, this volcano was also regarded by them as a holy mountain. If it were just to harm the Hongyan tribe, it would be one thing. After all, they had long been hostile to the beast tamers of the Summer Kingdom, and Zhang Xian did not think of himself as a good person. For the sake of his own strength, plundering was not off the table. But he had come here through the collection quota of the Sato tribe, and the Sato tribe had been friendly and regarded him as a friend. Doing such a thing to a friend would undoubtedly go against Zhang Xian's principles. Yet this flame would indeed be of great help to him. To just walk away seemed somewhat unwilling. Zhang Xian began to feel torn, thinking about whether there was a way to compromise. He suddenly recalled something. After the awakening of the Flame Sovereign's talent, it also brought with it bloodline memories or talent information. Among them were some details regarding the authority of flames, which might prove helpful. Zhang Xian closed his eyes and began to search. After a moment, he opened his eyes with newfound clarity. In the bloodline memory, there were indeed reference materials, including about high-status flames, for example, divine fire. It seemed possible to take a part of the fire seed for cultivation, with the chance of nurturing it into a new divine fire. However, this kind of transplantation had requirements. There must be a world or fragment of a world at a certain level to serve as a carrier, otherwise, it could not provide the most basic energy. Zhang Xian looked at the illusory flame below, unsure if this heavenly fire could yield a portion of its fire seed. Since there was a way, he decided to give it a try. Zhang Xian once again activated his talent and extended his consciousness toward the flame. The moment he made contact, countless ancient, distant, and grand images flashed through his mind, as if a flame had fallen from an unknown place, breaking through layer after layer of barriers. However, these images were fragmented, not complete, and lasted only a moment. Zhang Xian tried to peel off a small part of it. But just as he did this, the fire elements around him went into a frenzy, almost causing the fiery energy within his own body to explode. Meanwhile, the outer volcano also shook slightly. Zhang Xian's face changed in surprise as he realized that his actions had triggered the self-defense mechanism of the heavenly fire. It seemed that this flame might have its own spirit? If it weren't for his Flame Lord constitution, that heavenly fire would have launched a terrifying attack on him just then. Zhang Xian steadied his mind and tried to calm the fire, hoping it would accept his consciousness. After relentless attempts, he finally managed to avoid a violent reaction from the heavenly fire, learning from his lesson to manipulate it with extreme precision this time. At last, after more than an hour of pulling and tugging, a tiny flame was held in his palm. Although the energy was not vast, its essence was extremely high, and Zhang Xian felt a wave of yearning from his body. However, he knew that absorbing it at that moment would not yield the maximum value. If he could cultivate it into a new, complete heavenly fire, its value might not just provide nutrients for himself. So where should he cultivate it? Zhang Xian already had an idea. He vanished from his spot in the next moment. He arrived in a realm of blood-red skies. This was another gray realm he controlled, the Blood Gray Realm 4. The energy in this world was far stronger than the much smaller Dark Gray Realm 7, perhaps it could meet the seed's needs. But Zhang Xian glanced at the blood moon covering half the sky above the horizon. He did not plan to place the heavenly fire seed outside, as it could potentially trigger something unpredictable. He effortlessly made his way to the ancient castle on the cliff, and after entering, he arrived at Duke Frachella's secret room. Let's put you here for now. The flame was still young, and Zhang Xian needed to create an environment for it to survive the initial stage. Black King, lend me a hand. Summoning the Black Dragon, he conveyed his intention, and after that, the Black King exhaled dragon flame, carving out a fiery area in the secret room, placing the flame within it. Now, what among his resources was more suitable as a nurturing vessel than dragon flame? Indeed, the flame flickered slightly, and soon the dragon flame gathered around it, visibly being absorbed slowly. Feeling the flame's energy gradually strengthening, Zhang Xian felt relieved. It seemed this method was workable. He left the Grey Realm, and from then on, he would only need to trouble the Black King to provide dragon flame regularly. Just then, Zhang Xian suddenly realized he had forgotten something. Couldn't his constitution also absorb a wave of dragon flame? So he asked the Black King to breathe out another wave. You have absorbed dragon flame, your control over fire elements has greatly increased. You have awakened a new ability, partial elementalization. Zhang Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, the boost from the rank of dragon flame was far beyond that of any magma fire. And this was just the dragon flame from a young black dragon. He tested his newly enhanced control over the flames. With a thought, a flame shield appeared in front of him. Then it transformed into over a dozen fireballs, swirling around him. Zhang Xian drew out his spear, flames enveloping the surface of the spear, completely wrapping it, yet not burning its essence. With this, his combat power doubled. Every thrust released terrifying explosive flames. Also, there was this awakened ability. Zhang Xian stretched out his arms, and the next moment, his two arms transformed into flame forms. This wonderful sensation made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. As if part of his body had suddenly changed into another structural form. After trying it out, he switched back to his flesh and blood form. Zhang Xian realized that this ability of partial elementalization was truly a divine skill. He had already achieved a degree of immunity to physical attacks. It was quite exaggerated. After taking away a part of the fire source, Zhang Xian observed the body of the celestial fire again and found that it had indeed shrunk a little more, but it did not affect its burning. However, under his exceptionally clear perception of fire elements, the energy inside the volcano had indeed decreased somewhat, and it was likely the same outside. Fortunately, its essence remained undamaged, but Zhang Xian thought that in the future, when he became stronger, he still needed to find a way to restore it. Chapter 85, The Evolution of the Black King. In any case, this trip was indeed a big favor from the Sato tribe. Calculating the time, there should still be a few hours left, and Zhang Xian continued to explore this underground space. After walking to the end, he indeed found another lava waterfall cascading down, which should lead back to the previous layer of space. Zhang Xian stopped, and since he had already collected all the Crimson Flame Holy Crystals, it would be better to let the Black King advance here. He estimated that the movement caused by the Black King's advancement would indeed be quite large. Making up his mind, Zhang Xian summoned the Black King and handed all the Crimson Flame Holy Crystals to it. The Black King flapped its wings, and the dragon's eyes gleamed with desire as it swallowed everything in one bite, its sharp teeth crunching down, making a crisp sound. A tremendous heat emanated from its surface, and then a prompt sound echoed. Your beast pet, Black King, world-burning black dragon, has met the conditions for advancement and will step into the next stage, growth stage. A dense and powerful golden red light erupted from within the Black King, and it tilted its head and let out a mighty roar, causing this underground space to tremble. The surrounding fire elements were ignited, and dazzling flames began to burn throughout the entire space in an instant. All around was a sea of golden red flames. Fortunately, Zhang Xian now possessed a special constitution, otherwise, he would have been unable to stay in this environment. However, the increasing pressure from the Black King still forced him to retreat a distance. After awakening the Flame Sovereign, Zhang Xian gained the perception of rank, and now he could feel the chilling sensation he had when facing the Royal Blood Dragon clan. Everything in legends and records was indeed real. This was the ultimate ancient bloodline, created through countless ages, able to contend with the gods, the Dragon clan. The light was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at the Black King. The flame demon trembled violently and could only retreat again and again, finally lying flat on the ground. Zhang Xian was filled with anticipation. This was a divine beast, and the juvenile form had already displayed only a small part of the world-burning black dragon's characteristics, dominating everything effortlessly. Now, it was about to enter the true growth stage, which would showcase its elegance. How magnificent would that be? This process lasted a long time, with the sounds of cracking flames never ceasing. Sea of fire, vapor, and flames of 5 colors danced as if welcoming the birth of the new king.
In the air, a distant ethereal melody echoed, unknown where it originated, as if the depths of the universe were celebrating the transformation of a supreme race. The light became increasingly dazzling, until it completely dyed this vast underground fiery space in gold. All the auras suddenly converged back into the Black King's body at a certain moment, and then a brand new aura spread out. Ancient, noble, domineering, and supreme grandeur. Roar! A roar capable of making all beasts kneel echoed. This was not a roar of anger, but a declaration to the world. Come! You all, to meet the Emperor. Zhang Shen looked up. The appearance of the Black King had completely transformed, with its length exceeding 10 meters, a broad and extended spine, wings that could block out the sun, and claws that could easily slice through any hard material. Incredibly tough outer skin, muscles, and inner membranes formed the most unshakable armor in the world. Finally, there were its dragon eyes. They transformed from light gold to a brilliant gold. When opened and closed, they radiated the pride and power of a divine race. This is the symbol of the Dragon Clan Emperor. This is the sign of the Emperor beginning to shine. Zhang Xian clearly sensed the unmatched, indescribable, and terrifying life wave from the Black King. He looked at the new information that appeared. Burning World Black Dragon. Level, 100. Stage, Growth Phase. Loyalty, 100. Attributes, Health 6 million, 1.2 million * 5. Physical Attack, 628,000. Magical Attack, 650,000. Physical Defense, 590,000. Magical Defense, 5,900,000, 590,000 * 10. Note, after advancing to Growth Phase, original attributes amplified 5 times. Skills. Passive skill, Dragon Bloodline Emperor, evolved into Dragon Emperor Secret Technique Destroying Imperial Power. 1. The Burning World Black Dragon possesses the noblest Dragon Emperor bloodline, bringing immense, dragon might dread, capable of instantly killing hostile creatures within a certain range that are more than 20 levels lower. 2. The Dragon Emperor bloodline is highly resistant to magic, with magical defense permanently increased tenfold, able to resist all negative effects caused by demigod-level spells and below. 3. The blood of the Dragon Emperor instills awe in other alien beasts, forcing them to submit, and those that do will be marked with the Imperial brand, triggering the effect, Die for the Emperor, greatly amplifying attributes for a certain time. Active Skill 1, Dragon Flame, evolved into Destroying Dragon Flame. Breathing the Destroying Dragon Flame, containing the principles of destruction, targets burned will ignore all resistances. Damage to shields is doubled, and healing skills are ineffective during the burn period. Active Skill 2, Dragon Roar, evolved into Shaking World Dragon Roar. Gathering the might of the Dragon Emperor, releasing through a roar, causing all enemies in a large area to suffer negative effects like dread, chaos, and fear, inflicting true damage. Enemies not higher than its level will trigger the Certain Death effect. Cooldown, 1 day. Newly awakened skills. Active Skill 3, Burning Domain. In a vast range, creates a domain of judgment made from destroying dragon flame, forcing all enemies in the field to break free from all immunity, invincibility, elementalization, and other states. Active Skill 4, All Beasts Bow Down. All submissive beings within range double all attributes, and all attribute boosts apply to the Dragon Emperor. When a submissive being dies, their soul will be reborn in a complete form to continue fighting for a time. This is the new panel of the Black King after entering the growth phase. Even though Zhang Xian was mentally prepared, upon seeing it clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. Is this the true power of the Royal Blood Dragon clan? After entering the growth phase, the Burning World Black Dragon completely awakened its Dragon Emperor bloodline. Not just a pure-blood dragon clan but the Emperor of the Dragons. With properties exaggerated by 5 times, it could crush all alien beasts Zhang Xian had ever heard of. 6 million health, even those level 8 Beastmaster's main battle pets might not reach this figure. Attack, defense, all kinds of attributes left people speechless in shock. The changes in its passive talents and skills, one alone could be called a miraculous existence. For creatures 20 levels lower than itself, it could directly kill them in a wide area. This means wherever the Black King goes, a large number around must die. The 2 original active skills evolved, and their damage potential became even more exaggerated. And these 2 newly awakened skills brought one a stronger group damage mechanism. And another brought a legion mechanism. Whatever submits will be driven by the Black King, their combat power will double. Even after dying, they can rise again to fight for a period. Zhang Xian had reason to believe that he could now easily push down a small country. Chapter 86, Magma Gold. Since 1,000 years ago, humans received the beast god's favor and mastered the ability to control beasts, the pattern of humanity changed drastically. It is said that humanity once mastered a remarkable technological system, but after the Beastmaster system emerged, the old system gradually became an auxiliary tool for controlling beasts, and many countries from the previous era have been buried in the dust of time. Now, various human nations can be said to be dominated by those Beastmasters standing at the top.
The Beast Master family and the Beast God Temple jointly rule over. In some countries, it is even dominated by a powerful Beast Master, who enjoys the offerings of the entire nation, with women and resources in endless supply. For those remote locations with little value in their secrets and resources, and a smaller population, the ruler's strength might only be at the level of a grade 7 Beast Master. Zhang Xian weighed this carefully. A grade 7 Beast Master's main battle pet level would be no higher than 200 levels, while a 100 level Black King in its growth phase, overcoming the 100 level gap, could still crush anything. The terrifying growth ability of divine beasts meant that each level of a juvenile could reach 10 times that of a golden level beast, and once entering the growth phase, all attributes would directly increase by 5 times, with each level's growth doubling again. The difference in rank was already apparent in the early stages, and now it was like a chasm, utterly insurmountable. This is why those lofty premier beast tamer families strictly control the levels of beasts that flow into the lower tiers. For this is the source of all power within the beast taming system. Zhang Xian looked at the now domineering, awe-inspiring Black King, and there was another change of great value to him. The Black King now had the ability to carry a person through the air. He could now soar in the sky himself. At the same time, the Black King's advancement caused Zhang Xian's body to undergo huge changes. While he looked almost the same from the outside, the muscles, bones, and cells within were raging wildly. Accompanied by immense and terrifying attribute feedback, Zhang Xian's body seemed to break through some boundary of mortality, and as he took a step, the ground actually sank slightly. This was due to the rapid increase in body density that caused his weight to instantly soar several times, making it difficult for him to control his own strength. Zhang Xian clenched his fist and felt a burst of energy, taking him a while to finally adapt. He slightly bent his knees and then exerted force, propelling himself into the air, able to reach the rock wall above, even hovering momentarily for a second due to the strong thrust before landing. All these changes were hard to fully comprehend at once, but Zhang Xian felt that if his body continued to break through boundaries, even without any other means, he might unlock various amazing abilities, like flying in the air. I am increasingly evolving towards the inhuman side. Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh, feeling both excited. Normally, a beast master, although possessing extraordinary physical capabilities after reaching a high rank, finds this enhancement trivial against some top races. Whether facing the strength-enhanced dwarves or orcs, or the magical, nature-affine elves and druids. These races each have their own extraordinary attributes, and if humans do not rely on beast companions in battle and merely depend on their own extraordinary powers, they stand no chance against them. However, Zhang Xian had already broken through this somewhat in his previous sparring with Satamonkey. Now, it would only be more exaggerated. Taking out his spear, Zhang Xian found that what used to feel like a suitable weapon now felt weightless in his hand, having no heft at all. From now on, I need to ask the Satam tribe to help me forge a true weapon. What he needed was a sufficiently heavy weapon, one that could unleash his own abilities. Speaking of which, Zhang Xian remembered the Satam chief had previously entrusted him to find a certain material. The time to leave the holy mountain was approaching, so he had to hurry and find some. He inquired with the fire demon, who was surely familiar with the resource distribution throughout this volcanic space. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, the fire demon nodded and gestured for Zhang Xian to follow. Jumping from the lava waterfall, he returned to the previous layer of lava river space, moving in another direction, as the fire demon stepped deep into the river. Zhang Xian signaled. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows, understanding the other's meaning. He also stepped into the river of magma, then controlled the fire element, causing the magma to flow aside, exposing the riverbed beneath. There shone dazzling rays of crimson gold. This is the magma gold, the high-quality forging material mentioned by Chief Sato. Its rarity should lie between crimson iron and jade stone, fire. However, if Zhang Xian had not consumed the divine flame fruit, he would not have been able to discover this magma gold. This must originally have been gold, formed into a special metal after being worn down by magma and fiery energy for years. Indeed, Flame Demon knew about this place. Beneath the riverbed was a whole vein of ore. It is estimated that the most concentrated magma gold from the volcano is all located here. Come, everyone come out to help. Zhang Xian summoned other beast pets, and everyone began to mine together. Since Chief Sato had specifically mentioned it, and he had gained such great benefits from the volcano, it was only natural to mine as much as possible as a small token of appreciation for the favor owed. 500 units, 1,000 units, 3,000 units. Zhang Xian and several beast pets with various forms started functioning as miners, digging energetically. Time passed, and according to the collection time set by the two clans of the Red Dwarfs, there was not much left. Once the time was up, they would be automatically teleported out. Of course, this rule was set because the vast majority of people could not stay in the volcano for that long. Secondly, it was out of respect for the sacred mountain by the Red Dwarf clan. With Zhang Xian's current ability, the volcanic environment posed no threat to him, and he could even stay longer if needed. But as an outsider, he naturally had to respect the other side's rules. At this moment, outside the volcano, Satorad and Hong Yen Deba's clothes were somewhat tattered, panting heavily, occasionally glaring at each other. At first, the two adhered to the principle of keeping to their own affairs, yet it was difficult for the two conflicting clans to coexist peacefully. So after Hongyan Deba initiated a verbal provocation, the two began to fight. After several rounds of fighting, neither had managed to gain the upper hand, and both had accumulated some scratches. Hongyan Deba sarcastically said, "Rod, I must say, your Sato tribe truly is lacking, to actually find a human kid who looks like a rookie. After we found Mr. Jean, we urged you for a long time, yet you send a newbie here, is it to let him go to the sacred mountain to die?" Satorod sneered, "Indeed, you Red Rocks are exceedingly confident, too bad, overconfidence leads to fall. Now you're laughing so joyfully, soon you'll be crying out in despair." He knew how remarkable Zhang Xian was, simply using his flesh and blood in a contest allowed him to make Sato Mengchi lose ground. If one were to be deceived by the young looks of the other, they would surely suffer. Of course, he would never say this aloud. Hongyan Deba scoffed, thinking the other was just bluffing. He thought to himself, the result would soon be revealed. Not long after, the Sato tribe would surely regret agreeing to open the sacred mountain this time. Then, the Hongyan tribe would obtain rare materials, create several top-tier artifacts, and equip the strongest warriors in the tribe, quickly surpassing the Sato tribe in power. After that, they would accumulate strength, start a war, eliminate the Sato, and unify the Blazing Flame Islands. This had always been the ambition of their Hongyan tribe. Buzz. Within the volcano, a wave of fluctuations suddenly arose, and the preset protective formation reacted. The two looked up, their expressions shifting. The time is up. The people inside were about to be teleported out immediately. Hongyan Deba looked certain, even leisurely glancing at Sato Rod. Then, light suddenly appeared, and after a rainbow glow, a figure emerged. Only one person was teleported back, but neither Sato Rod nor the members of the Hongyan tribe were surprised. In previous years, the outcomes of opening the sacred mountain were basically the same. The two clans of gatherers were natural enemies, and with the many rare resources in the sacred mountain, conflict was bound to erupt, making it all too normal for lives to be buried within. There was even history of both clans' gatherers perishing within. Hongyan Deba wore a big smile, ready to step forward to greet, but when he saw the face of the newcomer, he froze in his tracks. "What are you doing here?" Beside him, Satorod laughed heartily and walked over. Great, as long as you're safe, I knew this wouldn't be hard for you." To be honest, he was still a bit nervous before, but seeing Zhang Xian safe and sound, without a scratch on him, while the other beast master from the New Silla Kingdom was nowhere to be seen, the result was already very clear. Zhang Xian smiled slightly and said, "I gained a lot, I didn't disappoint." "No, how is it that you could come out? What about Mr. Jean?" Hongyan Deba seemed unable to accept this fact, questioning him. Zhang Xian frowned, unhappily replying, "Old Bai, are you cursing me here? Why can't I come out? What does Mr. Jean or Mr. Silver have to do with me?" Strength brought an inflation of confidence, and as Zhang Xian's power grew stronger, his words and actions gradually changed. Before, he would have just ignored the other person. But now, do you dare to make me unhappy? Cursing you out is just a light punishment. What's the point of getting stronger if not to act on one's heart? Otherwise, I could easily crush you with one punch. Why pretend to be humble? What is the meaning of this so-called low profile? Hongyan Deba was momentarily stunned. He belonged to the highest rank below the clan leader in the Hongyan tribe and had never been talked back to like this, immediately becoming furious. However, he was a red dwarf, and no one could tell how red he turned. Another member of the Hongyan tribe took offense and said, "Arrogant human brat, speaking like this on the Red Flame Islands, are you not afraid of not seeing tomorrow's sun?" Zhang Xian disdainfully raised his middle finger. "If you have the guts, come and try. If I see tomorrow's sun, it means the Hongyan tribe is the grandson of the Satyr tribe." "You!" Now both Hongyan members were enraged. They could talk about anything else, but saying the Hongyan was inferior to the Satyr tribe definitely touched their most unacceptable point, almost making them spit blood with anger. But most of the dwarves were not good at debating, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say, but they couldn't swallow this anger and directly drew their weapons. The glory of Hongyan will not allow you, a mere human, to insult it. Satorod, initially enjoying the moment, became displeased upon seeing this and also drew out his big knife. "Deba, can't afford to lose, huh? If you want to attack my friend from the Satyr tribe, ask if the knife in my hand agrees." In an instant, the atmosphere became tense as both sides faced off for a while. Finally, Hongyan Deba snorted coldly, "This time, you've taken advantage, but Hongyan will not let this go easily. We're leaving." He made a fierce remark and then, not wanting to stay a second longer, got onto the back of a flying beast with another clansman and left. Even though Hongyan Deba was angry, he knew that this time, it was they who had suffered, and fighting again would be meaningless. Besides, he knew Satorod very well. If it really came down to a fight, he might be at a disadvantage. Thus, he could only flee disgraced. Zhang Xian squinted his eyes as he watched the two of them leave. He was just hoping they would really fight so he could crush them down with his own means. Satorod did not notice his emotions and sheathed his knife, patting his shoulder. "Let's go, let's head back." Sato Road was in high spirits. The Hongyan tribe had always taken the initiative in the matter of opening the sacred mountain, urging many times. After Satyr tribe had repeatedly declined, they mocked, using it to proclaim that the Satyr were cowards, and therefore the Satyr tribesmen were all holding back a breath of anger. This time, the Satyr gatherers safely came out of the sacred mountain, while the other gatherers were nowhere to be seen. It was truly a heavy slap to the face of the Red Rock. Whether Zhang Xian gained much in the sacred mountain or not, this was a cause for great celebration. Moreover, he himself did not have high expectations. In his view, the resources of the sacred mountain were abundant, but the environment was harsh, and he also had to guard against ambushes from other resource gatherers. It was already very good to come out safely. Zhang Xian did not actively reveal the resources he had obtained inside, until the two returned to Fire Island and met the chief of the Sato tribe. The chief had already learned of the news and came out to greet them, joyfully saying, "Lord Zhang Xian, you have truly brought great relief to our Sato tribe. Rod, have the clan prepare a feast, we must treat our friends well." Sato Rod agreed, but Zhang Xian smiled and said, "Chief, aren't you curious about what treasures I brought back from the sacred mountain?" The Sato chief and Elder Rod exchanged glances, both sensing Zhang Xian's implication. If he hadn't really brought back something valuable, he certainly wouldn't have said that. Could it be? The Sato chief tentatively asked, "My dear friend, did you happen to gather a few pieces of magma gold?" Previously, when Zhang Xian asked about their most needed resources, this was the answer he had given. Of course, it wasn't to say he was certain Zhang Xian would get it, he was merely recalling that this item was quite scarce in the tribe and also a key material for forging high-level equipment, so he brought it up casually. Zhang Xian chuckled, "A few? Chief, you should stretch your imagination a bit." The Sato chief thought for a moment and asked, "Could it be that you were lucky enough to gather over a dozen?" Elder Rod, anxious, began scratching his ears and tearing at his hair. "Friend, please don't keep us in suspense, quickly tell us." Seeing that he had already piqued their curiosity enough, Zhang Xian lightly chuckled, "Both of you, please step aside." Step aside? The Sato chief and Elder Rod were puzzled but still took a step to the side. Zhang Xian snapped his fingers and directly poured out all the materials from his backpack. The three were now in the first-floor hall of the municipal building, and in an instant after the snap, the entire hall was instantly filled with crimson and radiant golden light. In fact, where the Sato chief and Sato Rod were standing was directly piled high with countless ores, pushing them both into the air. They didn't react at first. It wasn't until they realized what had happened that their eyes went blank for several seconds. Then, they both erupted into a scream, reminiscent of women. "Oh my god, great dwarf god, great Gondair, what am I seeing?" Elder Rod was completely dumbfounded, only able to mumble to himself. The Sato chief gradually regained some clarity. He blinked hard and looked at the small mountain that occupied a large part of the hall, beginning to discern what they were. Red iron. Magma gold, also, jade and stone, oh my. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. These were not only rare materials produced in the sacred mountain, each one was quite precious, and the most incredible part was the quantity. How could it be? Every kind was in such great numbers? If he said a dozen, that would be one thing, dozens could also be understood. At most, it could be said that Zhang Xian was very lucky. But the scale before him could not possibly be explained by luck. This quantity was not just hundreds or thousands, but at least several thousand, even tens of thousands of units. Could it be that he brought out the entire vein from the sacred mountain? The Sato chief looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment, truly unable to grasp how this was done. Zhang Xian waved his hand, "Just luck perhaps, maybe the god Gondair is on my side." The Sato chief let out a breath. Their belief in the divine was not just casual talk, but deeply ingrained. The situation before him could only mean one possibility: Zhang Xian must have gained the favor of the god. Thinking of this, many feelings of reverence rose in his heart. "Friend, what you have brought to our Sato tribe is truly beyond any repayment." Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "It was all agreed upon beforehand." He couldn't say this was a repayment. After all, he had obtained the divine flame fruit from inside the volcano, awakened a special constitution, and taken a piece of heavenly fire seed. In comparison, he was certainly the one who had gained more. "Chieftain, you live by forging. I can't use these materials, so I will give you all of them instead of following the previous distribution ratio." "No way, absolutely not." Chieftain Sato snapped back to reality and firmly refused. "Our Sato tribe has always honored our promises. How can we take advantage of a friend? Furthermore, this must be a great gift from Gander to you, so we have no reason to take more. How about this? From what's inside, we'll take only 1/10 of the magma gold, and you can take the rest." Zhang Xian thought for a moment and said, "1/10 is too little, you must take 50%, and the other two types will be the same ratio. After all, I might need the help of my Sato friends in the future, and if the chieftain refuses, I would feel embarrassed to ask later." Chieftain Sato was about to say something, but after hearing the other party's words, he became conflicted. Since Zhang Xian said this, if he refused again, wouldn't that mean he was unwilling to accept a friend's kindness? He hesitated for a while and then said, "In that case, we'll take 30%, and if you have any needs or tasks in the future, I swear on behalf of the Sado tribe, I will never refuse or evade." After he said this, a notification rang in Zhang Xian's mind. Ding! You have completed a special event, the Red Dwarf's Thirst, bond triggered, current favorability of the Red Dwarf Sado tribe toward you has reached reverence. Did the bond trigger? Zhang Xian felt a stir in his heart. The last time it triggered was because he had eliminated the evil soul remnant of Duke Fukura. Favorability seemed to be divided into many levels, starting from 0 and going up, with levels like friendly, close, respectful, reverent, and worshipful. Previously, the bond did not trigger, but the favorability as a hidden trait had always existed. When he first came to the island, the Sado tribe, due to their frequent interactions with the beastmasters of the Xia country, should have had a default level of friendliness. Afterward, he sparred and defeated Sado Mengqi, gaining their recognition and becoming friends, which should have reached the friendly level. And now, he had greatly exceeded the Sado tribe's needs, and the favorability directly jumped to the reverent level. This favorability basically allowed him to request most things from them. For example, if he needed combat support, the Sado tribe would probably send elite warriors to assist him. On a personal level, it could also trigger their desire to become followers. If it reached the top worship level, it would be equivalent to them seeing him as a god, and any orders would be obeyed. Indeed, another valuable gain had come. Red dwarves were a race that often produced forging masters, and they were quite strong in combat. Having such a helper was something others could only dream of. With this settled, both sides were very happy. With 30% of the materials, the Sado tribe had enough to forge a batch of high-level equipment using their exquisite skills for the most elite warriors of the tribe. In this way, when facing the threat from the Red Rock tribe, they might not completely annihilate the opponents, but at least they could break the balance and steadily suppress them. Surely, the Red Rock tribe would never have expected this. It was simply because Zhang Xian's gains were far more than all the gains combined from previous openings of the sacred mountain. At this moment, Zhang Xian made a request, "Chieftain Sado, by the way, I need 2 types of weapons, and the materials will come from my share. My requirements might be a bit high. Can I trouble you to create it for me?" The Sado patriarch immediately said, "Absolutely no problem, just ask. All the master forgers of the Sado tribe will serve you." In fact, he himself was also a master forger. As the most honored guest of the Sado tribe, this request must be fulfilled to the best of their ability. Zhang Xian nodded, then spoke his request. First, he needed a long spear. After battling with Sado Mengqi and fighting in the Holy Mountain, he had already confirmed that a spear was the weapon he liked and was best suited for. However, with his current physical strength, ordinary weapons would definitely not be suitable. The first requirement was that it had to be heavy. It must be able to maximize his strength advantage. Secondly, it had to have good elemental compatibility, especially with fire elements. This way, he could unleash his flame-controlling methods. With a heavy weapon attached to blazing flames, sweeping across the battlefield, just thinking about the scene felt domineering. Additionally, he had another idea. Besides a melee weapon, he also needed a ranged weapon. This would help make up for his biggest shortcoming in combat. Originally, Zhang Xian wanted a magical firearm, like the enchanted heavy sniper rifle of the elf tribe. He had seen reports of its power, where one shot could even blow up a small mountain. But such weapons were absolutely major killing machines in the elf tribe and were hardly ever sold outside. So he had to settle for something else. But with the forging ability of the Red Dwarves, if they could create the bow he imagined, combined with his fire control ability, the final power should not differ much. The Sado patriarch listened carefully to his thoughts and said, "I understand. I will immediately have the most skilled master forgers in the tribe discuss this and come up with a plan, then create these 2 weapons. We will definitely do our utmost to make the best." Given the intimacy between himself and the Sado tribe, since they made such a promise, there was nothing to worry about. What he would finally receive would definitely be the most perfect work of the Red Dwarves. The Sado patriarch gave instructions and then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "This time, your gift to the Sado tribe must be known and appreciated by every member of our tribe. In the next few days, we will hold the grandest banquet. If there is nothing else, please be sure to celebrate with us." Zhang Xian thought for a moment. Since the unified examination still had some time, and his main purpose for this visit had been achieved, it was indeed a time to relax, so he agreed. Elder Rod was excitedly going down to notify and arrange things. That night, the entire Fire Island was decorated to an unprecedented standard. Every place was bright with lights and festive decorations. A celebration venue was set up in the large square outside the municipal building. All the fine wines and delicacies of the Red Dwarf tribe were presented. Every member of the Sado tribe learned the news and came to celebrate. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous. The Red Dwarfs, with their outgoing and open nature, spontaneously started singing songs of praise and dancing in celebration. Although there was a difference in splendor compared to human cities on land, it had its unique charm, especially since this banquet was held for one person. Zhang Xian was invited to the head of the table, with the Sato patriarch sitting beside him. Sato Mingqi came to toast him, his face full of excitement and admiration. Brother Zhang Xian, I thought your strength was already great, but I didn't expect you could bring out so many precious gifts from the holy mountain. You must be favored by the gods. For the red dwarves, resources from the holy mountain were considered gifts from the gods. For an ordinary dwarf to obtain some and safely return was already a grace from the great Gondel, let alone such an exaggerated quantity. His current feelings towards Zhang Xian were filled with awe and respect. There is only submission now. Many tribesmen in the arena knew just how great a gift this human had brought to the Sutta tribe. It was a precious resource that could significantly enhance the power of the Sutta tribe, and so everyone was filled with the most sincere gratitude. Tonight on Fire Island, it was definitely the liveliest it had been in decades. A human team had just returned to Fire Island from other islands of the archipelago. As soon as they arrived at their temporary dwelling, a red dwarf politely extended an invitation for them to join the celebration. A celebration? Lu Dongyuan was curious, wondering what great event the red dwarves had encountered, as he could hear the boiling songs and dances from quite a distance. The dwarf smiled and said, "We are celebrating for a very esteemed guest. Speaking of this guest, they are also human. If you have time, you are welcome to join us in the festivities. This is the feast of our Sutta tribe." Teacher, what do you think? Lu Dongyuan asked, feeling quite interested. What kind of person could receive such a high-level reception from the red dwarves? It's known that while the overall strength of the red dwarves might not be as great as that of the beastmasters of the Xia kingdom, when compared to a certain province, they are actually not much weaker. To receive such treatment from them must mean that the guest is a top-tier powerhouse, probably an 8th-tier beastmaster. Such a figure couldn't even be found in their South Jianlu family. If he could get to know this person, that would indeed be a stroke of luck. The other young men and women also looked quite eager, who at their age wouldn't enjoy a lively atmosphere? A knowledgeable girl named Tao Tao thought for a moment. These past few days she had taken her students to other islands to search for the flame sources needed for the fire-sacred beast, but it hadn't gone very smoothly. They had only killed some monsters but found no resources, and the monsters were quite powerful, so they didn't dare to venture too deep. Now that night had fallen, fearing a monster outbreak, they chose to return to Fire Island first. This situation was normal. They had originally planned to take several days to accomplish their goal. Since there was nothing else to do now, joining the Red Dwarves' banquet seemed quite nice. After all, she was curious as well. Then let's go see for ourselves, but do remember to observe the etiquette. The other students cheered excitedly when they saw their teacher agree. They arrived at the municipal building, and tonight, besides Zhang Xian, they were the only humans there. Thus, the other dwarves were very warm upon seeing them, quickly inviting them to sit down, offering fine wine and delicacies. The few of them were somewhat flattered, understanding that the Sutta tribe was friendly towards humans from the Xia kingdom, but not to such an extent, right? A girl curiously asked, "May I ask what you are celebrating today?" A middle-aged dwarf excitedly replied, "The esteemed Lord Zhang Xian has brought us an immensely generous gift. We are grateful for his kindness, and this is all to praise his virtue." Lord Zhang Xian? The few of them exchanged glances before turning to Tao Tao. "Teacher, have you heard this name? Is he a famous powerhouse from South Jiang?" Tao Tao blinked her beautiful eyes, thought for a moment, but shook her head. The two top-tier Beastmaster academies in South Jiang, along with the Beast God Temple, basically included South Jiang's strongest Beastmasters. However, this name did not ring a bell. Seeing their confusion, the middle-aged dwarf pointed toward the center of a crowd of dwarves not far away. "Look, that person is Lord Zhang Xian." The few people curiously followed the direction he pointed and saw a handsome young man mingling and laughing with the surrounding dwarves, continually raising his cup for more wine. That person. Tao Tao was first surprised, then a bit hesitant. She had expected him to be a long-established beastmaster, but he looked too young, and somehow she felt she had seen him somewhere before. "Ah, isn't that?" A girl exclaimed in surprise, quickly recalling a figure she recognized. "Isn't that the boy we met on the boat?" "On the boat?" Tao Tao immediately responded, no wonder he looked familiar. Others also began to remember. At that time on the great ship of the Beast God Temple, besides them, only one person got off at the Flame Island, and that was this young boy. After he disembarked, Tao Tao had asked him a question, and now everyone recalled it. Tao Tao was surprised in her heart. She had asked back then mainly because Zhang Xian looked young and handsome, not like an experienced beastmaster. She was worried that he had recklessly come to the Flame Island, so she wanted to remind him. But Zhang Xian had been polite and distant, so she naturally did not say more. Now seeing Zhang Xian become a distinguished guest of the Sato tribe, even able to make all the tribe members celebrate for him, she felt quite unexpected. Lu Dongyuan and others were also very confused. Their group was already at the top among the same-age beastmasters in Nanjiang. Especially Lu Dongyuan, among the young generation who could compare with him, there were no more than 2 or 3, no matter the relationship, they were all very familiar. This person looked several years younger than himself. What was his background? Could it be that he came from the imperial capital? It seemed like this was the only possibility.
Zhang Xian, surrounded by a group of dwarfs, was now quite drunk. His constitution meant he wouldn't get drunk from alcohol, and he had already emptied several jars by himself. In fact, the Sato chief and Sato Mengchi had already begun to feel tipsy. The Sato chief suddenly stood up, raising his wine cup high. All Sato brothers and sisters, let us toast to our most precious friend Lord Zhang Xian. All the dwarfs raised their cups in unison, shouting with cheers like ocean waves. Cheers! Cao Cao and the others, caught in the crowd, could only go along and shout a toast. They felt that if they didn't shout, they might get stared at by the nearby dwarfs. Elder Luwata suddenly noticed their group. He was already a bit tipsy, and seeing fellow humans, he came over to greet them.
Everyone, you must have come to the island with Lord Zhang Xian, right? Please, take a seat.
The few of them exchanged glances, then Lu Dongyuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much." He was the first to step forward, and when the others saw him move, they subconsciously followed. Lu Dongyuan wanted to take this opportunity to get to know him. Coming from a prominent family, he understood that having more high-value connections meant more strength. The thoughts of the others were roughly the same. When they reached the front, Zhang Xian recognized their faces with some surprise but said nothing more, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Dongyuan and others hurriedly bowed slightly in greeting. Although they didn't know exactly what his identity was, it must certainly be very impressive, so they could not neglect their manners. The Sato chief, in high spirits, saw them and asked, "Dear guests, may I ask if you have come to the island to search for resources?" Cao Cao nodded and said, "Exactly." The Sato chief continued, "What exactly are you looking for, if it's convenient to tell?" Cao Cao replied, "I brought my students to your esteemed island specifically looking for flame source crystals."
Flame source crystals?
The Sato chief replied without a second thought, waving his hand, "Today is a good day for our red dwarfs of the Sato tribe, since you are also guests of the human race, coming here is fate. It's just flame source crystals, there's no need to trouble yourselves. I will have the tribe members fetch some from the storeroom right now to gift to you, as a way to celebrate together."
What?
The few of them were shocked.
They couldn't have heard wrong, a direct gift?
The Sato chief certainly wouldn't speak lightly. Soon after, a dwarf brought flame source crystals over. It was entrusted to Lu Dongyuan and others. They still could hardly believe it. The flame source crystal was quite a rare resource on the Scarlet Flame Islands. They had worked so hard for days without results, and now they got it this way? Cao Cao was the first to react, saying, "I thank you on behalf of the Southern River Beastmaster Academy for your gift." To her surprise, Chief Sato shook his head and looked at Zhang Xian. Cao Cao quickly turned to Zhang Xian. She had already learned his name from the short dwarf's talk before.
"Thank you, Lord Zhang Xian, for your gift."
Her tone even carried a hint of charm. When facing someone who was likely one of the top geniuses in the Summer Kingdom, her position as a teacher in the academy naturally didn't matter. Although she didn't know Zhang Xian's exact background, being treated with such respect by the Red Dwarves meant he must have a strength or background that reached a celestial level. Given his age, it was highly likely to be the latter. Such exceptional individuals naturally deserved a humble attitude and sufficient respect. Zhang Xian glanced lightly at the exquisite curves of her body and smiled without speaking. Lu Dongyuan and the others immediately added their thanks as well. If it weren't for relying on this person, their trip might not have yielded any results. Especially Lu Dongyuan, the exotic firehound was originally his beast pet. They had all taken the risk to come here, supposedly for the continent-wide Beastmaster competition in 6 months, but in reality, he was the biggest beneficiary. Therefore, he was in high spirits and directly approached Zhang Xian to perform a Beastmaster salute. Then, he carefully asked, "Sir, may I ask if you are a student of the Qilin Academy?" "We all come from the Southern River Beastmaster Academy." Zhang Xian shook his head, saying, "Qilin Academy? Not yet." Lu Dongyuan and the others didn't immediately understand what he meant. Zhang Xian continued, "I am a senior in high school, just waiting for the unified exam." "Huh?" Lu Dongyuan and the others looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Their first reaction was that he was joking, but then they suddenly recalled the odd feeling they'd sensed earlier, and it suddenly made sense. That was Zhang Xian looked overly young, even a bit tender. Aside from a hint of sharpness and disdain in his expression, he often gave off a slightly strange vibe. Him saying he was a high school student made it plausible. But a high school student, at most, was just a rookie beastmaster. Why could he receive such treatment? Cao Cao couldn't help but ask, "Then, where are you from? The imperial capital?" The other's gazes also held curiosity, while Lu Dongyuan harbored doubts in his heart. Did those top families in the imperial capital really have that much influence? Zhang Xian shook his head again. "You think too much. I'm just a local from the Southern River Province, a citizen of Guangning City." "What?" This time, Cao Cao, Lu Dongyuan, and others all turned to a girl in their group. "Fei Fei, weren't you from Guangning City?" Li Shuefei was quite surprised. She was indeed a member of the Li family, one of the 4 great families of Guangning, and she stood out among the younger generation.
When did Guangning produce such a figure? She hadn't heard any rumors at all. The surname Zhang had nothing to do with the four great families of Guangning. What about the other powerful old beastmasters? It seemed. She couldn't help but say, Zhang. Guangning doesn't seem to have any famous beastmasters with the surname Zhang, right? Zhang Shan looked up at her. She was in her early 20s, slim, and had a rather spirited look, not extraordinarily stunning, though slightly inferior to the leading teacher. But her long, straight, strong legs, coupled with her smooth skin, wearing the combat-style stockings favored by female beastmasters and a short skirt, made her quite eye-catching. However, what she said left him speechless. It's strange, do you really think that without a noble family background, you're nothing at all? Previously in Guangning, Li Xian and his group were the same way. It seemed incomprehensible to them that a powerful beast tamer could rise up outside of noble families. At first, Zhang Xian felt somewhat annoyed, but now he found these people extremely dull. Li Shufa paused, instinctively feeling that the other person's words were beyond her understanding. Wasn't background important? Yet in this situation, she didn't know how to respond. As she pondered her words, Zhang Xian waved his hand and said, "All right, no need to linger here, it's just a matter of chance that I became a guest of the Sato tribe. Your good fortune in obtaining the flame source crystal is unrelated to me, I don't even know you." His tone was cold as he shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at these people. This was not Zhang Xian being modest, entering the sacred mountain was indeed a matter of chance. Besides, he really had no interest in talking to these people because they were simply not on the same wavelength. If they met in a different place, they might have just clashed swords. Li Shufa felt a bit frustrated, and at the same time, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, while the others also had mixed feelings in their eyes. When people encounter things beyond their understanding, they often tend to think it's an illusion and look for evidence to prove it is fake. Thus, they half believed Zhang Xian's words, thinking he was just lucky and gained special treatment from the red dwarfs out of chance. Otherwise, how could one explain how someone from a small town, without the background of a beast tamer family, and not even a student of a beast taming academy, could achieve things far beyond what they could reach? Thinking this way, their excitement and awe had basically vanished. Lu Dongyuan shook his head, feeling quite disappointed, even regretting why he had shown such eagerness and respect just moments ago. He completely dismissed the fact that because of Zhang Xian's presence, they were able to obtain the flame source crystal. The few of them left, and Tao Tao appeared somewhat hesitant. Her thoughts were similar to her students, but she felt that things wouldn't be so simple. In the end, she still smiled apologetically at Zhang Xian and then left together with them. Zhang Xian continued drinking, not taking this little episode to heart. The next day, he woke up early, completely unaffected by the strong liquor from the previous day. Zhang Xian sought out the chief of the Sato tribe and made another request. "Chief, I want to practice spear techniques, do you have anyone to recommend?" He thought that as he used a spear, he definitely needed to master related skills, and the red dwarfs were proficient in combat, so there should be experts in this area. The Sato chief answered without hesitation, "Of course, I'll bring you the best spear user from our clan." For this esteemed guest who was highly respected by the entire Sato tribe, everything was handled with great efficiency. Soon, Zhang Xian was invited to the training ground, where an elderly red dwarf with white hair was already waiting. He was extremely strong and robust, carrying a weathered spear on his back. Although aged, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and a hint of menace lingered in his gaze. At first glance, Zhang Xian knew he was extraordinary. In his perception, the old man's life force was incredibly vibrant. The elder bowed to him and said in a deep voice, "Honorable Zhang Xian, I am Sato Money, an 8th-tier warrior and the best spear user here. If you wish to practice, I will teach you everything I know." 8th-tier warrior? An 8th-tier warrior corresponds roughly to the 8th-tier beast tamers among humans. Zhang Xian was slightly surprised. This level was undoubtedly among the strongest of the red dwarfs. Although the extraordinary strength of the warrior system will decline with age, it still remains an extremely powerful existence. He felt grateful for the kindness of the Sato tribe towards him and naturally held great respect for such a person. So he bowed and said, "Please teach me, master." Regardless of the other's attitude, he must show the posture a student should have. Sato Munji nodded, drew the weathered spear from behind him, and said, "Next, I will not use extraordinary powers, only the body of an ordinary person, to demonstrate the spear technique." After he finished speaking, he tightly gripped the spear with both hands, his gaze sharp like lightning, and the air around him suddenly felt as if it had stagnated, slowing down in the face of the heavy aura he exuded. Then, swoosh! A thunderous explosion erupted. The spear shot through the air like a rainbow, creating layers of shockwaves. Zhang Xian was startled because he realized that this seemingly superhuman attack was indeed achieved with ordinary strength. But under various inexplicable factors combined, it produced an astonishing effect. It was also because his own attributes surged, stepping into the extraordinary physical realm. Otherwise, he might not have discerned the underlying principles at all. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the skill he wanted to learn. He stared intently, unwilling to miss any details. Sato Munji's spear movements became increasingly impressive, not only his hand movements but also his footwork, thrusting, twisting, and lurking, each part was masterfully crafted, yet it stirred up the most astonishing turbulence on the calmest surface of a lake. As he continued to strike, the air seemed to be swept by wind and thunder, and the roar of wild beasts echoed. Throughout this process, the other party never used any extraordinary powers. At first, Zhang Xian could keep up, but soon he could not understand it anymore. He felt that there was too much profound meaning hidden within Sato Munji's movements. Eventually, Sato Munji stopped, and Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. The other party did not interrupt him until Zhang Xian raised his head and said, "Master, I seem to have seen something beyond just the body." His tone was not very certain. Sato Munji's gaze revealed appreciation. To be able to say this, it showed that the other party truly saw the essence. He began to explain the underlying principles to Zhang Xian, giving him a preliminary understanding. It turned out that many people saw the early entry into the extraordinary physical realm as fast but found it weak in the later stages, with a lower potential compared to the Beastmaster system and various magic systems. Many races that pursued the physical system also sought to enhance their strength through various creations after reaching a certain level due to this reason. For example, the Red Rock tribe was significantly stronger than the Sato tribe in mechanical creations. But many old-school physical strength practitioners scoffed at this viewpoint and even rejected it vehemently. Sato Munji was one of them. He always believed that the physical system was not purely focused on the body but rather to explore the power of the heart. The heart surpasses all, breaking the shackles of the body. This is the essence of ancient inheritance. But this level is extremely difficult to touch. Compared to the Beastmaster system of the human race, which relies on the accumulation of resources and easily forms monopolies and aristocratic patterns where the strong remain strong and the weak remain weak. Elves, druids, and other races have a natural bond with nature, communicating with elements from the very beginning, clearly distinguishing strengths and weaknesses, forming a theory of innate superiority. And those ancient races blessed with invincible bloodlines only need to continuously explore and trace their blood potential to climb higher. Overall, it is easy to see that these systems can produce top-tier strong individuals. But the development of the mind is too elusive. It sounds easy to speak of, yet achieving it leaves no trace. Even in the inheritance, there are only some vague and often incomprehensible records. Of course, this is not because the predecessors intentionally buried it, but the development of the mind is different for everyone and hard to reference. Therefore, this system has gradually been corrected by future generations. Take the Sato tribe, for instance. Young warriors, besides practicing combat skills, often put more emphasis on equipment and weapon assistance. A top-quality weapon can often enable a second-tier warrior to defeat a third-tier warrior. At higher levels, more combat creations are also required. As a result, reliance has grown deeper, and the development of the mind has naturally been increasingly neglected. But this is the trend. The dwarf race, with its profound forging ability, has indeed progressed smoothly down this path. Only a few strong individuals persist in the mental cultivation that most of their kin have abandoned. Both of these paths have been incorporated into the warrior system of our dwarf race, but among the entire red dwarf family, only I, Satamoni, have reached the 8th tier warrior level through the old path. The old man's voice was somewhat lonely. Clearly, after him, the Sato tribe would have no one to inherit the ancient system. Zhang Xian understood in his heart, respectfully bowed, and said, "Although we are not of the same kin, I am willing to learn. Please teach me, master." He did not care about the barriers between systems as long as it could enhance his strength. That was a good thing. Satamoni nodded. This was originally a secret of the tribe, and even the young generation of the same kin would have to undergo numerous tests to receive his teachings. But this is the benefit of reverence. It prompted Satamoni to break some principles. He formally began teaching, first explaining why he could unleash extraordinary power without using his physical form. The mind is different from what we usually think of as consciousness. Consciousness can control the body but cannot surpass the body. To shatter the shackles of the flesh and truly excavate the deepest subtle energies and even leverage the force that exists everywhere in nature, one must not let consciousness dominate. You need to find where the mind exists and control it with the mind. If you are confined to the body, great power becomes as light as a feather. But if you can leverage the grand force, even the lightest touch can feel like lifting a mountain. You could even shatter stars from an endless distance. Seeing Zhang Xian's astonished expression, Satamoni said, "I certainly cannot reach that realm, but there were once great beings who could achieve all this simply with their minds. It is real, not illusory." Zhang Xian had a glimmer of understanding, and his eyes gradually brightened. He realized that harnessing consciousness merely stacks up physical energy. What can be controlled is only this body, which soon reveals its limits. However, controlling with the mind surpasses the flesh. The body is merely an anchor point among all things, but with this anchor, one can leverage everything and further influence the force, resulting in unimaginable power. Of course, before achieving this, honing the body to its limit is naturally beneficial for stabilizing the anchor point to ensure stability when leveraging, preventing easy collapse. Zhang Xian had exceptional comprehension, combined with a deep physical foundation, quickly grasping that spark of insight under Satamoni's unreserved teaching. Satamoni stopped there, not delving deeper. It was not that he was holding back, but the development of the mind indeed had little experience to speak of. Any learner needs to understand the basic principles. Over-explaining personal thoughts could lead to confusion. Moreover, even he had only taken the first step on this path. Before reaching this threshold, the skills that needed to be learned could not be set aside. Satamoni began to teach Zhang Xian his spear techniques. His spear techniques were devoid of flashy content, having long entered a state of simplicity and authenticity. Only 6 words: speed, precision, timing. Zhang Xian was pondering the path of mental development when he heard a prompt in his mind. His face brightened, but he quickly calmed down and followed his instructor to practice the gun technique. In an instant, the training ground was filled with the sounds of breaking air and explosive blasts. Until late into the night, they stopped, Satamoni left alone, clearly surprised by his student Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian then looked at the 2 prompts that appeared today one after another. Ding! You have accepted Satamonti's inheritance, you have triggered the corresponding conditions, and successfully unlocked a new profession. You have unlocked the new profession Mind Warrior. You have accepted Satamonti's inheritance and learned Breaking Formation Gun Technique. The biggest surprise today was that he had actually unlocked a new profession. This meant that outside of the Beastmaster system, he officially had a second system. Mind Warrior. Description: an extraordinary system that can be traced back to ancient and great beings, preserved in some races, but extremely rare. Talent: skill, control the body with the mind. Once activated, in the first stage, all physical attributes double, continuously consuming mental power during the duration. Subsequent stages await development. This system brought him a powerful skill. Chapter 93, Breaking Formation Gun Technique. Once the skill is activated, physical attributes will double. This is not just strength doubling, but includes speed, explosiveness, endurance, stamina, reaction. All various physical traits will directly increase by 100%. The resulting increase in combat power exceeds just 2 or 3 times. Mental power is a unique energy standard of the Mind Warrior system. It does not come from external sources, but is derived and spread from one's own mind, needing daily meditation and deliberate effort in skill training to continuously develop and enhance mental power. The specific method has already been taught to him by Satamonti. He also learned the essence of Satamonti's lifelong gun techniques. Breaking Formation Gun Technique, Master Level Beginner, 1 out of 100. Current effect: shooting speed increased by 15%. This gun technique is based on the original spear technique of the Red Dwarf Satam tribe, polished and perfected by Satamonti over many years, and has become a master-level warrior skill. This gun technique consists of 12 forms, not complex, but contains the essence of nearly all spear-related principles and practical variations, exuding a beauty of great skill without intricacy. According to Satamonti, the Mind Warrior style combines mental development and refined skills to unleash even more powerful abilities. So even though theoretically, one does not need a weapon in the end, that realm can only be reached by beings close to the divine. Before then, skills cannot be neglected. And the gun technique, for the current Zhang Xian, is naturally the most capable of showcasing his physical strength, so he took it very seriously. It seems he will have a busy daily schedule from now on. In the following week, after Zhang Xian finished and consolidated all the content of mental development in Breaking Formation Gun Technique with Satamonti, he began to practice daily. Satamonti was extremely strict and meticulous during practice. Any unsatisfactory aspect would make Zhang Xian refine it repeatedly, and if he did it wrong, Satamonti directly struck him with the gun body. Although Zhang Xian's physical strength could not cause injury, the force penetrated 3 parts and, leaving him bruised and in pain, making him grimace. This move, armor-piercing spike, requires all its power to concentrate on the size of a needlepoint, not a wider area. Even the slightest error in hitting a target results in vast differences in power. Iron cavalry breaking formation requires a forward driving force while keeping 3 parts of momentum within. If not, you'll lag behind in subsequent changes. Pure aggression is far from enough. People say that close combat diminishes the sharpness of the spear within 3 feet. Within 1 foot, it can end one's breath. That's all nonsense. Those who fear close combat are simply lacking skill. This move, mountain crashing lean, must be practiced to perfection. Daring to approach is a death sentence. There was a master teaching hand in hand, plus his own exceptional understanding, so his progress was naturally rapid. By the 5th day, his broken formation spear technique had moved from beginner to skilled level. After that, Satamonti brought a familiar face to spar with him. Seeing that the visitor was Satamonki, and noticing their somewhat similar faces, Zhang Xian realized that Monki was the master's grandson. However, Satamonti was clearly dissatisfied with this grandson who couldn't inherit his path, his face dark the whole time. Facing Monki, Zhang Xian let loose at this moment. During these few days of sparring with his master, he had always felt restrained and frustrated. Clearly, he was almost equal in physical attributes, yet he couldn't unleash his strength and often ended up defeated within just a few moves. If it were a real fight, he didn't know how many times he would have already died. This highlighted the gap brought by the skills and spirit on the path of the spiritual warrior. Monkey's skills were higher than Zhang Xian's, but since he hadn't stepped onto the spiritual path, there was more room for maneuvering in their sparring. Zhang Xian knew that Monkey's physical strength was different from his own, and after the journey to the sacred mountain, the gap had widened even more. So he controlled his power and attributes to match Monkey's level, beginning a fair competition. Their battle was purely a clash of skills. Monkey's weapons were twin hammers, which were actually the most common weapons for the Red Dwarf race. After all, they often had to spend much energy on forging. Hammers could be used as forging tools and as weapons for fighting. So in terms of hammer techniques, Sato's master of hammer techniques surpassed all other warrior masters combined. Although Monkey was the grandson of Master Monty, he had learned hammer techniques from other warrior masters and had received true teachings, already approaching a great level. Getting started, skilled, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. Therefore, in terms of warrior skills, he was considerably stronger than Zhang Xian at that moment. Fortunately, in battling him, Zhang Xian did not feel the kind of helplessness he had faced with his master. Although he was still at a disadvantage, he fought with great enthusiasm. After the first day of fighting, Monkey was still a bit smug. Brother Zhang Xian, my hammer techniques are famous among the younger generation of Sato. You're not bad either, keep working hard. Beside them, Sato Monty coldly snorted and said, worthless fool, do you think you are stronger than Zhang Xian? Believe it or not, in 3 days he won't lose to you anymore. Monty was both happy and annoyed, happy that he had found a talented disciple to inherit his teachings in his old age, annoyed that his grandson was like a fool, unable to see Zhang Xian's astonishing rate of improvement. It could be said that he was visibly improving with every single battle. Such a person was simply born for battle. The Beast Master's system of the human race could not fully unleash the other's talents. Yet, faithfully, the other had come to Sato, allowing him to be discovered. It seemed, this was truly the great Gandalf's will. Of course, Monkey didn't believe his grandfather's words. Skills couldn't be improved in just a few days. He admitted Zhang Xian's performance was extremely impressive, but it wasn't that exaggerated, right? But seeing his grandfather ready to swing his spear, he quickly got scared and ran away. In the following days, Zhang Xian continued to spar with Monkey. Fighting against an opponent who was stronger but not an absolute overpowering one was the fastest way to improve. This day, it was already night. The long spear and twin hammers intertwined, and tiny sparks flew. Their movements were not much different from every previous clash. Everything felt rehearsed, having engaged in hundreds of encounters over the past few days. But this time, Sato Monkey's face no longer held any signs of relaxation. He clenched his jaw, his gaze extremely serious, even somewhat heavy. Zhang Xian's progress was astonishing. Even though he realized it later, he now recognized that compared to 3 days ago, it seemed like the other party was a different person. The timing and changes in his shooting were incredibly seasoned and crafty, as if he were a master who had immersed himself in this for 10 years. Just when he was fully engaged in battle, a sudden sound of an alarm clock rang out. Ding-ling-ling. Just having escaped from a dangerous clash of weapons, the focused Satomanchi was jolted. Zhang Xian had already taken a step back, smiling and saying, Manchi, time's up. Only then did Manchi realize that they had fought for a full 10 minutes. Previously, Manhwa had set the battle time for both of them at 10 minutes with full effort, and each time, Zhang Xian was defeated by Manchi within that time frame. It started with 3 to 5 minutes, then nearly 9 minutes, and this time, they had fought to a draw at 10 minutes, and Zhang Xian appeared to still be in control. Even if they continued fighting, it was still uncertain whether Manchi could suppress his opponent and win. He smacked his lips and then realized, in his tone of astonishment mixed with a hint of bitterness. Brother Zhang Xian, this is too incredible. I have already considered myself a genius of the Sato clan, but compared to you. Over these past few days, he had personally experienced Zhang Xian's improvement. Clearly, he had evolved through battles, showing some roughness just 3 days ago right in front of him. Zhang Xian laughed heartily, while Satomoni felt happy but also found his grandson annoying, waving his hand and saying, You still a genius? How small is the Red Flame Island? Even if we add up the Red Rock, how many people do we have? In the future, go to the mainland and broaden your horizons. Now, scram. As Satomanchi's mission as a tool was over, he quickly ran away with his tail between his legs. Zhang Xian laughed from the side, then turned to Satomoni and bowed seriously. Master Manhwa, thank you for your guidance these past few days, otherwise, I wouldn't have made such progress. Receiving this bow, Satomoni felt that Zhang Xian had obtained his legacy of the spiritual warrior and the essence of the breaking formation spear technique, which was indeed the culmination of his lifelong practice, making it a true master-disciple relationship. He let out a breath, finally showing a smile. Zhang Xian, while I have acted as a teacher in the clan, I've never truly taken a disciple. I didn't expect my one and only disciple to be a human. However, I am very satisfied, extremely satisfied. Though the time is short, I can teach you only this, you have already stepped across the threshold. In the future, carry forward the breaking formation spear and the mastery of the self with the heart. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to return to Fire Island. Here, all are your supportive comrades. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a little teary-eyed. He was not an overly sentimental person, but honestly, in the identity of a human beast master, he hadn't encountered anyone fighting alongside him. Instead, he often felt a sense of loneliness. He nodded vigorously, Master Mengya, the affairs of the Sato clan are also my affairs, I will come back to see you in the future. A week passed, and during this time, in addition to practicing the spear, Zhang Xian also began to practice archery. Unfortunately, the Sato clan did not have a master in archery, but there were still quite a few people with a certain level of skill. After several days of learning, Zhang Xian successfully activated a basic archery skill. At least it was enough for him. One day, Elder Rod came to find him. Your 2 weapons are ready. Zhang Xian followed him to the most famous forge on Fire Island and saw 2 newly forged pieces of equipment. At the moment the curtain was lifted, the entire room was filled with intense heat, and the dazzling light took a while to settle down. The first piece was a spear measuring over 2 meters, designed according to Zhang Xian's physique. It is a true big gun. The gun body is red with a golden light, and a faint flame burns endlessly. Zhang Xian picked it up, feeling its impressive weight and the flames of energy leaping excitedly within him. Elder Rod introduced, this is made mainly of magma gold, mixed with red iron, fire jade, and flow fire crystal. It has a strong compatibility with flame energy and top-notch toughness. At the same time, through our unique Sato forging secret method, we further increased its already impressive density and finally infused it with gravity runes. Therefore, its weight is astonishing, reaching a whopping 48,000 pounds. Moreover, it can also activate its second form, and its weight will become a terrifying 80,000 pounds. His eyes were filled with amazement. This is definitely the heaviest weapon ever forged in the history of the Sato tribe. Almost all the master smiths in the tribe were involved, or it would have been impossible to compress so many rare materials into a spear of normal size. Even with the weight of its first form, as a 7th-level dwarf warrior, he could barely lift it. But to wield it in battle was obviously impossible. However, Zhang Xian's appearance was utterly relaxed. His physique was indeed astonishing. Zhang Xian tried to execute a few basic spear techniques, thrusts, jabs, slashes, and blocks. Each action produced a dull sound in the air, even causing slight distortions. This was the effect of exaggerated strength combined with the weight of the spear. He nodded in satisfaction. With this weight, plus the second form, it was indeed enough for him. Zhang Xian then looked at the second item. It was also a red longbow, but the bow body had a sense of flow, as if waves were rippling within. This bow was forged with liquid flame marrow to enhance its toughness and pull. Now that I see your strength, it fits perfectly. You should give it a try. Zhang Xian raised the longbow, slightly lifting his chin, stabilizing his center of gravity, and pulled the string back. With his strength, he could actually feel a certain resistance until he pulled the bow completely back. At this moment, an astonishing amount of power had accumulated. The power behind an arrow shot with this force, combined with the impact, was simply unimaginable. Elder Rod continued, the key is that this bow can gather surrounding fire elements to create arrows from the void, further increasing its power. Creating arrows from the void? That suits him very well. Zhang Xian doesn't need to gather fire elements from around him, his very being is a moving volcano. An endless supply of fire elements means an endless supply of arrows. Seeing Zhang Xian's satisfaction, Elder Rod also felt relieved and said, these 2 weapons are for you, and their names should also be chosen by you, their master. Do you have any thoughts? Zhang Xian thought for a moment. Since both the spear and the bow are made from top-tier fire materials, their names should relate to fire. He thought of it. This spear will be called Flame Abyss, this bow will be called Burning Star. Flame Abyss, Burning Star. Sato Rod repeated a few times, 1 spear Flame Abyss, 1 arrow Burning Star, great names. They will surely shine brightly in your hands. He himself was one of the master blacksmiths of the Sato tribe and personally participated in the forging of these 2 weapons. How powerful they are, he naturally understood very well. Chapter 95, Li Xian's mother. Therefore, he naturally hoped these 2 weapons could fall into the hands of a true strong person. In this way, the name of the Sato tribe's forging would spread even more widely. Now it seems Zhang Xian is indeed the only choice. At this point, Zhang Xian had achieved all his goals during this trip to the Red Flame Islands, and with little time left before the unified exam, he needed to return. After saying goodbye to the Sato chief, Elder Rod, Mingqi, and others, Zhang Xian boarded the ship back. Meanwhile, in Guangning City. In the Li family, within a magnificent and imposing castle. In Guangning, the 4 beast-taming noble families each have their own unique layout for their living areas. The Yan family prefers large mansions, the Li family favors villa clusters, and the Wu family enjoys traditional Eastern gardens. The Li family, however, is the most extravagant, with a penchant for ancient castles. This castle covers more than 10 acres, and all members of the Li family live within, divided into outer, inner, and a core area where the head of the family resides. The completion of this castle consumed the efforts of 3 whole generations.
In the very center, in a room that is both vintage and lavishly decorated, a middle-aged man sits at a large redwood table. He bears a striking resemblance to Li Xian, but carries a much more imposing and stern demeanor. Beside him stands a richly adorned noblewoman, who is actually in her 40s. However, due to her innate beauty and excellent upkeep, she appears to be in her 30s, radiating an enchanting charm. A pair of fox-like alluring eyes, even after the passage of years, still hold their allure. Her skin is as fair as snow, and she wears a delicately tailored dress that accentuates her figure. The knee-length skirt reveals her slim, lotus-like legs, encased in skin-tone stockings that cling perfectly, adding to her refined charm.
This enchanting noblewoman is none other than Madame Li Wuwen, the head of the Li family and Li Xian's mother.
Her maiden name is Hu, and she is the younger sister of the current head of the Hu family. In her youth, she was known as the most beautiful woman in Guangning, later marrying into the Li family. For her only son, Li Shen, she is extremely indulgent. Upon seeing him sulking inside the ancient castle after the mock exam, she realized that her son had been severely criticized during the exam, even developing psychological issues.
Madame Hu felt quite astonished. How could a mere mock exam in Guangning cause such a blow?
As a fourth-tier beast tamer, she naturally knew her son's capabilities among his peers in Guangning.
Could it be members of the other three families?
The Hu family could not be responsible, and the girl from the Yan family and the younger generation of the Li family shouldn't have the skill either. After some investigation, she learned that it was a young man from an incredibly ordinary background. Surprised and angry, Madame Hu, who used to be willful in her youth but toned down after marrying into the Li family, found it hard to accept. In front of outsiders, she still maintained an air of superiority befitting a noble daughter of a wealthy family.
In Guangning's realm, a mere mud-legged beast tamer dared to humiliate her son like this. Wasn't that a declaration of war?
Thus, with a single command, the Li family sent people to search for Zhang Xian. When they discovered he was not in Guangning, they went straight to his home, ready to threaten his family. The Li family had done this countless times before, especially under Madame Hu's direct or indirect orders.
As long as lives weren't lost, and it didn't reach the officials, nothing serious would happen. Even if it escalated, it could be suppressed with a bit of effort.
To ordinary people, this might seem insignificant, but for many noble families, this was an offense that demanded ruthlessly strong retaliation. However, after finding Zhang Xian's family, they discovered that he was secretly protected by someone from the Beast God's branch, who issued stern warnings. Madame Hu, used to being domineering, was not willing to back down and was about to make further moves, but was harshly reprimanded by Li Wuwen upon learning of the situation. He insisted he had his own plans and advised her not to act rashly, so as not to draw the attention of the Beast God's branch. Only then did Madame Hu realize that this young man named Zhang Xian possessed something the Li family wished to acquire at all costs, and with the protection of the Beast God's branch, the situation was no longer as simple as avenging Li Xian. She understood well the gravity of the situation, and with Li Wuwen personally arranging it, the other party would only suffer more, so these days they patiently waited for news. However, after waiting for nearly 3 weeks straight, she had become somewhat anxious. She immediately ran to find Li Wuwen. Mrs. Hu came to Li Wuwen's side and started massaging his shoulders.
Wuwen, has there been any news about that damn kid? In these days, Xiao Xian is still cooped up in his room, unwilling to see anyone. As his father, do you not feel any heartache?
Her tone carried a hint of blame. Although Li Wuwen had disciplined her not long ago, he was still very indulgent towards this woman who had been by his side for more than 10 years, and he gently replied. Of course I feel heartache. It's one thing if it's a lowly peasant, but if anyone from the other three families dares to touch Xiao Xian, I will make them pay the price.
But madam, this kid is indeed not simple.
Otherwise, the Killing God Society wouldn't demand such a high price. But rest assured, this time not only will we avenge Xiao Xian, but after obtaining the items from that kid, our Li family will have the chance to rise another level. At that time, even if the other three families band together, they won't compare to my Li family. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hu's eyes revealed a bit of anticipation. She knew her husband's ambition. The other party was not someone who would make foolish claims. Since he said so, it must be based on some grounds. Although she came from the Hu family, her position made her already view herself as the mistress of the Li family. If the Li family could completely suppress the other three families, it would naturally only bring her benefits.
Mrs. Hu thought for a moment and asked, is that Killing God Society really reliable? After killing that kid, will it lead back to our Li family? She realized that after learning about the Beast God subtemple secretly protecting Zhang Xian's family, the other party was not that simple. Even if they had a humble background, if they were valued by the Beast God temple, then they were not something the Li family could easily touch. If discovered, it would surely lead to much trouble. Li Wuwen took his wife's hand, gently caressing her delicate palm, comparable to a young girl's, and said, Don't worry. The Killing God Society has a notorious reputation, but it continues to thrive in the underground world due to its efficiency and credibility.
Even if the Beast God Subtemple knows I'm hiring the Killing God Society, under the condition that they absolutely do not reveal the identity of the employer, without direct evidence, no one can do anything to my Li family. Moreover, Li Wuwen's eyes revealed disdain as he said, it's just a subtemple. The true master of Guangning City is not them. Mrs. Hu gazed at him adoringly, wrapping her arms around his neck. When she was young, like a proud phoenix, she didn't think highly of her peers. Only Li Wuwen attracted her with his overwhelming aura and vigorous ambition. After they got married, Li Wuwen, just as she had hoped, defeated the competitors within their clan and rose to the position of head of the Li family. Afterward, he led the Li family to subtly occupy the first position among the 4 families of Guangning. Therefore, Mrs. Hu unconditionally trusted Li Wuwen's decisions. Li Wuwen took his wife's hands, pulling her into his embrace, savoring her mature fragrance, suddenly feeling spirited. He was just about to take action when suddenly a flash of red light flickered. Ha! Li Wuwen's expression changed, and he quickly released Mrs. Hu, pulling out an object from his clothes. He revealed a hint of satisfaction and said, it's news from the Killing God Society, it seems they have succeeded. Mrs. Hu also showed joy and said, it's a pity that Xiao Xian cannot deal with him personally. Li Wuwen pressed a button on the object, and a light curtain appeared, revealing a figure shrouded in black robes, making it impossible to see their true face. So, have you killed that kid? The items on him, according to the rules, you must hand over to me. Li Wuwen spoke directly. However, the black-robed figure was silent for a moment, and a hoarse voice came through. Assassination failed. After evaluation by the main headquarters, the information on the mission target showed serious misjudgment. We are abandoning this mission. What? Li Wuwen and Madame whose pupils contracted, Li Wuwen disbelief said, why failed? Wait, no, how can you Killer God Society so easily give up on a mission? Shouldn't you send stronger assassins? However, the other side merely said lightly, due to the abandonment of the task, the crystals we received will all be refunded. After saying this, the light curtain disappeared, clearly indicating that the connection had been cut off. Damn! Li Wuwen slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead. He hadn't lost his composure like this for a long time. Madame Hu patted his back, puzzled, why is this Killer God Society so unreliable? Can't even handle an 18-year-old kid? Li Wuwen pinched his brow with his fingers, and countless guesses flashed through his mind, but a vague unease gradually climbed up his heart. No, it definitely isn't that simple. He had never heard of the Killer God Society giving up a mission due to a single failure, otherwise, they wouldn't have such a notorious reputation on the continent. A few phrases mentioned by the other party caught Li Wuwen's attention. Serious misjudgment of information, abandonment of mission. A strange feeling of fear suddenly appeared in Li Wuwen's heart. Even years ago, when fighting with his brothers for the position of family master, scheming and nearly dying from the siege, he had never felt a fear like this. Because Li Wuwen clearly felt that everything right now had become too unknown. And fear comes from the unknown. To make the Killer God Society voluntarily abandon the mission after their first assassination failure, it was clearly not as simple as just being valued by a Beast God subchapter. What kind of huge secret is hidden behind that kid from a commoner's background? And can the Li family bear such a secret? Wuwen, if it really doesn't work, I'll find my brother and unite forces with the Hu family. I refuse to believe a kid from a common background is so hard to handle. Madame Hu also realized that something was wrong. This matter was no longer as simple as seeking revenge for her son. But the inertia of thought made her still not take the other party too seriously. No matter how unusual, wouldn't a strong suppression be enough? Li Wuwen, feeling irritable, waved his hand and didn't respond, instead picking up the communicator and dialing a number. On the other end, it was quickly answered. Elder brother? Wukwang, notify everyone to lay low, don't go out for a while. Yes, elder brother. Li Wuwen was decisive. Under the long-accumulated authority, no one in the Li family dared to openly defy his orders. Seeing his wife still looking puzzled, Li Wuwen stood up and patted her shoulder. Yuan, don't make any moves recently either. Please take good care of Xiao Xian. Saying this, he walked out of the room. Madame Hu sighed and also went out to the corridor. At this moment, a young girl in a maid outfit rushed over, stopping in place upon seeing Madame Hu, but hesitated and didn't dare to speak. Madame Hu knew she was her son's maid. Seeing her this way, she anxiously asked, what happened? Did Xiao Xian throw another tantrum? The maid stammered, Madam, it's young master, he's holding on to Xiao Ru and not letting her leave, he's tearing her clothes. Madame Hu frowned, Xiao Ru? Is that the new girl in the castle? Her charming eyes carried rage as she said, the Li family raises you people to serve the head of the house. If the young master has a need, does she even have an objection? And you, is this little matter worth running over here to tell me? You're also one of Xiao Xian's people, he's not well right now. Why aren't you taking good care of him? What are you doing here? The maid's face turned pale. Thinking of this mistress's usual methods, she shook in fear, hurriedly apologized, and turned back towards Li Xian's room.
They were all from poor families, without even the most basic beast controlling ability. The family sought a path for them, so they made a contract with a prestigious family. The reward was slightly higher than that of an ordinary low-level beast master. But in other respects, it truly felt no different from being a servant. Such matters might be scrutinized outside, yet for them, there was really no way to refuse. Thinking of the methods the young master would use against them when he got angry, she could only return in fear. 1 hour ago. The ship returning from the Crimson Flame Islands sailed over the sea. On this voyage, only Zhang Xian boarded from the Flame Island. Inside the cabin, he sat cross-legged, practicing the meditation technique he learned from Master Meng Yi. According to Master Meng Yi, many systems include meditation, such as various magical systems, which require meditation to communicate with natural elements. Engraving wind, rain, thunder, lightning, sun, moon, stars, or the legendary ancient divine beings to enhance the spirit. However, the meditation of the Mind Warrior system does not seek external objects, their meditation object is solely themselves. Moreover, the process is very particular. First, one must depict their own image in meditation. Once this human form can remain stable for a long time, they can then depict it in finer detail. Facial features, limbs, skin, flesh, fascia, bones, even down to the cells. And with each level of depth the meditation reaches, the mind will grow stronger. Master Meng Yi said he had only reached the level of skin depiction, but even so, he could unleash great power without relying on physical prowess. Chapter 97, Assassination. If one combines extraordinary mind power with extraordinary physical power, the might would be even more astonishing. It is rumored that if one can depict their own cells in the mind, then with a thought, their body becomes countless worlds, and with a single finger, they can manipulate the laws of the universe, igniting stars. That realm is truly worthy of being called a true god's existence. This path has no end, with no upper limit, so Zhang Xian naturally must practice diligently at all times. As he depicted his body in the mind, notifications from the Mind Warrior career panel appeared one by one. You attempt a mental depiction, mental value plus 10. You attempt a mental depiction, mental value plus. Zhang Xian was immersed in this process. For others, meditation practice was often very difficult, no easier than physical training, especially since the mind is easily disturbed, making it hard to enter a focused state. However, his physical body was extremely strong, providing a solid foundation for the mind, allowing him to enter the state quickly and achieve excellent results. This practice lasted for most of the day. The ship stopped, seeming to have docked. Zhang Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows slightly. He had been immersed in visualizing his own form, but suddenly felt the air was somewhat stagnant and oppressive, causing discomfort. Stepping out from the cabin, he discovered the sky was dim, thick clouds were gathering, and faint lightning was flickering within. Sounds of rumbling, like whispers and roars, echoed at intervals. It seemed a torrential rain would soon arrive. The ship had docked by the shore of a large island. If he remembered correctly, this was East Ao Island, 2 stops away from returning to Ninghai City port. Zhang Xian looked at the scenery on the deck for a while. Soon, a few passengers boarded, probably just coming from East Ao Island. 3 men and 1 woman, looking rather ordinary. 2 of them were together, complaining about conditions on East Ao Island, mentioning a beast master sent by a certain guild to carry out a mission. While the other man and woman boarded alone. Upon reaching the deck, the man who appeared kind smiled and nodded at Zhang Xian. The others did not react. Then these few people went to different railings, gazing at the sea's scenery, while the 2 continued their conversation. Zhang Xian waited for a while. The air grew increasingly stuffy, leaving little desire to enjoy the breeze, preparing to return to the cabin. However, just as he had this thought and moved his foot an inch, his body suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. Zhang Xian did not turn back, his face expressionless. These 4 people were not right. In that brief instant, he distinctly felt several gazes simultaneously fixated on his back. They were staring at him. Or rather, they were coming towards him. Had this been before, Zhang Xian might not have taken this intuition seriously, just a fleeting thought not worth noticing. Or perhaps, he wouldn't have had such intuition at all. But after activating the Mind Warrior class system, his mind had sharpened considerably, allowing him to truly sense the reality of this perception. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Xian's mind in an instant. 4 people were coming towards him, 2 pretending not to know each other, both having boarded at East Ao Island. Clearly, this was premeditated and set up beforehand. The other side must have grasped all his movements as soon as he arrived at Ninghai City and set off for the Crimson Flame Islands. In other words, there should have been someone watching him on Fire Island. Was it a certain dwarf from the Sato tribe, or those people from the South River Beast Master Academy, or some hidden existence? There shouldn't be many who could make such arrangements. Recalling recent experiences, Zhang Xian had a rough guess in his mind. But no matter who it was, he just needed to break through all of their setups right now.
Zhang Shan sneered coldly in his heart, secretly circulating the fiery energy within him, forming an invisible protective shield on his body surface, which might not be very strong against physical attacks but could defend against unseen malicious methods. Then he walked towards the ladder, looking as if he planned to descend the deck. Next to the ladder stood a woman in her 30s. When she saw Zhang Xian passing by, she seemed indifferent, her gaze still fixed on the surface of the sea. Zhang Xian took one step after another towards the ladder. Just as he was about to go down, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, Zhang Xian once again felt the combined focus of gazes on his back. Quite patient, huh? They looked like professional killers. Zhang Xian only paused for a moment, then suddenly turned around. He stared straight at the four people, yet they either chatted or admired the scenery, seemingly having never focused their attention on him. Zhang Xian chuckled lightly and suddenly said, "Everyone, I'm going down first." Then he walked straight down the ladder. At the moment his figure vanished at the end of the ladder, the four turned their heads in unison, their gazes gathering in one spot, their expressions icy. He actually sensed it. What an unpleasant variable, but there are still arrangements below, let's go wrap things up. The four turned and walked down to the deck's lower level. And at this moment, Zhang Xian had already reached the door of the cabin, where he stood still. The room had already been entered by someone. As soon as he realized this, Zhang Xian's body suddenly shot back. Boom! A stunning flash of fire and heat, accompanied by a shockwave that devoured everything, utterly obliterated the cabin and everything around it. Though Zhang Xian's speed was astonishingly fast, he was still instantly swallowed by the expanding mushroom cloud. The entire ship was directly blown into a hollow wreck, the flames continuously devouring the remaining body of the ship. Four figures.